What has happened? Why does my complexion appear so haggard? At this moment, a weary man gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his hand involuntarily brushing against his face. Suddenly, a piercing memory surged into his mind, an indelible recollection that now flooded his very soul. Lu Chang stared at his image in the mirror, and in that instant, everything came rushing back to him. He vaguely remembered that in the midst of the apocalypse, when resources were scarce, his girlfriend Yi Xiaomei had conspired with outsiders to surreptitiously open their front door and betray him. The terror of facing death replayed in his mind incessantly. In an attempt to calm himself, Lu Chang turned on the faucet and splashed water on his face several times, before finally stepping out of the bathroom to glance at his girlfriend lying on the bed. There she was, the woman with porcelain skin, her long legs partially obscured by his white t-shirt. The disheveled bed linens bore the remnants of their physical exertions from the previous night. How familiar everything felt. This cannot be real, I must be dreaming. Lu Chang faintly recalled that he had lost his arm to a fire axe wielded by her, which was later used to make soup. The sight of those long legs was still vivid in his mind, even if she turned to ashes. Lu Chang would never forget. Smack, that hurts. In a desperate bid to confirm his rebirth, Lu Chang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. The pain made him instinctively cover his face with his hands, crouching down to rub it. It was only at that moment that Lu Chang believed he had truly been reborn, for the clear imprint of his hand on the mirror was irrefutable evidence. Through the reflection, he noticed his bare torso, devoid of any scars. He distinctly remembered that prior to his rebirth, he bore 2 prominent knife scars across his chest, yet now they were inexplicably absent. Those scars had been inflicted 3 months after the apocalypse began when, driven by dwindling supplies at home, he had been forced to venture out to scavenge for resources. Had he not been quick on his feet and had access to a first aid kit at home, he might have succumbed to an infection from his wounds. Heaven truly has been kind to me. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of those apocalyptic years, tears nearly spilled from Lu Chang's eyes. Yet, at this moment, the painful memories of his past life seemed surreal. Darling, what were you laughing about in the bathroom? Hurry and open the door, I need to use it. Yi Xiaomei, roused by Lu Chang's laughter, had unconsciously approached the bathroom door. Although Lu Chang was reluctant to engage with her, he replied promptly and quickly pulled out his phone for a swift glance. May 18th, 2057, 9:16 a.m. There were less than 3 months remaining until the apocalypse struck, and upon realizing this, Lu Chang felt a sudden urgency within him. Creak, what's taking you so long to open the door? Lu Chang abruptly swung open the bathroom door, coincidentally met with Yi Xiaomei's complaint. I had an upset stomach and took a bit longer. The bathroom is all yours. As he opened the door, Lu Chang immediately donned a facade of a cheerful smile, allowing Yi Xiaomei to enter. They maneuvered past each other, exchanging positions in a rather mundane manner. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Chang unwittingly wandered into the kitchen, opened a refrigerator, and casually retrieved a can of chilled beer. With a crisp sound, he popped the top and gulped down the icy beverage, the cool sensation and alcoholic burn now suffusing his throat. He vaguely remembered that 3 months later, a catastrophic collision between the sun and a meteorite would trigger a chain reaction, casting darkness over the sun's rays. In a matter of moments, the Earth's temperature would plummet from a normal 36 degrees to a chilling 68 degrees, plunging the globe into a mini ice age. Night would descend, and all of human civilization would face unprecedented challenges. This dark period would endure for several days, during which humanity would cherish the fleeting hope of survival, believing that the disaster was nearing its end. Little did they know, the true trials were just beginning, as the sun's abrupt disappearance would devastate crops worldwide. Despite humanity's desperate attempts to salvage them, only a scant portion would be saved, while the rest would turn to icy refuse. Under such calamities, humanity could not escape, and scathed many elderly individuals and vulnerable children would lose their lives. During that time, society was rife with despair, and the suffering was unbearable, with nearly every household mourning the loss of loved ones. Yet this was not the most tragic aspect. The crux of the matter was that Lu Chang had toiled diligently to provide for himself and his girlfriend, wielding a fire axe and carrying supplies each day. He labored tirelessly to keep them both alive until the last days before his demise, when he could no longer find food and their resources were completely depleted. In those moments, he realized that Yi Xiaomei had colluded with the neighbors, plotting against him. One fateful night, while he lay asleep, they bound him in a treacherous scheme. In his dying moments, he could still recall Yi Xiaomei's fierce visage as she raised the fire axe and brought it down upon his right arm. "Let's do this arm for soup, I'll give you a share later, but make sure it's tender, I don't want it getting stuck in my teeth." Yi Xiaomei's fierce demeanor paired with her chilling tone left Lu Chang in utter disbelief. In that moment, he cried out the words he had never wished to utter. "Why? Why are you doing this to me?" It was then that Lu Chang truly saw the woman's true nature, realizing that during his quest for resources, she had secretly conspired with another. Moreover, through their exchanges, it became evident that they had known each other since high school. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters, for survival took precedence over all else. Revenge could wait for another day. The immediate priority was to scavenge for supplies and reinforce their shelter, preparing for any potential threats. In that moment, Lu Chang couldn't help but recall the dilapidated veranda half-story house his parents had built in their hometown before their passing. Though the building was a decade old, its structure and decor remained relatively intact, allowing for a conservative estimate of 25 million in value. Yet to sell it quickly, he knew he couldn't set the price too high. Securing around 2 million would be quite satisfactory. To maximize the property's returns, utilizing online loans or mortgaging it to the bank were indispensable strategies. Selling the house. After sipping some water, Lu Chang hurried back to his room without even having breakfast, grabbing the property deed. While descending in the elevator, he took a moment to check the balance of his linked bank card. Approximately 180,000 yuan, that represented Lu Chang's entire fortune at present, encompassing not only the rent he had collected over the recent years, but also the earnings from his food delivery job. The reason he had been unable to save money in recent years was largely due to his girlfriend. Otherwise, after working for 6 or 7 years, he would have dared to claim savings exceeding 500,000 yuan. When his parents had passed away unexpectedly, the insurance company had compensated him with over 2 million yuan, but that sum had long been spent. Indeed, all sycophants meet an untimely demise, including Lu Chang himself. He fervently hoped not to make a mistake. Lu Chang quickly touched the jade pendant that he had intentionally hung around his neck before leaving, then pricked his finger to smear his blood on the ancestral jade pendant. In an instant, the blood was absorbed by the pendant. Just like in my previous life, though it's a pity I discovered it too late then. This time, I will surely make the most of this spatial jade pendant. As Lu Chang rode the elevator down, he scanned the area within the pendant with his mind. It wasn't large, merely about an acre. Despite its modest size, this spatial jade pendant possessed a self-expanding feature. Albeit with somewhat stringent conditions, it required a substantial amount of spiritually infused treasures to energize it, and in this current age, which could be deemed a decline in spiritual matters, finding such items meant focusing on jade. However, before that, he needed to figure out how to fill the space with resources. The jade-related items could be sought later. This was crucial because the Earth was about to enter a year of extreme cold, a year of intense heat, and a year of deluge. Even possessing this space, Lu Chang had only just survived to the 3rd year. What lay beyond was uncertain at that time. He had been thrown into a pot, his entire body reduced to stew by a pair of treacherous individuals. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Lu Chang quickly located his Wuling Hongguang using the button on his keychain. This van had been bought by his father when they opened a small shop on the ground floor of their building. Though the vehicle had aged a bit, it was still functional. Lu Chang unlocked the door and sat down, the roar of the engine bringing back a familiar sensation. "Old friend, let us fight side by side." He tossed the property deed onto the passenger seat, swiftly shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and soon exited the underground garage, making his way out of the community. Indeed, Lu Chang was not only a food delivery worker but also a registered driver for a logistics service. He soon arrived at the agricultural wholesale market, expertly finding the shop that previously supplied goods to their supermarket. Uncle Li, long time no see. Seeing Uncle Li, who had once supplied goods to his family's supermarket, Lu Chang felt a wave of nostalgia and casually tossed him a pack of Chenghua cigarettes. "Oh, it's you, kid?" Uncle Li, a quintessential middle-aged man, lit a cigarette after accepting the one Lu Chang offered. "Could you help me load this batch of goods into the back? I'll come back later to pick it up." After stepping out of the van, Lu Chang patted his vehicle and handed the keys along with the list of goods to Uncle Li. He then expertly transferred 5,000 yuan as a deposit via his phone before heading across the street to a breakfast shop to address his hunger. After all, he had only drunk a little water since waking up that morning. What's wrong with that kid? Always making a fuss. Uncle Lee, still puffing on his cigarette, received a notification of the transfer on his phone. Upon checking, he saw the deposit from Lu Chong in Uncle Lee's memory. Ever since Lu Chong's parents had passed away, the supermarket had been taken over by outsiders. However, seeing the transfer, Uncle Lee thought nothing of it, assuming the supermarket had been reclaimed. He cheerfully called over his son to help with the loading. As they had ordered 10 bags of rice alone, along with cooking oil and various condiments. During breakfast, Lu Chong contacted a friend who worked at a real estate office to inquire about property buying information. After hastily finishing his meal, he returned to drive away the van, heading to a secluded road where he swiftly stored the entire load into the pendant. He then hurried to a real estate office on the eastern side of Yangqing. Knowing that without money, nothing could be accomplished, "Welcome, handsome. Are you here to look at houses?" Upon entering, a petite saleswoman about 1.7 meters tall greeted him with a standard commercial line. "Do you accept other sales businesses here?" Lu Chong glanced at the name tag on the saleswoman's chest, Sun Lily, and, upon recognizing her name, he retorted, tossing the property deed onto the counter before plopping down onto a sofa in the lobby. Although Sun Lily was initially taken aback, her professional demeanor quickly kicked in. She turned to invite the sales department manager out. After Lu Chong signed a series of sales contracts, he exchanged phone numbers with them before swiftly leaving the office. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Lu Chong's first plan was to gather funds, as every subsequent task was tied to finances, especially regarding the purchase of jade. If he lacked sufficient funds, executing these plans would be impossible. Manager, that person can't be a fool, can he? Given the information on that property and the current market prices, it should easily sell for around 2.5 million, yet he only wants 2 million? Sun Lily, watching Lu Chong leave with the contract, couldn't help but ask the sales manager beside her. Let it go at its best not to pry into the affairs of the wealthy. Let's focus on our work. Remember, if we close this deal, we stand to earn a hefty commission of 100,000 yuan, which is far better than selling these bare shells of houses. The sales manager gave Sun Lily a glance before heading back to the office with the contract. Stockpiling supplies and reclaiming the house. Turning back, Lu Chong drove the van around the city, intending to familiarize himself with the layout of several large warehouses before the impending apocalypse, of course. The warehouses referred to here were not the small ones but rather comprehensive logistics centers similar to those constructed by Woda and Ping Xiaoshu a few years ago at the docks. As for his purpose, the audience might already have guessed, not to mention Lu Chong, who had been reborn into this apocalypse. The bond between husband and wife may be as strong as birds of a feather. But when disaster strikes, they often flee separately. Not that he and that woman had a deep connection. Perhaps he should blame his past naivety. After navigating several turns, Lu Chong drove toward the docks. Having previously rented a room at a nearby hotel as a base, he then proceeded to Woda's supermarket, planning to stock up before the apocalypse. Although he had already procured a batch of supplies from Uncle Lee, it was still insufficient, necessitating further shopping. After parking in the supermarket lot, Lu Chong walked straight through the entrance. "Hello, brother. Today is our company's anniversary, and we're looking to stock up on supplies to reward our employees. Could you send over 2 loaders? Thank you." Not long after entering, Lu Chong spotted a supermarket employee in a uniform approaching him. He quickly handed over his list of goods. "Welcome, wow, you've got quite a shopping list." The employee, upon glancing at the extensive list, immediately recognized Lu Chong as a significant customer. Considering the forthcoming commission, a broader smile spread across his face. "Ha ha ha, I appreciate it. Since I'm buying so much, you have to give me a discount." With a friendly pat on the employee's shoulder, Lu Chong produced his membership card from previous purchases at this supermarket, aiming to accumulate points and save where possible. Recognizing him as a big client, the employee quickly grabbed 2 shopping carts and followed Lu Chong, leading him to the locations indicated on his list. However, they soon split up, with the employee summoning colleagues to help Lu Chong gather the remaining items. Lu Chong made his way to the canned goods section, collecting various items like canned fish and spicy beef, placing them generously into his cart. After handing the items to the employee for loading, he swiftly headed to the 3rd floor's appliance section, where he selected several computers, rice cookers, and other kitchen essentials, including pots and pans. Moreover, in pursuit of durability, Lu Chong deliberately chose the more expensive models. adhering to the adage that one gets what one pays for. Thus, expenditures must be made judiciously. After selecting the household appliances, Lu Chang turned his attention to the tools section, where he procured 2 sets of toolboxes, equipped with an array of screwdrivers, hammers, and the like. Upon handing these items to the sales assistant, Lu Chang ascended to the 3rd floor, where he meticulously selected several high-quality down jackets and 2 comforters. Perhaps due to the fact that it was still summer and the biting cold had yet to arrive, the prices of the clothing and bedding were exceptionally reasonable. Naturally, one might question how a supermarket could stock such winter attire during the summer months. But let us not forget that money can indeed work wonders. Even in the summer, under Lu Chang's financial prowess, the sales staff swiftly retrieved the necessary items from the warehouse. Thus, this shopping spree alone set Lu Chang back by over 30,000 yuan. Though the current expenditure seemed substantial, considering the dire conditions expected during the impending extreme cold, one could hardly secure such essentials without a hefty sum, perhaps even upwards of 100,000 yuan. Especially given the scarcity of goods. After this flurry of activity, Lu Chang had acquired 50 barrels of 20-liter peanut oil, 50 bags of 50-kilogram rice, and 5 boxes of soy sauce, each containing 60 bottles. To ensure culinary freedom, he also selected various condiments such as doubanjiang, chili sauce, and oyster sauce. At checkout, the total for these assorted items amounted to around 118,000 yuan, a figure that reflected Lu Chang's membership discount. Otherwise, the original price would have been even steeper. After completing the transaction, Lu Chang drove his van, leading the supermarket's delivery truck back to his family's store. Before long, the 2 vehicles were unloaded, and once the delivery personnel were sent on their way, Lu Chang approached Brother Zhang, who rented the store from him. "Jiangzi, you've finally returned. Have you been facing difficulties lately? Speak to your elder brother. I can lend you some money to tide you over this predicament." "What about the house?" At this moment, hearing the commotion, Brother Zhang hurried from the back warehouse and ran into Lu Chang. "I sincerely apologize, Brother Zhang, but our contract is set to expire in just over a month, and I do not intend to renew it. I hope you can understand the inconvenience this may cause." Lu Chang was aware that retracting the rental agreement might place undue pressure on Brother Zhang. Yet with the impending apocalypse looming, certain matters had to be prioritized. Nevertheless, to mitigate Brother Zhang's financial loss, they had previously discussed this over the phone before Lu Chang's return. As compensation, Lu Chang proposed 2 solutions. First, he would purchase all the inventory of the supermarket, effectively transferring ownership back to him. Second, Brother Zhang could continue operating until the contract expired, after which he would remove the supermarket's items and receive a compensation of 10,000 yuan. However, having just made significant purchases, Lu Chang did not currently possess such funds, and would need to wait until the house was sold and the proceeds were obtained to settle the matter. "Allow me to make a call to discuss this with your sister-in-law. If that's not feasible, we may have to resort to the second option." "Indeed, Brother Zhang, please expedite your conversation with her. It is likely that this building will soon be sold." Lu Chang responded. In truth, Brother Zhang was taken aback to learn of Lu Chang's intention to sell the property, especially since he had previously inquired about renewing the lease before the previous year. Unfortunately, at that time, Lu Chang was preoccupied with delivering takeout, and had only casually brushed off Brother Zhang's inquiries regarding the lease renewal, which had led to the current situation being delayed. Otherwise, they would have completed the negotiations for the renewal contract long ago. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Chang closed the warehouse door and proceeded upstairs, informing each resident of the building about the impending sale to prepare them psychologically. Point forward, online loans and rare leisure. By now, Lu Chang's liquid funds were nearly depleted. Until the house was sold, he could not afford to spend recklessly. However, he had another avenue for generating income. This involved the increasingly popular option of online loans. Although his house was listed for sale, it did not hinder Lu Chang from leveraging his personal credit to secure funds. On his way back, Lu Chang noticed it was nearly noon and decided to dine at a nearby upscale hotel. Shortly thereafter, his table was laden with an array of 7 dishes and 2 soups, including sweet and sour pork, lobsters, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, lion's head meatballs, kung pao chicken, boiled fish, and black-bone chicken soup. Naturally, a few bottles of ice-cold beer accompanied the meal. As the dishes arrived, Lu Chang wasted no time, diving into the feast. This lavish lunch lasted over an hour, and upon satisfying his hunger, he had spent more than 1,800 yuan. "Excuse me, could you please summon your manager? I have a business proposition to discuss." "Thank you." After completing the payment via QR code, Lu Chang took a moment to observe the restaurant's decor. Although the establishment did not exude high-end sophistication, it did not deter him from enjoying the food it offered. Really? Please hold on a moment. I will fetch our manager. A young waitress, upon confirming Lu Chang's payment, hurriedly called upstairs. Dad, come down quickly. We have a customer. Recognizing the urgency in her tone, Lu Chang soon realized that the cashier was the manager's daughter, which made the process more convenient. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a prominent belly descended from the second floor. Hastily making his way down. Oh dear, my little ancestor, you need to tone down that booming voice. Upon encountering this middle-aged man, Lu Chang wasted no time engaging in small talk and instead stated his intentions directly. The manager promptly led Lu Chang to a private room to discuss arrangements for a custom dining experience. Unfortunately, the manager's price was beyond Lu Chang's budget, prompting him to recommend a seasoned acquaintance who often catered events in rural areas. After all, even if he could not secure the job himself, he did not want to lose the opportunity entirely. By referring Lu Chang, he could earn a commission if the acquaintance profited. After obtaining the desired contact information, Lu Chang swiftly made a call to confirm the arrangements before departing the restaurant. What a pity. I never imagined that fellow would order 20 tables at once. If only he had chosen our restaurant. I could have made a tidy sum of 10 to 20,000. Watching Lu Chang's car drive away, the middle-aged man could only sigh in resignation, realizing that this opportunity would not benefit him. Before returning to the restaurant, following a satisfying meal, Lu Chang took care to avoid police checkpoints while driving home to prevent any issues with drunk driving. Thankfully, the journey was uneventful, allowing him to return home safely. Upon arrival, Lu Chang noticed the absence of his girlfriend, Yi Xiaomei, and there were no signs of cooking in the kitchen. Without needing to guess, he knew she had likely gone to visit her friends. As this was a frequent occurrence, in some ways, this was preferable. Without distractions, Lu Chang could enjoy some peace and quiet. He retreated to his room, lying down and picking up his phone to download various loan applications. After a flurry of activity that lasted nearly 2 hours, Lu Chang successfully secured a loan of over 600,000 yuan against his current residence. It was a modest sum, considering he had only paid 100,000 yuan as a down payment when purchasing this approximately 40-square-meter apartment in Yangqing a little over a year ago. He recalled that it was Yi Xiaomei who had initially suggested buying this property to serve as their future marital home, conveniently located near schools for their prospective children. Otherwise, Lu Chang might not have made such a significant investment. Regrettably, despite having owned the home for quite some time, Yi Xiaomei had yet to marry him, continually offering excuses about not wanting to jeopardize her career advancement due to potential children. Tragically, Lu Chang had believed her words at the time, allowing the situation to drag on until now. Soon, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, and Lu Chang realized he had spent an inordinate amount of time applying for loans. Ultimately, he submitted applications totaling over 1,500,000 yuan. This demonstrated the terrifying power of information disparity. Additionally, with the property deed in his possession, several lending companies processed his application swiftly, with funds dispersing before nightfall. However, the final amount received was only around 118,000 yuan. And some companies with stricter approval processes would likely take another day or two to finalize their loans. Honey, I'm back. Come see what groceries I bought for tonight. Yi Xiaomei's voice suddenly echoed from the living room, jolting Lu Chang from his reverie and making him realize he had unwittingly lost track of time. Upon hearing her call, Lu Chang, whose expression had initially been somewhat sullen, took a few deep breaths to regain his composure and adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Coming, Tisish, just let you live a few more days. Had it not been for the haunting memory of being dismembered, Lu Chang might have genuinely believed her sweet words, gently caressing his already empty belly. Lu Chang hastily got out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Chang, quick, lend me a hand. I bought a bottle of red wine today. How about we have steak for dinner? At that moment, Yi Xiaomei, adorned in an apron, affectionately draped her arm around Lu Chang's, playfully displaying her charms. All right, just prepare the steak for me, and you can handle the remaining soup and vegetables, okay? As he spoke, Lu Chang rolled up his sleeves and rinsed the steak, marinating it with various seasonings. He then turned his attention to slicing fruit for a salad, while Yi Xiaomei began assisting by preparing the soup. Before long, a sumptuous Western meal was laid out on the table. The main dish of pan-seared steak accompanied by a fruit salad and clam soup. Of course, no meal would be complete without a side of pasta, which he had uniquely enhanced with a touch of traditional Chinese fried sauce. creating a delightful fusion. After indulging in the feast, the two began to roll around beneath the sheets, enveloped by the night and the effects of the wine. The next morning, Lu Chang had a light breakfast before driving his van out of the community. Soon after, he met with the chef he had arranged for the banquet and sent him the address of the designated venue for the event. In reality, it was merely a local outdoor barbecue site frequented by nearby villagers. Lu Chang had previously rented this location for his company's year-end party, making him quite familiar with the necessary procedures. With a quick phone call the night before, he had secured the venue for 3 days at the cost of 3,000 yuan. After more than 2 hours, Lu Chang arrived at the site, transporting fresh vegetables, fish, and meat he had just purchased from the market. "Uncle Son, come on over. Everyone, have a smoke while I unload the goods. If there's anything else you need, just let me know, and I'll get it sorted out." Upon arriving with the van, Lu Chang noticed 6 young men unloading kitchen supplies from a small truck. The lead, a middle-aged bald man, was none other than Sun Jinxiang, the chef introduced to Lu Chang by the restaurant owner the day prior. "Ah, young man, you're just in time. I'll have these lads set up the stove right away. We won't delay your staff's mealtime at all." Chef Sun, seeing his boss had arrived, quickly called over the young men to assist with the unloading. After sharing a few cigarettes, Lu Chang promptly retrieved 2 cases of mineral water from the passenger seat, intending to leave them for the chefs to quench their thirst while cooking before long. A bounty of fresh vegetables, half a pig, 80 pounds of lamb, and 200 pounds of assorted fish and shrimp, along with 100 pounds of rice, were unloaded from the van. Naturally, these ingredients alone would not suffice. Lu Chang needed to make another trip to the market to fetch the chickens and ducks he had arranged for slaughter that morning. "Don't mention it, my young friend. Rest assured, I will ensure this banquet is executed splendidly." Chef Sun grinned widely, his pocket stuffed with a pack of Chinese cigarettes, and enthusiastically promised to handle all the arrangements for the upcoming days. Ding! A notification chimed as he received a transfer of 15,000 yuan. As the saying goes, trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. Lu Chang promptly transferred the funds and drove away, agreeing to return later to collect the prepared meals. Once the chefs completed the cooking and packaging, Lu Chang would transport the food back to the company for delivery. The contract clearly stipulated that each day, 30 tables of meals were to be prepared, each comprising 16 dishes, with an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all to be ready within the next 2 days. Thus, in a mere span of 2 days, Lu Chang made several trips to the market to procure the necessary ingredients, while the chefs focused on preparing and packaging the meals. Ultimately, Lu Chang personally transported everything back to the company using the van, and to facilitate the chef's work, he had arranged accommodations for the 6 of them at a nearby hotel for their convenience after work. Not long after leaving, to avoid being recognized by acquaintances, Lu Chang drove the van to a neighboring town, specifically seeking out fast food establishments to order some fried chicken and various quick meals. He remained busy until late evening, finally returning to collect the last 10 tables of meals. On his way back, he made a special stop at a nearby night market to order a variety of barbecue dishes, ensuring that each stall provided only enough for 20 people in order to evade attention. Even so, the total cost for the night's barbecue amounted to nearly 20,000 yuan. It was time for Lu Chang to make space in his storage. Unfortunately, he could not currently acquire jade stones, so expanding the space would have to wait. He estimated that in no time, it would become completely filled. Around 9 o'clock that evening, after picking up the last batch of barbecue, Lu Chang drove home, mentally reviewing the inventory list for the upcoming supplies. He realized he had yet to purchase any of the vital medications. After a hectic week, Lu Chang finally received a call from the real estate office. Without delay, he drove his van to the sales office and completed the necessary handover. In a rather ironic twist, the buyer of his apartment turned out to be a Japanese expatriate working in China. Although Lu Chang initially hesitated to sell to him, the thought that the property would soon be submerged due to rising floodwaters prompted him to agree readily and sign the contract. He even managed to spare some time to finalize the paperwork at the housing authority. After leaving the office, he glanced at his phone, noticing the substantial increase in his bank account balance, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. "Mr. Lu, you are truly generous. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Thank you." As he exited the housing authority, the enthusiastic Japanese buyer clasped Lu Chang's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Haha, Mr. Koizumi, I'm glad you like the apartment. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." With over 2 million yuan suddenly in his possession, Lu Chang exchanged a meaningful glance with the saleswoman who had assisted him in selling the property. This unexpected transaction significantly exceeded his initial expectations. After all, he had originally agreed on a selling price of 2 million yuan, yet the saleswoman had skillfully managed to negotiate it up to 220,000. Once Mr. Koizumi left, Lu Chang promptly transferred 25,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for her efforts. Ding! The notification chimed again, confirming the transfer of 25,000 yuan. Consider this extra money as a reward for your hard work. Please accept it graciously. Upon receiving the payment notification, the stunning saleswoman, Sun Lily, lit up with joy. Brother Lu, thank you. How about I treat you to a meal to properly express my gratitude? As she spoke, Sun Lily wrapped her arm around Lu Chang's, deliberately brushing against him. Understanding her intentions, Lu Chang did not hold back. He took her out for a meal and they soon found themselves heading to a hotel, leaving Yi Xiaomei far behind in his thoughts. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through their bedroom window, Lu Chang instinctively sat up. His hand unconsciously reached beneath his pillow, searching for the fire axe he usually kept by his bedside. However, after a thorough search, he could not find it, and an ominous dread surged through him, jolting him awake. Who's there? It's so noisy, Lu Chang. What's wrong? You're drenched in sweat? And no, I'm fine. Just had a nightmare. You go back to sleep. I'll use the restroom. Perhaps due to the survival instincts honed during the apocalypse, Lu Chang reacted reflexively. It wasn't until he recognized the beautiful woman beside him that he realized he was no longer in that dire world. After washing his face and calming down, Lu Chang, with determination, resolved to implement his next plan. He swiftly opened a map application on his phone, locating Luqiao City, situated at the northernmost point of Yang City. Though still part of Yangzhou, it was relatively close to a neighboring province, effectively placing it in the inland region. Lu Chang clearly remembered that when the apocalypse began, it was heralded by terrifying electromagnetic storms, followed by fierce winds and torrential rains that caused coastal city water levels to rise dramatically. After enduring 6 months of relentless rainfall, all buildings below 10 stories were submerged, followed by a dreadful cold wave. Regrettably, the biting cold wave lasted only a few months before Lu Chang met his demise at the hands of his girlfriend, Yi Xiaomei, in collusion with her paramour. Thus, it is said that in his previous life, Lu Chang barely survived a year in the apocalyptic world before succumbing. However, Lu Chang is now convinced that under the current circumstances, he can endure much longer, perhaps even weather this terrifying apocalypse. After attending to his personal hygiene, Lu Chang called the front desk to request a breakfast delivery. He then urged Lu Lily to rise and partake in the meal while inquiring about the housing situation in Luqiao City. Darling, if you're considering purchasing a house, I happen to have a friend in the industry working there. I'll make some inquiries shortly. What style are you interested in? Lu Lily asked, having taken a bite of her egg and sipped some milk. All right, please find out for me if it's possible to acquire such a duplex with the minimum down payment. By the way, if it's near the top floor, that would be even better. Indeed, Lu Chang wished to purchase a penthouse-style apartment, but it had to be sufficiently spacious, and he would need to arrange for the renovations himself. Very well. I'll ask when I return to the sales office. Remember to pick me up after work? Okay. Lu Lily was quite attentive to Lu Chang's inquiries, though her mind was also preoccupied with the thought of whether Lu Chang was seeking a house to support her. She was utterly enchanted by him. Rest assured, once I've completed my work at the company, I'll come to get you. Throughout their recent interactions, Lu Chang had merely informed the woman before him that he was a salesperson specializing in marketing everyday supermarket goods. Soon enough, they finished breakfast, and after dropping off the stunning Lu Lily at her workplace, Lu Chang turned his car towards the largest hardware store nearby. He swiftly negotiated with the owner to order a set of standard-sized circular plastic water tanks, each with a diameter of 1880 millimeters and a height of 3600 mm, capable of holding 10 tons. Young man, are you placing an order for a factory? If you order 50 at once, I can offer you a special price of 900 each. How does that sound? Upon hearing Lu Chang's proposal, the hardware store owner's eyes lit up as he quickly began calculating on his electronic calculator. This transaction alone would yield a total of 45,000 yuan, even after the discount, and the store owner sensed a profitable venture. No problem, but you need to hurry and have them pick up the goods. Is 2 days sufficient? Lu Chang had anticipated that acquiring so many water tanks at once would be challenging, even after scouring all the hardware stores on the street. Yet he promptly placed the order and transferred half the deposit. The owner, upon seeing the transfer, eagerly offered to accompany Lu Chang to nearby competing stores to help him procure the tanks, confidently assuring him that he could secure the lowest prices in less than an hour. Lu Chang had purchased all the large water tanks available in that street's hardware stores. As the workers prepared to load the goods onto a vehicle, Lu Chang made his way to a neighboring town, where he rented a large warehouse for a week at the price of 5,000 yuan. By noon, he had successfully stored all the water tanks in the warehouse. Just then, a call from the beautiful Sun came through, and she sent over an electronic file detailing the housing situation in Lakeo City. Hello, darling. Here is the information regarding the Sunshine community, developed in recent years. Since this community only began selling last year, 40 of the houses remain unsold. If you're interested, you can go take a look. As he listened to her charming voice through the phone, Lu Chang realized that Sun had already resolved the housing matter, and he immediately informed her that he would visit in the afternoon. Haha, thank you so much for your help this time. I'll treat you to a grand meal as a reward. He promised to take her to enjoy life once the house was renovated, then casually hung up the call. After making some arrangements regarding the water tanks, Lu Chang drove to Uncle Sun's place to pick up the meals prepared for the day. Halfway there, he discreetly stored the meals in his space. After a quick lunch, Lu Chang hurried to the Sunshine community. Indeed, the information matched what Lu Lily had relayed. The entire Sunshine community spanned 286,950 square meters, comprising 7 buildings. However, the duplex-style apartments were only located in buildings 6 and 7. Thus, Lu Chang made a down payment of 200,000 yuan to secure the 29th and 30th floors of Building 6. The reason Lu Chang opted for these 2 floors was that Building 6 was a 32-story structure, and from what he learned from the sales representative, most of the sold units were below the 23rd floor. With the house secured, obtaining a bank loan would be much simpler. The moment he received the property deed, Lu Chang rushed to the nearest bank to secure an 800,000 yuan renovation loan against the property. However, the renovation team he sought was not just any company. It was a firm renowned among the wealthy elite for their apocalyptic fortress designs. Of course, with his current funds, Lu Chang knew he would not be able to secure any significant contracts, but aside from loans, there were many other ways to earn quick money, if memory served him right. 2 months prior to the apocalypse, a report surfaced about a man who won a lottery worth 630,000 yuan from a mere 100 yuan bet on a football match, where the old country triumphed over the beautiful nation with an 8-7 score. Coincidentally, that lucky winner was from the same food delivery company as Lu Chang, and the news had caused quite a stir in their circle. With the World Cup finals approaching in less than 5 days, time was of the essence. It was the perfect opportunity to visit the border Jade City. With that thought, Lu Chang unconsciously stroked the jade pendant on his chest, briefly assessing the supplies within his space before starting his van. Soon, he drove away from the bank. Even though the loan agreement was signed, the bank would still require some time to process the funds before transferring them to his account. That afternoon, Lu Chang booked a plane ticket to the border town for 9 a.m. the following morning. After spending a delightful evening with the beautiful Sun, he packed his relevant documents and a change of clothes and headed straight to the airport. Within 2 hours, his flight landed at Tianning Airport. Thankfully, to facilitate his plans, he had only brought a backpack, which spared him a great deal of hassle. As soon as he exited the airport, he hailed a taxi. Driver, please take me to the largest jade marketplace. Thank you. All right, please fasten your seatbelt. We're off now. Upon entering the car, Lu Chang promptly provided the address and remained silent, listening to the driver extol the jade trading business from their hometown. Unfortunately, Lu Chang had no intention of purchasing anything, as he was skilled in the art of getting something for nothing. After all, with his golden touch, he had no need to adhere to any rules. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse, holding onto those stones would yield no food. It would be wiser to procure them at a lower cost. After an hour of winding through the streets, they finally reached the destination. Satisfied that the driver was honest, Lu Chang generously tipped him 300 yuan and, without looking back, entered the jade specialty store. Ding! Unclaimed energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? At that moment, after handling several stones, the jade pendant on Lu Chang's chest emitted a notification sound once more. System, if I absorb the energy within these stones now, will it alter their appearance in any way? To ensure safety, Lu Chang decided to clarify this before proceeding. If necessary, he would simply choose smaller stones with concentrated energy to purchase for absorption. After all, if the system inadvertently damaged someone else's stones, the vendors would surely retaliate against Lu Chang. Ding! Please rest assured, The supernatural energy within the jade will be invisible to anyone other than the host, and the absorption process will not inflict any material harm on the stones. At most, they will revert to ordinary stones once the energy is depleted. After a cursory glance at the myriad stones displayed around him, Lu Chang strolled through the store before finally setting his sights on an irregularly shaped square stone nearest to him. This was the very stone the system indicated could yield jade. "Excuse me? How much is this stone?" Lu Chang approached and casually tapped the stone, inquiring, "Oh, young brother, at a glance, you strike me as someone who has a fondness for jade. If you truly desire it, would 188,000 suffice?" At that moment, a middle-aged man, donned in traditional Tang attire with a square face, leisurely approached, holding a purple clay teapot and cup, and promptly quoted a rather auspicious price. "Boss, 188,000 is rather steep. Could you offer a more reasonable price?" Lu Chang then squatted down, gently caressing and tapping the stone, appearing quite taken with it, while in reality, he was allowing the system to absorb the energy from the jade. "Young brother, it seems we share a certain affinity. How about 180,000? The middle-aged man seemed to anticipate Lu Chang's fondness for the stone, making only a slight concession, though the stone was hardly worth that amount. Earlier, when Lu Chang was absorbing the energy, he discovered that it contained only a palm-sized piece of jade, comparable to a semi-finished stone sculpture he had inadvertently touched upon entering. Moreover, the previous owner had not deceived Lu Chang, offering a very favorable price of 9,000 yuan. Lu Chang promptly purchased that jade, and now, the once vibrant stone sculpture lay quietly in his space. "Haha, in that case, you may as well keep it." With that, Lu Chang stood up, preparing to leave. Just as his foot crossed the threshold of the shop, the middle-aged man called out, "Wait a moment, young brother. How about 156,000? Unfortunately, at this point, Lu Chang had achieved his objective and did not look back. Thus, while wandering the street of jade shops, he merely purchased a few smaller crafts, leaving behind the larger uncut stones, playing the game of empty-handed deception. After departing from the street of jade wholesalers, it seemed that for quite some time, these shops scarcely managed to unearth any substantial jade. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Chang eagerly entered the system space, which had now expanded from its original dimensions of 33 meters in length and 22 meters in width to over 50,000 square kilometers, roughly one-third the size of Lake Baikal. Additionally, Lu Chang possessed the ability to adjust the time ratio between his space and the external world, with the maximum current ratio being 1:5, meaning that for every day outside, 5 days passed within. At this moment, the space had transformed dramatically. Lu Chang now resembled the master of this domain, able to reshape its terrain with but a thought. Under his control, the space was swiftly divided into 3 zones. To the left lay a vast warehouse of 20 million square meters, designated for storing the daily appliances and living necessities Lu Chang had recently acquired. To the right was a similarly expansive agricultural base for grain cultivation, while below housed a 10 million square meter livestock breeding area. The uppermost section was developed into a vast lake of 30 million square meters, though it remained dry for the time being, reserved for future freshwater storage. As for the lower area, Lu Chang intended it for vegetable or poultry farming. However, before commencing, he needed to address the water supply issue. After briefly absorbing the changes within the space, Lu Chang unconsciously pulled out his phone to check the time. It was now 12:16 p.m., and he decided it was time for lunch. Without a second thought, he exited the space, realizing he needed to address the freshwater resource issue. But today held another significant task. As one of the most developed regions of the two Guang provinces, the pig farming industry thrived here, and Lu Chang was determined not to miss out on the local barbecue specialties. Thus, that afternoon, he dove into a culinary exploration, especially relishing the roasted suckling pig and secret recipe roasted meats, which perfectly suited his palate. Perhaps due to the region's advanced pig farming industry, the roasted meat that typically sold for 50 yuan per pound in Yangqing was available here for a mere 19 yuan. Furthermore, unprocessed pork was priced at just 9 yuan per pound at the market, truly a bargain. After stepping out of the hotel, Lu Chang promptly rented a shared electric scooter, donned a safety helmet, and set off along his gastronomic route. Armed with culinary strategies shared by food enthusiasts online, after 2 leisurely hours on the electric scooter, he discovered several barbecue restaurants with unique flavors. Ordinarily, a whole roasted pig weighing around 90 to 100 pounds would cost 990 yuan. However, Due to Lu Chang's substantial order, he managed to negotiate the price down to 1,800 yuan. After excluding one restaurant whose flavors did not suit his taste, he decisively placed orders for 20 to 22 roasted pigs at each establishment, totaling over 150. Before long, 2 days had passed, and it was time to settle the remaining payment. Ultimately, Lu Chang paid a straightforward sum of over 29,000 yuan. During this period, he also took the opportunity to rent a 2-person yacht, covertly collecting fresh water from the nearby lake each night to replenish his space. On the day before his departure, he even purchased 50 cubic meters of wood waste at a rate of 950 yuan per cubic meter. Lu Chang's motivation for acquiring this waste was to spare himself the laborious task of chopping wood for warmth in the future. With the wood secured, a visit to the local coal mine was in order. Utilizing the same approach, he swiftly procured over 30 tons of high-quality smokeless coal at 600 yuan per ton. The expenditures on coal and wood totaled approximately 65,000 yuan, not an insignificant sum. Yet the materials acquired were substantial. Of course, had it not been for the need to avoid raising suspicions among the locals, Lu Chang would have purchased even more of these non-renewable resources. Nevertheless, through careful planning and diligence, he managed to gather a total of 290,000 taels worth of various materials. On the final night before his departure, Lu Chang specifically booked a room adjacent to a coal mine. As the moon rose around 3 in the morning, he stealthily climbed over the wall into the mine. Risking the danger of being buried alive, he managed to extract over 100 tons of coal from the depths of the mine. Just a minute after he escaped, the area he had excavated collapsed dramatically. Fortunately, it was late at night, and aside from Lu Chang's slight disarray, there were no casualties from the mine's collapse. Boom. Oh no? Could that have been an earthquake? Brothers, wake up! Something's happening outside. Just as Lu Chang emerged from the confines of the mining area, the workers' quarters erupted into a cacophony of voices. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chang quickly deduced that the coal miners had been roused by the earlier disturbance. Though he hadn't anticipated their proximity, thankfully, Lu Chang was swift enough to evade capture. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. Better to risk the loss of fortune than to lose one's life. He thought and hurriedly made his escape. Taking advantage of the workers' distraction, Lu Chang hopped onto his electric scooter and fled the scene. His actions were born out of necessity. As an outsider procuring such a quantity of coal, he would have to rent trucks for transport, incurring additional costs and paperwork. The entire process was time-consuming and labor-intensive, a fact that compelled Lu Chang to resort to such desperate measures. Once back at the hotel, he quickly changed his clothes, took a shower, and collapsed into bed, sleeping soundly until past 1 o'clock the next day. Had it not been for the harsh sun blazing down, he might have continued to slumber. After addressing his lunch needs, he returned to pack his belongings and booked a flight for that afternoon at 5. He then resumed his culinary adventures, making time to visit several pharmacies to procure essential medications and 3 first-aid kits, items he deemed crucial for potential apocalyptic scenarios. Without a doctor's prescription, he was unable to obtain certain medications, but he did manage to stock up on a substantial supply of common cold and injury remedies, which would suffice for the time being. Upon returning to Yangqing, several days quickly passed, and before he knew it, the day before the grand football final between Beautiful Country and Old Ba had arrived. Eager to seize this legitimate opportunity for profit, Lu Chang boldly placed a 20,000 yuan bet on Old Ba to win. As fate would have it, the outcome remained unchanged. With a penalty kick from a football star, the score shifted to 8-7, netting Lu Chang over 60 million from the football lottery alone. The day after receiving his winnings, Lu Chang promptly settled his taxes, retaining 47.9 million, and hurried to place a 45 million yuan order with the Doomsday Fortress Company to renovate the duplex he had purchased not long ago. 9. The renovation has officially commenced. Why, dear brother, as per your request, I have meticulously marked all the special insulation materials, particularly the explosion-proof door you specified. Rest assured, I will ensure that the finest materials are utilized for its construction. At this juncture, within the confines of the Apocalypse Bunker Renovation Company, a robust man with a square face clad in camouflage attire approached, holding a document with an eager expression. This individual is none other than Wang Jianjun, the general manager of the department. From his demeanor and conduct, it is evident that he has a background as a special forces operative, and it is likely that the owner of this establishment has invested considerable resources to recruit him. Very well, Brother Wang. I entrust you with the renovation of the house, especially regarding that large door and the tempered glass and security screens within the residence. Do not hesitate to use the finest materials available, Lu Chang said, briefly scanning the contract before promptly signing his name with a steel pen. He then swiftly executed a transfer of funds to the company, and with the sum of 35 million being dispatched. The finance department quickly confirmed the transaction in their account.as for the remaining payment of 10 million. That will only be settled after Lu Chang personally assesses the renovation 3 months post-completion. Ha ha ha, my brother, your decisiveness is refreshing, rest assured. I will personally oversee the process and ensure that only the best materials are delivered to you. Wang Jianjun's grin widened upon receiving the deposit, as this order was directly tied to his performance for the month. From this transaction alone, he stood to gain nearly 2 million in commission, a prospect that sent exhilarating waves through his veins. With the contract signed and the deposit paid, Lu Chang took his copy of the contract and departed from the Apocalypse Bunker Company. After leaving the keys to the residents in the Sunshine community, he drove away in his van, relinquishing all remaining renovation matters to this company. I must soar to great heights. Soar to great heights. Shortly after Lu Chang exited the security company, the phone that had been resting in the passenger seat of his van suddenly rang. Hello, it's Xiaomei. What can I do for you? Mei-Chim. I will be back after wrapping up some recent tasks. Likely before dinner. Yes, just decide on the dishes for tonight. Lu Chang was taken aback that it had taken a whole week for his girlfriend to call him. It seemed that he was not as significant as someone else's close friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until now to reach out. Reflecting on this, he recalled that he had reminded Yi Xiaomei of his return just today after landing. Otherwise, she might have forgotten about him entirely. Just as a reminder, Yi Xiaomei is a live-streaming host, primarily selling cosmetics and women's bags and clothing. Although her earnings were modest, they sufficed for her daily expenses, especially since Lu Chang typically covered their shared living costs. On his way home, Lu Chang purposefully purchased 2 gift boxes, packing one with the Hatian jade necklace he had acquired during his last visit to the jade shop, intending to cheer her up after his extended absence. Naturally, he couldn't neglect Sun Lily's share. Fairness is essential in any relationship. This evening's candlelit dinner would undoubtedly be accompanied by a lively atmosphere. 3 days swiftly passed. The fatigue from his recent endeavors had temporarily subsided, and Lu Chang, taking advantage of the relatively stable society, decided to receive a flu vaccine at the hospital to bolster his immunity. To ensure thoroughness, he also scheduled a booster shot for the following month. On this particular day, Lu Chang drove his van to the Sunshine community to check on the progress of the ongoing renovations. Indeed, the necessary materials had been prepared, and the project had officially entered the renovation phase. To expedite the construction timeline, he generously added 1 million to the budget, requesting that the security company bring in additional workers. Welcome, Mr. Lu. Please let me know if there's anything missing from this inventory list. I will promptly rectify it. A middle-aged contractor with a square face and single eyelids approached, holding a document. The insulation for the walls and the windows pose no issues. If possible, could you have your workers install the solar panels on the rooftop first? I have already purchased the equipment, and they should find everything they need up there, Lu Chang requested. His reasoning for prioritizing the solar panels was that having electricity would significantly ease the workers' tasks. Furthermore, this would prevent the property management from cutting off the electricity due to noise complaints, which could hinder the renovation's progress. Absolutely. I'll have the workers install the solar panels right away. It won't cause any delays for you, the contractor assured him, adhering to a principle of excellent customer service. They had around 30 workers on site, divided into 3 teams. Team A focused on installing windows and security systems. Team B handled plumbing and electrical work. And Team C was responsible for drywall and insulation, including the installation of a fireplace as Lu Chang had specifically requested. This fireplace was to be installed in 2 locations, one in the first floor hall and another at the junction of the second floor hall and study, serving as a backup heating system for the home. Additionally, they embedded 3 rings of copper pipes, roughly the thickness of an adult's finger, above 1 meter on the walls, extending to the master and secondary bedrooms on both floors. This setup would provide warmth even during nighttime. The layout of the entire house included 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms on the first floor, while the second floor comprised 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 gym, and 2 bathrooms, specifically designed to prevent any toilet traffic jams during urgent situations. The last remaining feature was the high-security bank-grade door, which was still in the manufacturing process due to its complexity. However, the door frame had already been delivered and partially installed. Once the frame is welded to the iron plates at the entrance, The preliminary work will be nearly complete. Point 10, the final month. Group travel with the renovation underway. Time flew by, and today marks the 20th day of diligent work by the renovation crew. Essential supplies and medical items were now stocked, and it was time to prepare some means of protection. Lu Chang had just descended from the Sunshine community, where the basic insulation and electrical wiring for the house were nearing completion. Even the custom high-security door had been installed by the personnel from the Apocalypse Bunker Company. In just half a month, once the high-end appliances he had ordered arrived and were set up, everything would be in place. On June 25, 2057, before getting into his vehicle, Lu Chang glanced at the time and casually checked his bank account balance. 14,236,500 yuan. That was the total amount currently in his account. However, since he was planning to travel abroad, he needed to convert these domestic funds into foreign currency. Coincidentally, during his last winnings, the bank manager had approached him for some business, which he had declined at the time. Nevertheless, he had retained the manager's contact information, which would now serve him well for exchanging currency for the United States. Hello, Manager Zhang. It's me, Lu Chang. I am planning a trip abroad. Yes, to the United States. Could you assist me in exchanging 200,000 US dollars? Lu Chang quickly arranged with the manager, offering a fee of 20,000 yuan for assistance in obtaining a universal bank card. Upon hearing the generous compensation, Manager Zhang promptly agreed to help him process the necessary transactions. They scheduled a meeting at the bank for that afternoon at 3 p.m. Not long after, Lu Chang finished his lunch and took a brief rest before driving to the bank. Thanks to taking the VIP route, Manager Zhang completed Lu Chang's transactions in just over an hour. When he left the bank, his wallet now contained a newly issued black bank card. After leaving, Lu Chang, seeking to ensure everything was in order, drove to a mobile phone store and purchased 2 high-end phones for about 3,000 yuan each, along with 2 SIM cards, each loaded with 500 yuan of call credit. Capitalizing on a promotional deal, he also had the attractive saleswoman activate an unlimited 5G data plan for 128 yuan. Although the network would soon collapse due to the impending apocalypse, he would at least have 2 months of connectivity, which was better than nothing. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Lu Chang gently pushed aside Sun Lily's arm and rose to enter the bathroom. After a flurry of activity within the confines of the hotel room, Lu Chang emerged clad in his pajamas and made his way to the lobby. He used the hotel phone to dial the number above, requesting the kitchen to send up a couple of breakfast servings. As it was already around 7:30 in the morning, as the clock approached 8:20, the hotel's delivery cart finally arrived, and upon the waiter setting everything in place, Lu Chang casually tipped him 100 yuan, sending him on his way before heading back to the bedroom to rouse the still slumbering Sun Lily. My dear, the steak at this establishment is quite remarkable. They must have employed a renowned Western chef. At that moment, Sun Lily, still clad in her robe, sat across from Lu Chang, picking up her knife and fork to slice a small piece to savor. I'm glad you like it, by the way. I'll be traveling abroad for some business soon, probably won't return for about 10 days. If you have nothing on your plate, you might as well head to work. I'll give you a call when I'm back. With that, Lu Chang transferred 20,000 yuan to her card via WeChat, leaving him with just over 12.63 million yuan in his bank account after they checked out. All right, remember to bring me a gift. Rest assured, you won't be left out. As they enjoyed their breakfast and exchanged light banter, they swiftly finalized their travel plans. Half an hour later, they tidied up a bit, checked out, and departed the hotel. After dropping the 2 women off at their workplace, Lu Chang turned his attention to the travel agency. He booked a 20,000 yuan package for a short trip to the beautiful country, essentially a 7-day getaway. However, he specifically chose a tour group that allowed for self-driving, making it far more convenient for him to conduct his affairs. All he needed to do was meet up with the tour group at the designated time to board the flight back home. Before long, 5 days slipped by unnoticed, and it was finally time for the tour group to depart, coinciding with the 30-day countdown to the apocalypse. During the waiting period, Lu Chang also took the opportunity to receive his second flu booster shot. At 7:15 a.m., a fashionable young man, microphone in hand, greeted Lu Chang and the other tourists. Good morning, everyone. Our tour group will provide you with high-quality service in the coming days. Alongside him were 2 attractive young women, each holding a small flag of the tour group to assist him. Young man, enough chatter. Get to the point. A middle-aged woman interjected impatiently, her frustration evident as she patted her plump thigh, indicating she had been waiting for quite some time. Indeed, young man, you're fit and strong, But us older folks can't keep up with your stamina. With someone leading the charge, other older participants joined in the chorus of complaints. Lu Chang stood quietly with a small suitcase, which contained only 2 sets of clothes and a digital camera, rendering it almost empty. The other travelers, however, were laden with numerous bags, eager for their rare overseas adventure. Given that it was June, the outdoor temperatures in the southern region could soar to around 41 degrees Celsius, making even a brief stint outside a sweaty ordeal. Perhaps spurred by the earlier comments, the young man from the tour group quickly made a call to have the bus come to whisk them away. Before long, Lu Chang and his group of 26 were transported to Cloud Airport by the tour bus. After completing security checks at the airport, Lu Chang finally boarded the 9 o'clock flight from Yangcity to the beautiful country. Upon landing, Lu Chang promptly handed 10,000 yuan to the tour leader as a parting gesture. The moment he arrived, he scoured the internet for a nearby shooting club, enrolling in their outdoor training camp under the guise of a tourist. During this period, Lu Chang visited the shooting range daily, practicing with various firearms, from revolvers to AK-47s, and even the M2 carbine developed during World War II. Naturally, with such weaponry, having an instructor was essential. Thus, he invested $20,000 to hire the club's top Chinese-American veteran for guidance. "Buddy, to master shooting, you must synchronize your waist and stance, keep your hands steady, and focus on the center of the scope before disengaging the safety." At that moment, a seasoned Chinese-American veteran in his 40s was earnestly instructing Lu Chang on the use of a sniper rifle, even demonstrating its various functions to provide an immersive experience. He proceeded to share details about the 11 Malawian Quachas sniper rifle, measuring 1,003 mm in length, 260 mm in height, capable of holding a 20-round magazine, and compatible with an 8x scope, weighing in at 4.47 kg. This rifle was considered a prestigious model by the late 1990s. Bang. Impressive. Right from the start, you hit the 6-ring. Brother, you have a natural talent. As the instructor demonstrated how to operate the sniper rifle, Lu Chang instinctively pulled the trigger, sending a bullet flying. Though the 11 Malawian Quachas was a relic from the 90s, its unique stability still held value in the present day. "Coach, you needn't flatter me. I know my own strengths and weaknesses. I'll be relying on you in the coming days." From that day forth, time passed steadily, with Lu Chang showing remarkable improvement. Each visit to the shooting range found him either practicing archery or shooting, while also dabbling in some mixed martial arts. Of course, mastering so many skills in such a short period was impossible, so Lu Chang focused on practicing a few common handguns and snipers, while diligently learning the essentials of combat techniques. His dedication did not escape the notice of the instructor, Stephen Chow, a Chinese-American. Although Stephen was skeptical of Lu Chang's approach to learning, he was nonetheless committed to teaching him. Given the financial incentive, naturally, even while practicing with firearms, Lu Chang could not spend every day at the training ground. Prolonged training could lead to muscle fatigue and soreness. Thus, he took a day off after every 2 days of practice to allow his muscles to recuperate and purchase some ointments for injuries from a Chinese medicine shop in Chinatown. After all, such intense training would be unbearable for anyone, especially for Lu Chang, who had never handled firearms before. Days slipped by, and with only 1 day left in the travel package before his visa expired, Lu Chang was determined to act. Having come this far, he had no intention of returning empty-handed. Despite his routine of shuttling between the club and the hotel, he had discreetly gathered information about nearby docks and supermarkets during his occasional breaks. As dusk approached, Lu Chang was fully prepared to execute his plan against the supermarket. Should he succeed in acquiring the supplies within, he would secure an abundance of resources that could last him a lifetime. The large livestock farm in the neighboring town was also on his radar since the day he enrolled in the shooting club. The elaborate net he had cast was now ready for harvest. He chose to act on the last day to avoid any complications that could impede his withdrawal with the tour group. With 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, as long as he could board the plane the next day, even the authorities of the beautiful country would never suspect that such a significant crime was orchestrated by members of their tour group. After all, their luggage was limited, while Lu Chang intended to steal from an entire Walmart warehouse, making it implausible for the locals to link the theft to the tourists. However, before all that, Lu Chang planned to grab a meal at a nearby fast food restaurant before returning to the hotel, allowing the bystanders to inadvertently become his witnesses. At 5:28 p.m., a familiar yet unfamiliar Chinese man entered the fast food restaurant adjacent to the hotel. The patrons and staff commented on his presence, as he had not been seen in the small town for years. Those who recognized him did so because he had recently become a regular during mealtimes, making him known to nearly all the staff members. Ding dong, welcome. What can I get for you? I'll have a medium rare steak and a fruit salad, thank you. Although Lu Chang was temporarily unable to comprehend what the other party was saying, the English translation pin in his possession proved to be immensely helpful. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to wander alone in the beautiful country. To be frank, the public safety in this place leaves much to be desired. Generally, after 8:00 p.m., everyone tacitly refrains from going out. Even Lu Chang would return to his hotel before 7:00 p.m. after dining. Buddy, would you like to try the latest pizza crafted by our manager? It's absolutely delectable. Not long after, a young female server in her 20s brought Lu Chang the item he requested and inadvertently recommended their new dish. Thank you, in that case. I shall have a portion. Upon understanding her intent, Lu Chang clumsily articulated in his broken English, then took a sip of his cola. Shortly thereafter, the attractive server indeed delivered a sausage and cheese pizza to him. Observing the generous serving, Lu Chang tore off a small piece, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the recommended dish. However, having already consumed a steak, he found himself 8/10 full, and reluctantly asked the server to package the remaining pizza. Thank you. As he glanced at the box handed to him, Lu Chang casually retrieved 200 beautiful coins from his pocket and placed them on the table before exiting the fast food establishment. Although 200 beautiful coins may not seem like a substantial amount, his dining expenses had not exceeded 100 coins. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Chang promptly returned to the hotel. Not long after, the sound of the shower filled the bathroom. And after washing away his fatigue, he set an alarm clock and lay down to rest. Ding 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 at 1:00 a.m. His mobile phone alarm suddenly blared at his bedside, just in time. He splashed some water on his face and got to work. Soon, Lu Chang was bustling in the bathroom, rapidly changing his clothes before riding a bicycle away from the hotel. This mountain bike was specifically purchased as his mode of transportation for this trip to the beautiful country. Upon arriving at a location devoid of surveillance and confirming that no one was nearby, Lu Chang waved his hand to release AM-50 from his space. This formidable four-wheel drive double-cab pickup, equipped with a civilian-grade 4L 195 horsepower diesel engine, still boasted impressive power. Especially in its sleek black form, the vehicle almost blended seamlessly into the night, providing a degree of concealment. Lu Chang had acquired this vintage vehicle, over 40 years old, primarily due to its reasonable price. Easily obtaining it from a small dealer for just 550 beautiful coins. As the engine roared to life, Lu Chang swiftly departed the nearby neighborhood, soon arriving at a street known for its firearms. Approximately 9 kilometers away. Naturally, these establishments were predominantly small private weapon shops, typically occupying around 40 to 50 square meters. Fortunately, their proximity facilitated Lu Chang's upcoming endeavors. Pilai What Weapon Shop? The name was indeed quite lengthy. And it was time to get to work. At this moment, Lu Chang donned a black trench coat, a cap, and a medical mask, even wearing oversized mountain sports shoes. After confirming the area was clear, he quickly retrieved a black backpack from the front passenger seat and pulled out a square device. After a brief moment of fiddling, he affixed it to the corner of a wall, and soon an electromagnetic interference wave rapidly spread throughout the vicinity, effectively incapacitating all nearby electronic devices and rendering the surveillance cameras blind. With a swift motion of his hand, the back door of the weapons store was absorbed into his space, vanishing without a trace as the countdown began at 10 minutes. Regardless of his bounty, Lu Chang knew he had to retreat immediately. With the door engulfed into his space, he promptly activated the timer on his watch. Next, he stormed inside, akin to a swarm of locusts, swiftly collecting weapons and ammunition, even taking the glass display cases along. Whether it was submachine guns or revolvers, he left not a single item behind. Before departing, he made a point to clear out the inventory in the underground storage, and when Lu Chang emerged from the back door, the entire process had only taken around 3 minutes. This was merely the beginning. With the experience gained from this endeavor, Lu Chang's subsequent actions became increasingly proficient. Despite the modest power of the signal jammer, this briefcase-like device had cost Lu Chang a staggering 60,000 beautiful coins. This sum did not include the intermediary's commission, as Lu Chang had spent an additional 20,000 beautiful coins just for the introduction to procure such equipment from the black market. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, devoid of any melodramatic black eats black scenarios. This success was largely due to Lu Chang's willingness to invest from the outset, as well as the fact that the individual who sold him the equipment was a junkie engineer. Without these factors, acquiring such a device would have proven exceedingly difficult. Armed with the knowledge from his previous experience, Lu Chang's speed doubled in subsequent operations. At each store, he would effortlessly remove the doors as if performing magic, then violently burst inside, scavenging weapons and ammunition within a mere 11 minutes. He had replicated this method across 6 weapons stores. During this time, he also collected several compound bows favored by hunters. While these bows could not rival firearms in lethality, they still possessed a certain degree of effectiveness, prompting Lu Chang to dutifully add them to his collection. Of course, the commotion he created soon attracted the attention of nearby residents. However, in the pitch darkness, the locals were wary of approaching Lu Chang, unsure if he was armed, and thus refrained from intervening. Instead, they hurriedly pulled out their phones to call the authorities. Unfortunately for them, Lu Chang's signal jamming device had already incapacitated all signals within an 800-meter radius, rendering their attempts futile. Oh crap, why is my phone not getting a signal? This damn thief is so brazen. Darling, grab the gun for me. At this moment, a white male clad only in shorts, realizing his call would not connect, shouted to his girlfriend behind him. Honey, it's so dark, let us just forget it. We can handle this when the police arrive. Just then, a blonde beauty in a bathrobe rushed up behind him, seemingly concerned for his safety, and quickly hugged his arm, pleading with him as the lights in the nearby residences gradually illuminated. Lu Chang recognized it was time to cease his activities. He swiftly drew a handgun from his coat and fired 2 warning shots into the sky. Bang bang. Although these shots did not hit anyone, they effectively deterred the residents who were contemplating interference. After firing, Lu Chang hastily retreated to where he had concealed the pickup truck, quickly started the engine, and accelerated away. Oh my god, thank goodness I didn't approach earlier. I might have caught a couple of bullets. Damn it, that guy has a black M50. Its horsepower is likely enough that even the police would struggle to pursue it. No sooner had Lu Chang departed than the nearby residents began to react. However, most merely watched out of curiosity, and no one dared to step forward. Soon, the street was filled with onlookers, but due to Lu Chang's signal jammer, no matter how they fiddled with their phones, they received no signal. It was only after his vehicle completely disappeared from view that someone finally managed to call the police, but alas, it was too late. After all, the power of the M50 was not to be underestimated. Just a few turns, and Lu Chang vanished into the night. On the way, to further conceal his whereabouts, Lu Chang switched vehicles to a blue Bumblebee. Although he had changed cars, this vehicle was also equipped with a powerful engine. Otherwise, he would not have purchased it. Lu Chang had spent a considerable 9,000 beautiful coins to have it modified for optimal performance. While the noise had been significantly reduced, the overall performance of the car remained largely intact. He estimated that in half an hour, he would enter the city of New York and would need to find a place to change his attire once again. Listening to the wailing sirens of police cars outside, Lu Chang had already shed much of his disguise. Both his outer coat and shoes were stowed in a bag and placed in his space. Next, he planned to take advantage of the nearby police being drawn to the recent firearms theft to execute another grand heist. Lu Chang thrived on operating in the shadows, as perilous circumstances often provided the safest opportunities. It should be approaching soon. Once he passed this block, he would reach the Walmart supermarket. At that moment, a map marked with indicators lay spread out before Lu Chang, detailing the locations he had meticulously researched. Several areas were highlighted in red, denoting the Walmart supermarket and its associated warehouse. Lu Chang cast a fleeting glance at his watch. It was around 3:13 a.m., and the hour was indeed late. Nonetheless, the road still bore witness to a few reckless bikers who delighted in revving their modified motorcycles, tearing down the highways. To avoid stirring unnecessary trouble, Lu Chang typically reduced his speed before overtaking such individuals, lest they misinterpret his actions as a provocation, which could lead to considerable complications. Oh my god, boss, look at that modified Bumblebee. That's my absolute favorite. Should we snag it from that kid? As Lu Chang's vehicle passed by the group, he was met with taunts from burly men clad in leather jackets, their flamboyant hairstyles reminiscent of roosters. In response, Lu Chang refrained from engaging in banter, merely easing off the accelerator to swiftly navigate past the unruly motorcycle gang. Tom, you fool! We're out here tonight to meet some girls. Hurry up and keep up. Be careful not to miss your chance or those hot babes will be snatched away. A nearby white man, hearing the commotion, smacked his companion on the head, prompting them to hasten their steps. Listening to the ruckus outside his car window, Lu Chang shifted to a one-handed grip on the steering wheel, discreetly disengaging the safety on his handgun, which he covered with a newspaper. Should the situation escalate, he was prepared to respond decisively, ready to dispense a few peanuts to the troublemakers. Fortunately, as Lu Chang's vehicle distanced itself from the gang, they did not take any action, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Having recently robbed a weapons store, he certainly did not wish to escalate matters with further violence. After driving for over half an hour, Lu Chang finally arrived at the largest Walmart in New York City. His arduous journey had been entirely motivated by the prospect of visiting this vast establishment, sprawling over 85 acres. As the saying goes, a hearty meal brings contentment, and some people understood this well. Otherwise, Lu Chang would not have chosen this travel group. Observing the desolate parking lot and the already shuttered supermarket entrance, Lu Chang maneuvered his vehicle around to the rear of the store. Just as he parked, he noticed a security booth where a guard was engrossed in sipping coffee while perusing a magazine featuring beautiful women. Whether he could procure the supplies from this location hinged entirely on the efficacy of his stun baton. With a swift motion, Lu Chang retrieved a fully charged stun baton from his space, pressed the switch, and a powerful electric hum resonated in the air. When he initially acquired this equipment, he had purchased 3. Even having a handsome young man test its power, it was indeed impressive, capable of incapacitating a burly man of about 6 feet tall in mere seconds. Once his vehicle was secured, Lu Chang adjusted his mask, pulled the hood of his windbreaker over his head, and exited the CART that moment. The security guard remained oblivious, fixated on the magazine in his hands, chuckling intermittently. Before long, Lu Chang reached the window of the security booth, slightly bent his body, and swiftly lunged inside. He pressed the stun baton firmly against the guard's neck, and with a crackling sound, the guard struggled momentarily before collapsing to the floor. Lu Chang quickly scanned the area, and after confirming no one was watching, he opened the equipment door of the booth and entered, promptly retrieving the keys from the guard's belt. To ensure safety, he bound the guard with rope and stuffed the guard's jacket into his mouth. Perfect! Ha ha ha! With these keys in hand, the process would be much more convenient. After acquiring what he desired, Lu Chang hastily made his way to the warehouse's back door, fiddling with the keys until fortune favored the diligent. Soon enough, he managed to unlock the imposing steel door. Utilizing the keys, he unlocked 3 heavy doors in succession, finally stepping into the interior of the Walmart warehouse. Following the same strategy, he produced the previously mentioned signal jammer, cranked up its power to the maximum, and placed it on the floor in no time. His phone began to flicker, indicating the moment was ripe for action. Lu Chang wasted no time, sprinting through the aisles of the warehouse. Ha ha ha, all these goodies are mine. He gathered pots, pans, bedding sets, electronics, and computers. Everything consumable and usable from the warehouse was fair game for Lu Chang. In a matter of mere 10 minutes, he had thoroughly cleared the entire warehouse. The amassed supplies likely sufficient for a century's worth of sustenance. Meanwhile, in the supermarket surveillance room, 5 or 6 burly men were gathered around a table, engrossed in a game of tarot cards. Completely unaware of the commotion in the warehouse, shuffle. Oh my god, I just lost another 200. Are you guys cheating? One particularly unlucky tall white man slammed the cards on the table in frustration. Haha, Jerry, if you can't handle the loss, just say so. My buddies haven't had their fill of winning yet. Oh shit, I need to take a leak. I'll be back to wipe the floor with you. Just as Jerry was about to get up for the restroom, he turned around, suddenly noticing the warehouse on the monitor appeared alarmingly empty. What the? Stunned, he pointed at the screen, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate his shock. Meanwhile, Lu Chang had unknowingly ventured into the supermarket's fresh produce and frozen goods section. Though he had yet to breach the main warehouse doors, he could feel the chill emanating from the frozen area even from outside. To better assess the distribution of goods, Lu Chang swiftly snapped photographs of the labels on the warehouse doors, extracting the text for translation. Identifying various sections, he noted the seafood frozen zone, beef and lamb frozen zone, poultry frozen zone, and a plethora of other meat classifications. With a decisive force, he broke open the frozen storage door, revealing the bounty before him. As the largest Walmart cold storage facility in the region, the abundance of supplies was staggering. Adjacent to it were several sizable ambient temperature warehouses, designated for storing soda and wine. The entire warehouse area was vast, conservatively estimated to contain at least tens of thousands of boxes of beverages. Since there were drinks, it stood to reason that essentials like bottled water would also be plentiful. Lu Chang estimated that just the bottled water alone would suffice for a century. Although his space was ample, he could not haul away every single item, so he resolved to collect only the most critical supplies. Without wasting any time, he concentrated, and the goods began to vanish in large quantities. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had successfully extracted around 80 of the warehouse's inventory. Oh my God, hurry! It sounds like there's commotion over at the underground storage. As Lu Chang caught wind of the raucous footsteps and expletives outside, he estimated that no fewer than 10 security personnel were approaching. Greed leads to downfall. It's time to retreat. Just as he contemplated whether to force his way out with an AK-47, he spotted a row of reflective windows in the fire escape corridor. Out of curiosity, he illuminated them with his flashlight. It appeared these windows were designed for security and to brighten the basement. Each window measured 2 meters long and 40 centimeters high, running for about 7 to 8 meters. It was a parking garage. Fortune favored him indeed. Without hesitation, Lu Chang swiftly shattered the entire row of glass windows. He then retreated a few steps, took a running start, and leapt over the nearly 4-meter wall with ease. Upon climbing up, he realized he had entered an underground parking garage, designated for the supermarket's executives. Just as Lu Chang scaled the wall, the security personnel finally arrived at the fresh produce cold storage area. I need to move quickly. I want to have another chance. Taking advantage of the moonlit night, Lu Chang dashed back to the parking lot, starting his car without delay. As for the signal jammer, he deemed it a gift to the security team. Previously, he had been so focused on gathering supplies that he had not anticipated the staff would locate the underground cold storage so swiftly. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the signal jammer at the warehouse's back door. After all, security personnel in the United States were far more equipped than those back home. They were genuinely armed with firearms, and the risk of encountering gunfire was ever present. For the sake of his own safety, Lu Chang realized that some items had to be left behind without hesitation. While not having the signal jammer had its drawbacks, it also meant that the staff would be unable to call for help, effectively buying Lu Chang more time to escape. As his vehicle sped away from the parking lot, the staff finally noticed the commotion. Realizing something was amiss, regrettably, under such circumstances, even though this group of staff members racked their brains, they found themselves utterly powerless, left to helplessly roar in the direction from which Lu Chang had just departed. Oh my God, damn it. If we can't capture anyone, we might as well prepare to be summoned by the investigation team for tea. At that moment, a security personnel, who had just arrived at the parking lot, glanced at the tail of Lu Chang's departing vehicle and, in a fit of rage, slammed his baton onto the ground. Shit, boss, what should we do now? Hurry up and find it. We must locate that signal jammer. Otherwise, we won't even have the most fundamental evidence, and the investigation team won't let us off the hook. Just then, the leader of the security team, who had been playing cards with them earlier, finally arrived at the parking lot. That moment, the supervisor's legs went weak, and he stammered in a trembling voice, Yes, boss." At this point, the other team members, who had just regained their composure, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. In an instant, the gathered security personnel dispersed in every direction. While the mall security staff scrambled in a frenzy, Lu Chang had already pressed the accelerator to the floor. Racing down the midnight road, the blue-hued bumblebee vanished into the night in the blink of an eye. A few kilometers away from the mall, for safety's sake, Lu Chang deliberately switched the front and rear license plates of the bumblebee. Naturally, these plates were far from legitimate. They were acquired through illicit means from a scrap yard. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. He had effortlessly obtained several license plates from the junkyard for less than 100 beautiful coins. As he approached a nearby container terminal, Lu Chang casually found a spot to store the vehicle in his space and quickly released a purple-black motorcycle. He swiftly changed his clothes as well, donning a helmet and, to minimize exposure, putting on a pair of oversized sunglasses. This way, less of his skin would be visible. With a twist of the key, Lu Chang sped off on the motorcycle down the pathway. As for his destination, it was, of course, the terminal. Lu Chang had meticulously planned tonight's operations well in advance. After driving at breakneck speed for over half an hour, Lu Sheng arrived at the largest terminal in Danyou City at precisely 4:26 a.m. However, Lu Chong did not intend to simply barge in. Instead, he sought a concealed spot to don a set of diving gear. He then strapped on an oxygen tank and submerged into the water, gradually swimming toward the vessels ahead. Despite being only about 120 meters away from the storage terminal, Lu Chong, unfamiliar with the diving equipment, took nearly 30 minutes to reach the yacht on the opposite shore. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was 5 a.m., with dawn approaching. After confirming that no one was around, Lu Chong quietly climbed the ladder onto the vessel and swiftly severed the mooring ropes securing it to the dock with his machete. He then promptly commandeered the 18-meter-long, 7.5-meter-wide, and 8-meter-high medium-sized private yacht. As the boat suddenly disappeared, the waters of the harbor stirred, yet fortunately, the dock was nearly deserted, and no one noticed the commotion. Lu Chong quickly seized another small two-person that was moored next to the larger one before turning to leave. It was about time to retreat. Just as Lu Chong was contemplating his exit, he suddenly recalled that the hefty vessels he had just commandeered would likely be gas guzzlers. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly turned toward a nearby fuel tanker ship. When he reached the shore, he discovered 3 fuel tankers designated for refueling dock equipment. Although he was temporarily unaware of whether these tankers contained diesel or gasoline, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, Lu Chong decided to take them all. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily approached his target, lightly tapping the surface of a tanker. The dull sound that followed indicated that the tanker was indeed full. Lu Chong quickly made his way to the rear, felt the fuel intake, and, after sniffing it, confirmed it was diesel. He promptly commandeered that tanker. It seemed necessary to acquire a few diesel vehicles to make use of such a large fuel tanker. Otherwise, seizing it would have been in vain. With that thought, Lu Chong disregarded whether the remaining 2 tankers contained diesel as well and took them both. Aware that time was slipping away, he wasted no time and dove straight into the sea. Swiftly swimming toward the opposite shore, disappearing into the night. By the time Lu Chong returned to the hotel, the sky was beginning to lighten. To erase any traces, he immediately dashed into the bathroom to wash up, changed his attire, and then prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. It was around 6:30 a.m., and the kitchen of Huayuan Street Hotel had already begun preparing breakfast. Lu Chong, with bloodshot eyes, ordered a meal from the staff and found a spot to sit and wait leisurely. After finishing his breakfast, time had unknowingly crept to 7:12 a.m. With the travel group scheduled to gather at 8:00 a.m., he had about 40 minutes to spare. At that moment, some middle-aged men and women began to emerge from their rooms. Before long, the hotel dining area was bustling with guests. Through their conversations, Lu Chong quickly gleaned updates on their recent experiences. Some had taken the opportunity to buy numerous souvenirs on Huayuan Street, intending to bring them back for their families. Others boasted about their recent photographs, and various forms of comparison and showboating ensued. "Young man, I see you only have one backpack. Why aren't you bringing back gifts for your family?" A middle-aged woman suddenly noticed Lu Chong sitting alone, engrossed in his phone, and couldn't help but strike up a conversation. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm an orphan with no family. As long as I'm having fun, it doesn't matter whether I bring gifts or not." Lu Chong could sense the woman's good intentions, so he readily offered an excuse in return. As expected, upon hearing his response, the woman ceased her inquiries. During the wait for the bus, some of the older guests cheerfully engaged Lu Chong in casual conversation, all of which he deftly deflected with various excuses. Before long, the leader of their travel group finally made an appearance. Following the same protocol, after a brief introductory speech, the group leader began reminding everyone to check their luggage and ensure they hadn't forgotten anything before boarding the plane. Time flew by, and unbeknownst to them, the travel bus that had picked them up from the airport finally arrived at the hotel entrance. As the bus slowly departed from the hotel, this short journey was nearing its completion. Regardless of what others thought, Lu Chong's heart was filled with unease, primarily due to his actions the previous day. He had no idea if the airport would be under lockdown today. If their group were to be detained, it would spell trouble. He silently hoped everything would go smoothly. At that moment, Lu Chong felt as if his heart was lodged in his throat. After a quiet prayer, he lowered his hat a bit, leaned back in his seat, and pretended to sleep. He also informed the middle-aged man beside him that he had been suffering from insomnia lately, asking him to remind him when they arrived at the airport. After expressing his gratitude, he leaned back, feigning sleep. As Lu Chang pretended to doze off in the bus, he could still faintly hear the blaring sirens outside. It was no surprise. After all, the scene of half the street's weapons disappearing from the weapons store had been reported. And shortly thereafter, the police were informed that a large storage facility had been emptied. Just imagining it made Lu Chang break into a sweat for certain departments nearby. And this was not even the most critical issue. Once they discovered that the fuel tankers at the terminal had also been mysteriously stolen in the same manner, certain individuals were no longer worried about preserving their positions, but rather feared being implicated and facing severe consequences. Oh dear, what's going on with the police cars outside? They've been causing a ruckus since last night. Haha, Ludama, you're too easily startled. My grandson tells me there are almost daily shootings around here. Responding to emergencies is just standard procedure. Indeed, I used to think my little granddaughter was exaggerating, but it turns out she was telling the truth. I've truly opened my eyes this time. Soon, the older guests on the travel bus began chatting away. What on earth is happening outside? Why is it so chaotic? Rest assured, everyone, our travel group will ensure your safe arrival at the airport. As discussions among the passengers grew, concerns about the safety of their journey began to surface. But the tour guide quickly calmed them down. Lu Chang, for his part, pretended not to notice the commotion among the older guests, continuing to feign sleep. After all, he was sporting noticeable dark circles under his eyes. And anyone present could easily deduce he had been up late the previous night. Just as the plane took off, the city was locked down. At precisely 9 a.m., a massive passenger plane slowly rolled out of the runway. It is indeed true that as long as I can return to my homeland smoothly, nothing else poses a problem. As the airplane gradually ascended into the clouds, Lu Chang unconsciously gazed out the window. With each passing moment, as the aircraft soared higher, the towering skyscrapers below became increasingly diminutive. We are Agent Jamie from the XX Investigation Bureau, and according to the mayor's latest directive, all flights are prohibited from taking off today. Moreover, until suspicions are cleared, none of you may leave the airport. Just then, a police car sped into the airport, with an officer leaning halfway out the window, holding a megaphone and shouting loudly. This sudden lockdown left the passengers in the waiting area bewildered. What is going on? You may apprehend criminals, but on what grounds do you restrict the personal freedom of us citizens of the beautiful nation? Although they had heard the lockdown order, some citizens still eager to travel abroad immediately voiced their protests. Indeed, on what grounds do you limit our freedom? I am a law-abiding taxpayer. Seeing someone take the lead, others quickly joined in with similar questions, and soon the atmosphere was charged with a wave of protest. In an instant, a considerable rift emerged between the police and the civilians present. Nevertheless, the aforementioned agent still issued the command to seal off the scene just as tensions were about to escalate further. Suddenly, a few military trucks arrived, and nearly 200 heavily armed special forces swiftly took control of the entire area. While the police managed to temporarily suppress the situation by virtue of their strength, they inadvertently set the stage for subsequent clashes during the protests. Lu Chang seemed to have anticipated the reaction from the beautiful nation. After flying for more than 2 hours, he took out his phone to scroll through the local social media. As expected, citizens were already posting about the recent events at the airport using their personal accounts. There are still 10 hours left. Perhaps I should have lunch and then take a nap. Once the flight stabilized, the signal on the plane gradually returned to normal, and Lu Chang promptly checked the distance and flight time for this journey. The flight from Big New City Airport to Sheep City Airport is a total of 14,000 kilometers. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be able to return home in 15 hours. During the time Lu Chang spent on his phone, over 2 hours had passed unnoticed, and the flight attendants began to push the meal trolley. Offering complimentary lunches to the passengers in a rather pleasant mood, Lu Chang ordered a steak and a large glass of orange juice. To be fair, the delicious steak from the beautiful nation, known for its developed livestock industry, was truly a delight. After finishing his lunch, Lu Chang reclined his seat slightly and began to rest. After having barely slept the previous night, he found himself asleep until around 5 p.m., only to be awakened by a middle-aged man beside him. After casually ordering dinner, Lu Chang began to eat while scrolling through his phone. During this time, he specifically searched for news related to the Walmart supermarket he had robbed the previous night. Unfortunately, the results mostly displayed older news, and there had been no updates regarding the events from last night. However, he gleaned some basic information about this supermarket through previous reports to AS, one of the top Walmarts in Big New City. It boasted nearly $10 billion in stockpiled goods. Even though Lu Chong had only stolen a portion of the reserve supplies, it was still a considerable sum. Regardless of the investigation's outcome, the losses incurred would never be recovered. And thus the case was bound to become a mess. At this moment, Lu Chong envisioned the mayor of Big New City contemplating suicide, either through imprisonment or a bullet. After all, such significant economic losses occurring under his jurisdiction would lead him to choose the latter without hesitation. Living through the ensuing days would likely be more torturous than death. Moreover, as the impending apocalyptic winter approached, even imprisonment would offer little solace. As the saying goes, better to die with a friend than to die poor. A truth Lu Chong came to understand after experiencing the end of days. Humans are inherently selfish, and Lu Chong, being an orphan without parents, had once fought tirelessly to protect his girlfriend during the apocalypse. Unfortunately, it resulted in her betrayal and a gruesome end. After finishing dinner, Lu Chong realized it was now 6:23 p.m., and in just a few hours, they would be homeward bound. At this point, the flight attendants seemed to have received some orders and were all summoned to a meeting in the crew lounge. This unusual occurrence quickly caught Lu Chong's attention, and he could only sigh helplessly. Acknowledging that some things are simply inevitable, at this altitude, even with an arsenal concealed within the aircraft, Lu Chong dared not take any action. He could not pilot the plane and could only proceed cautiously, aware that the fuel was limited. Even if this flight did not proceed to Flower Nation as planned, they would at least need to find a place to refuel. Otherwise, once the fuel ran out, the aircraft would plummet to the ground like a hunk of scrap metal. Emergency notification. Esteemed passengers, this is Captain Tony of Flight G7631. Due to the emergence of stormy weather ahead, this flight will divert to Little Day Country Airport for a brief respite in approximately 1 hour. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. Thank you. As the announcement echoed throughout the cabin, Lu Chong immediately sensed that something was amiss. However, as someone who had endured the struggles of the apocalypse for over a year, he possessed the necessary mental fortitude. Sure enough, upon hearing the announcement, the passengers on board erupted into a degree of chaos. Seizing the moment, Lu Chong quickly mirrored the reactions of those around him, ensuring he did not stand out in the crowd. Damn it, only 23 days left. Time is running out. At this moment, Lu Chong mentally calculated his next steps and began preparing for the worst. The flight was temporarily grounded in Little Day Country. Time flew by, and Lu Chong's group finally arrived at the transfer station. It was already past 1 in the morning, and they had been settled into a temporary hotel rented by the local government. Oh my back, this journey has nearly made me ill. The elder passengers, each pulling their luggage, followed the tour guide while continually grumbling. Lu Chong, too, silently trailed behind the group with his luggage, relieved that they had already eaten dinner on the plane. He had no intention of venturing out of the hotel unless absolutely necessary. Young man, I can't shake this feeling that this trip is rather peculiar. When we step outside, be sure not to speak carelessly. All right. Just as Lu Chong was about to exit the airport, a middle-aged man who had sat next to him on the flight quietly warned him. Thank you, sir. Your accent suggests you might also be from the south. Right? I'm from Tianhe in Sheep City. How about you? The sudden reminder prompted Lu Chong to turn his head to the right, catching sight of a square-faced middle-aged man who was also holding a black suitcase. Lu Chong vaguely recognized him as someone particularly fond of gold, having seen him rush to the gold shop on Huayuan Street upon arriving in the beautiful nation. As for what he intended to do there, it was easy to guess. Sheep City, Panyun District, Zhengdaqiang. The man seemed to have anticipated Lu Chong's reaction, promptly sharing his address before entrusting his suitcase to Lu Chong while he headed to the airport restroom. A few minutes later, their tour group was led by the airport staff to a VIP passage. Unbeknownst to them, their luggage was placed in a special machine and scanned thoroughly. Though the process appeared legitimate, it was riddled with inconsistencies that anyone with a modicum of experience could discern. After all, they were not naive travelers. The usual airport security procedures typically involve a single scan of luggage with a machine and a quick check for metal objects with a detector. However, this location had added an extra layer of comprehensive searches, making the airport staff's seemingly reasonable actions highly questionable. During this time, their tour guide was specifically instructed by airport personnel before being released, and Lu Chong could easily guess the nature of their conversation. After spending roughly 20 minutes at the airport, the group was finally escorted outside and promptly boarded a bus prepared by the local government, which took them to the hotel. This situation had escalated significantly. Hopefully, the investigation would conclude swiftly, for further delays could lead to serious complications. At this moment, the only method Lu Chang could conceive to break the impasse was to contact the embassy of the local country. Unfortunately, this group of individuals had their freedom temporarily restricted, making any attempt to venture outside a formidable challenge. Indeed, after checking into the hotel, Lu Chang and his companions were assigned individual rooms. It was evident without needing to guess that this establishment had been prearranged by certain departments of the local authorities. Equipped with discreet surveillance devices, it was likely that their phones had also been tampered with. After taking a shower and lying down, Lu Chang drifted off to sleep. It was not until 8 a.m. that he quietly retrieved a new Dahua brand phone from his concealed space. Shielding himself with the blanket, he dialed the local embassy's number. Following a brief and straightforward conversation with the embassy staff, Lu Chang stowed the phone back into his space. I have done all that I can. Now it remains to see if our government will step up, he mused. Lu Chang was acutely aware of their precarious situation. Without external intervention, it was likely that the authorities in the beautiful country would detain them under some pretext for months. Awaiting the capture of the perpetrator, as he had anticipated, during lunchtime that day, their travel group received a confinement order from the local government. The excuse was already prepared. They suspected that the members of this travel group were carrying an unidentified virus, necessitating a quarantine lasting from 1 week to half a month. This rationale was indeed robust, with sufficient justification, and without needing to voice their concerns, the local government had already communicated effectively with the embassy of the Flower Nation. Thus, this course of action was the best outcome they could hope for. Lu Chang was taken aback that just hours after his morning call, the situation had escalated to this point. The machinations of politicians were ever duplicitous. All the flattering words had been uttered, leaving powerless citizens like him to passively accept such outcomes. Time flew by, and a week passed without a sound, during which Lu Chang fell into a routine of eating and sleeping. Just as he contemplated whether to force an escape on the 8th day, a dramatic turn of events occurred. The latest announcement stated that due to the travel group's commendable behavior in recent times, they were temporarily cleared of suspicion and granted the right to freely enter and exit the hotel. They were simply required to return to the hotel each night by 9 p.m. for a check-in. Upon receiving this news, Lu Chang realized that his earlier call to the embassy had indeed borne fruit. The day before the lifting of restrictions, their phones had been forcibly equipped with special software to monitor their movements. Hey, would you like to join me this afternoon for some fun? I can introduce you to the local talents, suggested Uncle Zheng from Panyu District, perhaps feeling particularly stifled lately. After finishing lunch, he approached Lu Chang and said meaningfully, "At this juncture, you still have the leisure to indulge." "That's quite extraordinary," Lu Chang replied with a sardonic smile, teasing his companion. "Don't worry, my friend. Back in the day, I was a company salesman. A few years ago, I even represented my company in signing foreign trade contracts here, so I'm quite familiar with the local situation. Let us cut to the chase. Do you actually want to go?" Uncle Zhang raised an eyebrow at Lu Chang's words and proceeded to share some relevant information he knew. Through their conversation, Lu Chang gleaned some crucial insights. It turned out that some of Uncle Zheng's villagers had ventured to the local area for work due to the intense competition for jobs back home. And Uncle Zheng wanted to take this opportunity to reconnect with his fellow villagers while experiencing the local culture. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chang accompanied Uncle Zheng to a nearby izakaya, where he met with some of Uncle Zheng's compatriots. These three young men appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, all graduates from Uncle Zheng's village in recent years. During their drinking and card-playing session, Lu Chang learned that most of them had studied electrical engineering. It seemed they intended to remain here for work after graduation. Lu Chang also discovered that students graduating from local technical colleges in electrical engineering could earn an initial salary exceeding 10,000 renminbi upon joining a local company for an internship, which converted to about 200,000 yen. Moreover, if they successfully completed their internship and secured a permanent position, their salaries could soar to 300,000 yen. After their meal, Lu Chang exchanged contact information with these young men to prepare for future endeavors. The subsequent events, which I believe the audience would rather not witness, will not be elaborated upon, so I shall leave it to your imagination. 3 days later, with just 13 days remaining until the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Chang sought an excuse to invite the university students he had met previously for another outing. It was a rare opportunity to gather in a foreign land, and they raised their glasses in a toast. At that moment, Lu Chang ordered a lavish spread of food and drinks, including local specialty beers, hoping to elevate the atmosphere. "Cheers, brother. You're quite the character." When we return home, we must treat you to a feast," exclaimed a university student named Zheng Youqiu, impressed by Lu Chang's generosity. "Exactly, brother, you've been too kind. Be sure to visit my home during the new year, and let us not part until we're thoroughly intoxicated," chimed in another young man named Zheng Daxing, eager to join the camaraderie. Meanwhile, Uncle Zheng watched the young men exchanging toasts with a smile, savoring his food at a leisurely pace. After all, there was a 20-year age gap between them, and while they shared a generational divide, he was content to enjoy a complimentary meal. Eventually, as the revelry reached a state of mild inebriation, the gathering began to dissolve. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Chang seized the opportunity to send a message expressing his desire to purchase some local grain seeds to take back home for cultivation. Without hesitation, the recipient replied affirmatively, assuring Lu Chang that he would handle the matter and have the seeds ready by the following day. As for how Lu Chang would transport these items, the other party, trusting Lu Chang, did not even inquire further. True to form, 2 days later, the young man he had previously dined with delivered a neatly packaged parcel to Lu Chang and departed without looking back. When Lu Chang returned to the hotel, he received notification from the travel agency that the embassy had resolved their issues, and they would be able to board a flight back home at 9 a.m. the following morning. Finally, a satisfying conclusion had been reached. With just 10 days remaining before his return, Lu Chang felt a sense of urgency to address matters back home and stockpile fresh water. Initially, he had contemplated stealing a speedboat from the dock under the cover of night to escape back home. But the sudden turn of events had alleviated much of his concern. With thoughts of returning home tomorrow, Lu Chang, having not scavenged for supplies in a while, decided to visit a nearby pharmacy, attributing his mild cold as an excuse. After lunch, he left the hotel alone and hopped onto a rickshaw, beginning to meander around the city. After a lengthy detour, he noticed some brightly lit pharmacies nearby. Clearly operating 24 hours, an idea struck him. Why not simply buy what he needed? He also planned to discreetly gather some medications using his spatial abilities, for he could not allow the reputation of the legendary thief to falter. Indeed, after the mysterious theft of resources from the beautiful country, an enigmatic figure had earned the title of the legendary thief. Ding dong, welcome. Upon pushing open the pharmacy door, an electronic chime greeted him, and a clerk at the register acknowledged Lu Chang with a smile. Welcome, sir. What do you need? Although Lu Chang, being a genuine citizen of the Flower Nation, did not speak the local language, he had long ago installed a translation app on his phone. Hello, where can I find cold medicine? Thank you. He translated his request using his phone and pressed the voice button for the app to read it aloud. Soon, the salesperson directed Lu Chang to the section for cold and flu medications. With a guide to point him in the right direction, he found his task considerably easier. Fortunately, much of the local writing resembled the simplified characters of his homeland, allowing Lu Chang to pinpoint the necessary medicines. Even if he could not recognize every character, as Lu Chang extended his hand to seize the medicine, he deftly exploited the spatial absorption ability to discreetly remove the pharmaceuticals hidden behind the shelves. Consequently, unless one scrutinized closely, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern that Lu Chang had tampered with the items. Ultimately, after paying for a bottle of cough syrup and a small box of cold relief granules, Lu Chang swiftly exited the pharmacy. He then proceeded to visit several nearby pharmacies in a similar fashion. Although his haul was modest, it was better than nothing. Lu Chang's audacity in executing such brazen thefts stemmed from insights gleaned from some Chinese international students working part-time in this small country, who informed him that many 24-hour pharmacies or shops only conducted inventory assessments at the end of the month. Given that today was July 8th, 2057, with more than half a month remaining until the month's end, he reasoned that if he did not act now, when would he? A $1 million order of Wagyu beef, adhering to the principle that a thief should not leave empty-handed, Lu Chang, having secured his medicinal supplies, made a special trip to the local Wagyu beef slaughterhouse. There, he placed an order for approximately 1,000 pounds of Wagyu beef at the price of $1 million, insisting that the slaughtered beef be delivered within 2 days. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will deliver the beef as promised, and I hope our cooperation will be fruitful. Thank you. Upon receiving the transfer notification, the slaughterhouse's translator warmly welcomed Lu Chang to sign the contract. Accompanied by the sales manager of the department, Mr. Inoue, may our collaboration be pleasant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Chang transferred half of the payment to the company's account before turning to leave. In truth, Purchasing Wagyu beef here was not financially advantageous for Lu Chang, as a similar variety was available not far away in the kangaroo country, priced between 200 to 260 huabai per pound, which starkly contrasted with the exorbitant prices in this small country. Were it not for the recent isolation that had consumed so much of his time, Lu Chang would have preferred to procure his beef elsewhere. For caution's sake, the small country's company emphasized that the remaining balance must be settled within 2 months. Lu Chang unhesitatingly agreed to their terms, thinking to himself, you can forget about the remaining balance. Just wait for the hail. After departing from the company, Lu Chang could not help but internally critique the situation. He then hurried to the largest seafood market nearby, where he ordered some tuna and other seafood. Employing the same method of paying a deposit of 3 million, with the remaining balance to be settled in installments, while stipulating that all dues be cleared within 3 months. Once this was arranged, Lu Chang called for a vehicle to return to his hotel. Ultimately, everything was a strategy to buy time. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him in just half a month. The average temperature in Yangqing would plummet by 68 degrees overnight, at which point people would be preoccupied with keeping warm, far too distracted to concern themselves with trivial profits. Why then, if the weather in southern cities was so severe? One could only imagine the conditions in the northern regions. Furthermore, the coastal waters would gradually freeze, immobilizing even the vessels at the docks. Once that time arrived, the entire southern region would experience widespread water and power outages. Under such conditions, even if Lu Chang wished to transfer funds, he would be unable to do so. Why then? He would possess ample excuses to deflect their inquiries. If he could delay the payment issue by about a month, he could easily forego the remaining balance. The next day around 8 in the morning, as a colossal passenger aircraft gradually ascended the runway, Lu Chang's journey finally reached a perfect conclusion. Alas, gazing out at the scenery, he could not suppress a sigh, but the thought of having amassed a considerable stockpile of pharmaceuticals recently quelled such sentiments. Damn it, consider it your beautiful country's father repaying part of your debts. After briefly sensing the tonnage of resources and the grains he had recently acquired, Lu Chang suppressed his discontent. Upon returning, he vowed to indulge in a few celebratory drinks. At that moment, he began to reminisce about the barbecues and beers from his hometown. Although he had occasionally invited Brother Zhang for drinks during his time in this small country, the culinary culture there was vastly different from that of his hometown and could hardly satisfy Lu Chang's cravings. In a flash, over 4 hours had elapsed. Lu Chang was now at the baggage claim area, retrieving his luggage. After greeting Uncle Zhang, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the airport. Hailing a taxi back to Sunshine Community, his foremost concern was the renovation of his home, but fortunately, despite his absence, the foreman had been diligently sending daily progress photos. Thus, Lu Chang was quite informed about the renovation status. Most of the essential infrastructure was now in place, including the water and electricity, and they were nearing the commissioning phase for the safe house. Ding! I want to soar high, soar high. Just moments after stepping off the plane, Lu Chang's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yi Xiaomei. Hello. Yes, I'll head home shortly. I just need to hand over some work to my supervisor first, and we'll call you back afterward. At that moment, Yi Xiaomei was unaware that Lu Chang had already resigned and assumed he was on a business trip for the company. After concocting a convenient excuse to appease her, Lu Chang promptly called Sun Lily to arrange a meeting at their usual spot the next day. Driver, please turn right in 30 meters ahead and stop at the entrance of Sunshine Community. As they approached the destination, Lu Chang could not help but remind the taxi driver. All right, we'll reach after this traffic light. By the way, handsome, will you be paying with a card or scanning a code? While waiting at the red light, the taxi driver presented a QR code. Lu Chang casually glanced at the fare on the meter and scanned 100 huabai to pay. Of course, the journey should not have cost that much, at most. It would have been around 70 huabai, but Lu Chang was not concerned about such details, as he knew that soon enough, the money in the bank would merely be a string of numbers. Thinking ahead to the 300 million he would need to pay for the second installment of the renovation upon confirming that the safe house was in order, Lu Chang instinctively opened his banking app and quickly checked his balance, which stood at 11,215,600 huabai. Although he had tried to keep his spending in check during this trip, his daily expenses still racked up to several hundred thousand. Thank you, young man. Before long, the taxi arrived at the community entrance. Initially, the driver intended to take Lu Chang directly to the parking lot, but Lu Chang politely declined. Just stop here, please. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Chang slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode into the community without looking back. He then took the elevator to the 6th building and soon reached the 29th floor, standing before door 2901. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Lu Chang immediately recognized the unadorned yet sturdy special steel door, which he had seen in photos on his phone. This door, second only to a bank vault door in terms of security, appeared deceptively plain, concealing its formidable strength within .20 inspection and furnishing of the house eagerly. Lu Chang pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Haha, Boss Lu. I've eagerly awaited your return. Please take a look around and point out any shortcomings. I will have the workers rectify them immediately." The moment Lu Chang entered, Wang Jianjun, the head of the Doomsday Fortress Company, warmly greeted him. "Haha, not bad. Now we just need a set of furniture and bedding, and everything else is in order." Under Wang Jianjun's guidance, Lu Chang swiftly toured the premises, gaining a preliminary understanding of the house's functionalities and certain arrangements. "Brother Lu, as long as you're satisfied, there's no rush regarding the remaining payment. According to our contract, you can experience the house for 1 to 2 months first." Observing Lu Chang's positive demeanor after inspecting the house, Wang Jianjun immediately seized the opportunity to suggest that Lu Chang make the payment up front. Recognizing the implication, Lu Chang took out his phone and, after a brief operation, transferred the agreed-upon 2 million. Here's the 2 million. The remaining balance will be settled in 2 months, provided the house quality meets expectations. After completing the transaction, Lu Chang treated the workers and Wang Jianjun to a lavish meal at a nearby restaurant, rewarding them for their dedicated service. When the bill arrived, it totaled over 6,000 huabai. But Lu Chang deemed the feast worth every penny to ensure the workers felt appreciated. He generously distributed bonuses of 3,000 huabai each, expressing that this was an additional reward for their hard work and was not accounted for in their company's finances. The emotional impact on the group of workers was palpable, prompting them to raise their glasses in a toast to Lu Chang. It was not only this group of workers who benefited from Lu Chang's generosity. Even Wang Jianjun, who merely came to join the festivities, received a red envelope containing 5,000 yuan. While this amount may seem modest, with the workers numbering over 20, Lu Chang had distributed between 60,000 to 70,000 yuan in total during this occasion. In light of this financial gesture, the workers readily pledged their unwavering support, assuring him that should any issues arise with the houses, they would be merely a phone call away. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chang had hoped for, especially with the impending challenges of the approaching winter. Any issues with the properties during this critical period could potentially lead to his own distress. Thus, he was more than willing to spend a little money to secure peace of mind. After bidding farewell to the workers and Wang Jianjun, Lu Chang promptly contacted a local housekeeping service, investing a substantial sum to ensure a thorough cleaning of the premises. Shortly thereafter, 6 employees from the housekeeping company arrived at the Sunshine Garden. Motivated by the generous 20,000 yuan fee, they wasted no time in getting to work. The team toiled diligently from around 1 p.m. until approximately 5:30 p.m., dedicating a full 4.5 hours to the task. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. And this expenditure proved to be exceptionally worthwhile, as the entire house was left spotless. Once the housekeeping staff departed, Lu Chang turned his attention to arranging the household furnishings, starting with the bedroom. A spacious bed capable of accommodating 4 individuals was swiftly positioned in the center of the room, followed by the arrangement of wall cabinets and wardrobes. All of the furniture was meticulously selected from an exquisite collection of walnut hardwood that Lu Chang had carefully curated. He then proceeded to the guest bedroom, ensuring that not only the furniture but also the bedding was prepared, with an emphasis on durability and aesthetics. However, given the current warm weather, he opted to store the down comforters in the wardrobe for later use. After successfully organizing the bedroom, he moved on to furnish the living areas on both the first and second floors, even arranging neatly stacked logs beside the fireplace to prepare for the forthcoming winter. Lu Chang spared no effort in ensuring that every detail was attended to. Once the household was adequately set up, and noting the time, he also decided to change the electronic password for the front door for added security. With everything in place, he thought it was time to treat himself to a nice meal, especially considering that he owed it to Yi Xiaomei to celebrate their time together properly. After opening all the windows to air out the house, Lu Chang took a refreshing shower, changed into a new outfit, and made his way to the garage. Before long, he drove away in his Wuling Hongguang, stopping at a gas station to fill the tank before heading towards Yi Xiaomei. Along the way, he selected some steak and red wine from his space, intending to enhance their dinner together. A little over half an hour later, he returned to their former neighborhood. As he entered the kitchen, he found Yi Xiaomei bustling about, preparing dinner. "Darling, you're back. Did you bring me a gift?" she exclaimed, rushing towards him and throwing her arms around his neck. "Haha, of course I have a gift for you. How about a 24K pure diamond?" Lu Chang replied, pulling out a carefully packaged ring from his pocket and presenting it to her. He also set down a gift box containing a dress he had unexpectedly received during a shopping spree abroad, intending to give it to her as well. Naturally, he had plenty of similar gifts in his space, including one for Sun Lily. "Wow, it's stunning. Thank you, darling." Yi Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with delight as she opened the gift box, her excitement evident that it was clear that, like many women, she had a penchant for all things that glimmer. Unable to contain herself, she planted a kiss on Lu Chang's cheek. The evening unfolded with a romantic candlelit dinner, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight streaming in through the window. The dining table was adorned with flickering candles, complemented by the sumptuous steak and red wine, creating an atmosphere brimming with romance. "Cheers!" they exclaimed, savoring the exquisite meal together, which inevitably led to a night filled with passion. Once the fervor subsided, they both retired to the bathroom to freshen up before sinking into a peaceful slumber, sleeping soundly until past 10 the next morning. When Lu Chang eventually awoke and made his way to the kitchen, he found Yi Xiaomei had already vanished. However, given her nature, he had no cause for concern, suspecting she had gone to flaunt her new diamond ring to her friends. After preparing a quick steak to satisfy his hunger, Lu Chang grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. Before long, he was driving a van away from the neighborhood towards the CRZ chain store. "Welcome. How can I assist you today?" greeted a particularly observant and attractive saleswoman as Lu Chang entered. Despite his humble vehicle, his attire exuded luxury, catching her attention immediately. "Do you have any high-end diesel vehicles with considerable horsepower?" Lu Chang inquired as he surveyed the larger models in the showroom. His gaze settled on a sleek black Land Rover, which, despite currently being owned by a foreign entity, was once a stunning domestic product. If not for certain circumstances, it would have remained within the realm of local manufacturers. "Right this way." The left one is the standard diesel engine version, the Daishang 2057 model with a 5.2 V8 engine, priced at 2.688 million yuan. The saleswoman enthusiastically responded. Lu Chang then took a moment to appreciate her polished appearance. Clad in professional attire and high heels, her vibrant red lips adding to her allure. If he were to rate her, he would certainly give her an impressive score of 8.1. Before long, they stood before the vehicle, and Lu Chang gently caressed its exterior before opening the door and stepping inside the driver's seat. The luxurious interior was immediately apparent. It was clear why such vehicles were favored by the affluent. During his time as a delivery driver, he had even seen his boss driving a white model of this car. "May I take it for a test drive around the parking lot?" Lu Chang asked. The moment he sat in the ergonomically designed driver's seat, he felt enveloped in comfort. "Please hold on, I'll fetch the keys for you," the saleswoman replied, her excitement palpable. Moments later, Lu Chang took the vehicle for a brief spin, experiencing the unparalleled driving sensation of a luxury car. Impressed, he expressed his desire to purchase it but opted for an installment payment plan, making a down payment of 500,000 yuan, with the remaining balance to be paid over 2 years. As the vehicle required registration, he arranged for the dealership to handle the paperwork and secure a temporary license plate. For added security, he also opted to spend an extra 200,000 yuan to equip the vehicle with puncture-resistant tires. Ultimately, he secured the car for a total of 560,000 yuan. After leaving the dealership, Lu Chang made his way to another dealership just 50 meters away, ordering a Detail brand T10 business travel van in a similar manner. His restrained purchasing strategy stemmed from his understanding that, once the impending challenges arose, he would be able to acquire whatever vehicles he desired without the need for excessive expenditure at this moment. For now, securing a couple of reliable vehicles for daily use sufficed. Had it not been for certain constraints, he would have long since retrieved the Bumblebee from his space. However, to be prudent, he decided to send the seldom-used vehicle to a local auto repair shop for maintenance. In passing, all 4 tires of the vehicle were replaced, and ultimately, for the sake of safety, Lu Chang instructed someone to repaint the entire car in a silver-gray HUE. Do not be deceived by the modest size of the shop. The skills and expertise of the craftsmen running it are indeed commendable, as it is fundamentally a modification shop for automotive enthusiasts. although there were no significant alterations to the overall shape of the car. Several outdated components within, such as the engine cleaning system, air filter, exhaust pipe, and windshield wipers, were duly replaced or repaired as necessary. Naturally, such a comprehensive process does not come cheaply, especially considering that parts for such vintage vehicles are quite rare in today's market. In total, Lu Chang spent a staggering 50,000 yuan, a sum exceeding the original purchase price of the car. Fortunately, it is now 2057, and the domestic automotive industry has made considerable advancements, making it relatively easy to procure custom-made parts from various manufacturers in the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen. With the necessary preparations nearly complete, it was time to address the issue of domestic water supply. Lu Chang then drove his van to a street lined with appliance shops, where he procured several high-quality water purifiers along with a dozen compatible filter cartridges. After leaving the appliance district, he drove to a secluded area and discreetly stored these items in his space. He then turned around to pick up Sun Lily for a meal, treating her to a couple's set menu. Once lunch was finished, it appeared she had no intention of departing just why eat I in light of this. Lu Chang decided not to dismiss her, taking Sun Lily to a reasonably upscale chain hotel nearby. After this final endeavor, Lu Chang had nearly exhausted his inventory. You still have a bit of conscience, remembering to bring me a gift, by the way. What's inside this box? After the storm, Sun Lily pressed her snow-white hands against Lu Chang's chest and carefully unwrapped the gift he had given her. Ha ha ha, if you wish to know what's inside, why not just open it? At that moment, Lu Chang was leaning against the bed, smoking a cigarette with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Not directly answering her inquiry, but rather teasingly holding back. Once Lu Chang had dealt with the woman before him, he wasted no time and drove the van to a nearby hardware store. After some haggling with the local owner, he purchased 10 stainless steel water storage tanks, each capable of holding 8 tons of water for the price of 3,600 yuan. Of course, it was unlikely that a single store would have such a large quantity of storage tanks available. So Lu Chang made several trips to 7 or 8 different shops to gather all the necessary equipment. Although he spent several tens of thousands of yuan, Lu Chang felt it was a worthwhile investment. With the water storage equipment acquired, it was imperative to also obtain water pumps and hoses. Fortunately, the quality of domestic water pumps was commendable, prompting Lu Chang to buy 10 stainless steel pumps, each with a length of 70 to 80 meters, for added convenience in his forthcoming endeavors. Before long, he had unknowingly spent another 20 to 30,000 yuan. Since he already had the water pumps, it was only logical to procure the necessary hoses as well. Lu Chang then waved his hand and purchased 2 rolls of 50-meter-long hoses, along with the corresponding clamps and adhesives. As for the single-cylinder small diesel engines, they were unnecessary, as he already had over 20 different models stored in his space from a previous overseas acquisition. With everything in place, all that remained was to seize the opportunity. Fortunately, in Yangcheng, there is an open spring at Baiyun Mountain, which he planned to visit in the coming days. While en route, Lu Chang unconsciously gazed towards Baiyun Mountain, a place he was intimately familiar with, having visited several times during his university days with his dormitory mates. However, it was still daylight, and the area was bustling with activity, indicating that it was not yet the right time to undertake significant tasks. Having completed his errands, the clock drifted towards noon, prompting him to address his need for lunch. To save time, Lu Chang took a meal previously stored in his space and began to enjoy it in the van, accompanied by a bottle of soda to quench his thirst. After he had eaten his fill, he parked the vehicle in a secluded spot near Baiyun Mountain, adjusted the seat, and took a nap. I want to soar high, soar high. When he awoke, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Lu Chang started the van and drove up the mountain, eventually finding a clearing halfway up to park. He stepped out of the vehicle, relieved to discover that it was not the weekend and that the crowd was relatively sparse, creating a more tranquil atmosphere than usual. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chang had hoped for. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the van, he began his ascent. Having not visited in several years, Baiyun Mountain had not changed much, though the newly installed streetlights had certainly enhanced convenience for visitors. As he took in the sights, memories of climbing the mountain with classmates during his school years flooded back, causing a wave of nostalgia to wash over him. However, he quickly suppressed this sentiment, recognizing that no matter the obstacles, they paled in comparison to the struggle for survival. At that moment, all he desired was to reach the summit and prepare for the next phase of his plans. During his climb, he encountered several older individuals who had also joined the hiking crowd, illustrating that the retirees were indeed the ones maintaining their health. perhaps due to a long absence from such physical activity. It took Lu Chang nearly an hour to finally reach the peak. Just when he thought he was alone, he turned a corner to find the spring at Baiyun Mountain bustling with a crowd of older folks, all seemingly there to collect water. "Young man, you must be thirsty. Come on, this spot is yours." At that moment, an older gentleman, busy filling his containers, noticed Lu Chang, who was drenched in sweat and staring intently at the spring, and assumed he was parched. He promptly made space, inviting Lu Chang to fill his container first, insisting that he was in no hurry. "Thank you, sir. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. This well isn't mine." Understanding the man's good intentions, Lu Chang graciously accepted the offer, quickly retrieving an empty bottle from his backpack and stepping forward to collect some water. He tilted his head back and took a few refreshing gulps. The cool, sweet spring water bringing back fond memories. Indeed, it's this familiar sensation. I can hardly believe that after all these years, the water remains so delightful. Truly, it deserved the title of the finest spring in Lingnan. It is said that since the Road Construction Department uncovered the spring in 1996, it has gained fame as a vital water source for the residents of Yangsheng, known as Pujinlianchuan. The area is adorned with sweet flag plants, and its eastern side features a waterfall cascading down the cliff like a curtain, hence the name Lianchuan. This spring has been renowned both in ancient times and in the modern era, which is why it has become a popular spot for visitors. After drinking his fill, Lu Chang found a shady spot to rest, allowing room for others who wished to collect water, ensuring he did not impede their efforts. Observing the steady flow of spring water, Lu Chang's earlier concerns began to dissipate. Given the spring's abundance, even if he were to operate 3 large pumps continuously for an entire night, it would likely remain unaffected. After a refreshing pause, Lu Chang resumed his ascent and soon arrived at a designated area for tourists to enjoy barbecues. Even though it was not yet the weekend, several visitors were already setting up their grilling stations. Drawn by the enticing aromas, noticing that various barbecue supplies were available, Lu Chang quickly paid 100 yuan for a portable grill. Concealed by his backpack, he discreetly retrieved a bag of hot dogs, a steak, and a packet of his special marinade, briefly marinating the food before placing it on the grill. Once cooked to perfection, he pulled out 2 cans of beer and began to feast on the grilled delicacies. Indeed, barbecuing in the great outdoors offers a unique charm to that moment. Lu Chang couldn't help but wish for a few friends to share this experience with, making it even more perfect. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He had no genuine desire to invite anyone, as he was, after all, an orphan. Even his current girlfriend could very well turn out to be a future adversary. As for Sun Lily, their relationship was merely transactional, devoid of any true friendship, making the notion of companionship utterly improbable. Once he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, Lu Chang returned to the van to rest and gather his strength for the evening's activities. Casually scrolling through videos on his phone to pass the time, as the hours slipped by, he finally retrieved a boxed meal from his space around 6 o'clock to resolve his dinner needs. It's impressive to see people jogging at this hour. Hats off to these dedicated individuals. After dinner, Lu Chang was preparing to dispose of the garbage when he noticed a couple jogging past him. Coincidentally, the man was a delivery person from their company, who made a point to greet him. Following a meal, it was customary for him to enjoy a cigarette to unwind. He lit the cigarette with his lighter. Lu Chang took a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke. Night began to fall. The streetlights on the mountain flickered to life, and Lu Chang glanced at his phone, realizing it was already 1958. Just moments away from 20:00. Nevertheless, the trails on Baiyun Mountain remained populated with joggers, sweat glistening on their brows. Alas, soon, this serene existence would come to an end. A few minutes later, Lu Chang extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the trash before turning to ascend the mountain. Not long after, he passed by an old well. Despite the late hour, there were still individuals drawing water nearby. These elderly men and women were quite determined in their quest to gather spring water. Observing this, Lu Chang refrained from engaging in conversation and continued his ascent. It wasn't long before he arrived at the site where barbecues were held during the day, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of daylight. The area was now deserted. It was understandable, given the time and the prevalence of mosquitoes in the summer. Only the most foolish would choose to barbecue at this hour. Recognizing that the moment was not yet ripe, Lu Chang proceeded along the mountain path, treating it as a form of physical exercise. Upon reaching the summit, Instead of descending directly like others, Lu Chang turned back towards the barbecue site. Under the cover of darkness, unnoticed, he retrieved some aluminum foil and a pre-prepared chicken, marinating it briefly with various sauces before wrapping it in foil. He then ignited some charcoal, and once it glowed red, he placed the chicken within, quickly adding more charcoal to envelop it entirely. Ugh! The mosquitoes were relentless in this weather. He needed a plan, or he'd be covered in bites before he could even finish his task. After swatting several mosquitoes, Lu Chang contemplated retreating to his car for refuge. However, recalling the effort it took to come up here, he decided to fend them off temporarily with an electric mosquito racket. Soon, an idea struck him. He could set up a tent right here. Conveniently, he had all the necessary equipment in his space. After confirming that no one was nearby, Lu Chang swiftly set up a single-person tent measuring 3 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. He zipped it up and climbed inside, securing the entrance to keep the pesky insects at bay. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. With these little gadgets, the coming hours would be much more comfortable. Amidst his self-congratulation, Lu Chang retrieved a portable power bank and 2 small fans from his space, along with a folding lounge chair. To illuminate the night, he also produced a small LED lamp. The next phase involved binge-watching a series, and before he realized it, the clock struck past 1 in the morning. Time to get to work. After silencing his phone alarm, he picked up a flashlight and unzipped the tent to step outside. First, he collected the chicken before heading towards the ancient well. With a simple wave of his hand, Lu Chang summoned 3 small diesel generators from his space, followed by 3 water pumps and the hoses he had purchased during the day. After a flurry of activity, he connected the various lines and tied nylon ropes, roughly the thickness of an adult's finger, to the pumps before lowering them carefully into the well. Once the pumps reached about 15 meters down, he secured the ropes to a nearby tree. With these preparations complete, he released the water tank from his space, placing 2 at a time to save space. After fueling the generators, Lu Chang promptly switched them on. The deep rumble of the engines signaled the start of the pumping operation. He quickly cleaned the inside of the water tanks a couple of times before officially commencing the filling process. With 2 pumps working simultaneously, Lu Chang filled 1 tank in just about 20 minutes. After calculating the time and the efficiency of the pumps, he estimated that filling all the tanks would take over 5 hours. Feeling the efficiency was lacking, he summoned 2 more pumps and a 15 kW generator, effectively doubling the output. By 4:00 a.m., he had retrieved all the filled tanks into his space. Some might wonder how long 80 tons of water would last. I can assure you that under normal conditions, an adult uses about 6 tons of water a month, meaning 80 tons could last for 13 months. If one were to be a bit frugal, it could last even 14 months without issue. Once he had tidied up, Lu Chang, feeling a bit unsatisfied, suddenly used his space abilities to draw water from the well. To his surprise, the water surged upward in a column. Filling his jade pendant, that moment, he recalled that he had often utilized this skill to gather resources during his time in the beautiful country. Damn it! After working diligently through the night, he had neglected the most essential function of the pendant space. What a fool I am! Faced with this situation, Lu Chang couldn't help but slap his face, grimacing in frustration. Though annoyed, he knew he had to stay focused. Once the water level in the well began to rise again, he utilized his abilities to draw more water. In just about 10 minutes, he had collected over 50 tons. Feeling that was sufficient, he quickly packed up and departed. On his way back, Lu Chang adjusted the layout in his space, ensuring to section off the pristine spring water into a small reservoir for future use. After a long night's work, he was somewhat exhausted and chose not to seek solace from his girlfriend, instead opting for a restful sleep in his newly renovated apartment. When he finally awoke, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. However, he did not feel hungry, having consumed an entire beggar's chicken before sleeping. Alas, his body, unaccustomed to exertion, ached all over from the previous day's labor. Since his rebirth, Lu Chang had been preoccupied either with gathering resources or traveling abroad for weaponry, leaving him little time for rest. After a night of toil, he felt weary, prompting him to consider enhancing his physical fitness. After preparing a simple bowl of noodles to satiate his hunger, he took a towel into the bathroom to wash up. Once dressed, he noticed several missed calls on his phone, most of which were from Xiaomei. Hello, Xiaomei, it's me. I went out with colleagues last night and drank too much, ended up sleeping at a friend's place after concocting a plausible excuse to appease Xiaomei. He invited her out for a late-night snack and hung up. Speaking of late-night snacks reminded Lu Chang that he should stock up on these soon-to-be scarce delicacies. Otherwise, they would soon disappear from existence. Having completed the call and feeling a bit idle, Lu Chang decided to test his newly renovated post-apocalyptic fortress. He first ascended to the rooftop to inspect the photovoltaic power generation equipment. The 2 square-meter solar panels could generate a significant amount of electricity from just 10 hours of sunlight daily. Thus, basic household appliances would be more than sufficient. In line with eco-friendly principles, there was also a solar water heater adjacent to the solar panels. He needed to seal the rooftop before the weather turned cold, lest these devices be discovered. With this thought in mind, Lu Chang retrieved a rotary hammer and welding equipment from his space, preparing for the task ahead. If unusual weather patterns emerged, he would seal the rooftop door. Of course, using concrete for this purpose would be more efficient, but it would completely eliminate his access to the rooftop, a classic case of harming oneself while trying to harm the enemy. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to resort to such measures. After surveying his home and familiarizing himself with the necessary equipment, Lu Chang changed into a fresh outfit and headed to the underground parking lot, driving his van to the nearby farmer's market. His intent was to procure chickens, ducks, and geese to raise in his space before the impending apocalypse. The reason he had delayed this preparation was that the crops in his space had only recently been planted, and water resources were still limited, leaving him without the means to sustain livestock. 2 months have now elapsed, and within the confines of the space, Lu Chang has managed to harvest wheat, rice, and a variety of vegetables. This fortunate development is largely attributable to his recent travels abroad, during which he seized the opportunity to introduce some fresh water into the space. Otherwise, the agricultural plan for grain cultivation would have had to be postponed. Nevertheless, Lu Chang refrained from adding an excessive amount of fresh water, as he harbored disdain for water contaminated by industrial pollutants. In his mind, the most ideal source of fresh water has always been Lake Baikal in the north. After organizing his thoughts, Lu Chang ceased to dwell on the matter and casually stowed away the meticulously checked plan, which included grains, clothing, weapons, medicines, fresh water resources, and energy supplies. Each ticked off, save for the agricultural freshwater section, which remained unmarked for the time being. While en route to the barbecue restaurant, Lu Chang took a moment to call the supplier from Shaorizi to confirm that the shipment had been dispatched before ending the call. Since that batch of goods had been sent out, it was anticipated that the beef would arrive in Yangqing within 4 to 5 days. Although Lu Chang felt a twinge of regret over his inability to engage in bulk purchases at Shaorizi, he quickly pushed the thought aside, especially considering that his last trip had been to the Northern Elder Brothers domain. It was not until around 3:30 p.m. that Lu Chang emerged from the agricultural market, after which he stored over 20 poultry in the space. He then turned his attention towards Yangqing's largest barbecue street, known to all as Yangqing Balu. The barbecue district of Yangqing Balu, renowned as a local hotspot, boasts numerous food stalls and barbecue establishments, offering a plethora of customizable grilled skewers and culinary delights. Even though dusk had not yet fallen, several vendors had already set up shop along the roadside. After securing a parking spot, Lu Chang officially embarked on a culinary adventure. After more than 2 hours of exploration, as the daylight began to fade, nearby barbecue stalls gradually opened for business, and the street began to exude the warmth of human activity. Adhering to the habit of never leaving empty-handed, Lu Chang ventured into nearly every barbecue joint to savor the experience before placing his orders. To maximize his profits, he also retrieved some frozen beef and lamb chops procured from the beautiful country from his space, entrusting them to willing chefs for preparation. "Don't worry, just leave it to me. Our restaurant has a ready grill and can have these beef and lamb cooked for you in less than 4 hours." Chef Chen of a Sichuan-style barbecue restaurant confidently assured, slapping his chest in promise. Lu Chang could hardly blame the man for his eagerness. After all, the compensation offered was exceedingly generous. The expression on Chef Chen's face, which appeared to stretch to the back of his head, spoke volumes. Lu Chang chose not to address the underlying intent, knowing full well that soon enough, all currency would become mere scraps of paper. Since the chef was willing to take the order, Lu Chang decided to let him reap the reward. "Ha ha ha, Chef Chen, I'll leave this to you. I'll come back to collect it later." "All right, take care, and if there's future cooperation, please look out for us." With that, Lu Chang casually invented an excuse to depart from the barbecue establishment. Thus, he strolled from one end of the street to the other, spending over 50,000 yuan in the process. Finally, Just minutes before Yi Xiaomei's arrival, he managed to secure the last batch of barbecue. The next day, at 10:36 a.m., when Lu Chang awoke again, his bed was in disarray, and to his right lay the nearly naked Yi Xiaomei. Groaning softly, he felt a slight dizziness. Indeed, drinking had its consequences. He had intended to rise early for some exercise. But now it was nearly 11 a.m. Perhaps he would run later in the evening. Not wishing to disturb the peacefully slumbering Yi Xiaomei, Lu Chang quietly dressed and ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. After some bustling, he first brewed a pot of sour plum soup to alleviate the effects of the alcohol, followed by gathering ingredients from the refrigerator to prepare lunch. Before long, a feast was laid out, featuring braised beef with potatoes, fish head tofu soup, and stir-fried onions with cured meat, complemented by spicy kimchi. Once lunch was resolved with Yi Xiaomei, Lu Chang concocted an excuse to leave and return to Sunshine Community. Hello, is this the online service center? I would like to upgrade my internet speed. Yes, please activate the unlimited plan for 1,800 yuan for a year. Thank you. To Lu Chang, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. Especially with the impending apocalypse, hoarding money seemed futile. It was better to spend it for a sense of relief. Shortly after the call, Lu Chang received a text confirming the deduction from his account, and within half an hour, his internet speed was upgraded to 100 megabytes. Due to the renovations made to his residence, all rooms were equipped with internet ports, and the first floor housed a small power distribution room containing a private network receiver worth 300,000 yuan. Although it was a private network, the setup was almost on par with that of a small internet CAF. Previously, Lu Chang had refrained from upgrading the speed due to being preoccupied with gathering supplies. But now that basic survival needs were met, it was time to consider his mental nourishment. At that moment, Lu Chang's guest room featured a 6-meter-long, 1.2-meter high table, upon which 10 computers were neatly arranged. 5 of these were high-end desktop computers he had commissioned at great expense in the country, each worth over 10,000 yuan. The remaining laptops were top-tier models he had acquired through 0 yuan purchases abroad. After connecting all the power and network cables, Lu Chang began to power on each computer. Fortunately, when he purchased the machines, he had ensured that the necessary base software had been installed. Thus, he was able to directly access the relevant movie software to download films and materials. The remaining laptops required a bit more effort, as they needed a jailbroken operating system to function properly, otherwise, the foreign text would be quite a headache. Thankfully, Lu Chang had thoughtfully backed up Chinese localization software onto a USB drive during his initial purchase. Now, he simply needed to insert the USB into each laptop and reboot them for automatic installation. After over 2 hours of tinkering, Lu Chang finally had the appropriate software set up. He then turned his attention to the laptops. Downloading a variety of content, from classic martial arts and crime films to practical instructional videos on utilities and culinary arts, of course, he did not neglect to download those films beneficial for physical and mental well-being. Ensuring to preserve the works of esteemed instructors like Xiao Zhe, San Shang, Shin Tian, and Dong Tiao, who dedicated themselves to their craft. To avoid any hindrances, he promptly subscribed to all necessary memberships, spending an additional 1 to 2,000 yuan. Fortunately, the investment paid off as the download speed surged to new heights. Once these arrangements were made, Lu Chang began searching online for compound bows, arrows, kitchen knives, and other common weapons that he could procure independently. Although he had already acquired a batch during his previous trip to the beautiful country, one could never have too many weapons. Even with only 8 days remaining, adhering to his principle of waste not, Lu Chang placed orders for a considerable number of urgently needed items, such as personal underwear, sleepwear, thermal clothing, shoes, and socks. His approach was to prioritize quality over quantity, opting for the most expensive brands that were suitable. Given the prevalence of counterfeit products online, having completed these tasks, Lu Chang felt prepared. In a moment of boredom, he took the opportunity to receive another flu booster at a nearby hospital. Now, he had received 2 flu shots and a vaccine recommended by his doctor to prevent cancer cells. Having done all that was necessary, it was time to focus on physical fitness and savor life's experiences. In the days that followed, Lu Chang planned to engage in some physical exercise while embarking on a self-driving tour. During this time, he also made a point to pick up both the vehicle he had purchased from the 4S dealership and the one he had sent for maintenance. Thus, Lu Chang spent his days driving the newly acquired RV to nearby towns, relishing the experience of life. In the evenings, he would return to check the progress of his computer downloads while also making time to enjoy moments with Sun Lily. reveling in their shared world. Days turned into 3, and during this period, he finally received the premium beef sent from Xiao Rizi. Xiang, I truly envy you. Who would have thought that after a business trip abroad, your company would grant you a 7-day vacation? Today, a rare weekend, Sun Lily carved out some time to accompany Lu Chang for a day, indulging in the joy of a self-driving tour. As she gazed out at the landscapes swiftly passing by, she couldn't help but pout and voice a mild complaint. That moment, Lu Chang was driving their RV towards Shangjiang, intending to immerse himself in the local scenery and cuisine. What is there to envy? Not long ago, I was abroad on business for several days, hardly getting any sleep, fearing I might botch the company's affairs. Although their acquaintance initially stemmed from a real estate transaction, after spending considerable time together, Lu Chang found Sun Lily to be quite suitable as his companion for the apocalypse. She was simple yet generous, unpretentious, and their personalities meshed well. Lu Chang was already contemplating adding Sun Lily to his shortlist of potential partners. As Lu Chang was engrossed in sweet exchanges with Sun Lily, a sudden phone call from Brother Zhang interrupted them. Hello, Brother Zhang? Recognizing a familiar voice, Lu Chang promptly answered, and the caller turned out to be Brother Zhang, who had previously rented the ground floor of his building to open a supermarket. Zhang, I have an urgent matter and need your assistance. Are you free tonight for a drink? The urgency in Brother Zhang's tone left Lu Chang puzzled about the specifics. So he tentatively agreed, planning to discuss it further upon his return, given that he was currently out with Sun Lily and unaware of the situation on that end. Noticing Lu Chang's slightly altered demeanor, Sun Lily inquired, Is everything all right at home? Or perhaps, sensing Lu Chang's unease after the call, she quickly offered words of comfort. Well, it's not urgent. I've already arranged to meet him at the lynching restaurant at 6 this evening. Since time is of the essence, shall we indulge in some steak? I've heard the Western restaurants here serve exquisite dishes. Lu Chang glanced at his watch, realizing it was already past 10 o'clock. And lunchtime was fast approaching. To express his apologies, he decided to treat Sun Lily to a fine meal. Will this take too long? Sun Lily hesitated. All right, it's settled then. Sensing her reluctance, Lu Chang took the initiative, pressing the accelerator and driving forward. After more than half an hour, he parked the vehicle outside a restaurant that was neither too posh nor too shabby. He took Sun Lily's hand as they entered, and soon they ordered 2 medium-rare steaks along with 2 servings of caviar valued at around 8,000 yuan. Naturally, with the main course came side dishes of baked potato fries and ice cream. They decided against ordering wine, as Lu Chang wouldn't be able to drive afterward. Shortly, it was time to savor the delightful cuisine. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to the RV to rest. It wasn't until around 3 p.m. that they ventured to a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruits before heading to a dock in Shangjiang that specialized in diving services. Chang, is this the right place? Sun Lily queried. Not sure, but the GPS indicates this is the destination. Let us park the car first and then check it out in broad daylight. Lu Chang couldn't very well conceal the RV in plain sight, so he parked it at a nearby establishment resembling a small eatery. Once the RV was settled, Lu Chang picked up the basket of fruits while he and Sun Lily utilized their phones to navigate to the destination. Soon, they arrived at a location that resembled a newsstand, ultimately focusing their attention on the sign reading Yacht Rental. Hello, do you offer yacht rentals here? I'm planning to experience the diving activities with my girlfriend. After surveying the small yachts at the dock, Lu Chang inquired with a seemingly staff member nearby. Yes, indeed. Are you joking, brother? Just look at the boats behind me. Feel free to choose anyone you like. The ticket clerk, having overheard the conversation, promptly approached Lu Chang to engage him, followed by an enthusiastic pitch for the dock services. After some negotiations, Lu Chang rented a luxurious 2-person yacht for 3,000 yuan. Though he recognized this expenditure might be somewhat excessive, he reasoned that with the impending apocalypse, money would soon become worthless, thus he was unconcerned. After securing the yacht, Lu Chang led Sun Lily to a nearby swimwear shop where they each selected a swimsuit. As the yacht sped away from the dock, approximately an hour later, they arrived about 36 nautical miles from Shangjiang. Xiao Li, would you like to dive with me? After anchoring the yacht, Lu Chang began to don his diving gear, casually reminding Sun Lily, No, I'm too full from lunch. My stomach feels a bit heavy. You go ahead and enjoy, and I'll join you after I've digested a bit. Upon hearing her response, Sun Lily gently stroked her abdomen and declined, turning to grab sunscreen for a sunbathing session. Not wishing to press the matter, Lu Chang readied his oxygen tank and jumped overboard. The waters in this region were designated as a protected diving area by the Xiangjiang government, so the marine life remained largely unspoiled. Not long after submerging, Lu Chang encountered a few common fish species native to the Yangzhou waters. Although not abundant, it was better than nothing. However, given the frequent diving in this spot, the nearby coral reefs had been significantly damaged, leading Lu Chang to lose interest after swimming a short distance. His purpose for this outing was not solely for diving, but primarily to gather some seafood to store in his space. Yet, as he found it challenging to procure seafood, he decided to collect some seawater instead, isolating it in a separate large pool, roughly the size of a private swimming pool measuring 20 by 10 meters. Regrettably, having traveled such a distance, this disappointing scene left Lu Chang disheartened, prompting him to consider traveling abroad again in a few days. This thought led him to reminisce about the majestic Baikal Lake and the Uliang Sea nestled between the borders of the two nations. Feeling that his trip had lost its purpose, Lu Chang decided not to linger any longer, casually collecting a few decent-sized crabs before returning to the deck. Thus, after spending a couple of hours in the waters, Lu Chang suggested they head back. Sensing that Lu Chang had other matters to attend to, Sun Lily didn't press further, agreeing after a moment's contemplation. After all, a weekend was inherently limited in time, and simply having the opportunity to embark on a self-driving adventure was satisfying enough for some. After dropping Sun Lily off at her residence, Lu Chang promptly turned the car around, heading back to Sunshine Community to freshen up and change clothes. He arrived just in time, before 6 o'clock, at the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Brother Zhang. During the dinner, Brother Zhang hesitated for a while before finally broaching the subject of needing a loan. It turned out that Brother Zhang had recently found a shop in the eastern part of Yangqing, and the renovations were nearly complete at 9/5. In a moment of oversight, he had mismanaged his financial investment, leading to a cash flow crisis. After reviewing photos and videos of the shop, Lu Chang quickly decided to transfer 2 million yuan to him, effectively taking a stake in the supermarket. This gesture deeply moved Brother Zhang, who immediately declared that he would retain only 45 of the shares, granting Lu Chang the remaining 65. After which they promptly arranged for a contract to be drawn up and signed. While the profitability of the supermarket was not Lu Chang's primary concern, he valued Brother Zhang's gratitude and loyalty. As the apocalypse loomed, Lu Chang saw the potential for a strategic alliance with Brother Zhang, which would be advantageous for mutual support. With most preparations in place, he considered Brother Zhang a contingency plan. That moment, Lu Chang reclined in his chair, eyeing the household registration book and ID card before him, while his right hand busily searched for flights from Huagua to the northern brother. It had been 5 days since his return from abroad, and he understood that this trip was his final opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to take the leap, especially with July upon them and Baikal Lake's average temperature now plummeting to 15 degrees. If he didn't act soon, the lake would likely freeze over, making it impossible to quietly gather fresh water without resorting to ice drilling. Before long, Lu Chang booked a flight for 76.14 yuan, departing from Yangqing Airport to Bear Country at 9:15 a.m. the next day. On the morning of July 8, 2057, at 8:10 a.m., with only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, Lu Chang opted not to carry any valuable items aside from a lightweight long-sleeve jacket in his backpack. Having already stored his belongings in his space, prioritizing a swift and unencumbered approach. The very moment the airplane skidded off the runway, Yi Xiaomei, who had been live streaming from home while reselling cosmetics, received a text message notification. Lu Chang had been acting mysteriously of late. What could he possibly be up to? Ever since Lu Chang's sudden disappearance upon returning from the beautiful country, Yi Xiaomei had sensed something peculiar about him. Being inherently suspicious, she quickly seized an opportunity to stealthily install a tracking software on Lu Chang's phone. This software was none other than a powerful surveillance tool that Yi Xiaomei had purchased at a high price from an online acquaintance. With this tracking software, she had nearly uncovered Lu Chang's recent acquisition of a property in Sunshine Community. Initially, Yi Xiaomei believed Lu Chang was planning to surprise her with a grand gesture before their wedding, which is why he had kept this a secret from her. She even indulged in a bit of self-satisfaction over it. Little did she know, just as she was daydreaming and waiting for Lu Chang to propose, he suddenly traveled abroad again, and once more, without her. How could she, already laden with suspicion, endure this? Thus, as soon as Lu Chang departed, Yi Xiaomei hastily packed several outfits and made her way to the airport. Cursed be it, all the morning flight tickets had sold out, leaving her no choice but to settle for the 19:30 afternoon flight. Though she was unwilling, faced with such circumstances, she could only check into a nearby hotel at the airport. This misstep caused her to miss the same flight as Lu Chang. Another 10-hour journey stretched ahead, and by the time Lu Chang emerged from Irkutsk airport, it was already past 6 in the evening. Feeling somewhat peckish, he sought a nearby restaurant to satisfy his dinner cravings. After a hearty meal, he hailed a taxi to the previously booked Temura hotel. Although it was merely a single occupancy room, the price was far from cheap, around 5,000 rubles for just one night, equivalent to about 500 yuan in his homeland. Lu Chang chose this lodging primarily for its advantageous location. A mere 8 kilometers south lay Lake Baikal, allowing him to reach his destination early the next morning. Conveniently, a Hummer 50 pickup truck was ideally suited for traversing the vast, sparsely populated roads of the northern region. However, before that, he needed to find a way to change the vehicle's license plate to the local one. After resolving this crucial matter, Lu Chang took a shower and promptly lay down to fiddle with his phone, using the map application to check the route for the following day. The next day, at 8:20, as his phone alarm rang, Lu Chang rose, washed up slightly, and leisurely consumed a takeout meal that he had retrieved from his space. Following this, he made his way to the bus station adjacent to the hotel, having exchanged several hundred rubles into small change with the front desk clerk during checkout. Although he suffered a minor loss during the currency exchange, it did not weigh heavily on his mind. Soon enough, the bus departed the town, heading toward its next destination. Fortuitously passing a small ranch along the way to mid-journey, he spotted some abandoned vehicles discarded by locals, which sparked an idea in Lu Chang's mind. He decided to disembark there. As a note, in this northern region, where the population is sparse, broken-down vehicles are often abandoned roadside. Despite his limited understanding of the local language, a translation pin he had prepared during his previous trip to the beautiful country proved invaluable. After adjusting the device slightly, he began communicating with the locals using his translation tool. After some lively banter, Lu Chang quickly learned the local beef prices, averaging 200 to 250 rubles per kilogram, translating to approximately 16 to 18 yuan per pound, considerably cheaper than in his homeland. A brief glance at the number of cattle within the enclosure allowed him to estimate their weight, conservatively gauging it between 1,000 to 1,200 jin. This meant he could procure an adult cow for around 18,000 rubles, a rather reasonable price. Thus, Lu Chang promptly negotiated the purchase of 10 robust adult cows, selecting 6 females and 4 males at a 6:4 ratio. Naturally, the males were slightly pricier than the females. Yet Lu Chang proceeded with the transaction. After signing the contract, he transferred a deposit of 50,000 rubles to the ranch owner before finding an excuse to leave. After a little over 3 hours, the Hummer 50 was finally fitted with local license plates, and it now towed a small tow car. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Acquiring this tow car cost Lu Chang a hefty 8,000 rubles for a second-hand model. With the necessary equipment in place, the subsequent task of transporting the cattle became considerably more convenient. After a couple of trips, Lu Chang successfully transported all 10 cows and settled the remaining balance. However, since this was a rare outing, he did not intend to limit himself to this private ranch. After driving a short distance, he stealthily returned the livestock to his space and prepared their feed, essentially the leftover straw from recent rice harvests, which was now exceptionally useful. The feed generated from 2 bountiful harvests could easily sustain not only 10 cows but even 30. Once he acquired a few sheep, he would be nearly set. Before leaving, Lu Chang had specifically inquired about other ranches in the vicinity. Upon discovering that another ranch lay 5 to 6 kilometers ahead, he wasted no time and pressed the accelerator to head there. Soon enough, he employed the same purchasing strategy to acquire 16 sheep, and after finalizing this deal, he turned the vehicle towards Lake Baikal. By this point, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, and Lu Chang, who had yet to eat, felt a burning sensation in his stomach. He retrieved another takeout meal from his space to quell his hunger. Shortly thereafter, he drove onto the asphalt road. Locals had mentioned that this route was specially constructed by the local government to facilitate the transport of aquatic products. After a few more minutes of driving, he could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. It seemed he was nearing his goal. Indeed, after navigating 2 more turns, Lu Chang finally beheld the long-anticipated Lake Baikal. The largest freshwater lake in the world. Lake Baikal boasts a total volume of 23.6 trillion cubic meters, plunging to depths of 1,637 meters, making it the deepest lake globally, stretching 636 kilometers long and averaging 48 kilometers wide. Its area encompasses 31,500 square kilometers. Gazing at the expansive surface of the lake, Lu Chang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Even with only 10 meters to go, he was utterly awestruck. Indeed, fortune favors the diligent, and this trip was undeniably worth it. In his exhilaration, Lu Chang threw open the car door and sprinted to the lakeshore. Shouting with joy, after a minute or two, he began to calm his racing heart. True to the sparsely populated northern region, there were hardly any traces of human presence in sight. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Chang hurried back to his vehicle to change into water shoes before returning to the water's edge. Soon, the water level reached his calves. Although the temperature had grown slightly chilly, it did nothing to dampen his desire to embrace nature. As he bent down to immerse his hands in the water, an immense suction force surged toward the jade pendant resting on his chest, coalescing into a massive whirlpool. In that instant, Lu Chang resembled a black hole, capable of devouring everything in his vicinity. While this action carried certain risks, it paled in comparison to the tumultuous currents on the water's surface. Moreover, clad in a camouflage jacket, sunglasses, and a mask, his appearance was obscured from anyone on the opposite shore. He was also keenly aware of any vehicles passing along the adjacent road, allowing him to make swift adjustments if necessary. In a mere 7 to 8 minutes, his space was filled with approximately 2,000 cubic meters of fresh water. This alone surpassed the arduous efforts he previously undertook while hiding on the mountains of Yangqing to extract water, and during this time, he also inadvertently introduced some fish and shrimp from the lake, including local species such as the dewing fish, salmon, fry, herring, and sturgeon. None were omitted. Though the process was brief, Lu Chang managed to haul in 400 to 500 jin of fish. After experimenting for about 10 more minutes, he returned to shore and found a clear spot to set up his camper. Lu Chang intended to rest and recuperate before embarking on further activities that evening. However, unbeknownst to him, his girlfriend had already rented a vehicle at the airport and was en route to find him. Fortunately, Lu Chang's location was still a considerable distance from the airport, and even with her tracking device, Yi Xiaomei faced challenges, as the satellite navigation systems of the northern region and the beautiful country did not align. Therefore, for her to utilize these devices to locate him, she would need to update the tracking system, an endeavor that would require additional funds. After an arduous 3 to 4 hours, Yi Xiaomei finally resolved her issues with the help of the fast food restaurant's Wi-Fi. However, as dusk approached, she hesitated to take any rash actions and decided to find a modest inn to spend the night, planning to proceed with her intentions the following day. Darn Lu Chang. What on earth does he want in this desolate place, and why does the GPS lead to the wilderness? As a reclusive girl, the sudden transition to a foreign land had already left her trembling with anxiety, and she cursed Lu Chang in her mind at least 800 times. Indeed, at this moment, Yi Xiaomei held such thoughts. In her worldview, every fault lay squarely on Lu Chang's shoulders. Humph! How could this guy compare to my senior Zhang Keiming? It was sheer folly on my part to have chosen him as my boyfriend. At this juncture, Yi Xiaomei couldn't help but reminisce about her time with her senior in university, and coincidentally, he had recently moved to the adjacent room 1206. The thought ignited her desire to crown Lu Chang with a metaphorical green hat. Yet, despite her grievances, she resolved to call Lu Chang to inquire about his situation. Lu Chang, who had been enjoying a deep slumber in his camper, was abruptly awakened by Yi Xiaomei's call. In his drowsy state, he accepted the call and, after a brief moment of contemplation, disclosed his approximate location. What could this woman possibly want, traveling such a distance? Surely, she isn't here to catch him in the act. Lu Chang found it hard to believe that Yi Xiaomei had come merely for a casual visit, given that he had previously communicated his intentions clearly before setting off. Yet, Yi Xiaomei had dismissed the northern terrain as too desolate and had made excuses to go shopping with her best friend. Now, her sudden appearance suggested ulterior motives. Cursed be it. Rather than engage further, he pondered whether he should take decisive action against her. Although Lu Chang was tempted to seize this opportunity to confront Yi Xiaomei, he held back, realizing that their text messages could easily reveal his whereabouts, thus concocting a plan in his mind. As time passed, the sky grew progressively dimmer. Lu Chang deliberately selected a prime location to launch the luxurious speedboat, capable of accommodating 8 to 9 people, from his spatial domain, maneuvering it 50 meters forward before anchoring it on the lake surface. For dinner, he prepared the seafood he had previously collected, opting for a 12-pound sturgeon he had yet to taste. This ancient fish species possessed remarkably firm flesh, and to avoid wasting such a splendid ingredient, Lu Chang decided to split it in half, one portion marinated with secret seasonings for grilling over charcoal, and the other reserved for soup. Despite his culinary skills being rather modest, he generously added onions, carrots, and garlic to the pot. For the grilling, lacking expertise, he resorted to techniques observed at barbecue stalls, marinating the fish with oyster sauce, bean paste, and soy sauce before placing it over the flames, diligently brushing it with peanut oil and sprinkling chili powder. After a laborious 2 hours, dinner was finally ready, complemented by chilled beer that promised delightful flavors. Sated, Lu Chang took a moment to rest on the boat as twilight fell. Now was the time to embark on significant matters. For his safety, he secured a rope around his waist, fastening the other end to the speedboat's railing. He was determined to complete his task swiftly and return home. Once clad in a life jacket, he plunged into the water. As Lu Chang surfaced, a small vortex swiftly formed on the lake, its powerful suction far surpassing the earlier disturbances created from the shore. Thus, he balanced monitoring the spatial conditions while ensuring his safety, surfacing for brief respites every 10 to 20 minutes. After a sustained effort lasting approximately 1 to 2 hours, his spatial domain had successfully gathered around 5 million cubic meters of water. To provide context, if an average household utilizes 15 to 20 tons of water monthly, equivalent to 15 to 20 cubic meters, then 3,000 cubic meters could sustain a family for 150 to 200 months, or 12 to 17 years. Consequently, the freshwater resources collected in this endeavor were sufficient for a family of 5 to last several centuries. However, this operation yielded more than just water. Numerous aquatic delicacies had inadvertently been drawn into his spatial domain, with estimates suggesting no less than 30 tons of freshwater fish and shrimp. Thus, this singular venture could grant Lu Chang freedom from seafood scarcity. Sensing his task nearing completion, Lu Chang decided against lingering in the water any longer. With a powerful kick, he swam toward the yacht, easily climbing aboard from the side. Upon untying the rope around his waist, exhaustion washed over him. Grateful for the assistance of the rope, without it, he could never have endured such a prolonged immersion, and at this moment, his skin had turned pale from prolonged exposure. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Tonight's efforts were far from in vain. Not only had he addressed the irrigation needs of his spatial water resources, but he had also resolved the water requirements for livestock. During this time, while submerged, Lu Chang had serendipitously discovered a top-quality jade stone measuring approximately 8 meters in height and 6.5 meters in width. However, thoroughly fatigued, he needed to recuperate before he could dive again to retrieve it. After resting for over an hour, Lu Chang donned his diving gear and plunged back into the water. Although he initially swam off course, he remained undeterred. After diving for another 7 or 8 minutes, he finally located the jade stone resting on the lakebed. As his hand brushed against the stone, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Swiftly, he utilized his spatial abilities to seize the stone and began swimming toward the surface. Moments later, he resurfaced on the deck, and after shedding his diving gear, he collapsed from exhaustion, lying flat on the deck. After resting for over 10 minutes, he retrieved a bottle of energy drink from his spatial domain, desperately quenching his thirst. Perhaps due to the sugar boost, despite his aching muscles, Lu Chang gritted his teeth and returned to the helm. He turned the yacht's ignition and released the handbrake, steering toward the shore. The luxury yacht, purchased by the affluent, indeed lived up to its reputation, with its robust dual-engine system propelling the bow nearly out of the water. Within minutes, Lu Chang was back on land. Once ashore, he promptly stored the boat back in his spatial domain and headed toward his camper. Upon entering the vehicle, he closed the door and immediately made his way to the onboard restroom. After attending to his personal hygiene and changing his clothes, Lu Chang proceeded to the leisure area of the camper to prepare a drink. As he brewed coffee in the kitchen, he also contacted the system to absorb the energy from the jade stone he had just acquired. After a minute or two, the system finally finished absorbing the energy, resulting in a modest increase in his spatial domain. Although the growth was limited, Lu Chang did not begrudge it, as such opportunities were rare. He recalled the significant profits he had made during his previous venture in the jade market, which continued to generate buzz even now. With nothing pressing to attend to and feeling the weariness of the night, Lu Chang soon found his muscles aching and, having barely settled into bed, slipped into a deep slumber. He awoke around 10 the next morning, though he had little desire to rise. Had it not been for the pressing need to relieve himself, he might have continued sleeping indefinitely. After addressing his personal needs, his stomach began to protest. Not wishing to prepare breakfast, Lu Chang retrieved a pre-packaged meal to satisfy his hunger. Excellent. He felt revitalized, although tired. It was a far cry from the hardships of a post-apocalyptic scenario. After finishing his meal, Lu Chang tossed the container into the trash, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and leaned back in his chair, scrolling through his phone. After a moment's reflection, feeling a bit bored, Lu Chang entered his spatial domain to tend to the matters within. It had been over 2 months since he had acquired the poultry at the market and placed them here for rearing. And it was time for harvest. There were a total of 86 birds, and once this batch of eggs hatched, they would be just about sufficient. Observing the poultry scurrying around the yard alongside the serene cows and sheep grazing nearby, it was a picturesque rural scene. Immediately, Lu Chang utilized the system's harvesting ability to butcher half of the poultry and store them in the preservation area. His reasoning for this was to maintain a balance in the natural ecosystem. As he was currently the sole inhabitant and thus had no need for an excess of livestock at present, it suffices to merely maintain a suitable ecological balance. Moreover, with the recent introduction of sheep and cattle, which harmoniously complement the group of pigs, there is now an ample supply for daily sustenance. Just as I was about to step out of the space with a plump chicken ready for slaughter, I recalled that the fish I had previously consumed felt somewhat lacking. Lu Chang intended to prepare this chicken for lunch today. Subsequently, Lu Chang added corn, carrots, red dates, and goji berries, traditional medicinal ingredients, followed by some sweet, refreshing spring water, and then covered the pot to let it simmer gently on the stove. Earlier, Lu Chang had taken a brief inventory of the supplies in the space. Since his last trip to the United States, he had increased his consumption of beef and lamb. After all, he had once raided a Walmart warehouse, which served as the primary supply base for the entire New York City. The frozen beef and lamb alone amounted to no less than 50 tons. And when combined with the frozen seafood available here, it was more than sufficient to fulfill Lu Chang's desire for meat on a daily basis. To summarize, even if a family of 5 were to consume meat 3 times a day, it would take them a century to exhaust these provisions. Adding to this, the 30-plus tons of aquatic products salvaged from the lake last night further increased the bounty. Just as Lu Chang was busily scaling fish with a knife, he suddenly heard the sound of a car approaching slowly from outside. Lu Chang, is that you, my dear? Upon catching sight of the familiar RV through the car window, Yi Xiaomei immediately paid the taxi fare and dashed over to Lu Chang, calling out excitedly as she ran, "Oh, what a coincidence. I went on a little trip, and you managed to find me." At that moment, hearing the commotion outside, Lu Chang, who was adorned with a scarf, stepped out of the RV. The smile gracing his lips suggested that he was not at all surprised by Yi Xiaomei's unexpected visit, for they had already made plans over the phone the previous night. "Moi, my dear? Did you miss me? Why do you sound so sarcastic?" At this moment, Yi Xiaomei was clad in a stylish autumn blue trench coat, over a light yellow dress, perfectly embodying the essence of a charming woman. Such attire accentuated her beauty splendidly. After all, as a popular online streamer, Yi Xiaomei undoubtedly possessed a figure that allowed her to thrive in this profession. "Ha ha ha, of course I missed you. I could hardly wait to see you. Let's head inside. The meal will be ready shortly." Lu Chang gently placed a hand on Yi Xiaomei's slender waist, and together they returned to the RV. Before long, they began to enjoy a couple's meal featuring sweet and sour carp paired with a rich chicken broth, which was particularly nourishing during this transitional season. Although Lu Chang did not prepare any vegetables for lunch today, the bananas and apples nearby provided a suitable alternative for vitamin supplementation. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the couple engaged in a spirited exchange of martial arts. "Lu Chang, what made you decide to travel abroad? If you wanted to fish, there's a park nearby, isn't there?" At that moment, freshly attending to her business, Yi Xiaomei, her cheeks slightly flushed, leaned against Lu Chang, her alluring figure pressing closely to his arm as she playfully inquired. "Ha ha ha, the romance of men is something you little ladies simply cannot comprehend. By the way, what brought you all this way to find me?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Chang casually concocted an excuse to deflect her inquiry and then shifted the conversation to probe her intentions. "What else could it be? I just wanted to see you. However, I've noticed that prices in Yangqing have suddenly surged, and I heard that the city of New York over in the United States has been locked down for some unknown reason. Should we stock up on supplies? Before leaving, Yi Xiaomei had gleaned some information about the lockdown from her group of friends, noting that certain items had mysteriously gone missing, and the authorities there were conducting a rigorous investigation. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang immediately sensed that the unusual circumstances were likely not due to mere material losses. It could be that some technologically advanced nations had detected the trajectory of asteroids with their space exploration equipment, alerting scientists to an impending disaster, prompting them to take precautionary measures. The world is not lacking in intelligence, especially in a country like the United States, which holds core technologies. Lu Chang swiftly recalled various anomalous information from his previous life, merging those memories with current news to arrive at a conclusion. This impending apocalypse was not a mere coincidence. Many technologically advanced nations might have foreseen this disaster long ago. They had likely underestimated its potential destructiveness and severity, or perhaps they were aware that humanity's current technological capabilities could not avert such calamities. All right, when we return, we shall procure some supplies to stockpile at home. After regaining some strength, Lu Chang resumed discussing the second human origin project with Yi Xiaomei. Once everything settled down, Yi Xiaomei donned a bathrobe and headed to the RV's restroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Lu Chang sat at the edge of the bed, his mind racing, ultimately concluding that tomorrow would be the most opportune moment to act. As time was of the essence, he did not wish to squander any more moments here. It was imperative to return home and prepare. Otherwise, if a heavy snowfall were to seal the city, certain plans would become impossible to execute. Glancing at Yi Xiaomei's phone left behind while she bathed, Lu Chang casually picked it up, attempting to unlock it. After a few attempts, he realized she had changed the password. He then retrieved his own phone to access the miniature surveillance device he had secretly installed in the RV. With a swift motion of his right hand, a silenced 1911 handgun appeared in his grasp. A relic he had fortuitously acquired during his armament scavenging spree in the United States, where firearms were plentiful. It was not surprising that a few gun shops were operated by local gangs. Just from the craftsmanship of this silencer, Lu Chang could surmise it was a replica from an illicit factory. Despite its unremarkable appearance, its quality was exceptional. He had not only claimed this trophy but had also acquired several rifle silencers. Chang, could you fetch me a set of underwear for my suitcase? Sure. Just as Lu Chang was lost in thought, he heard Yi Xiaomei's voice from the restroom, prompting him to respond accordingly. Seizing the opportunity when she emerged, Lu Chang hurriedly grabbed a set of clothes and went to freshen up in the restroom as well. Afterward, seeing that the afternoon was free, he suggested they go fishing together, to which she readily agreed without a second thought. They retrieved 2 carbon fiber fishing rods and a few lures from the trunk before heading to the lakeside. Despite spending much of her time indoors streaming, Yi Xiaomei occasionally participated in fishing activities, boasting skills far superior to Lu Chang's, who, burdened with delivering takeout to support his family, had little leisure time for such pursuits, perhaps owing to the lake's abundant fish. Within an hour, Yi Xiaomei had already caught 5 or 6 fish, including 2 around 9 pounds and 3 weighing about 4 pounds each. The smaller ones were promptly returned to the water without a second glance. Conversely, Lu Chang had only managed to catch 2 fish thus far, a hefty 5-pound salmon and a 7-pound trout. Ha da Chang, look, I've hooked another one. Let us have a grand fish feast later. Oh, Xiaomei, your luck is exceptional today. Just as Yi Xiaomei was reveling in her good fortune, Lu Chang seized the opportunity to stealthily approach her from behind and, with a swift motion, fired a shot into the back of her head. With a singular bullet piercing through, blood gushed forth. Do not mistake my heartlessness. Compared to my present methods, they pale in comparison to the ruthlessness with which you once severed my arm with an axe. As he gazed down at Yi Xiaomei, whose head had exploded on the shore, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu Chang's eyes. This secluded location was ideal for disposing of a body, with no traffic passing by for the time being. Nevertheless, Lu Chang did not dare to let his guard down. He quickly crouched down to remove her upper clothing, wrapping it around her head. With a swift gesture, he summoned a 2-person speedboat and tossed Yi Xiaomei's corpse aboard. He then collected a sizable stone weighing around 40 to 50 pounds from the shore and piloted the boat to the center of the lake. Before long, Yi Xiaomei's body was sunk to the lake's depths, and her phone fell into his possession. Upon returning to the shore, Lu Chang hastily used a bucket to pour some water over the scene to cleanse it before driving away in the RV. Soon arriving back in the town. With today's events, he had just over 3 days left. After this endeavor, he would need to return. Once back in town, Lu Chang promptly booked a flight for 2030 that afternoon. then took the car to a car wash. After arranging everything, he settled into the waiting area of the wash and began to fiddle with Yi Xiaomei's phone, first checking the most recent photos and updates from the space. Upon discovering a few images pertinent to himself, he swiftly deleted them. Next, he proceeded to craft messages, emulating the tone of Yi Xiaomei to engage with her acquaintances. Although Lu Chang was aware that the truth about Yi Xiaomei's disappearance could not be concealed for long, it was unlikely that anyone would investigate before confirming her absence. Fortunately, Yi Xiaomei, being somewhat vain, had not neglected to document her daily life. Thus, Lu Chang found ample photographs in his phone gallery. He promptly selected several images to post as updates on his social media. Once everything was arranged, time slipped by unnoticed until it was past 1 in the afternoon. That moment, Lu Chang's camper van had just been cleaned by the car wash attendant. After paying for the wash, he got into the vehicle and set off toward the airport. Upon reaching the vicinity of the airport, he casually found a secluded parking spot. Inside the car, he began to tinker with the firearms he had previously acquired. He selected two AK-47s, two M1911 pistols, and AM2 carbine, disassembling them for maintenance and applying oil before reassembling them. He also prepared 3 spare magazines for each firearm, loading them with the appropriate ammunition. In less than 2 hours, Lu Chang had completed his initial preparations. To facilitate access, he carefully stored the firearms in a single box, placing 3 boxes of spare ammunition in the corner. Once this was accomplished, he cautiously returned the box to his storage space. Naturally, along with the firearms, he needed to prepare several sets of military clothing and magazine pouches. After organizing everything, he realized it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Feeling somewhat drowsy, Lu Chang set an alarm for 5 p.m. and rested in the vehicle. With the alarm ringing, Lu Chang adhered to his original plan to return to the picturesque Lake Belga. However, this time he refrained from stopping at the spot where he had previously encountered Xiaomei and drove another 500 meters before parking. As time approached 6 o'clock, Lu Chang, feeling the urgency, quickly verified that no one was nearby and swiftly released the speedboat. After maneuvering the boat about 30 meters, he decided not to proceed further. He dropped the anchor and rapidly changed into his diving gear on the deck. Once prepared, he propelled himself into the water with a kick from the side of the boat. Since the oxygen tank he carried was designed for short excursions, supplying air for approximately 30 minutes, Lu Chang had no intention of diving too deeply. After descending around 10 meters, he retrieved the bait he had previously prepared from his storage and scattered it in the water. In an instant, fish swarmed toward him as if drawn by blood. Observing this frenzy, Lu Chang remained patient, waiting 3 to 4 minutes until the fish congregated in large numbers before swiftly utilizing his storage ability to envelop the school. In just a few breaths, he managed to gather approximately 70 to 80 tons of fish and water into his storage space. Satisfied with the day's haul, Lu Chang promptly swam back to the surface. Had I known it would be this fruitful, I should have perused more tutorials before coming to fish, he chuckled. Yet, despite his playful banter, he remained focused on his tasks and soon drove the camper van toward the airport. The following morning, around 6 a.m., as a passenger plane landed at Yangqing Airport, Lu Chang finally arrived at his destination. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to procure sustenance for his body. After collecting his personal belongings, he exited the airport without a backward glance. Shortly thereafter, he stopped in front of a noodle shop and ordered an oversized bowl of beef noodles. However, after only a few bites, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, making him feel as though he were in a sauna. Quickly, he removed his jacket and requested the owner to turn on the nearby fan before continuing with his breakfast. It was no surprise. After all, southern regions were still experiencing the heat of July, unlike the frigid winters of the northern provinces. While enjoying his meal, Lu Chang took a moment to check his phone for updates on the packages he had ordered online. As expected, most of the deliveries within the province had already arrived at the courier station. Had he been home recently, he would have received these items long ago. The majority of the packages contained undergarments and socks tailored to his specifications. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Chang discreetly found a spot without surveillance to retrieve the camper van. He leisurely drove toward the city center, making a stop at a gas station to fill up the tank. As the morning rush hour approached, he decided against lingering and promptly returned the vehicle to the underground garage of his apartment complex. Once home, Lu Chang showered and tossed his clothes into the washing machine before retreating to his room for some rest. Perhaps due to his recent exhaustion, he fell into a deep slumber almost immediately upon lying down. When he woke again, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After washing his face, he began unpacking his deliveries in the living room. Among the packages, the most abundant were the composite bows and arrows, with a staggering 2,000 arrowheads. To avoid raising any suspicions from the shop owners, he had deliberately purchased them from 8 or 9 different outdoor equipment stores. Acquiring only 20 to 30 arrows from each. In addition to these items, Lu Chang had also procured 2 practical single-person inflatable kayaks. After inflating the kayaks, he stored everything back in his space. With his hands free, Lu Chang summoned a large rooster from his storage, and with a mere thought, he had it plucked clean. He chopped the chicken into pieces, poured some peanut oil into a pot, and added sugar, scallions, soy sauce, ginger, and salt to saute the meat until it achieved a beautiful color. After covering the pot to braise, he waited 10 minutes for the water to boil before adding carrots and red dates. Then transferred the mixture into a pressure cooker. Simultaneously, he rinsed some rice and placed it in a rice cooker. Feeling that everything was nearly prepared, Lu Chang headed to the gym for a workout. After about 30 minutes, upon hearing the pressure cooker emit its signal, he returned to turn off the stove. Already drenched in sweat, he took another shower before coming out to savor the soup he had made. Indeed, the slow-cooked chicken soup was delightful. After finishing 2 bowls of chicken and broth, Lu Chang leisurely began his lunch. After the meal, unable to remain idle at home, he took the 9-seater pickup truck he had acquired from the United States and left the community. Before long, he found himself in the suburbs. Although Yangcheng was a developed area, there were still some rural locales nearby. While casually driving along a rural road, Lu Chang stumbled upon a tree adorned with a beehive about the size of a bowl. Upon seeing the bees, a thought struck him. Why not introduce some bees into his storage? Just then, he noticed a long truck filled with sealed boxes parked ahead. Understanding the situation, Lu Chang realized these were likely beekeepers operating in the countryside. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the truck, produced 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, and approached them as expected. After walking a few steps, he spotted a middle-aged couple busily tending to their beehives down a slope. "Hey there! What are you 2 up to?" Lu Chang greeted them with a friendly demeanor, offering a cigarette. "Thanks, young man. What else could we be doing? We're here in the countryside to set up a place for our bees." The middle-aged man accepted the cigarette, and a few words of camaraderie followed. Such is the nature of male friendship. Once cigarettes were exchanged, conversation flowed more easily. Eventually, Lu Chang revealed his intention and purchased 2 bee boxes and 2 bottles of 3-pound jars of raw wild honey for 10,000 yuan. Before parting ways, Lu Chang, appreciating the man's honesty, gifted him the 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes from his truck. Initially, the man insisted on inviting Lu Chang to stay for a meal, but he politely declined. Perhaps due to Lu Chang's clear northern accent, they initially assumed he was one of their own. Without his identification to clarify, they might have remained skeptical. As Lu Chang continued to explore the rural area in his pickup, he encountered local residents herding black sheep grazing on the mountainside. Spotting an opportunity, he quickly offered 20,000 yuan to acquire 2 pairs of adult black sheep for his storage. Upon reaching the mountain, Lu Chang discovered a farmhouse and, feeling inspired, decided to stay for dinner. After ordering his meal, he took the opportunity to chat with the local villagers and pass the time. Eventually, unable to resist his curiosity, he found an excuse to return to his truck and retrieved a small drone to document the last peaceful moments of humanity before the impending apocalypse. "Excuse me, can I play with your drone?" Just as Lu Chang was fully engrossed in his activity, he felt a tug at his pant leg and looked down to find a 5- or 6-year-old girl gazing up at him. "Sure, come here. Let me show you how to play with it." As Lu Chang beheld the adorable little girl before him, a wave of childlike joy washed over him, compelling him to readily acquiesce to her request. He promptly exchanged pleasantries with the child's grandmother and commenced teaching her the intricacies of flying a drone. It wasn't until the proprietor of the farmstay emerged to inform Lu Chang that his ordered dishes were ready to be served that he bid farewell to the child. The evening's repast included braised eels with black beans, sauteed chicken with mushrooms, sweet and sour pork, garlic stir-fried greens, accompanied by a bowl of conch seafood soup, and a small selection of chilled beer, which brought immense delight to Lu Chang on the last 2 days. After finishing his meal, Lu Chang leisurely drove along routes free from traffic police. Not in a hurry to return home by tea was only when darkness enveloped the sky that he parked in front of the Tianshang Renjian clubhouse. As for his purpose for being there, those in the know would understand. After straightening his coat, Lu Chang strode confidently inside. Upon entering, he first ascended to the second floor for a bath, followed by a full-body massage from one of the lovely attendants. Once the entire process had allowed his muscles to achieve perfect relaxation, he ascended to the third floor to indulge in the earthly delights offered there. When the time came to settle the bill, he found himself charged a mere $18,600, and as he departed, the manager discreetly slipped him a small card. Lu Chang casually tucked it into his pocket and drove away from the Tianshang Renjian clubhouse. On his way back, he made a special stop at a nearby supermarket to purchase a case of chilled beer before heading upstairs. Just as he was about to close the elevator door while cradling the beers, a strikingly dressed woman in professional attire called out to him, "Hey there, please wait. I live here too." Noticing her beauty, Lu Chang quickly extended his foot to prevent the door from shutting. "Thank you." "You're welcome. Don't you need to press the floor button?" Lu Chang inquired, noticing she hadn't done so even as the elevator began to ascend at no need. "I live on the 29th floor. What a coincidence. I reside in Unit 2901. Lu Chang was taken aback to discover that she lived on the same floor, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind that she must have moved in during his recent travels abroad. However, he found it curious that he had unwittingly gained a new neighbor during his absence. Despite his curiosity, Lu Chang assumed she had simply moved in while he was away on business. Though the speed of her renovation seemed rather swift, haha, what a coincidence. I'm in 2905. I suppose we're neighbors now. The woman stood about 1.72 meters tall, her hair styled into a bun, with an oval face that was quite pleasing to the eye. Her casual yet appropriate office attire suggested she might be a receptionist at a certain company. Upon realizing Lu Chang also resided on her floor, she quickly introduced herself in a friendly manner, appearing carefree. After exchanging introductions, Lu Chang learned that her name was Song Yinzi, a recent college graduate who had just started working. She had purchased her apartment 10 days prior due to a job transfer and had moved in after only minimal renovations. Therefore, apart from some waterproofing and window fittings, her home was furnished solely with second-hand items. A quintessential example of a modern young woman, she had managed to save considerably as her parents covered her down payment. "Nice to meet you. If you're not busy, may I offer you a drink?" As the elevator doors opened, Lu Chang pulled 2 cans of beer from his bag and handed one to her. "Thank you. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." From the clarity and innocence reflected in her eyes, Lu Chang deduced that she was likely a newcomer to the workforce, as thoughts of impending doom loomed. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. "Thank you for your kindness. Perhaps another time." With that, Lu Chang retreated to his apartment, placing the beers into the refrigerator before leisurely enjoying one on the balcony. Gazing down at the bustling nightscape below, he couldn't help but lament that this vibrant life would soon be a thing of the past. Though his heart was heavy with reluctance, he felt powerless. For the impending meteor strike was a natural disaster beyond the control of even the most brilliant scientists, let alone an ordinary man like himself. Who could have predicted that the end of this flourishing existence was merely a step away? After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Chang turned to wash up in the bathroom, changing into a comfortable robe before switching on the television to catch the news. After flipping through several channels covering international events, he gradually discerned some hidden information. It became evident that even the United States would be unable to prevent the impending apocalypse. By piecing together fragments from his past memories, he dismissed several potential solutions. Ultimately, he concluded that even launching an atomic bomb into space in an attempt to destroy the meteor would be futile, as its colossal size was comparable to a 100-story skyscraper. Such magnitude meant that, even if struck by a nuclear weapon, it would merely shatter into countless smaller meteors, which could then collide with the sun. If mishandled, these fragments might veer towards Earth, resulting in catastrophic destruction, with time running short. Lu Chang retrieved several laptops and plugged in the SIM cards he had procured during his overseas travels. He began drafting a doomsday announcement, intending to disseminate it across major online platforms in his home country. After spending over an hour refining the message, he proceeded to publish the doomsday alert and a related survival plan on various websites to prevent his location from being traced back to him. He ensured that the entire process was completed within a minute. Once the messages were sent, he deliberately boosted the visibility of his anonymous accounts before securely stowing the laptops away, severing their connection to the outside world. The price he had paid for those SIM cards was merely a few bottles of high-proof vodka, allowing him to maintain a clean slate regarding any suspicion. 3 hours later, Lu Chang opened his phone and browsed a well-known website to check the posts he had just made. Upon discovering that his messages had yet to be deleted, he chose to ignore the comments, hoping that more people would see his warnings before they were inevitably erased by regulatory authorities. As Lu Chang gazed out at the night sky, lost in thought, an unexpected call from Sun Lily, someone he hadn't spoken to in a while, suddenly rang through. "I want to fly high, very high." "Hello, Xiao Li. Yes. I just returned from abroad. Great. Let us meet tomorrow." After concluding the call, Lu Chang had arranged to dine with her the following afternoon, along with a visit to a hotel. In truth, he had received calls from others, including a woman from the 4S dealership, but he had declined her advances. It was only Sun Lily, with whom he had a certain rapport, that he decided to accept. With the apocalypse looming, he sought the companionship of someone familiar to weather the impending trials of solitude. At times, people are paradoxical. Initially, Lu Chang felt reluctant about the potential trouble Sun Lily might bring in the face of impending doom. Yet, as they spent more time together, he began to recognize her merits. As a salesperson, Sun Lily was naturally conversational and well-versed in various aspects of life, from culinary delights to the latest gossip. Coincidentally, in the context of the approaching apocalypse, such gossip became a valuable source of information for Lu Chang. Bored after finishing his drink, Lu Chang retreated to his bed for some rest, having had a long day. The next morning, as the curtains were drawn open, the glaring sunlight streamed onto Lu Chang's skin. Even at just past 7 in the morning, the sun's heat was palpable. After a quick wash, he busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a light meal to nourish his body. After jogging a couple of laps around the community, he felt stifled and decided to venture outside for a run. After more than half an hour, feeling fatigued, he shifted from running to a leisurely stroll, meandering through the neighborhood. As he was preparing to return home for a quick shower and a change of clothes, Lu Chang suddenly noticed a delivery vehicle parked in front of a venerable traditional Chinese medicine shop nearby. Curiosity piqued, he approached to engage in casual conversation with the neighbors. From their chatter, Lu Chang quickly became aware of a crucial oversight. It seemed he had forgotten to collect the seeds for medicinal herbs. The few words from the delivery boy jolted him awake from his reverie. How could I have forgotten such an essential task? Herb seeds. After silently chastising himself for his negligence, Lu Chang resolved to enter the Tongrantang pharmacy without hesitation. "Hello, shopkeeper. May I trouble you for a moment? Do you happen to have any commonly used medicinal herb seeds?" Without beating around the bush, Lu Chang posed his inquiry directly, as it was not a matter of purchasing precious commodities. He had no fear of misunderstanding. "Oh, young man, are you looking to buy herbal seeds? This is not something most people would require. May I ask if you know how to cultivate them?" The middle-aged man seemed to discern Lu Chang's intentions at a glance, teasing him with a bemused expression. "Haha, uncle, I have a relative studying at an agricultural university. Recently, his professor assigned them a project on cultivating medicinal herbs, and since I happened to come across this place, I thought I'd ask, if you have any, could you sell me some?" At that moment, sincerity shone in Lu Chang's eyes, and it indeed appeared plausible. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to whether the shopkeeper believed him. Thinking that as long as he could pay, he had no reason to fear refusal. "Oh, I see. I don't have many herb seeds here, but would you like me to call a supplier for you? However, the deposit won't be cheap." The middle-aged man spoke with an undertone that suggested he viewed Lu Chang as a lucrative opportunity, clearly intending to profit from him. "Since you lack sincerity, I shall inquire at the neighboring shop." At this point, Lu Chang understood that the shopkeeper was treating him as a fool. Although he had money, he would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. He turned on his heel, preparing to leave, for there were other traditional medicine shops in the vicinity. As the saying goes, a black cat or a white cat that catches mice is a good cat. Lu Chang did not believe that having money would prevent him from making a purchase. In short, he would not let himself be deceived. Hey, young man, don't be so hasty to leave. If a deal cannot be struck, let us at least maintain some civility. The price is negotiable." Regardless of the shopkeeper's calls, Lu Chang remained silent and proceeded to the other pharmacy across the street. Although he had never engaged in the business of herb cultivation, he had access to the internet. Upon searching for information on his phone, he quickly grasped the general prices of herb seeds. To his astonishment, he discovered that a half-kilogram of a herb called Qinghao cost only 15 yuan, while a small packet of 20 licorice seeds was merely 1.8 yuan. Even ginseng, which was relatively more expensive, could be purchased for only 3 yuan for a packet of 40 seeds. This revelation completely overturned Lu Chang's previous perceptions. Such inexpensive prices meant that acquiring even several kilograms of each variety would not cause him to flinch. Ultimately, Lu Chang found that to obtain the most comprehensive selection of medicinal herb seeds, he would need to travel to a neighboring province. Otherwise, it would be impossible to gather everything in Yangcheng. He decided to fly there, as it was a mere 1 hour and 40 minutes away. Adhering to his principle of urgency, he promptly returned to his residence to retrieve his identification and then hurriedly made his way to the airport. He splurged on a VIP first-class ticket for a flight that would depart in just over 30 minutes. As the plane took off, he felt a surge of anticipation. By 10:30 a.m., after landing, Lu Chang immediately hailed a private vehicle to the largest medicinal herb supply district in the vicinity. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and quickly entered a well-established shop. Within about an hour, he managed to procure over 4,600 different varieties of herb seeds at remarkably low prices. Although he could not claim to have gathered every herb seed available in the country, he had certainly amassed a sufficient supply. At the checkout, he spent a considerable sum of around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan to load the goods into a van. Additionally, as he departed, the shopkeeper generously gifted him several books on herbal medicine, including the Compendium of Materia Medica, the Golden Prescriptions, and Treatise on Febrile Diseases, among other commonly referenced texts in Chinese medicine. Lu Chang accepted them graciously in a rush to avoid being late for his evening appointment. He hastily flew back to Yangcheng. Despite the tight schedule, he did not miss his date with Sun Lily that evening. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Chang immediately categorized the medicinal herbs and instructed the system to plant them. Of course, he did not plant too many of each variety all at once. He opted to sow a modest amount of each herb, intending to first attempt a harvest to stock his warehouse, as he might find them useful someday. His main objective was to ensure a diverse selection while being able to supply his daily needs in small quantities. With the necessary preparations nearly complete, he decided to leave the rest to time. After exercising at the gym, Lu Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and took out a notebook to jot down his thoughts. This notebook contained the plans he had drafted since his rebirth, with most of the projects now completed. All he could do now was to maintain his daily exercise routine while refining the combat skills he had invested heavily in learning abroad. Nearly 3 months had passed, and although Lu Chang's overall physical condition could not rival that of national athletes, he was certainly stronger than the average citizen. Just looking at the reflection of his abdominal muscles in the gym mirror was enough to speak volumes. After finishing a glass of milk and taking a brief rest, Lu Chang picked up his compound bow and moved to the hallway to practice archery. During renovations, he had intentionally left this corridor, which measured approximately 9 meters in length, in the middle of the first floor of his home. At the end of the corridor, he had placed a 1 by 1 meter square wooden board, with 2 concentric circles painted in red in the center. This was a makeshift target he had set up. With a swift motion, the compound bow launched an arrow that struck the 8-ring zone. Following that, he released 2 more arrows in quick succession, though this time his luck was not as favorable, merely grazing the 5 and 6 zones. After practicing for over an hour, he concluded his morning session when his arms began to ache. Such daily exercises typically took place a couple of hours before his morning and afternoon meals. To date, Lu Chang had adhered to this regimen for nearly 2 months, and his current achievements were far from coincidental. Before he knew it, the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, and he had less than an hour until his rendezvous with Sun Lily. Therefore, Lu Chang quickly took a shower, changed into a clean outfit, grabbed his car keys, and headed to the underground parking lot. Driving the Range Rover he had purchased recently, he left the community and soon arrived at the Aroma Pavilion Hotel. Welcome. Hello. I have a reservation for a private room, number 126. Could you please park my car in the parking lot? Thank you. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, 2 doormen in hotel attire approached. Lu Chang habitually handed over the keys and exchanged a few words before slipping a 200 yuan note into one of their hands. Of course. Please, enjoy your time upstairs. The doorman, eager to please, quickly ushered Lu Chang inside and took the keys to begin his task. Before long, Lu Chang reached the private room he had reserved the previous day, where Sun Lily had been waiting for him. As he entered, Lu Chang immediately noticed that Sun Lily had made a special effort to dress up for their date, adorned in a black evening gown, her curly hair styled with evident care. Chang, you're here, Sun Lily exclaimed, rushing over to plant a kiss on his cheek. It's been a few days, Lily, and you look more beautiful than ever. At that moment, Lu Chang caught a whiff of her perfume and could not help but tease her. Haha, you always know how to flatter me. Come, Have a seat. I've saved room in my stomach just for this feast you've prepared." Upon hearing her words, Sun Lily's face lit up with joy, and after casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Chong, she began to voice her complaints. Realizing her intentions, Lu Chong promptly ordered the dishes from the waiter. He selected an 8-pound Australian lobster, 2 specially prepared medium-rare steaks, accompanied by a bottle of 1992 Lafite, and some dessert to conclude the meal. After placing the order, he handed the menu to Sun Lily, inviting her to add any of her preferred dishes. She only requested a red vegetable soup before returning the menu to the waiter. Shortly thereafter, the dishes began to arrive, and the two of them indulged in the delightful feast. However, the evening's entertainment was far from over. After they finished their sumptuous meal, Lu Chong summoned a designated driver via his mobile phone. He took them for a stroll along the riverside in the Land Rover he had recently purchased, allowing them to sober up before instructing the driver to return the vehicle to the community where he and Yi Xiaomei had once resided. The ensuing events are not particularly engaging and shall not be elaborated upon further. Around 10 p.m., Lu Chong awoke from a pressing urge to relieve himself. He discreetly attended to his personal hygiene in the bathroom before heading to the kitchen to stock the refrigerator with some fresh vegetables, fruits, and an assortment of meats, chicken, duck, and fish. Not neglecting the beverages, he filled the refrigerator to the brim. Although he might not return to this community in the future, having brought Sun Lily along, he felt the need to make a good impression. After all, the contents of the refrigerator paled in comparison to the vast reserves he had elsewhere. Nevertheless, this bounty was sufficient to sustain 1 or 2 individuals for over a month. Time was of the essence. If history remained unchanged, the meteor strike on the sun would occur around 4 or 5 in the morning. The moment the refrigerator door closed, Lu Chong couldn't help but gaze out at the night scenery, also thinking of Sun Lily, who was still nestled in bed. Ultimately, he decided against waking her, opting instead to jot down a few words on a piece of paper and affix it to the refrigerator. He then retrieved 2 rice cookers, rinsed some rice, and set 2 large pots of sausage rice to cook. Once everything was prepared, he turned towards the guest room next door, where he set up a metal stove, using a glass cutter to create an opening in the window for the necessary equipment. Before departing, Lu Chong made sure to leave behind 2 blankets, 2 down jackets, and enough firewood to fill half a room. After arranging all of this, he went to rouse Sun Lily for a late-night snack. She sleepily donned her robe and entered the kitchen. She caught sight of Lu Chong busily preparing their meal and couldn't resist giving him a kiss. "Ah Chong, you're so wonderful. Let me take care of the rest." Upon seeing Lu Chong cooking egg noodles for her, Sun Lily was deeply moved and hurriedly took over the task. "Okay, just be careful not to burn yourself." Lu Chong, hearing her words, graciously stepped aside, allowing Sun Lily to take the reins. After their late-night snack, the two engaged in yet another round of sparring, and it was only at 1:30 a.m. that Lu Chong quietly slipped away. Given the time, the roads were relatively clear, and he managed to return to Sunshine Community in under an hour and a half. It was now 3 a.m., leaving less than 2 hours until the apocalypse would commence. Preparations were necessary. Firewood needed to be added to the fireplace. Upon returning home, Lu Chong promptly retrieved a set of thermal underwear and the down jacket he had selected earlier, placing them on the living room sofa. He swiftly adjusted the central air conditioning to heating mode, first setting it to a constant 27 degrees Celsius, then raising it to 32 degrees once the temperature had stabilized. With these preparations in place, Lu Chong randomly selected a few pieces of wood and tossed them into the fireplace. After dousing them with some lighter fluid, he quickly ignited the wood with newspaper. Taking advantage of the remaining time, he pulled some marinated meat from the refrigerator and placed it in a pressure cooker. After all, cooking with gas at this moment would conserve considerable energy, and Lu Chong was keen not to miss this opportunity. He also boiled several kettles of water to fill a large household thermos. Once all of this was done, he returned to the living room to load ammunition into his firearms. This time, he produced 10 different types of guns along with their respective magazines, the sound of bronze bullets being loaded echoing through the hall. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and outside, snowflakes began to fall gently. Through the window, Lu Chong was acutely aware that the end of the world was imminent, for whether the neighbors would seize the last opportunity to stockpile sufficient winter supplies by dawn. That was up to their own wits. During this time of preparing his weapons, he also took moments to check on the computers still downloading data. Today, he had nearly completed downloading various tutorials and study materials. Most of what remained were entertainment programs and standalone games, optional resources that, even if incomplete, could be substituted with game discs he already possessed, ensuring his entertainment would remain unaffected. At 4:55 a.m. To mitigate losses for his household electrical devices, Liu Chong had already disconnected the power and network cables. When the solar electromagnetic storm struck, he hoped to minimize economic damage. Despite this, he had not called Sun Lily, having quietly turned off her phone before leaving earlier. Unless she was awakened by the bitter cold, it was unlikely she would realize he had tampered with her device. Suddenly, a low rumble of electromagnetic storm thunder resonated outside, followed by the streetlights flickering off in an instant. Soon after, the entire neighborhood's lights began to flicker, struggling briefly before stabilizing once again. Standing by the window, Liu Chong understood this was merely a precursor to the impending electromagnetic storm. If the government failed to implement appropriate emergency power cut measures, by around 6 a.m., when sunlight reached the northern hemisphere, all electrical appliances in the Huaxia region would officially lose power. Despite having disconnected all his appliances in advance, the solar-powered light bulbs he had strategically placed on the balcony were already beginning to short-circuit. It was truly a stroke of fate. The posts he had made earlier had evidently failed to garner the attention of the relevant authorities. Liu Chong comprehended why the government had not yet enacted emergency measures. Perhaps the attention on his posts had simply been insufficient. Nonetheless, he believed that among the billions of citizens in our rabbit country, there were undoubtedly many who had seen his posts. If those working overtime and night owls had paid attention to his warnings, surely some astute individuals would connect the dots as time ticked away. Liu Chong clenched his fists tightly, his palms beginning to sweat with anxiety. Ding dong, good morning, citizens of Yang City. This is the National Power Supply Bureau. Due to the solar electromagnetic storm, the nation will officially enter a state of emergency. In half an hour, the entire country will commence a 3-day emergency blackout and internet shutdown. At that moment, Liu Chong suddenly received a text message notification from the national system, alleviating some of his earlier concerns. He could hardly fathom that the national defense system would only announce this crucial information an hour before sunrise. Truly a rare occurrence. With this message, public facilities outside extinguished at an astonishing rate, all within the span of half an hour. Yes, wonderful. At least our country has managed to respond in time, successfully avoiding the first wave of electromagnetic disaster before the winter. Just as Liu Chong celebrated the nation's narrow escape, the situation in the beautiful country was far less fortunate. Due to the time difference between the northern and southern hemispheres, it was just past 5 a.m. in Huaxia, coinciding with around 6 p.m. in New York City. Given that it was summer, the daylight hours were elongated, and the sun had yet to fully set in the southern hemisphere. However, it had already become the first region to suffer the consequences of the solar storm. Initially, the beautiful country had devised a prevention plan, but they mistakenly trusted misleading information propagated by certain capitalists. Believing that high-tech weaponry could alter the course of events, they ultimately faced a catastrophic error. Just as the atomic bomb was nearing the sun, the meteor collided prematurely, causing them to miss their best chance for self-rescue. As a result, the entire southern hemisphere was plagued by the effects of this electromagnetic storm, leading to numerous traffic accidents on the roads, and even some automotive factories suffered fires due to battery explosions. That was not the worst of it. During peak commuting hours, the electromagnetic storm triggered a chain reaction of traffic incidents. Although accidents occurred, most vehicles were in close proximity, resulting in minor collisions and scratches rather than significant casualties. Those who had always enjoyed racing on the highways were left to fate at this juncture. Having anticipated that the first electromagnetic storm would last only an hour or two, Liu Chong retrieved a small telescope he had prepared and began assembling it. After a bit of tinkering, he successfully set up a compact telescope with a resolution of 333.5 times. Although this device may appear compact, its price is remarkably affordable, merely 368 yuan, rather than 1,368 yuan or even 1,288 yuan. Naturally, Liu Chong also possesses higher-resolution telescopes in his collection, yet their cumbersome size renders them impractical for immediate use. Given that this civilian model suffices for his current needs, he is content to utilize it for the time being. Once he has set up the device, Liu Chong promptly pairs it with a 62-megapixel Dahua smartphone. Consequently, after the electromagnetic storm passes, he will be able to observe the external scenery directly through the camera screen without needing to look down. More importantly, the smartphone's built-in photo and video recording functions will impeccably document the entire process of the apocalypse unfolding. Having prepared these items, Lu Chang turns his attention away from the outside world and heads indoors to retrieve a blanket, tossing it onto the sofa for any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, mere minutes later, the Huaxia region feels the impact of the storm as the frigid air swiftly envelopes the entire area. Lu Chang, ever vigilant of the commotion outside, witnesses the critical moment when frost begins to form on the window. The long, harsh winter of the apocalypse has finally arrived, gently caressing the newly formed layer of frost on the window. Lu Chang cannot help but exclaim in wonder at the same time. His attention is drawn to the thermometer left outside on the balcony, which now displays a plummeting temperature, dropping from 23 degrees to a staggering -68 degrees. In that instant, a cacophony of startled voices erupts from the community as residents express their grievances, and panic swiftly spreads throughout the moderately sized neighborhood. In a flash, nearly every unit within the complex lights up. Oh my goodness! How could the weather turn so cold all of a sudden? My heavens, is it summer or winter? Oh dear, everyone, look! The government has sent new updates. At this moment, the neighborhood has transformed into a bustling marketplace, with complaints and the cries of children echoing incessantly. Lu Chang casts a cursory glance around, noting the surprising number of residents in this community, which has been open for 2.5 years. Currently, the occupancy rate has reached approximately 68, except for the building Lu Chang inhabits, which features duplex-style apartments. Due to the pricing, few have chosen to buy here, resulting in an occupancy rate of only about 39, which is precisely the situation Lu Chang desires. Presently, both levels of his duplex are unoccupied, save for a recently moved-in soft-spoken girl on the same floor, rendering his abode relatively safe in the early stages of the apocalypse. Lu Chang understands that in such dire circumstances, life offers little room for contemplation. However, due to the government's emergency relief during the first month, the darker aspects of humanity are unlikely to surface just yet. This period is also crucial for Lu Chang to enhance his physical fitness, as only by strengthening himself can he hope to survive in this impending apocalypse. With winter upon him and reluctance to venture outside, Lu Chang prepares a lamb hot pot in the kitchen. Having been well prepared, he ignites the gas stove, cleans the Inyang copper pot, and sets it up. He then begins to retrieve lamb and beef, along with various hot pot ingredients, white radish, onions, chili peppers, pepper powder, and doubanjiang, ensuring not a single item is overlooked. Coupled with the hot pot base he had purchased earlier, it isn't long before a rich broth is ready. Before he realizes it, it is already past 9 in the morning. Fully satisfied after his meal, Lu Chang takes a towel to wash up, intending to rest for a while before returning to sleep. Meanwhile, Sun Lily, recently awakened from the cold, frantically searches for Lu Chang, having inadvertently rendered her phone inoperable. In her moment of despair, she realizes she has lost her last means of communication. However, being no naive child, she quickly calms down and learns some information from a neighbor living on the same floor. Woe is me! Where on earth could Lu Chang have gone? At this moment, Sun Lily, bundled in her comforter and trembling in bed, examines the note Lu Chang left on the refrigerator. As she discovers that Lu Chang has prepared 2 pots of char siu rice in advance, her worries begin to dissipate. Especially upon seeing the fully stocked refrigerator, she realizes that he has not abandoned her. Eagerly, she grabs a pair of chopsticks and devours a few bites of char siu rice, resembling a little hamster stuffing food into its cheeks. Through Lu Chang's note, Sun Lily soon finds a Dahua smartphone that he had prepared for her in a drawer. After carefully unboxing it, she swaps her old SIM card into the new phone. Hesitating to move further, she is acutely aware, having learned from her neighbors, that the world is currently under the siege of a solar electromagnetic storm. She understands that she must wait for government notifications, or until the streetlights resume normal operation in 3 days, before she dares to use this backup phone. Meanwhile, Song Yanzi, who lives on the same floor as Lu Chang, is busy in her kitchen concocting handmade cookies. She has devised a plan to use these cookies as a means to barter for supplies from Lu Chang, aiming to ride out the electromagnetic storm and repay him later. 2 hours later. As noon approaches, Song Yanzi, having hastily donned several layers of clothing and wrapped herself in a blanket, arrives at Lu Chang's door with freshly baked cookies in hand. Since Lu Chang's residence has been specially modified for safety, even the sound of her knocking triggers the mechanical alarm inside. What brings her here? Lu Chang, roused from slumber by the doorbell, feels a surge of irritation. However, upon peering through the peephole and seeing her, he suppresses his annoyance, Glancing at his wristwatch, he realizes it is around noon. After donning a military coat, he descends to open the door. "What brings you here?" he inquires, testing the waters. Hello, big brother. May I trouble you for a moment?" Song Yinzi, cradling the homemade cookies, presents them to Lu Chang and quickly explains her predicament. She demonstrates a measure of intelligence, initially expressing her need for supplies before eventually pivoting to request cash. "I have a bit of cash left. I can lend you 6,000 yuan for emergencies. Also, I have 2 boxes of instant noodles. If you don't mind, take them for now." Lu Chang recognizes that her request stems from necessity and does not press her further. He also understands that, given their shared living situation, he may one day find himself needing her assistance. He decides to provide her with some provisions, ensuring that this opportunity does not slip away unnoticed. "Really? Thank you so much, big brother." Surprised by the ease of her request, Song Yinzi cannot help but kiss Lu Chang on the cheek in gratitude. Since she has come seeking assistance, Lu Chang cannot leave her outside in the cold. He graciously invites her to warm herself by the fire in the living room and prepares a cup of hot coffee to help her thaw out. Upon entering, Song Yinzi expresses her thanks and takes a seat, curiously surveying Lu Chang's home. The decor exudes a simple yet elegant style, and the warmth of the fireplace instills in her a sense of security. That moment, she finds herself comparing her unfinished home to Lu Chang's dwelling. Feeling a pang of envy. "Oh, how I wish my place had a fireplace." While Song Yinzi daydreams about the fireplace, Lu Chang emerges from his bedroom carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles. "Thank you so much, big brother. Rest assured, once the internet is back up, I will return this money to you immediately." Though the 2 boxes of noodles may not hold great value, they represent a gesture of goodwill. And Song Yinzi, raised with proper etiquette, rises to express her gratitude once more. "Remember, it's big brother, not big uncle," Lu Chang replies, slightly bemused, as he closes the door behind her. Song Yinzi seemed to have heeded his advice. As soon as she returned home and placed her belongings, she dashed towards the supermarket downstairs. However, upon reaching the entrance of the community, she discovered a long queue had already formed, and realizing that she could hardly squeeze her way in, she hurriedly set off towards Changshaochang, a large supermarket located 100 meters away. Many others shared Song Yinzi's sentiment, despite the road being blanketed with snow that nearly concealed their ankles. It did little to dampen their enthusiasm for procuring supplies. In such frigid temperatures, conditions in the south were already dire, let alone in the north. Fortunately, due to the influenza outbreak several decades ago, the nation now conducted an emergency drill annually integrated with fire safety exercises. Thus, the populace remained vigilant against such unforeseen dangers. Upon seeing someone stockpiling supplies, nearby residents quickly joined the queue. Yet, they were unaware that a catastrophic electromagnetic storm accompanied by plummeting temperatures was on the horizon. This was in stark contrast to the government's initial warning regarding the electromagnetic storm. But the common folk could hardly concern themselves with such matters. Once someone took the lead in hoarding supplies, a corresponding butterfly effect ensued, prompting more residents to join the fray. After all, with the climate shifting so abruptly, no one could predict how long this calamity would last. In another scene, Lu Chang, having sent Song Yinzi on her way, added more firewood to the fireplace before heading to the gym for a workout. An hour later, drenched in sweat, he made his way to the bathroom to soak in a hot bath, alleviating his fatigue. This is what life is about. He grabbed a nearby wine glass and took a sip, unable to suppress a sigh of contentment. Compared to his previous life, he would hardly glance at the world's richest man now. After about 20 minutes, sensing the water temperature had dropped, Lu Chang quickly got dressed. He tossed the gym clothes he had been wearing into the water, quickly scrubbed them, and then hung them on the balcony to freeze. Minutes later, the freshly washed clothes had turned stiff as a board. A gentle tap with a stick caused a cascade of ice shards to fall away. After retrieving the clothes, Lu Chang settled by the fireplace to enjoy some fast food, all the while savoring a bottle of erguotu. These meals were prepared by a rural wedding chef he had once hired, and they were just perfect for the occasion. Remarkably, the space's inherent preservation capabilities were impressive. Nearly 2 months had passed, yet the meals remained as fresh as when they were first placed inside. In an effort to avoid wasting food, Lu Chang only took a serving of sweet and sour pork, a portion of stir-fried beef with green peppers, and 2 servings of rice. After indulging in his meal and tidying up, he lounged on the sofa while scrolling through his phone. After binge-watching 2 science fiction films, He grabbed a broom and headed to the rooftop to clear the accumulated snow from the solar panels to prevent them from being crushed under the weight of the snow. When Lu Chang returned downstairs, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he spotted Song Yinzi, breathless, climbing up the emergency exit stairs, laden with supplies. At this moment, she had changed into a thick down jacket, a marked improvement over her previous attempt to keep warm with just a blanket. "Thank you, sir. I owe it to your generosity that I could buy this winter coat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to." After expressing her gratitude, Song Yinzi intended to cook a simple meal for Lu Chang, but he politely declined, knowing that every morsel of sustenance was invaluable in this apocalypse, especially since he was not in need of her food. Regarding Song Yinzi's good intentions, Lu Chang certainly appreciated them, but as a wealthy individual, he had long since lost interest in her 2 bags of rice and frozen meat. Thus, he concocted a casual excuse to send her on her way. However, as he glanced at the apple that had been thrust into his hands, a bittersweet smile crept across his face. With everyone having procured their supplies, the entire community entered a brief period of tranquility. Time flowed steadily, and before long, 7 days had passed. The blizzard had begun to subside thanks to the diligent repair efforts of relevant departments in Huaxia, restoring some temporary power supply. The government officially announced via text message that electricity and water would be provided daily from 7 to 8 o'clock a.m., 11:00 a.m. to 12:00 p.m., and 5:00 to 6:00 p.m. Moreover, under the government's urgent rescue efforts, critical facilities such as hospitals had temporarily regained their power supply. Yet, even so, with the memories of his past life, Lu Chang was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. In just a month or two, humanity's moral compass would be ruthlessly trampled underfoot in the name of survival. Knock, knock, who is it? Just as Lu Chang was enthusiastically enjoying his hot pot, the door was suddenly knocked upon by a stranger. Habitually, he turned to the hall's surveillance monitor, catching sight of a young and an elderly officer clad in military coats. "Hello, is Lu Chang residing here? We have a case that requires your assistance in our investigation. Could you please open the door?" As Lu Chang pressed the button on the surveillance video, the officers could see his face, and they briefly explained their purpose. Click. "All right, please wait a moment." Lu Chang soon set down his bowl and chopsticks, walking over to open the door, allowing the 2 officers to enter. Upon entering, the officers immediately sensed the unusual warmth of the room, particularly the younger officer, who could not help but display a look of enjoyment. Ahem. The older officer, Officer Chun, noticing his colleague's lack of composure, quickly cleared his throat to regain decorum. "May I ask what brings you here?" "Mr. Lu Chang, do you know Yi Xiaomei?" "Yes, Yi Xiaomei is my girlfriend." "May I ask why that we received a report from the public that Yi Xiaomei has been missing for some time? After preliminary investigations, we suspect." "What, missing? How is that possible? Could she have encountered trouble abroad?" The senior officer Chen, drawing on his years of case experience, recognized Lu Chang's calm demeanor in the face of questioning, leading him to suspect that this young man held significant culpability in the disappearance case. However, regardless of how they probed, Lu Chang maintained that he had simply neglected to check on his girlfriend due to the recent cold weather. He also promptly retrieved his phone to assist with their investigation, presenting a demeanor of cooperative civility. Although it was difficult to discern whether Lu Chang was lying at that moment, without evidence, Officer Chun could not ascertain the truth of the matter. "All right, I've recorded your information. May I ask if you know Su Daqiang?" I have a vague recollection, no. I recall hearing my girlfriend Yi Xiaomei mention him. It seems he just moved in next door a while ago." Lu Chang, when faced with Officer Chin's probing, merely reflected on what he knew after a moment's contemplation, emphasizing that Yi Xiaomei had traveled abroad recently. Of course, when Lu Chang referred to next door, he meant the previous community where he and Yi Xiaomei had lived, not his current residence in Sunshine Community. Indeed, upon learning that Yi Xiaomei had gone abroad, Officer Chen's suspicion toward Lu Chang diminished considerably. Given the current situation, Officer Chen surmised that Yi Xiaomei might have been stranded in a remote Arctic country due to this once-in-a-century snow disaster, thus temporarily classifying her as missing rather than categorizing it as a criminal case. As for how to verify this, Officer Chen and his team had already examined the social media updates of Yi Xiaomei's friend, who had reported her missing before coming to speak with Lu Chang. Based on the evidence they had gathered, Officer Chen could only speculate that Yi Xiaomei had flown abroad, leaving her encounters with Lu Chang while overseas unknown. Soon, the 2 officers, having obtained the information they sought, departed from Lu Chang's home. They were mindful that if they lingered too long, they would miss the window of opportunity for power supply during the midday hours, rendering the elevator unusable. After bidding farewell to the officers, Lu Chang returned indoors, his expression darkening ominously. Su Daqiang. What a ridiculous name. It should be Su Jinxiang. Those two officers were so inept. I was initially inclined to let you survive a bit longer, to savor the beauty of winter. But since you've chosen to court death, I can only send you on your way. How could Lu Chang easily forget the name of his nemesis from his past life? His mispronunciation of the name before the officers had been deliberate. Soon, a frenzied idea began to take shape in Lu Chang's mind. After a moment of contemplation, a slight smirk appeared at the corners of Lu Chang's mouth as he resumed his enjoyment of the lamb slices in his hot pot. Having resolved to take action, it is imperative to first satiate one's hunger. Otherwise, where would the strength to work come from? After indulging in a lamb hot pot, Lu Chang ultimately decided to exact his revenge at around midnight 3 days hence. The scene shifts to the vicinity of Sunshine Community, where the two police officers, having just finished their duties, prepared to return to the station. Master, that rascal must have concealed something. Why did you let him go so easily before? What nonsense! Do you have any witnesses or evidence? Remember to accompany me to the airport this afternoon. Let us see if we can retrieve the flight records from there. All right, master. In response to his apprentice's inquiries, the seasoned officer Chen merely pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to his companion. He then leaned back against the car window and began to smoke, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the community behind him. Days later, Lu Chang had not taken any action for several days, spending his time cloistered at home, indulging in food and drink. Nevertheless, he maintained his daily regimen of exercise and combat training, knowing full well that neglecting practice would render his skills rusty. Understanding the principle of remaining vigilant even in safety, Lu Chang meticulously planned his daily training schedule. With the swift release of the final arrow, he found himself drenched in sweat. After stowing away his bow and arrows, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead and arms with a towel draped around his neck. Turning towards the window, he bent slightly to peer through the stargazing telescope. With a few adjustments, Lu Chang soon spotted the two officers from the parking lot, now driving a black private car and clad in civilian attire. Tisich, they're really keeping an eye on me, it. Seems that Su Jinxiang cannot be spared. Glancing up at the ominous clouds above before peering back at the parking lot through the telescope, Lu Chang could not help but furrow his brow. Although the inclement weather posed challenges for travel, it did not preclude him from executing his plans. Knowing that the bitter cold would drive the officers indoors after sunset, Lu Chang resolved to take action that very night. Around midnight, a shadow swiftly vaulted over the wall, disappearing into the night. Shortly thereafter, a black M50 vehicle appeared on the road, driven by none other than Lu Chang himself. Approximately an hour later, Lu Chang parked his vehicle within the community. Due to the ongoing power restrictions, the surveillance systems were currently inactive, allowing him to bypass the gate thanks to the security guard's assistance. Without much effort, Lu Chang arrived at the entrance of his former residence with Yi Xiaomei, room 1606, however. This time he was not seeking Sun Lily. Instead, he turned to the adjacent room 1603, fully armed. Lu Chang skillfully revealed a set of lock-picking tools in his right hand. As someone who had survived in a post-apocalyptic world for quite some time, he had mastered the art of lock-picking long ago. After a brief bout of tinkering while crouched on the ground, the door was soon ajar. Upon stepping inside, Lu Chang was greeted by a pungent smell of burning firewood, quickly noting the rudimentary fire pit in the kitchen, clearly the handiwork of Su Jinxiang. A quick glance around the living room revealed a wooden sofa that had been dismantled, indicating that some individuals had resorted to dismantling furniture for warmth as the weather turned colder. Without further ado, Lu Chang ascended the staircase silently and effortlessly located Su Jinxiang's current residence. Raising his hand, he produced a silenced M1911 pistol and fired 2 shots into the lock. Clink, clink, bang. Who's there? Pew pew. Immediately followed by the muted sounds of the silencer, Lu Chang kicked the door open and shone his flashlight inside. Before Su Jinxiang could react, Lu Chang dispatched him with 2 well-placed shots. Thus, Lu Chang had eliminated yet another enemy from his past. As he gazed at Su Jinxiang's lifeless body, he swiftly wrapped it in a blanket and stored it within his spatial compartment. Regarding the blood splattered across the wall, Lu Chang casually took out a bucket of red paint and inscribed a few large characters that read debts must be repaid as he exited the room. He also retrieved the damaged door lock as evidence of his handiwork. TCH. I thought it would require considerable effort, but it turned out to be so effortless. How disappointing. In the past, Liu Chang had often criticized the haphazard filming techniques of assassin movies, never anticipating that executing such tasks in reality would be even easier than he imagined. Observing the still-burning fire pit beside the bed, Liu Chang promptly doused it with a bottle of water, extinguishing the embers with a hissing sound. After ensuring everything was in order, he quietly departed and swiftly returned to the parking lot. Not long after, Liu Chang drove his M50 back to Sunshine Community, climbing over the wall in the same manner. The entire operation took him less than 2 hours. Upon returning to his safe house, he quickly noted that the 2 police officers had vanished. However, given the average daytime temperature of -68 degrees and the nighttime temperature nearing -75 degrees, it was no surprise that they could not endure the frigid outdoors without heating equipment. Good riddance. Lest they disturb my sleep, after observing the parking lot through the stargazing telescope and confirming the officers had indeed retreated, Liu Chang grabbed a towel and headed to the bathroom for a comforting hot shower. Emerging afterward, feeling a pang of hunger, he summoned a family bucket from his supplies and dined in the kitchen. Although Liu Chang's actions that night had been somewhat hasty, he was confident that without concrete evidence linking him to the deaths of Su Jinxiang and Yi Xiaomei, the police would have no immediate means to implicate him. After finishing his late-night snack, Liu Chang retired to bed. The following day at 8:32 a.m., Liu Chang hastily consumed breakfast before driving out through the back gate of the community, soon leaving Sunshine Community behind. The reason for his discretion today was to avoid detection by the 2 officers who had surveilled him the previous day. Additionally, this route led him closer to an artificial lake, conveniently facilitating his disposal of a bodied. As Liu Chang ventured further into the suburbs, the number of pedestrians dwindled, which was understandable given the average temperature of -68 degrees. Without transportation, few could withstand such extreme conditions. Before long, he arrived at his destination, the scenic area of Yangqing Artificial Lake. Contrary to its once bustling atmosphere, the area now lay desolate, precisely as Liu Chang required. Upon opening the car door, a biting cold wind rushed towards him, making him shiver uncontrollably. To prevent any unforeseen complications, after confirming the absence of onlookers, Liu Chang retrieved the pre-prepared chainsaw and cut a square hole in the ice, swiftly placing his hands on the water surface. He slid Su Jinxiang's already prepared corpse beneath the ice. Having secured the body with stones beforehand, it soon sank to the lake's depths. With this task accomplished, Liu Chang quickly drove away from the scene. Upon returning home, feeling a twinge of boredom, he entered his spatial compartment to assess the current inventory of supplies. Spanning 50,000 square kilometers, the space, meticulously maintained by the system, had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host: Liu Chang living supplies, numerous, including household appliances and clothing, cattle, 10 sheep, 26 pigs, 28 deer, 11 chickens, 189 ducks, 186 geese, 188 saltwater fish, 70 tons freshwater fish, 80 tons rice, 560,000 gene flour, 300,000 gene cornmeal, 30,000 gene cabbage, 50,000 gene carrots, 30,000 gene chilies, 10,000 gene onions, 20,000 gene garlic, 10,000 gene ginger, 10,000 gene potatoes, 10,000 gene Chinese medicinal herbs, 3,000 gene seawater, 130 million square meters freshwater, 170 million square meters well water, 130 tons frozen beef, 220 tons, including Wagyu, frozen lamb, 158 tons frozen chicken, 160 tons frozen tuna, 36 tons fruit trees, numerous bottled water, 85 tons weapons, over 60 tons medicines, 600 gene takeout, 5,060 gene late-night snacks, 6,500 gene roasted pigs, 80 roasted sheep, 50 beehives, 2 sets of course. The grains Liu Chang diligently procured over the past few months were not limited to these. The warehouse also housed well-preserved seeds of wheat, rice, corn, sorghum, soybeans, fava beans, peas, mung beans, cotton, rapeseed, peanuts, sunflowers, sesame, and many more, all meticulously stored in vacuum-sealed bags. Moreover, to ensure absolute safety, Liu Chang meticulously divided each type of seed into 3 portions. placing them into several glass jars with a capacity of approximately 5 pounds each. At present, these grains represent humanity's hope for the future, and Lu Chang's caution in handling them cannot be overstated. Although the quantity of these seeds appears substantial, Lu Chang has only selected a modest amount that suits his taste for initial planting. Thus far, he has harvested 2 crops of staple grains. While in the realm of fruit-bearing plants, due to their longer production cycles, he has only managed to cultivate a few pear, apple, apricot, peach, persimmon, and hawthorn trees. Consequently, up to this day, Lu Chang has only gathered strawberries and cherry tomatoes twice, merely as a temporary indulgence. Despite the ample reserves within his space, he refrains from showcasing them, as the unpredictable nature of human behavior in apocalyptic times leaves him wary of revealing his secrets too soon. After tidying up the supplies and ensuring the livestock are well fed, Lu Chang resolved to prioritize consuming frozen and prepared foods, allowing more time for his livestock to grow. According to the system, the next production phase for the cows and sheep is conveniently scheduled for approximately 10 days from now. Once he arranged for the system to handle these matters, Lu Chang took a few portions of barbecue and a bottle of Maodai before departing from the space. For now, he decided that this would suffice in terms of grain and vegetables to avoid wasting excessive water resources. Although the water in the space eventually evaporates and transforms into rain that seeps underground, a certain proportion of it is still lost, hence Lu Chang's reluctance to cultivate an abundance of grains. With food and drink at hand, it wasn't long before Lu Chang became inebriated. Then he simply grabbed a blanket and fell asleep on the sofa, opting not to return to his room, as the fireplace in the hall would keep him warm. Around 3 in the afternoon, upon awakening from his drunken stupor, Lu Chang began watching videos in his bedroom. Though this time he eschewed entertainment for practical skills, he deliberately selected videos that imparted life skills, such as brewing alcohol and cultivating mushrooms, and occasionally indulged in electrical work tutorials. With idle time on his hands, he seized the opportunity to learn as much as possible. Presently, he found himself engrossed in brewing videos, recognizing that the grain in his space was plentiful, and failing to devise a means to utilize it would be a disservice to himself, given the vast storage he possessed. After watching the videos repeatedly for 3 times, Lu Chang discovered that the brewing process was quite straightforward. One merely needs to cook rice, add yeast for fermentation, and subsequently distill to obtain handcrafted liquor. As preparations neared completion, Lu Chang selected some wheat, corn, and rice as primary materials. For his inaugural venture, he prudently chose 30 pounds of each grain to minimize waste, thoroughly washing them. After rinsing the grains twice, he submerged them in cool water to absorb moisture and soften. Based on the video instructions, he allowed them to soak for approximately 6.5 hours before retrieving them to blend in a mixer. The subsequent step involved drying the soaked grains. The entire process consumed over 2 hours before Lu Chang finally added the pre-prepared yeast to facilitate fermentation. Once he covered the large ceramic jars with blankets, he carefully positioned them in a corner to commence the slow fermentation process. Following the video's guidance, the fermentation typically lasts between 15 to 20 days, with longer durations yielding superior quality. However, to expedite matters, Lu Chang swiftly stored the 2 fermentation jars in his space, where the accelerated conditions would hasten the process. The following evening, Lu Chang retrieved the fermented materials for distillation, separating the alcohol. The distillation apparatus he employed was remarkably simple. A large pressure cooker connected by a copper tube to an exhaust vent, with the conduit coiled and submerged in a red plastic bucket filled with water, and the other end extending outside. With several large containers prepared for the liquor, Lu Chang stoked the wood-burning stove. Now, all he needed to do was patiently await the liquor's emergence, so he decided to prepare a meal to satisfy his hunger. After activating the kitchen's exhaust fan, Lu Chang turned his attention away from the distillation apparatus and returned to the dining table to enjoy his lunch. Thus, while he savored his meal, he intermittently checked on the kitchen's progress. Upon completing the initial distillation phase, he proceeded to bottle the liquor, using a thermometer to measure the result, which he found to be approximately 16 degrees. Lu Chang sampled a small amount and found it quite palatable. Although he had heard that multiple distillations could achieve up to 98% alcohol content, he did not intend to pursue that for now. Quickly, over half a month slipped by unnoticed, and with the outbreak of the apocalypse nearing 3 months. Around 10 o'clock the following midday, the residents of Sunshine Community began to reveal their struggles, particularly the community committee's elder women, who often took to the internet to impose moral obligations on others. Sent out a notification. Due to the recent heavy snowfall, we hope neighbors who are called can bring brooms and tools to clear the snow. Lu Chang's expression darkened upon reading this message while still nestled in bed. Scrolling through his phone. Such a message hardly constituted an official notice. It was merely the unilateral decision of the community committee's elder. Given the average external temperature of over -60 degrees, this sudden demand was suspect at best. Ding dong. What are you saying in the group, old woman? You want me to go out and shovel snow in this freezing winter? Who do you think you are? Ding dong. Exactly. Don't you see how low the temperature is outside? If I catch a cold, who is going to buy me medicine? You young people, what are you saying? This is for the sake of all our neighbors. If we don't take advantage of the lull in the storm to clear a path, how will ambulances get through in case of emergencies for the elderly at home? Before long, as the elder women continued to voice their opinions in the group, some neighbors with elderly family members considered their own interests and joined the chorus. Nevertheless, several young individuals, including Lu Chang, chose to ignore the messages. Lu Chang was acutely aware that, in apocalyptic times, personal pride was a trivial matter, so he opted to remain silent and lay low. It seemed that the stock of essential medications in some households was dwindling. At this moment, Lu Chang calculated that nearly 2 months had passed since the onset of the harsh winter, and he recalled the recent sounds of children crying in the community. He instinctively moved to the window, grasping his binoculars for a better view outside. Presently, he held a portable civilian binoculars, which, while not as powerful as the astronomical telescopes set up on his windowsill, sufficed for his current needs. Ding dong. Dear neighbors, please calm down and refrain from shouting. I assure you, I am also considering everyone's well-being. A list will be shared shortly. I hope we can cooperate. As tensions in the group began to rise, the elder quickly shifted her approach, employing her persuasive skills to sway those who had maintained their composure. Soon enough, a list was circulated, and by sheer coincidence, Lu Chang's name appeared among them. Upon seeing his name and apartment number, a slight twitch crossed Lu Chang's lips. That moment, he could scarcely believe that he would find himself subjected to moral coercion. Elder, since you are a member of the committee, shouldn't you lead by example in these trying times? Perhaps you could demonstrate for everyone how it's done. After sending this message, Lu Chang promptly muted the group. He swiftly created a private community group, inviting the residents of his building back into this new space. Time was of the essence. Another storm was imminent. Lu Chang vividly recalled that, in his previous life, 2 months after the apocalypse commenced, the southern regions would experience a dramatic temperature shift, resulting in a storm mixed with ice and snow. The biting cold would plummet temperatures significantly, and that was not the most terrifying aspect. Following the onset of the storm, a sudden solar particle eruption would cause temperatures to rise unexpectedly. Initially, people would believe the apocalypse was coming to an end, only to be met with an unprecedented flood in the southern regions. In a short period, the melting snow and the abrupt warming would submerge buildings below the 6th floor in water. Ironically, this warming phase would last less than half a month before being sealed away by another cold wave. By then, the lower floors of the community would become a living hell, and just the thought of it sent a shiver down Lu Chang's spine. However, as the saying goes, every cause has its effect. This unexpected warming of temperatures has indirectly led to the inundation of many coastal cities by seawater, while simultaneously providing nearby residents with a wealth of maritime resources. As long as people do not succumb to laziness, they can almost certainly procure food from the waters. Yet, for Lu Chang, these matters are of little consequence, as his own stockpile of supplies is nearly sufficient to last him indefinitely. Presently, Lu Chang's primary concern is how to take advantage of this sudden climatic shift to venture outdoors and gather crucial living necessities. Ding dong, my dear, are you there? Just as Lu Chang was jotting down notes at his desk, he received a text from Sun Lily. Yes, what is the matter? He replied. Chang, where are you? We're almost out of firewood at home. Can you help me think of something? At that moment, Sun Lily sent a few playful photos, followed by a recounting of her recent experiences over the past month or two. It must be said that since moving into that community, despite being confined due to the weather, Sun Lily has enjoyed a far greater sense of happiness compared to others. After all, she still has Lu Chang, who had thoughtfully left behind a wood-burning stove and a refrigerator brimming with supplies. The weather has been pleasant lately. Why don't I drive you to gather some firewood this afternoon? Although Lu Chang had ample resources in his own space, he had no intention of using them just yet. Instead, He proposed they go to the nearby mountains to gather some supplies. Okay, okay. Love you, moi. Looking at the message from her, Lu Chang understood that once they acquired the firewood, the two of them would inevitably engage in a spirited round of passionate exchanges. Quickly returning to his room, he grabbed 2 military coats and 2 blankets before heading out. Before long, he arrived at the underground parking garage. After tinkering for 2 hours, the long-unused diesel pickup truck finally warmed up. Lu Chang pressed the accelerator, released the handbrake, and the van slowly exited the garage. Soon, he arrived at the building where Sun Lily currently resided. As the doorbell rang incessantly, a sensually leggy beauty peeked through the crack of the door. The moment he saw her, Lu Chang rushed forward and swept Sun Lily off her feet, carrying her toward the bedroom. He made sure to close the door behind them, and before long, their garments began to vanish. Once tranquility was restored, Sun Lily nestled against Lu Chang, playfully casting him a flirtatious glance to Chang. Where do you plan on gathering firewood? Out in the eastern suburbs. There's an agricultural university nearby. In recent years, the students and faculty have conducted various research projects, so I suspect they've planted quite a number of trees. Tonight, we shall go retrieve one. As Lu Chang's right hand caressed her bosom, he calmly elaborated on his plan. That area near the university. Wouldn't that be improper? Oh please, do you think we're still in peacetime? You should consider how few trees can survive this frigid apocalypse in the south. Many of those trees have likely succumbed to the harsh weather. Lu Chang reassured her. Don't worry. Our vehicle won't hold too much. We'll only gather a couple of dead trees. It won't make a difference. Lu Chang playfully tapped Sun Lily's nose and smiled down at her in an effort to alleviate her concerns, sharing more about his plan. His confidence stemmed from the fact that during his school days, he was quite familiar with that agricultural university, having once taken a few classmates there for a picnic to impress some girls. Thus, he knew the area well, and given the southern climate of Yangqing, the trees planted there were primarily tropical, many of which were now 3 to 4 decades old. Simply contemplating their age revealed their origins. Trees planted by the former principal and director, now mostly retired or semi-retired. After discussing serious matters, Lu Chang took a shower, changed clothes, and prepared a meal in the kitchen. By the time he had eaten his fill, evening had crept upon him without notice. Perhaps due to the weather. The sun was nearing the horizon, and it wouldn't be long before the last rays of sunlight vanished from the sky. Let us go. While we can still see the road, shall we head out? With a slight smile, Lu Chang draped a military coat over Sun Lily and fastened her buttons and collar. Feeling the warmth of Lu Chang's hands, Sun Lily couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth within her heart, prompting her to rise on her toes and plant a kiss on his cheek. Quickly, as they descended the stairs, Lu Chang drove the pickup truck out of the underground garage. As they exited, he switched on the headlights. Due to the accumulation of snow on the roads, he dared not accelerate too quickly. Thus, a journey that normally took just over an hour took Lu Chang more than 2 hours to reach the Yangqing Agricultural University. As the vehicle approached the rear of the university, he soon took note of the expansive forest blanketed in snow. Remarkably, the forest was quite large, conservatively estimated to be 1 kilometer long and 2 kilometers wide. As he neared the outskirts, it became evident that the trees had already been harvested by others. It appeared that since the onset of the apocalypse, local residents had frequently visited this area. Observing the barren tree stumps, it was clear that much of the surrounding area had been stripped bare. Ali, here's a flashlight for you. Please watch out for me, and be careful not to get struck by any fallen trees. Lu Chang said, handing her an upgraded LED flashlight. All right, Chang, you be careful too. Sun Lily quickly turned on the flashlight as soon as she received it, ready to assist. Remarkably, the modified LED light illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. Even with less than 60 V of power, Lu Chang tightened his coat and turned to grab the small chainsaw he had prepared, heading toward a nearby pine tree. He quickly selected a tree approximately 10 meters tall and 30 centimeters wide. As he pulled the chainsaw switch, the deep rumble of the engine echoed through the forest. Moments later, the pine tree fell, and Lu Chang cut it into manageable pieces for easier transport. Chang, can I help you? Be careful. Lu Chang thought to himself that if it weren't for worrying about Sun Lily being cooped up in the community for too long, he wouldn't have brought her out to work tonight. However, it must be said that the collaboration of man and woman made the labor less burdensome. They could handle the smaller pieces of wood independently, only requiring assistance with the larger logs. After an hour, The back of the van was filled to capacity. Had there been more room, Lu Chang might have wanted to chop down another pine tree. After all, it was a rare outing for them. Nevertheless, even with just one tree, it would suffice for a while. Let us head back to the Sunshine Community. As for your previous residence, we want to go there to avoid discovering that the fridge is nearly empty. After signaling for Sun Lily to get into the vehicle, Lu Chang removed the welding gloves he had worn while working and tossed them onto the back seat. If we go to your place. What about my clothes? Ha ha ha. You'll see when we get there. I have everything you need. Buckle up. We're off. Seeing the puzzled expression on her face, Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh heartily, playfully tapping her nose before stepping on the gas and leaving the forest behind. In truth, Lu Chang's willingness to take Sun Lily along was twofold. First, she had passed his test. And second, having a woman accompany him in this apocalyptic world was a comforting choice. Additionally, the weather was soon to change drastically, and the rising temperatures would likely lead to coastal flooding. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance for what lay ahead. Just under a month after Lu Chang and Sun Lily returned to the Sunshine Community, the harsh winter weather suddenly underwent a dramatic 180-degree shift. In an instant, temperatures surged from a frigid -68 degrees to a balmy 29 degrees. Accompanied by the anticipated arrival of rain, crack, boom, the rain had begun, signaling the time to set their next plan into motion. Observing the thunderous downpour outside and the residents of the community joyfully gathering water in pots, Lu Chang felt a sense of urgency within him at this moment. Only he understood that this was merely another harbinger of the apocalyptic weather change. If history were to repeat itself, Yangqing would be completely submerged in floodwaters within a week. Moreover, the water level has already inundated the first floor, and it is estimated that within the next few days, the second and third floors shall also succumb to the deluge. Why, dear, as the weather warms? Why do you seem so discontent? At this moment, Sun Lily, clad in a seductive night robe, noticed Lu Chang's somewhat unusual demeanor and cautiously approached him with a query. Alas, while the rise in temperature is indeed pleasant, have you considered that floods are often accompanied by epidemics? We must prepare in advance. In fact, over the past few days, Sun Lily had been contemplating how to persuade Lu Chang to take her to meet his parents. Upon hearing Lu Chang's remark, her previously good mood evaporated in an instant. Although Lu Chang was aware that this weather change would not persist for long and would soon be followed by snow and ice, there were matters that required vigilance. At this moment, Lu Chang silently resolved that once the rainwater completely submerged the third floor, he would descend stealthily to collect some water resources to store in his space. For even the seawater mixed with rainwater could still be utilized for cultivating crops. Furthermore, the saline and alkaline content of this rainwater had two advantages. It would expand the area of seawater in his space and appropriately add some salinity to the freshwater area. Of course, this water could not be drawn from underground. It had to be collected from the rooftop. 5 days later, as the rain intensified, the local residents noticed the persistent downpour and gradually came to realize that a significant flood was imminent. However, due to the prolonged absence of external supplies, neighbors began to engage in fishing to secure food. Throughout the community, residents relied on homemade fish spears and rudimentary fishing hooks, casting their lines from windows. While some, lacking tools, jumped into the water, relying on their swimming skills to catch fish. It could be said that everyone was showcasing their unique abilities in this situation. Dad, hurry home. We've caught about 10 fish today. That should last us a while. At this moment, a father and son fishing from a small boat noticed the rising water level, and the young man urgently warned his father. Indeed, old Zhao. Let us gather our nets quickly. I have a feeling this water level is rather abnormal. Nearby, another father and son, sitting in their makeshift boat made from their door panels, overheard the neighbors and, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly offered their own warning. All right then, after I cast this net, if we don't catch any fish, we'll head back. Nearby, a middle-aged balding man, spurred by the reminders from his son and the neighbors, suddenly became alert, taking note of the rising water at the community entrance and the relentless downpour above, which seemed increasingly ominous. As neighbors communicated their concerns, those who had been busy fishing in the community began to use their rudimentary paddles to return to their homes. Only the aforementioned father and son, buoyed by their makeshift plastic bottle boat, remained determined to persist. Son, quickly, hand me the net. I think we've got a catch. The middle-aged man continued to gather his net, and after a few moments of feeling a heavy weight, he quickly called his son to assist. Meanwhile, Lu Chong, observing the situation from above, calmly reeled in his fishing line. "Xiao Li, fetch me a bucket." All right, with a slight effort, Lu Chong lifted a 6-pound golden carp from the water. "Let us go. Shall we cook the fish for dinner?" Although Lu Chong's space was not lacking in aquatic produce, the joy of catching a fish on his own in this apocalyptic setting felt more rewarding. That moment, in an unsold unit on the 6th floor, there were quite a few neighbors gathered to witness the spectacle, including some children and elderly onlookers. It seemed that the recent abundance of resources had alleviated earlier conflicts among the residents. "Xiaoping, come here. If you give your dear sister a kiss, I'll give you a fish." Noticing the children's eager eyes, Sun Lily, bending down to inspect the fish, found the 6-year-old particularly adorable and began to tease him. "Moi, thank you, Sister Lily." The child, having grown familiar with Sun Lily over the past few days, rushed over to plant a kiss on her cheek, eager for some fish. "Ha ha ha, Xiaoping is so well behaved." Seeing the child's sweetness, Sun Lily promptly selected the largest fish from her catch and handed it to him. The child's grandmother, acting as his guardian, quickly expressed her gratitude. The surrounding crowd watched with envious eyes. Fortunately, Lu Chong had good fortune that day, catching a total of 12 fish of varying sizes in just one morning. After consulting Lu Chong, Sun Lily decided to keep only one fish for lunch, distributing the rest among the neighbors. "Let us go. How about we try some grilled fresh fish today?" After exchanging greetings with a few neighbors, Lu Chong took the lead, holding the fishing geared. "It's noon now. Everyone, feel free to help yourselves." Sun Lily waved goodbye to some familiar faces before hastily following Lu Chong with a bucket for the fish. As Lu Chong and Sun Lily departed, the neighbors who had received fish and those who had participated in fishing gradually made their way home. Upon returning home, Sun Lily immediately boiled a large pot of water to wash away her sweat before leisurely preparing to grill the fish using the fireplace, while Lu Chong arranged the ingredients and tended to personal hygiene. The next day, as sunlight poured through the window, Sun Lily, who had been lying beside Lu Chong, roused herself to busy herself in the kitchen. "Ah Chong, wake up. If you don't hurry, breakfast will get cold and unappetizing." Clad in a seductive nightgown, Sun Lily leaned over the bed, teasingly poking Lu Chong's eyebrows with her finger in an attempt to wake him. "What time is it?" "It's past 8. Hurry up. Didn't you say you had plans to go out today?" Observing Lu Chong's drowsy expression, Sun Lily's lips curled into a slight smile as she gently caressed his face. "What's wrong? It seems someone didn't eat enough yesterday." "Ah, stop it." Feeling the warmth of Sun Lily against his chest, Lu Chong suddenly felt invigorated, flipping over and pulling her into his embrace. The details of their intimate moment need not be elaborated. After their morning exercise, Lu Chong finally proceeded to wash up. "I'll be out for a while. If you feel bored, just read at home and don't wander off. I should be back before dinner." Lu Chong had already discussed his plans to collect supplies with Sun Lily the night before, though he only emphasized the necessity of gathering resources without divulging too many details. Be safe, darling. If you feel uncertain, come back early. We have enough supplies for a while." Sun Lily understood Lu Chong's mission but quickly fetched a raincoat to drape over him, reminding him once more. "Don't worry." After giving her cheek a gentle kiss, Lu Chong grabbed a cardboard box and stepped out of the house. Before long, he arrived at the 3rd floor of the community, now submerged in seawater, and swiftly assembled a single-person inflatable boat, using his foot to pump it up. Once everything was ready, he placed the pump in a corner, opened the inflatable valve, and tossed it into the water. Then, he climbed onto the balcony and jumped into the raft, paddling away from Sunshine Community with a piece of scrap wood. Once he had successfully navigated out of the community and confirmed that no acquaintances were in sight, Lu Chong quickly switched to a domestically produced personal jet ski. Revving the throttle, he sped away at a remarkable 586 kilometers per hour, disappearing from the water's surface. As the engine roared, nearby neighbors called out for help, but he chose to ignore them. In this apocalyptic era, human intentions were often inscrutable, and Lu Chong prioritized his own safety. Fortunately, the industrial area he intended to visit was adjacent to Yang City. Before departing, he had meticulously researched the area and selected a couple of targets approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away. Thanks to favorable hydrological conditions, Lu Chong arrived at the E-City industrial zone in less than 20 minutes. Observing the submerged city ahead and the slogans peeking through the water, he quickly located a relatively sizable industrial site. Nanchang Machinery Manufacturing XX Factory. Without hesitation, Lu Chang adjusted his course and headed toward it. Shortly thereafter, he climbed through a window, surprised to find the water nearly reaching the third floor. He hoped to uncover some valuable items this time. Gazing at the tightly shut door ahead and the slightly damp floor beneath, Lu Chang, after crawling into the fire escape, raised his hand and retrieved a steel bar to serve as a makeshift crowbar, commencing a forceful attempt to unlock the heavy door. With each exertion of the crowbar, the sound of a snapping chain soon echoed as the iron chain that had once dangled from the door handle gave way. Once the door swung open, the equipment that had been securely locked within the warehouse was laid bare before Lu Chang's eyes. Indeed, as expected in an industrial zone, even in a modest warehouse of less than 100 square meters, the contents were surprisingly scant. Here stood a total of 30 assembled forklifts and chainsaws, alongside various semi-finished components for electric vehicles. It appeared that the factory had recently received a significant order for industrial equipment, but unfortunately, disaster struck too swiftly, and the owner had hastily piled the goods into this warehouse, unwittingly leaving them for Lu Chang to seize today. Without hesitation, Lu Chang began to absorb all these items into his own space. Yet, this was just the beginning. As he ascended further, Lu Chang quickly discovered over 30 second-hand industrial machine tools urgently stored on the 4th and 5th floors. Despite the seemingly limited number of devices, they were indeed comprehensive in function. Lathes, grinding machines, milling machines, drilling machines, and other commonly used processing equipment, all present in abundance within this warehouse. After a cursory glance, Lu Chang set about dismantling what needed to be dismantled and collecting what could be salvaged. To prevent these machines from succumbing to the encroaching seawater, he labored diligently for over 3 hours before finally managing to gather all the equipment into his space. After completing this task, Lu Chang did not immediately vacate the area. Instead, he turned to the adjacent electronics factory, employing the same method to acquire a substantial cache of equipment related to electronics manufacturing. Serendipitously, he also managed to score an entire warehouse filled with batteries from the brands .I. Dia and Dalvid IT. Was not until around 5 p.m. that Lu Chang, fully satisfied, departed from the industrial zone. Upon returning to the residential community, it was already past 6 in the evening. To avoid appearing too unconventional, Lu Chang deliberately retrieved a 50-kilogram bag of rice and a case of ham from his space, placing them atop his inflatable boat for the journey back. As he painstakingly carried these items up the stairs, he encountered the eagerly awaiting Song Yinzi at the doorway. "Lu, brother Lu, what a coincidence." Song Yinzi, having traded her usual innocent attire for a sultry light yellow dress, gazed intently at the items Lu Chang cradled in his arms, a hesitant expression adorning her face. "What a coincidence, brother Lu. Wait." Before Lu Chang could respond, Song Yinzi boldly stepped forward and forcefully pulled him inside her home, at which point he finally discerned her present circumstances. The interior of Song Yinzi's residence was still in its raw state, the living room darkened by recent heating efforts, while the rest of the decor remained largely unchanged. As Lu Chang admired the minimalist style, Song Yinzi swiftly leaned in and kissed him. What transpired thereafter flowed seamlessly. Aware that the finer details were not of interest to the audience, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Once tranquility resumed, Lu Chang glanced down at Song Yinzi, who lay beside him, and calmly remarked, "From now on, you shall be mine. Take these supplies for your use." Following this intimate moment, Lu Chang added, "Rest assured, I will explain matters to Sun Lily. However, our relationship is not yet suitable for public knowledge, and I hope you can understand in due time. I shall introduce you to one another." Though Lu Chang recognized that it was inevitable for the two women to meet, he deemed it prudent to delay such an encounter, considering the recent onset of the apocalypse and the still intact moral fabric of humanity. He planned to observe the situation for a while longer. If this apocalypse mirrored his previous life's experience, the impending drop in temperatures next month would likely regress human civilization back to a primitive state. After enduring the next couple of challenging months, the moral boundaries would inevitably be eroded by hunger. At that point, Lu Chang intended to bring Song Yinzi into his fold under the guise of sheltering a skilled survivor, believing that Sun Lily would find it easier to accept the arrangement. Lu Chang's cautious approach stemmed from his past experiences, having been betrayed by his girlfriend and her lover. Thus, he resolved to mitigate hidden dangers. Otherwise, he could not afford to allow these two women to meet. The prospect of his own garden falling into chaos while he remained unscathed was too humiliating to contemplate. "Rest assured, brother Lu, I fully understand." Song Yinzi, a graduate of a vocational college, was no fool. She grasped the reality that in a world where survival was paramount, personal pride meant little. Moreover, Lu Chong was one of the few familiar faces she could trust, and she felt fortunate to have wagered correctly this time. That's reassuring, by the way. Remember to leave the door open for me at 10 o'clock p.m. tonight. I'll drop by with a box of charcoal for you. Aware that the furniture in her living room was nearly consumed, Lu Chong suggested returning later that evening with a supply of charcoal to aid her. Thank you, Brother Lu, she exclaimed. Ha ha ha, there's no need for such formality between us. After a brief exchange, Lu Chong rose to tend to his personal hygiene, dressed himself, and departed from her home without looking back. Just as Lu Chong stepped out, he discreetly retrieved another batch of supplies from his space, feigning a casual return to his residence. Upon arriving home, he handed the cured meat to Sun Lily for preparation and proceeded to boil a large pot of hot water for a bath. Once he completed his personal grooming, Sun Lily had nearly finished preparing dinner. As they enjoyed a candlelit meal together, a group of idle individuals trapped at a construction site, approximately 800 meters from Sunshine Community, found themselves nearing the brink of starvation. What should we do? If we can't catch any fish soon, our group will likely starve. A tall, slender young man, frustration written across his face, surveyed his fellow workers before turning to the foreman to voice his complaints. Cough, cough, you little brat, what are you blathering about? In such a natural disaster, having fish to eat is already a blessing. Do you really want to venture out and steal? These individuals were workers who had remained at the construction site at their employer's behest to salvage equipment, lured by the promise of substantial compensation, yet they never anticipated the calamity would unfold as terrifyingly as it did. Having relied on burning collected wood to survive the harsh winter, they were just about to leave when they were forced back by rising waters once again. Now having retreated from the original mobile board houses to the still unfinished upper floors, cut it out, foreman, stop pretending to be a saint. Frankly, I'm sick of this fish. Why not we build a raft and take our chances outside? Otherwise, once we burn through the entire building's wood, we'll either starve or freeze to death. A middle-aged man in his 30s leaned against the makeshift board house, biting into a charred fish jerky. A wild gleam in his eyes, as the supplies salvaged via the makeshift raft dwindled, some began to entertain reckless ideas in light of their impending food shortage. What's wrong, brother? Are you suggesting that we should rob? The foreman, Li Zhaoxing, a man in his 40s with a wife and children, quickly realized the implications of the young man's words and hastily intervened to dissuade his fellow villagers from making a grave mistake. Just as the foreman prepared to speak further, a sudden blow from a hammer struck the back of his head, causing blood to spurt forth. Damn it! In this apocalypse, we start by eliminating the self-righteous. Zhang Xiaodong, have you lost your mind? Everyone, shut up. If we don't want to starve to death, we'll need to go out and gather supplies. Otherwise, leave this mobile board house. Frustrated by the endless chatter yielding no results, Zhang Xiaodong raised his hand and struck the foreman on the head with a hammer. Immediately, the foreman, Li Zhaoxing, collapsed backward, twitching and frothing at the mouth. The onlookers were startled by the sudden violence. What? The foreman is dead. Typically honest laborers, these men were utterly unprepared for the ruthless behavior that emerged in the wake of the apocalypse. With the foreman's demise, the original 7-member team was reduced to 6 desperate individuals driven to madness by the circumstances. After a brief discussion, the group resolved to take a risk and venture to Sunshine Community, not far from their construction site, before their supply of fish jerky ran out. Even if we cannot seize the food, we must first find a place to take refuge, for the conditions here are exceedingly rudimentary. Apart from a makeshift mobile cabin salvaged just before the disaster struck, they are left with nothing but a meager catch of dried fish retrieved from the water. Since there is no descent, let us dismantle this mobile cabin and repurpose the materials to construct a floating vessel. Observing Zhang Xiaodong's expression as he spoke, those present had already concluded that he was a ruthless individual. It was likely he had devised a plan long before taking any action. Do you recall the duplex residence in Sunshine Community that we mentioned in our Brotherhood group a few months ago? Just as matters seemed settled, a man named Zhang Xing stepped forward to draw Zhang Xiaodong's attention. Hey, is that wealthy owner you mentioned by the surname Liu? With this prompt, Zhang Xiaodong was instantly reminded of the affluent boss rumored in their construction circle, who had reportedly spent over 10 million on renovating a duplex apartment. Some among them had even assisted in installing solar panels there, so Zhang Xiaodong had quite the impression of that residence. After all, in this day and age, Few would spend tens of millions on a home, especially one of limited size but exorbitant renovation costs. Yes, that's the fellow. His name seems to be Lu Chong, exclaimed Zhang Xiaodong. Oh, I've just remembered. Let me tell you, this guy is loaded. It's safe to assume he has stockpiled quite a bit of supplies. Laughter erupted among the group. All right, if we're going to take someone down, let it be a fat target. Brothers, shall we gear up and get to work tonight? Soon, following a spirited discussion among Zhang Xiaodong and his companions, a plan to pillage and kill began to take shape in their minds. As time passed, the moon ascended high in the sky. While this group was fervently searching for materials to build a temporary boat, preparations were underway for their audacious endeavor. Around 1 a.m., after Sun Lily had fallen into a deep sleep, Lu Chong stealthily gathered 2 boxes of packaged supplies and knocked on the door of his neighbor, Song Yinzi. Knock, knock, knock. Having waited patiently, Song Yinzi opened the door upon hearing the signal. As Lu Chong entered, cradling the 2 large boxes, he exclaimed, "Let me help you assemble a makeshift stove. This way, we won't waste the burning heat of the charcoal." Eagerly, Lu Chong began to unpack the boxes. "All right, I'll lend a hand," responded Song Yinzi. To her surprise, Lu Chong's commitment to his promise nearly brought tears to her eyes. In these trying times, acquiring supplies was exceptionally challenging, especially charcoal, a vital material for warmth. The fact that this man, having shared a fleeting moment of intimacy with her, was willing to invest so much effort touched her deeply. Before long, as Lu Chong employed a utility knife to open the boxes, a simple outdoor stove emerged before them. Naturally, since they were constructing a portable stove, they needed to create an opening in the window to facilitate the release of carbon monoxide during combustion. As the saying goes, a man and woman working together is not burdensome. After some teamwork, Song Yinzi's guest room was equipped with the stove. In addition, they rearranged the bedding from the master bedroom into the guest room. All right, let's boil some water to test this stove and perhaps enjoy a bath? Looking at their handiwork, Lu Chong suggested a bath for the 2 of them, glancing at the equally disheveled Song Yinzi. "You naughty boy, what are you thinking?" Upon hearing this, Song Yinzi saw through his intentions, shooting him a playful glare before retreating to her room to fetch clothes for a bath. While obtaining clean water may pose a challenge for others, it was far from an issue for Lu Chong. Seizing the opportunity while Song Yinzi was occupied, he quietly brought a hose from the neighboring window and filled a large pot with water. Once everything was prepared, Lu Chong even pretended to return to the neighboring apartment, bringing over a 200-liter plastic barrel to continue filling with water. As time drifted by, both Lu Chong and Song Yinzi completed their personal hygiene, and soon the room was infused with a palpable tension. Just as they had finished, a sudden alarm blared from the phone placed on the bedside table. Beep, beep, beep. This was the defensive internal network system installed by Lu Chong through the Doomsday Security Company, and at that moment, it emitted a jarring sound. "Oh no, we are being robbed." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Chong immediately sat up, grabbed his phone from the bedside table, and swiftly accessed the system. How annoying! What happened, Chong? In that moment, regardless of anyone's temperament, upon seeing Lu Chong's serious expression, Song Yinzi dared not inquire further, merely leaning closer to glimpse the phone screen. "A group of thieves has gathered at my doorstep. Be cautious. If I don't call for you, do not come out." Through the phone's internal network system, Lu Chong quickly noted all the information captured by the door's surveillance system. At that moment, he observed a group of figures stealthily congregating at his doorstep, clearly engaged in some thieving antics. Without needing to look closely, it was evident that they were employing various pickpocketing techniques. Moreover, through the concealed peephole system, he realized that there were indeed several would-be burglars, 6 in total. Judging by their attire and the weapons they wielded, they were likely construction workers from the vicinity. "Chong, these folks look dangerous. You must be cautious. Rest assured, I know what to do." Although Lu Chong was incensed that these intruders had interrupted his private moment, he quickly donned his clothes, instructing Song Yinzi to remain safe. To avoid involving her, he devised a plan. The thieves would likely struggle to breach his sturdy security door, so he decided to traverse to Song Yinzi's balcony, ascend to the rooftop, and then descend via the rope back to his own room. Once he reclaimed the bow and arrows stored at home, he would be more than ready to deal with these intruders. With his plan in place, Lu Chong swiftly made his way to Song Yinzi's balcony, leveraging the force of inertia to leap across and grasp his security net. He then ascended to the rooftop and, Using the safety rope he had previously secured, returned to his apartment. Utilizing the password lock on his security window, he successfully gained entry back into his home. Upon arrival, Lu Chang first located the sleeping Sun Lily and promptly roused her. "Ali, wake up quickly. We are being robbed." Lu Chang's intention was for Sun Lily to experience the perils of a post-apocalyptic world, for without proper mental preparation, she could easily fall victim to unexpected dangers in the future. What is wrong, Chang?" Sun Lily, just awakened, gazed at Lu Chang with bleary eyes. However, upon hearing about the intruders outside, she was instantly alert. "Forget everything else. Hurry and get dressed so we can go out." Understanding that she was still dazed, Lu Chang offered a few words of encouragement before swiftly descending the stairs to retrieve a set of bows and arrows from the storage room. These were the very tools Lu Chang used for training, so he had no fear of raising Sun Lily's suspicions. With 2 bows and a container holding 50 arrows in hand, Lu Chang hurried to the door. "You outside, get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for being unfriendly." After preparing the bows and arrows, Lu Chang quickly activated the door's surveillance recorder and shouted towards it, "Boss, we've been discovered." "Don't listen to him. Open the door." Upon hearing the recording, Zhang Xiaodong realized their cover was blown, yet armed with weapons, he dismissed Lu Chang entirely. "Boss, this door is much too thick." "What are you saying, you useless fool? Who has a door this thick?" Seeing his henchmen struggling futilely to breach the door, Zhang Xiaodong, in a fit of frustration, swung an axe down upon it, only to feel the recoil jolt through his arm. Soon, the air was filled with the anguished roars of Zhang Xiaodong and his crew. A sense of despair permeating the atmosphere. Witnessing the chaos amongst his would-be attackers, Lu Chang, ever prepared, seized the opportunity. He swiftly opened the container filled with arrowheads, revealing a glimmering array of approximately 30 well-worn tips, their surfaces reflecting a cold light. Perhaps due to inadequate maintenance during routine training, some of these arrowheads had accumulated rust. Logically, such electroplated tips should not have deteriorated so quickly, yet Lu Chang had occasionally taken them to practice fishing, thereby subjecting them to wear. It can be said that, inadvertently, a willow has taken root. Now, this tetanus-laden arrow, under such apocalyptic conditions, poses a considerable danger even if it merely grazes the skin. After affixing the arrowheads to his weapons, Lu Chang casually opened a concealed window in the security door, quickly revealing a diagonal opening measuring 20 centimeters. Lu Chang immediately drew his bow and, aiming at the beasts outside, released his arrows. Whoosh! With the sound of a piercing wind, a chilling scream echoed from outside. Before the assailants could react, Lu Chang swiftly fired 3 more arrows, each striking a target, either a thigh or an arm. Some unfortunate souls were even hit in the chest. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Xiaodong and his group quickly sought refuge amidst their frantic cries. Throughout the shooting, Lu Chang had to continuously position himself sideways, drawing and releasing arrows through the openings of the security door, which slightly compromised his aim, allowing 2 of the beasts, who had been hiding at the back, to evade a grim fate. However, since these arrowheads had recently been used for fishing practice, they still bore traces of fishy odor and flesh, inadvertently augmenting their lethality. Additionally, with the recent warming weather, a plethora of bacteria had already proliferated on these arrowheads. While such wounds may not be immediately fatal, suppuration was undoubtedly inevitable. Thus, even if the injuries were not severe, given the current medical conditions, this group would undoubtedly suffer grievous consequences. Lu Chang paid no heed to the curses from outside, merely cursing the beasts in return before disregarding their lamentations. The entire ordeal, however, left Sun Lily, who stood behind him, thoroughly shaken. The moment Lu Chang turned around, he noticed that Sun Lily's complexion seemed somewhat off. "Xiao Li, what's wrong? Did I scare you just now?" Noticing her distress, Lu Chang hastily set his bow aside on a shoe cabinet and turned to comfort her, wrapping his arms around her. Chang, how could you kill someone? Lily, please calm down. We are in an apocalyptic world now. You must be mentally prepared, understand? But no buts. Ali, if we hadn't been able to drive off those beasts outside, have you considered what precarious situation we would have faced had our door been an ordinary one? Had he known her psychological endurance was so frail, Lu Chang would not have awakened her that night. However, considering that once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, and given the current state of the world, his actions were indeed unavoidable. It seemed he would need to find time to clean up the blood on the corridor. Otherwise, if the neighbors discovered it in the morning, who knows what chaos might ensue. Aware that it was already late and that his partner had been quite frightened, Lu Chang assumed the role of a comforting knight. After some effort, he finally coaxed Sun Lily to sleep around 4 in the morning. Only then did Lu Chang find the opportunity to check the situation outside via the surveillance room. To his surprise, the assailants had already fled after sustaining their injuries. Observing their makeshift watercraft, it appeared they had assembled it from various materials, which genuinely astonished him. Particularly, Lu Chang discovered a corpse at the staircase on the 9th floor, likely a companion of the earlier group, who had not escaped. However, what surprised Lu Chang even more was that this group seemed disinclined to leave the neighborhood. Instead, they turned toward building number 3 diagonally across. He could only hope that the neighbors there would not open their door to these beasts. With the immediate threat neutralized, Lu Chang took a bucket, mop, and body bag, opened the door, and stepped outside. Before long, he had cleaned the blood at the entrance and packaged the body that had been lying in the stairwell into the body bag, temporarily placing it in a large garbage bin in his storage space. After addressing all these matters, Lu Chang boiled some water and prepared a warm bath for himself to clean up before returning to bed. Just as he lay down, his girlfriend turned and tightly bound him. Seeing this, Lu Chang offered no resistance, allowing Sun Lily to embrace him as they drifted into a deep sleep. They both slept soundly until hunger awakened them around 10:30 the following morning. Without medicine, one can only await death. Zhang Xiaodong and his accomplices were currently hiding in a semi-finished house they had violently invaded. After enduring an entire night of torment, each person's eyes were bloodshot. The few who had been struck by Lu Chang's arrows, despite having hastily bandaged their wounds with medical cloth, still endured pain that made them break into cold sweats. Only Zhang Xiaodong, relying on his possession of a weapon, quietly hoarded the last 2 antibiotics for himself, leaving the others with nothing. Dongji, what do we do now? We've run out of antibiotics. We can't just sit here and wait for death. The speaker was Zhang Qiubai, a fellow villager of Zhang Xiaodong, who understood very well that without antibiotics, their survival was likely limited. Sitting beside him were his companions, Zhang Xing, Li Xindong, and the portly Chen Xiaoxin. Among them, only Li Xindong and Lu Xiao, who had remained unscathed, seemed relatively calm. Bang. The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhang Xiaodong became. He was acutely aware that had it not been for Zhang Xing urging them to engage in such reckless behavior yesterday, he would not have been struck by an arrow. With this thought, Zhang Xiaodong raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch directly to Zhang Xing's left eye. Ouch, Dongji, please spare me. I didn't know it would turn out like this. After being struck, Zhang Xing staggered back a few steps, his injured eye swelling ominously, and he quickly began to plead. You useless fool. If I hadn't listened to your words, how would we have found ourselves in this predicament? Zhang Xiaodong understood that their failure stemmed from underestimating Lu Chang's capabilities from the very beginning, yet as the leader, he could not admit to his subordinates that he had made a miscalculation. Boss, look, that ruthless Lu Chang actually shot us with rusty arrowheads. What are we going to do if the wounds get infected? It was now daytime, and under the light streaming in through the window, some began to notice the peculiarities of the arrows from yesterday. One of the men pointed toward the discarded arrows in the corner. The others turned their gazes there as well. All present were adults, and they had all experienced tetanus to some degree in their lives, thus understanding the horrors it entailed. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaodong instinctively touched his wounded arm. Damn it, that beast Lu Chang has such a cruel heart. He intends to put us to death. Seeing Zhang Xiaodong's already poor complexion darken further, he felt a surge of despair. Yet, compared to the unfortunate fellow who had been shot in the chest and died on the spot, he considered himself fortunate. Unlike the others, he still had 2 antibiotics left in his system, though he dared not voice this thought. Boss, I remember there's a pharmacy at the entrance of this community. Even if the supplies have been soaked in rainwater, as long as the packaging is intact, the medicines should still be usable. Why don't we seize the opportunity to check it out? Lu Xiao, one of the few uninjured among them, decided to take the initiative to search for any medications that might be salvaged from the water. Haha, brother. I knew I could count on you. This task is entrusted to you. Zhang Xiaodong was taken aback by his subordinate's thoughtfulness and, feeling moved, pulled a cigarette from his pack and handed it over. The previously despondent group regained a flicker of hope upon hearing Lu Xiao and the boss's exchange. They promptly decided to take action after lunch, unaware that after the apocalypse had erupted for so long, the pharmacy at the community entrance had already been raided. Whether there were any remnants left was uncertain, but given their dire situation, they could only gamble on a stroke of luck. Soon, Li Xindong and Lu Xiao sprang into action, donning large plastic bags and paddling their makeshift bamboo raft toward the entrance of Sunshine Community. At that moment, Lu Chong had just finished breakfast with Sun Lily and was in the living room, using a tablet to watch a previously downloaded film together. Ha, darling, that guy was so hilarious. Where did you find this movie? I've never seen The Elite before. Sun Lily leaned against Lu Chong's arm, munching on potato chips while thoroughly enjoying the comedic film before her. Hey, I recall that in the past. You urban homebodies were fond of mindless romantic dramas, scarcely ever paying heed to foreign films. What, Ah Chong? How dare you express disdain towards me? Just wait until I give you a good scare. Ha ha ha. I was taken aback to see Lu Chong swiftly turning the tables on himself. Their home had transformed into a battleground for the two, though soon enough, their playful skirmish would lead them back to the sanctuary of their bedroom. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves engulfed in a fervent flurry, and once calmness was restored, the couple embraced by the bedside, whispering sweet nothings to pass the time, tiwas and tea, until nearly noon that Sun Lily ventured into the kitchen to prepare their lunch. Perhaps owing to their late breakfast, she only prepared 2 medium servings of steak pasta for their midday meal. Once everything was set on the table, they indulged in their lunch while watching a film, continuing to while away the hours. Meanwhile, due to the commotion that had erupted in their building the previous night, some bolder neighbors had stealthily made their way to Lu Chong's residence, eager to uncover the truth. Luckily, Lu Chong had thoroughly cleaned up the previous night's chaotic scene, so no matter how diligently the neighbors investigated, they could uncover nothing amiss. The real reason behind the current situation was that the ruckus had been caused by outsiders, not residents of their community. However, the oddity of the previous night's clamor left the neighbors unconvinced that all was well. Dad, do you think the ruckus last night came from units 2908 to 3008? The speaker was Zhao Xiaoxing, who had once gone fishing with Lu Chong, accompanied by his father, Zhao Jingdong. Let us go upstairs and take a look. After strolling around the vicinity, Zhao Jingdong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Son, this door seems a bit unusual. As a man of considerable life experience, Zhao Jingdong knocked twice on Lu Chong's door and discerned its peculiarities from the sound that reverberated back through the steel. Knock, knock, Dad, you were right. The thickness of this door is indeed abnormal. It's not something an ordinary household could acquire. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Xiaoxing hurriedly approached and knocked on Lu Chong's door as well, quickly aligning his judgment with his father's assessment that the door material was indeed strange. Haha, this door is more than just strange. If I'm not mistaken, the steel thickness must exceed 8 centimeters. This is not merely a security door. It's akin to those used by banks. Zhao Jingdong exchanged a knowing glance with his son, and together they reached a startling conclusion. The occupant behind this door was no ordinary person. In Zhao Jingdong's estimation, anyone wealthy enough to afford such a door was either exceedingly affluent or of noble stature, suggesting that the occupant likely possessed a substantial stockpile of resources. In a world beset by chaos, possessing a significant amount of supplies equated to power, indicating that this individual was extraordinary and likely had foreseen the impending calamity, hence their preparation of such a high-security entrance. What should we do, Dad? Just as Zhao Xiaoxing was scratching his head, unable to devise a strategy to breach the formidable door, Zhao Jingdong, the cunning old fox, had already formulated a plan. We may be powerless, but that doesn't mean others are as well. As the saying goes, strength in numbers. With a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a ruthless scheme began to take shape in his mind. Are you suggesting we leak the occupant's information to rally the community to mount an assault? Zhao Xiaoxing's eyes glinted with understanding as he fixated on Lu Chong's door, quickly grasping his father's intent. Exactly. Let us go find some allies. Seeing his son's perceptiveness, Zhao Jingdong's expression softened with pride as he led the way down the stairs, his son trailing closely behind. As the two departed, a new conspiracy quietly brewed. Unbeknownst to Lu Chong, who was preoccupied with concerns over potential electrical issues, he was diligently brushing up on electrical knowledge. Darling, come quickly, have a cup of coffee, and take a break. Have you been watching these videos all morning? After placing her coffee down, Sun Lily leaned in for a closer look at the tutorial videos, losing interest but not forgetting to remind Lu Chong to rest. All right, this coffee is delightful. Our little Lily is truly embodying the essence of a hostess. Observing his partner's newfound domestic prowess, Lu Chang couldn't help but compliment her before savoring a sip of his coffee. Just so you know, I'm giving you a chance to come clean. Where were you gallivanting last night? That perfume scent won't deceive me. Over the past few days, Lu Chang had occasionally slipped out at night to deliver items to Song Yinzi. And while Sun Lily had initially been oblivious, the frequency of his absences had begun to raise her suspicions. Initially, she had refrained from probing too deeply, but after enduring the situation for so long, she decided today would be the day for confrontation. Ahahaha, since you're already aware, this matter. With the truth out in the open, Lu Chang chose to forego further pretense and shared some concise details with his partner. Upon hearing that the other party was merely seeking survival out of necessity, Sun Lily, empathizing as a woman herself, understood the gravity of the situation. Don't celebrate too prematurely. Let me establish 3 ground rules within our home. I am always the paramount authority. Otherwise, it's either her or me. You can only choose one. In truth, Sun Lily was merely putting on a brave front, fully aware that given the current circumstances, even if Lu Chang were to leave her, countless women would gladly pursue him. Conversely, if she were to part ways with him, her chances of survival would be gravely diminished. Thus, she reluctantly accepted her predicament. What other option did she have? Could she really abandon the safety of their community with nothing but a bag of provisions and a few bottles of water? Moreover, even if she managed to gather supplies, her lack of survival skills left her with no viable place to seek refuge. Would she return to her rural roots to seek help from her parents? The harsh reality was that since the onset of the apocalypse, Sun Lily had lost contact with her family, making it impossible to reach out for assistance. She understood that if she were to leave the building, her resources would swiftly be pilfered, plunging her into a veritable hellscape. Thus, she had no choice but to endure the situation. What else could she do? Initially, Lu Chang had anticipated that his entanglements with Song Yinzi would drag on, but he was pleasantly surprised by his partner's remarkable understanding. He promptly suggested they fetch her from next door. After all, given the tumultuous events they had just experienced, it was clear that the external conditions for survival had further deteriorated. To preempt any unforeseen incidents that might endanger Song Yinzi, Lu Chang proposed his idea during their candid exchange. Following their brief moment of honesty, the subsequent matters became considerably easier to navigate. With the principle of seizing the moment in mind, Lu Chang dashed back to the surveillance room to assess the situation outside. Upon determining that the coast was temporarily clear, he promptly opened the security door and stepped outside. After a short walk, he arrived at Song Yinzi's door with a knock. He was soon welcomed inside. Changgu, come in quickly. What brings you here during the day? Initially, Song Yinzi assumed Lu Chang had concocted yet another excuse to sneak over for a clandestine rendezvous under the pretense of procuring supplies. As she reached to pull him into her room, Lu Chang halted her, guiding her to remain in the living room. Ahem, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Once in the living room, Lu Chang playfully pulled her into his embrace, settling her on the sofa before recounting the harrowing events of the previous day, emphasizing the dangers one could scarcely fathom without first-hand experience. Today, besides delivering good news, Lu Chang aimed to offer a crucial warning. Changgu, you're not abandoning me, are you? Please don't forsake me. I promise to obey you from now on. All right. Why are you crying now? Hurry and tidy up. We're moving next door together. After yesterday's incident, I fear our floor might no longer be safe. Noticing tears welling in Song Yinzi's eyes, Lu Chang gently flicked her nose, interrupting her emotional outburst to lay out the situation. Why are you undressed? Upon entering the room, Lu Chang felt the warmth and promptly removed his shirt, not realizing that Song Yinzi misinterpreted his actions as something more inappropriate. Oh, it's a bit stuffy in here since you haven't opened the window. Aren't you feeling hot? Not at all. As Song Yinzi observed Lu Chang entering, he unexpectedly began to disrobe, leading her to suspect he might be up to no good again. Upon hearing his words, she shyly averted her gaze, feeling a sudden warmth wash over her. As Lu Chang inched closer, Song Yinzi lifted a finger to point at him. Her words faltering on her lips, "Don't think I don't know what you're planning." "Oh, what else could I possibly want? I merely wish to teach you a little game." Sensing something amiss in Lu Chang's demeanor, Song Yinzi abruptly stood up, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes as she nervously twirled her foot. She cast furtive glances at Lu Chang, her expression a blend of hesitation and intrigue. What game are you referring to? Like this? First interlock your fingers. Yes, just like that. Haha. Just as Song Yinzi was still processing the situation and crossing her fingers, Lu Chang seized her hands and raised them above her head. Oh, now you can't move. Finding her coy demeanor utterly adorable, Lu Chang leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek, then swept her into his arms and retreated to the bedroom. Are you ready? Why yes, I'm ready. The ensuing game promised to be even more exhilarating, requiring teamwork. An hour later, after a brief tidy-up, Song Yinzi wheeled in a suitcase along with 2 blankets, while Lu Chang assisted her by transporting supplies from the kitchen. Understanding that in this apocalyptic world, resources equated to survival. Despite the significant depletion of supplies in Song Yinzi's home, Lu Chang remained resolute about not wasting anything. Upon entering Lu Chang's home, she was greeted by a woman. Hello, I am Sun Lily, Lu Chang's girlfriend. You can call me Li Jie from now on. As soon as Lu Chang ushered her into the house, Sun Lily extended her hand for a handshake, formally introducing herself. Hello, I'm Song Yinzi. I look forward to your guidance. At the moment their hands clasped, Lu Chang sensed an unmistakable tension in the air. Clearing his throat, he continued, this house has a total of 4 bedrooms, comprising 2 master suites and 2 secondary rooms. The master suite on the 2nd floor is currently occupied by me. Feel free to choose any of the others. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Chang introduced Song Yinzi to Sun Lily before guiding her through the house to select a room. Although the residence also featured a study and a gym, Lu Chang refrained from elaborating on these areas, as they were temporarily uninhabitable. Thank you. I'll take the master suite on the 1st floor. After releasing Sun Lily's hand, Song Yinzi, conscious of their unfamiliarity, chose a room situated a bit farther away. As she observed Sun Lily pushing her luggage into her new room, Sun Lily couldn't help but playfully pinch Lu Chang's love handles. Hey, let go. Since you've brought that vixen home, you can sleep alone tonight. With that, Sun Lily pushed Lu Chang out of the room and shut the door to the master suite behind her. Rubbing his side where she had pinched him, Lu Chang opted not to further provoke her and turned his attention to preparing lunch. Soon, he had a feast ready, featuring braised ribs, sweet and sour carp, sour and spicy potatoes, and a fresh tomato and egg soup. The meal, abundant in quantity, served as a welcoming gesture for Song Yinzi. Complemented by 2 bottles of domestic red wine, the spread felt like a taste of paradise amidst the apocalypse. A toast. After this drink, we shall all be like family, and I hope we support one another moving forward. To mark the occasion, Lu Chang uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for everyone before raising it in a toast. Cheers! With several glasses consumed, the positions of the 2 women in the household were officially established. Lu Chang, as the beneficiary, understood the underlying dynamics and knew that maintaining fairness in their daily interactions would suffice. As the days passed, with Song Yinzi's arrival, the 2 women began to subtly vie for Lu Chang's affection. Meanwhile, unfavorable rumors about Lu Chang began to circulate within the neighborhood, orchestrated by Zhao Jingdong and his son. Sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere outside, Lu Chang discreetly stashed a small revolver in his jacket before heading out for a fishing trip. "I in the gym," he cautioned. "If there is nothing pressing, let us refrain from fishing for now. I suspect someone might be keeping an eye on us." Recognizing the shift in external conditions, Lu Chang took the opportunity, while they were engaged in their workout, to alert the 2 women. As the saying goes, it is not the thief we fear, but the one who is scheming. As a reborn individual, I hold my life and resources in high regard. I wouldn't want to lose everything I've painstakingly gathered abroad due to a lapse in vigilance. Darling, don't worry. We've gathered enough supplies recently, and with the rice and dried goods you stored before the apocalypse, we can sustain ourselves for quite some time, reassured Song Yinzi, confident due to her understanding of their current resources. Let us heed Lu Chang's advice. Until this disaster passes, it's wise to remain cautious. Sun Lily, with her background in sales, quickly grasped the nuances of their situation, her experience outshining that of the relatively inexperienced Song Yinzi. "I'll practice my shooting for a bit," Lu Chang announced, grabbing a handgun before heading to the 1st floor corridor to hone his aim point. 2 months later, the sky above Yangqing once again blanketed the ground with heavy snow, prompting neighbors to hasten their stockpiling of supplies. In stark contrast, Lu Chang maintained an air of tranquility, though he occasionally ventured out in a makeshift airboat to gather provisions, bringing back considerable seafood and even a few ducks. Chang, it's already -18 degrees, and I suspect the temperature will continue to drop. Let us process these fish and poultry quickly, urged Song Yinzi, glancing anxiously at the intensifying snowstorm. I'll prepare some water to make an ice bucket for our food preservation. Quickly heat up some water. We'll be butchering these animals soon. With that, Lu Chang set to work in the kitchen. Before long, a large plastic bucket was positioned on the balcony. We're here to help. Seeing Lu Chang hard at work, the two women exchanged glances and began to tackle their respective tasks. Whether boiling water or preparing seafood, everyone was busy, demonstrating the efficiency of teamwork. Indeed, with their combined efforts, what would normally take 4 to 5 hours was accomplished in just 3. Now, all that remained was to wait for the water in the bucket to freeze. This weather is so unpredictable. The elderly and children will surely suffer in the coming days, Sun Lily lamented, gazing out at the swirling snow, her heart aching with thoughts of her distant family. Li Jia, come and have a bowl of hot soup to warm up. Noticing Sun Lily lost in thought by the window, Song Yinzi, understanding her sentiments as a fellow daughter, offered a comforting gesture. Thank you, Sun Lily replied, grateful for the warmth of the soup. Having spent time together, Lu Chang had gleaned some insight into the backgrounds of the two women. Sun Lily, a true daughter of Beijing, carried a certain boldness typical of northern girls. Despite her unspoken worries, Lu Chang could sense her underlying strength. Unfortunately, current conditions rendered travel impossible, with public transport systems having long ceased operations. However, Song Yinzi's home in Hangzhou was nearby, leaving a glimmer of hope for future visits. After their hearty meal, Lu Chang, fueled by the warmth of his wine, invited both women into a room, an act that, while perhaps a bit hasty, resulted in an unexpectedly harmonious shift in their relationships. As the days rolled on, temperatures continued to plummet, and although the government occasionally airdropped supplies, living conditions remained grim. This dire situation stemmed from recent flooding that had severely depleted resources in coastal cities. At noon on that day, Lu Chang, taking advantage of the slumbering woman beside him, quietly made his way to the gym, where he retrieved several firearms to meticulously maintain them. In the process, he replaced the magazine of an AK-47 with an upgraded 30-round magazine, primarily focusing on firepower coverage. As for the few Glock handguns, Lu Chang only performed minimal maintenance before returning them to their case. For added precaution, he deliberately equipped these weapons with silencers, ensuring that when the time came for their use, he would only need to summon them with a thought, and they would instantly be in his grasp. Russell. Hole 1, calling Hole 2 brother. The group you asked me to keep an eye on, led by Zheng Xiaodong, seems to have colluded with the Zhao father and son. They are planning to strike while you are out fishing tomorrow, so please be cautious. Over. Just as Lu Chang was tinkering with his weapons, a sudden crackling sound emerged from the walkie-talkie beside him. Understood, junior sister. The supplies I promised you will be placed in the vacant unit 503 of Building 7 tomorrow afternoon. Remember to come quietly to collect them tonight. Over? The informant was none other than his high school junior, Su Xiaoxue, who had been trapped in the storm while scavenging for supplies in the vicinity of Lu Chang's residence. Their reunion was fortuitous, thanks to Lu Chang's recent forays into the outside world for resource recovery, which led to their encounter at the mall. Thank you, brother Ma. After the call ended, Lu Chang's expression turned peculiar. While he felt a sense of joy at encountering a familiar face in the apocalypse, especially one as striking as the tall beauty around 1.7 meters, he knew he had to remain vigilant. Following this conversation, he began discreetly plotting against Zheng's group, planning to choose secluded locations for his fishing activities in the days to come. Offering them an opportunity to act. 3 days later, fortune favored the diligent. As Lu Chang descended with his fishing gear, he sensed a group of people lurking behind him. Although they pretended to greet him, the abnormality of their demeanor was evident, and their unfamiliar faces could not escape Lu Chang's discerning gaze. To avoid endangering bystanders, he deliberately chose a relatively secluded floor for his fishing endeavor. Not long after casting his bait, a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind him. Ha ha ha, kid, you finally slipped up, get him. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodong brandished a large machete and approached, intending to eliminate Lu Chang. The dozen or so unfamiliar faces trailing behind him were clearly a ragtag assembly. To Lu Chang's surprise, the Zhao father and son were among them, a revelation that caught him off guard. Whoosh, 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 Zhao, it's you? What a disappointment. In an instant, they were met with the furious firepower of the AK-47. As Lu Chang recognized the familiar figure of Zhao Jingdong, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony, He felt a mix of emotions. Chong, please don't. Before Zhao could finish his plea, Lu Chong dispatched him with a single bullet. The surviving members of the group, who had narrowly escaped the initial onslaught, were swiftly silenced by Lu Chong's Glock handgun. Had I known this day would come, why did I bother in the first place? Lu Chong lamented as he surveyed the scene filled with lifeless bodies. Although he understood the contemptible nature of these individuals, he couldn't help but feel sorrow for their families. Subsequently, Lu Chong began the grim task of placing the corpses into body bags. However, amidst his grim work, he failed to notice one individual, still clinging to life, quietly reaching for the detonator previously strapped to his body. This particular explosive was a commonly used yellow detonator among miners. But it had been modified to enhance its lethality, now encased in a layer of aluminum metal. Cough, cough, help me. Realizing that someone was still alive, Lu Chong drew his handgun, prepared to finish the job, oblivious to the fact that the detonator's fuse was burning down. Though he had sensed a faint whiff of gunpowder, he mistakenly attributed it to the spent cartridges of the AK-47. Oh, I can't believe that shot didn't finish you off. You must have a charmed life, don't worry. I won't miss this time. As he approached to deliver the final shot, a terrifying explosion erupted within the room. Boom, ding. Host body destruction detected, initiating backup protocol. Energy consumption for repair. 10.9.8.7.6.2.1. Repair failed, initiating alternative repair protocol. 10.9.8.2.1. With the activation of the energy bar and the continuous consumption of spatial resources and jade, Lu Chong's previously severed legs and chest wound began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Cough, damn, I was careless. I didn't dodge in time. As the system's alert tone gradually faded, 12 hours later, Lu Chong's wounds had healed within the confines of the space. When he opened his eyes once more, he realized that 3 days had passed outside. The system had paid a heavy price to save him, and as a consequence, Lu Chong and his companions were now deemed intruders by the consciousness of this planet. This meant that in the near future, he would be expelled from this realm. Indeed, every gain comes with a loss. System, Master God. Ding, no need to call out, you worthless being. I wasted a tremendous amount of energy to restore your body. System, what now? Ding, host, you have disappointed me greatly, due to your prior negligence. The consciousness of this space has detected your presence. Remember, in 12 hours, you will be expelled from this parallel universe. For your safety, I will merge the jade pendant with you, transforming it into a system space, and send you to another parallel world. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Chong, who had been restless, finally managed to calm himself. As the system's prompt concluded, he began to notice the changes within the space. The once vast expanse had significantly shrunk, leaving only about 6 acres of natural ecology, and even the livestock he had painstakingly acquired had vanished. Host, Lu Chong rice, 39,000 Jan flour, 38,000 Jan corn, 59,000 Jan herbs, 53,000 Jan dried goods, 68,000 Jan, including beef jerky, mutton, cured meat, fish jerky, etc. Medicines, 300 Jan, now reduced by half. Various daily necessities, including clothing, bedding, and toiletries. Weapons, 16,800 Jan, including various handguns, sniper rifles, etc. Ammunition, 386,000 Jan, including various types of cartridges. Though these quantities seemed significant, they paled in comparison to the vast reserves Lu Chong had previously stored, which had now diminished by several multiples. Fortunately, the supplies he had converted into jerky remained largely intact, marking a substantial loss overall. As the apocalypse had only unfolded around 7 or 8 months ago. Lu Chong couldn't help but worry for his women, feeling guilt over their predicament, knowing that had it not been for his carelessness, they might not have faced such a dire situation. Yet, there was no turning back. All he could do now was ensure that as many supplies as possible remained for them, hoping that his women would survive. After quickly donning a set of clothes, Lu Chong began to address the grim task of handling the corpses in the room. To prevent an outbreak of disease, he carefully bundled the bodies using large tarpaulins and piled them into one room, sealing the doors and windows with foam to ensure no one could enter. Before leaving, he posted a conspicuous notice at the entrance to deter any unwitting individuals from entering. It's Lu Chong's home. Woo woo woo, Ah Chong, you have finally returned. We thought you had gone missing for so long that you... Woo woo woo. You rascal. Where have you been lately without even a word to us? Lu Chang's sudden disappearance had alarmed the two women greatly. Upon his return, Song Yinzi and Sun Lily each clung to one of his arms, weeping profusely. All right, no need to cry, I'm back now, aren't I? To soothe the two women, Lu Chang led them into the room, engaging in a rather intimate session. Once they finished, Lu Chang headed to the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal for them, a feast to satisfy their cravings. During their meal, Lu Chang took the opportunity to reveal some inconsequential secrets, laying everything bare. Although initially, the two women believed Lu Chang was merely spouting nonsense, their skepticism transformed into unwavering belief once Lu Chang filled several bedrooms on the first floor with grains and various dried goods. The sheer quantity of weapons, stacked in boxes, utterly shattered their preconceived notions. After settling matters on this side, Lu Chang swiftly made his way to the suite previously occupied by Song Yinzi next door, where he also filled several rooms with charcoal, timber, diesel generators, and an entire hall brimming with diesel fuel, among a plethora of essential supplies. Nevertheless, even after these considerable efforts, Lu Chang found that he still had a substantial amount of resources remaining in his space. To avoid wastage, he decided to stealthily deliver supplies to the military jurisdiction warehouse in Yangqing under the cover of night. After several trips, he nearly depleted 99 of his resource reserves. 1. A visitor from Baoding in November 1961. During a winter's day in the capital, a young man shouldered a military green backpack as he descended from the train at the station, standing in a place that felt both familiar and foreign. The sudden gust of cold wind made Lu Chang, shiver, prompting him to tighten his military coat as he glanced at the notice board ahead. The 49th City train station stirred within him a sense of anticipation regarding his new life, fueled by the work transfer certificate tucked in his pocket. Indeed, Lu Chang had forcibly assumed the identity of an 18-year-old waitress in Baoding under the system's intervention, in a vibrant 1960s era when people preferred to call them waiters. Coincidentally, Li Ping arrived just as He Daqing and the White Widow returned to Baoding shortly before. According to the original owner's memories, the White Widow was Li Ping's distant aunt, and his parents had maintained a close relationship with her family. Thus, in Li Ping's recollections, the original owner had a reasonably amicable rapport with the White Widow's two children. Fortuitously, after the White Widow lured He Daqing away, he became the chef at the hotel where Li Ping was now interviewing for a job. 2 months after He Daqing commenced work at the hotel, Li Ping purchased some alcohol and a chicken, specifically to visit the White Widow. Although she often schemed against He Daqing, she was exceedingly generous towards her relatives. Following that day of drinking, the White Widow instructed He Daqing to look after her nephew during his shifts. As a time traveler, Li Ping recognized this as his opportunity, so he sold his family home. With the 360 yuan he had accumulated from years of wages and the house sale, he enlisted He Daqing's help to secure a transfer certificate to work in the 49th city. Hence, the scene of Bai Sheng arriving by train today unfolded. The crux of the matter was that since his crossing over, the system had been updated to a clock-in system. Unfortunately, this system's activation point was the 49th city, and to unlock all its functions, he needed to reach the city. Ding! Congratulations, host, on arriving in the 49th city. The pastoral system has been officially activated. Please check it at your convenience. To his surprise, ever since the system was activated, aside from daily check-ins yielding some grains and fabric tickets, there hadn't been any significant changes. Today, however, presented an unexpected boon. The beasts of the quadrangle, prepare yourselves. Li Ping surveyed the bustling crowd around the train station, hoisted his luggage, and headed toward the exit. Upon stepping out, his eyes immediately fell upon a tricycle driver not far away. After confirming the fare, Li Ping promptly paid 30 cents and instructed the driver to take him to the neighborhood committee. Since he had arrived, establishing his household registration was paramount. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to stay that day. At 10:20 a.m., with some time still before lunch, the tricycle soon arrived at a neighborhood committee transformed from a small quadrangle. Knock, knock. Please enter. Upon entering, Aunt Lu at the committee looked up to see a young man, approximately 1.76 meters tall, approaching her. Hello, sister. I am Li Ping from Baoding. Here is my introduction letter for your perusal. At that moment, Li Ping held his luggage in one hand while extending an envelope with the other. Oh, young man, please wait a moment while I verify your information, Aunt Lu replied, accepting the introduction letter and turning to search for relevant documents on a nearby bookshelf. This was the backup information from Baoding, and the folder she retrieved was surprisingly thick. "Thank you for your assistance." Li Ping placed his luggage on the ground, found a chair, and sat down to wait patiently. Before long, Aunt Lu located Li Ping's relevant documentation among the numerous files, organized it, and promptly filed it into the records. "Comrade, keep this document safe. You can report to the steel mill for work shortly. After you begin, come back this afternoon, and I'll take you to view accommodation." After finalizing the documents, Aunt Lu stamped them and handed them to Li Ping. "Thank you very much, leader." Li Ping accepted the document and casually retrieved some biscuits from his bag, offering them to her. These biscuits were indeed gifts from the system during his daily check-ins. Since he had come to handle matters today, he had prepared them in advance, and sure enough, Aunt Lu's demeanor became noticeably warmer after accepting the biscuits. After receiving the documentation, Li Ping hurried to the steel mill, mindful to arrive before everyone broke for lunch. Timing was impeccable. The relevant procedures were completed by Director Lu at the steel mill just before the lunch hour. "Young man, we happen to have 3 vacant positions. One as a purchasing agent, another as a kitchen assistant, and the last as a boiler operator. Since you come recommended by He Da-Ching, feel free to choose one." During the conversation, Director Lu was taken aback to learn that this young man was related to He Da-Ching. However, given their past camaraderie, he did not impose any difficulties. In previous circumstances, Li Ping, freshly transferred from a hotel in Baoding, would likely have been relegated to a menial role in the kitchen. Yet, with the plantation system gifted to him upon arriving at the train station, Li Ping's perspective shifted instantly. "Director Lu, I've heard that resources are currently quite scarce. I would prefer to take on the purchasing role." Li Ping's attitude of seeking out challenges in the face of adversity impressed Director Lu. While conversing, he casually handed over a pack of cigarettes. "Haha, young man, your resolve is commendable. I'll process your paperwork now, but considering you're new to the 49th city, I'll grant you 2 days off to sort out your affairs. After that, you can formally start your duties." Director Lu swiftly filled out the necessary forms and handed them over for Li Ping's signature. "All right, thank you, Director." Li Ping, having received the documentation, turned to attend to his own matters. Thus, Li Ping officially became a level 30 purchasing agent at the steel mill, earning a monthly salary of 23 yuan. Naturally, as a purchasing agent, the factory would provide him with a bicycle. However, given that all the available bicycles had already been claimed by his colleagues, it was likely that Director Lu would soon send Li Ping into the countryside to procure supplies, especially since it was the last year of the 3-year natural disaster, a time when the factory desperately needed resources. After departing from the steel mill, Li Ping glanced at his Shanghai brand watch. This watch had been passed down from his father and was currently one of the most valuable possessions he owned. Settling into the quadrangle, having left the steel mill and noting that it was already noon, Li Ping decided to find a restaurant to dine in. Given the scarcity of food during this era, he opted for a modest meal, ordering a simple stir-fried egg with chili and tofu. Taking a seat to enjoy his meal. Surprisingly, although the dishes were simple, they were quite delectable. Perhaps the scarcity of resources had compelled the kitchen staff to elevate their culinary skills to extraordinary levels. During his meal, Li Ping took the opportunity to examine the recent changes in his space, and by the time he finished eating, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the situation within. The entire system space occupied approximately 6 acres, and beside the land there was a spring, seemingly the designated water source provided by the system. The environment bore a striking resemblance to QQ Farm, where plants matured every half-month, and even livestock like chickens, ducks, and fish followed suit. Furthermore, the warehouse housed various items Li Ping had received from check-ins over the years, including cured meat, rice, flour, and assorted beverages and daily necessities. The scene resembled a small supermarket, albeit lacking in seeds, a detail Li Ping had previously overlooked. With this realization, he resolved to purchase a batch of seeds from the supply and marketing cooperative in the afternoon. After leaving the restaurant, Li Ping inquired with passers-by about the location of the cooperative and promptly made his way there, simultaneously observing the cultural atmosphere of the 1960s capital. After a leisurely 40-minute walk, he finally arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. "Hello, I would like to procure a batch of seeds. What options are available for this season?" Li Ping, no stranger to purchasing supplies in such places, approached the relevant counter with familiarity. "Hello, comrade. This season, we have a good selection of barley, broad beans, peas, and potatoes. If you need any, I can get some for you," replied a young woman who had just set aside her sunflower seeds upon noticing the handsome young man. To his delight, the cooperative had a comprehensive selection of seeds, and amidst the curious glances of other customers, Li Ping purchased a substantial quantity. He also acquired various economically viable crops suitable for planting in the current season, such as rapeseed, lettuce, bok choy, pumpkins, and tomatoes. These crops are precisely the staple grains most commonly utilized during the winter season. Li Ping directly purchased 1 or 2 jin of each variety, instructing the vendor to package them accordingly. Indeed, the resources available in the bustling metropolis are remarkably comprehensive. As for the current market prices, flour and rice are approximately 0.16 yuan per jin, corn 0.11 yuan per jin, pork 0.6 yuan per jin, mutton 0.6 yuan per jin, egg 0.6 yuan per jin, fish 0.5 yuan per jin, plain cloth 0.13 yuan per chi, twill cloth 0.23 yuan per chi, matches 0.02 yuan per box, salt 0.05 yuan per jin. Roosters 1.2 yuan each, hens 1.5 yuan each, and vegetables 0.03 yuan per jin. Although Li Ping purchased a considerable quantity of items today, the total cost amounted to less than 2 yuan, as they were merely agricultural products. Fortune favored Li Ping as he arrived at the end of the last year of natural disasters. Had it been just a few months prior, he likely wouldn't have been able to procure this assortment for less than 4 or 5 yuan. After collecting his goods and settling the payment and receipt, Li Ping casually sought a place to rest before heading to the neighborhood committee at 2 o'clock, having already arranged to meet with Aunt Lu earlier that morning. As they strolled along, engaging in light conversation, the two soon arrived at the entrance of the courtyard at number 96 Tongluo Port. "Young man, let me tell you, this is the finest residence in the vicinity. I assure you, you will certainly be pleased." Aunt Lu, holding a large bunch of keys, walked alongside Li Ping while introducing him to the area. Upon entering, they encountered a tall, slender middle-aged man who was diligently polishing his bicycle. "Ah, old Yin, how fortunate you are to be here. Young man, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed third uncle of this courtyard." Aunt Lu, surprised to see a familiar face upon entering, felt relieved as it spared her a considerable amount of trouble. Old Yin, upon spotting Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee, promptly set aside the cloth he was handling and hurried over to greet her. "Ah, what brings you here, Aunt Lu?" Yin Bugue fortuitously returned home early today as he had no classes in the afternoon and quickly approached to say hello. "Greetings, third uncle. You may call me Li Ping. I have just moved in and hope to count on your kindness in the future." Li Ping, while Aunt Lu was elaborating on the courtyard's conditions, could surmise that he had indeed arrived at the beloved courtyard. Given that it was only around 4:30 p.m., many workers had yet to finish their shifts, rendering the courtyard rather tranquil at that moment. Aunt Lu and Li Ping exchanged a few casual remarks before moving towards the backyard. According to Aunt Lu's information, there was a vacant room in the backyard, conveniently located to the left of where Old Long resided. Just as they reached the backyard, Yin Bugue suddenly recalled something and felt a sense of foreboding. "Oh no, my dear. That room seems to be occupied by the Jia family now. This is disastrous." Yin Bugue hurriedly rushed to the courtyard to inform the Jia family and asked his wife to notify Uncle Yi and Jia Dongshu at the steel factory to return promptly. "Humph, that old man. I told you Yi Zhonghai is not someone to be trifled with. Let us see how he handles this today." Third aunt originally intended to wait until her eldest son got married to apply to the neighborhood committee for that room for her child's use. However, ever since the previous tenant vacated last year, the room had been unjustly claimed by Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family, leaving third aunt with lingering resentment towards them. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and went to the steel factory to inform their family members first. Upon reaching the backyard, Aunt Lu produced a large set of keys from her pocket, intending to unlock the door. To her surprise, not a single key fit the lock. "What is happening? I distinctly remember this is the key I had made." Aunt Lu furrowed her brow, suspecting she might have brought the wrong key to tea that moment. Li Ping leaned against the window to peer inside and noticed an array of pots, bowls, and bedding filling the space, clearly indicating that it was not an unoccupied residence. "Director, do you think we might have come to the wrong place? It appears that someone is living here." Li Ping turned to Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee, his face etched with confusion. Just then, a small boy, hurriedly pulling an elderly woman, rushed over. "Who are you?" "This is my family's house." Jia Zhongshi, having just been summoned by her grandson, arrived to witness the situation and immediately erupted in anger. "Grandma, quickly, teach them a lesson. These people are bad," the little boy shouted, his voice drawing the attention of neighbors living in the courtyard. Jia Zhongshi, You have some audacity, don't you? How dare you occupy the committee's property? Aunt Lu surveyed the crowd, her gaze locking onto Jia Zhangshi. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, lowered their heads in shame at Aunt Lu's accusation. Oh dear. Old Jia, look at how these people are bullying your wife. You must do something about it. Seeing the precarious situation, Jia Zhangshi plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai pushed through the crowd. His face darkened as he observed the unfamiliar Li Ping, suspecting him of bullying the residents of the courtyard. What is going on? Young man, look at the trouble you've caused. Shouldn't you apologize to Aunt Jia? Yi Zhonghai immediately resorted to his usual moral tactics. Unaware that Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee was present, a misstep on his part. Aunt Lu, taken aback by Yi Zhonghai's blatant support for the Jia family in their occupation of government property, felt a surge of indignation. Yi Zhonghai, realizing he had overlooked Aunt Lu's presence, cursed internally. You dare bully my mother? Just wait. At that moment, a tall figure lunged at Li Ping, aiming a kick at him. Fortunately, Li Ping, quick on his feet, sidestepped and countered with a right hook, landing a solid blow to the assailant's face. Stop right there. What do you intend to do? Li Ping, go to the police station and summon the officers. I refuse to believe we cannot resolve this matter today. Aunt Lu's expression soured as she realized that a simple room allocation had escalated into such chaos. Even Yi Zhonghai recognized that he had made a grave error. For the room did not belong to the Jia family. It had merely been claimed under false pretenses after he had bribed Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugue. Wait, let us discuss this. We must not escalate matters further. I will have them move their belongings out immediately. Yi Zhonghai, feeling the pressure, attempted to negotiate, but Li Ping was already sprinting out of the courtyard, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Given the current predicament, Li Ping decided to take a bold approach. By the time Yi Zhonghai and the others realized what had transpired, Li Ping had vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Li Ping arrived at the local police station, reporting the incidents that had unfolded in the courtyard. The situation drew the attention of the station chief, who was astonished that, in the presence of Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee, individuals had the audacity to occupy public property and resort to violence. Before long, Li Ping returned to the courtyard riding a bicycle provided by the police, accompanied by 5 uniformed officers, causing Jia Zhangshi and Yi Zhonghai to panic. What exactly is going on with this courtyard? Aunt Lu, could you please clarify the situation for us? The local chief Chen, upon entering, spotted the familiar Aunt Lu and sought her account of the events. He was well aware that the police station and the neighborhood committee had collaborated on numerous civil disputes. After gathering the details, Chief Chen's expression darkened as he glanced at Yi Zhonghai and then at Jia Zhangshi, who was still on the ground, creating a scene and promoting superstitious beliefs. Bring these individuals back to the station. Leave one here to take their statement and return to me with the information. Chief Chen was particularly displeased with the ruckus in the courtyard and intended to escort everyone to the station for further investigation before addressing the situation. As it was nearing closing time, and he wished to avoid delaying anyone's dinner plans. With the departure of the individuals involved, the previously noisy courtyard fell into a serene silence. Naturally, Li Ping, as one of the main participants, was required to accompany them to the station to provide his statement. Before long, the Jia family faced multiple charges. First, the blatant occupation of state property. Second, the promotion of superstitious beliefs. Third, intentional injury. And fourth, Yi Zhonghai's falsification of property information, raising suspicions of encroaching upon the neighborhood committee's estate. Each of these allegations was serious enough to warrant significant consequences for the Jia family, leading the local police station to classify the day's events as a priority case. Ultimately, after the statements were taken, Chief Chen and Aunt Lu jointly drafted a report categorizing the incident as a malicious occupation of state assets. The final verdict was expected to be delivered in 2 days, with the implicated parties, Jia Zhangshi and her son, along with Yi Zhonghai, detained at the police station pending judgment. After completing his statement, Li Ping departed the station with Aunt Lu, who, before leaving, handed him the keys to the room and recorded his personal information for future reference. This matter, as estimated by Li Ping, certainly involves Jia family's mother and son being compelled to engage in labor at the vast ranch alongside Yi Zhonghai. This conclusion is drawn from Li Ping's hazy recollections of the legal landscape of the 1960s. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Dama directly instructed Qin Huairu to remove their belongings from the house and to conduct a thorough sanitation of the premises. Simultaneously, She demanded a compensation of 200 yuan from the Jia family for the depreciation of the property. This was an initial financial penalty imposed by the police station on the Jia family. But given that they were detained at the police station and unable to return, Qin Huairu could not raise the funds at that moment. Ultimately, this compensation was temporarily covered by Lu Dama. Dear comrade, you may rest assured in that room. The furniture, having been used for quite some time, has sustained some damage. If you do not mind, why don't you come to our neighborhood committee warehouse tomorrow and collect a set of second-hand furniture to use? Lu Dama did not anticipate that arranging a house would lead to so many complications today, and her expression bore a hint of embarrassment. After all, this incident was largely due to her own negligence in managing the situation, which allowed the Jia family to occupy public housing for an entire year. Thank you very much for your assistance today, Lu Dama. I shall comply with the directives from above. Li Ping, aware of Lu Dama's discomfort, had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He was, however, taken aback by her generous offer of furniture, which he deemed a pleasant surprise. It is worth noting that second-hand furniture from the 1960s is often considered vintage. While it may not hold much value now, in a few decades, it could become a rarity that money cannot buy. Not long after, Li Ping returned from the police station, but he came back with additional bedding and daily necessities. These items were gifts from the system during his previous check-in, meaning he had acquired them without spending a dime. Xiaoping, why have you returned alone? Yin Bugui, who had been leisurely strolling at the entrance after his afternoon meal, was keen to see if Yi Zhonghai would return. Third uncle, I just got here today and have been quite busy. Let us discuss things another time, shall we? Li Ping could surmise the old man's intentions, but chose not to elaborate on the events at the police station. As he spoke, he deliberately shook the bucket and blankets he was carrying. Yin Bugui, recognizing Li Ping's reluctance to discuss the afternoon's occurrences, could only helplessly turn away and return indoors. Noting the old man's understanding nature, Li Ping proceeded to the back, aware that he had yet to attend to his own abode after all the commotion that afternoon. He traversed the front yard and entered the central courtyard. Li Ping fortuitously spotted Qin Huairu standing at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Their eyes inadvertently met, revealing a glimmer of resentment in her gaze. However, Li Ping was unperturbed by her potential retaliation, merely responding with a disdainful smile as he made his way back to the rear yard. Upon his return, he found it rather peculiar that Xia Zhu, a devoted admirer of Qin Huairu, was conspicuously absent. However, Li Ping quickly deduced that he was likely retained by his superiors to assist with additional work, explaining his absence as it neared 1815 without a sight of him. Once home, Li Ping surveyed the emptiness of his new dwelling, washed some rice, and prepared to cook it alongside some preserved sausage. He then turned to sweep and tidy up the house. Although Qin Huairu had already cleaned the space while moving her belongings, Li Ping still felt the need to do a light cleaning of his own. The back room he occupied measured approximately 30 square meters and appeared to have undergone some rudimentary renovations, divided into 3 sections: a kitchen, a small guest room, and a master bedroom. The layout suggested it was designed for a family of 3, which explained the Jia family's desire to lay claim to it. While the overall appearance was somewhat worn, the layout was quite decent, and Li Ping did not intend to undertake any immediate renovations. However, he mused that if he were to marry in the future, a simple refresh with some tung oil could be beneficial. After a productive hour of tidying, Li Ping enjoyed a simple dinner and, with no one around, decided to enter the planting space. Ding, welcome, host, to the space. Would you like to initiate planting mode? The system activated instantly. While Li Ping had initially believed he would need to plant the seeds himself, he discovered that merely entering the space would suffice to commence the planting mode. 10, 9, 8, 7.2, 1. Ding. Planting mode activated. Various grain seeds detected. Would you like to sow? The system will sow immediately, before long. The seeds he had purchased earlier were laid out in a simple plan across the land. This space encompassed 6 acres, with 2 acres dedicated to wheat. The remaining acres were allocated for planting Chinese cabbage, peas, potatoes, and chili peppers, with 1 acre reserved for future fish farming. Li Ping envisioned a significant transformation. Within moments, a deep trench measuring 33.33 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and 8 meters in depth formed in the center of that acre, while a nearby well began to overflow, soon creating a natural aquaculture pond spanning 1 acre. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes, demonstrating the system's remarkable capabilities, reminiscent of a virtual farming game. Ding, sowing complete. Countdown begins. 359, 59. Observing the time, Li Ping realized he would need a full 15 days for the crops to mature. However, compared to the usual 3 to 4 months for a harvest, this system's provision was quite advantageous. After tending to the fields, Li Ping inspected the well provided by the system, finding the spring water crystal clear, prompting him to take several refreshing sips. Upon drinking the spring water, a warm sensation spread through his stomach, filling him with a newfound vigor. Ding! Spring water can be used for irrigation, promoting healthy plant growth, and drinking it has health benefits. It appeared that the system space had many features yet to be explored. After organizing the space, Li Ping returned indoors to boil some water for washing up. As he exited the space, Li Ping noted the time on his watch, having entered at 19:09 and emerging after more than an hour to find it reading 19:13. A knock interrupted his thoughts just after he finished washing. Puzzled, he wondered who might be seeking him, as he was unfamiliar with anyone in the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he was met by an elderly lady leaning on a cane, her expression serene yet silent, as if she expected him to invite her in. "What brings you here, madam?" he inquired, recognizing her as Long Lautai. "Comrade, you are new here and may not be familiar with the dynamics of our courtyard. But harmony among neighbors is essential. Some matters should not be overly scrutinized." Long Lautai commenced her philosophical discourse. "Madam, I am but an ordinary citizen. While I may not have much formal education, I understand some things. However, this house belongs to the neighborhood committee. If you have concerns, please address them with the committee. I have matters to attend to, so I must bid you farewell." Without waiting for a response, Li Ping closed the door and turned to return to his bathing routine. Indeed, as soon as he shut the door, the previously cheerful expression on Long Laotai's face vanished, replaced by a countenance as dark as coal. To her, Li Ping's refusal to engage felt like a slight. She disregarded others but had set her sights on Yi Zhonghai as a potential companion. Li Ping's dismissal of her opportunity to speak complicated matters. After a moment of contemplation, Long Laodai could only sigh in resignation and, leaning on her cane, departed. Once he had prepared his bed in the bedroom, Li Ping, feeling exhausted from the day's activities, decided to turn off the light and retire for the night. However, as soon as he lay down, a chill emanating from the bed sent a shiver down his spine. Frowning, he sat up and glanced at the old table nearby, deciding to dismantle it and burn it in the stove for warmth. The following day, Li Ping awakened to find that it was already past 7:30. After grabbing a towel and toothbrush, he made his way to the wash basin to freshen up. This marked the last day of his holiday. As he was set to return to work at the factory the following day, he planned to get a haircut before anything else. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted the numerous women gathered around the wash basin, attending to their laundry and household chores. Although he was not well acquainted with these ladies, he offered a polite greeting. "Good morning. You must be the newcomer, Li Ping, right?" chimed in Lu Xuan, who was washing clothes nearby while casually sizing him up. To her surprise, Li Ping, despite being somewhat unassuming, displayed a physique that suggested he was quite strong. "Hello, Auntie, your information is quite accurate." As he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he exchanged pleasantries with the women. Just as he was about to leave with his wash basin, he overheard an interesting tidbit. It seemed that very early in the morning, Long Laodai had taken another lady to the police station to bail someone out. Lu Xuan had even warned him to be cautious around Long Laotai in the future. That moment, a middle-aged man in tattered clothing emerged from Sha Zhu's room in the central courtyard. And it was evident who he was. According to the ladies, this man was only in his 20s, yet he bore the face of a man in his 40s. Just as Li Ping was pondering this oddity, Sha Zhu hurried over to him, visibly agitated. "Young man, halt right there. Hurry and release Elder Yi and Aunt Jia, or I shall make you rue the day." Just then, the foolish Zhu rushed down from the courtyard in quick strides. "Woe is me, comrade. I beseech you to free my grandmother and my husband." At that moment, Qin Huairu, who had been observing the situation from within the house, emerged holding her child, tears streaming down her face. "What does this have to do with you? If you have the guts, go create a ruckus at the police station. I have no interest in your beastly affairs." Li Ping glanced at Zhu, dismissing him entirely, intending to return with his basin. "How dare you bully a woman?" Zhu shouted angrily, swinging a punch at Li Ping. With a swift sidestep, Li Ping evaded, placing the basin on the ground, ready to retaliate. "Is that woman your mistress? Today, I shall show you how flowers bloom in vibrant colors. You, newcomer, dare to bully my sister Qin? I shall render you powerless today. Zhu's fist came hurtling towards Li Ping's right cheek. By now, the commotion had drawn a crowd of neighbors, yet none dared intervene. Su Damao, who was about to step out, thought it entertaining to let Zhu give Li Ping a taste of reality while he observed the newcomer's capabilities. Zhu had previously employed moves reminiscent of a wrestler, but Li Ping, aware of his physical disadvantage, dodged 3 times before seizing the opportunity to deliver a right hook. Bang! In an instant, their fists collided, and both men were propelled backward by the force. Li Ping staggered back 2 steps to absorb the impact, while Zhu crashed against the adjacent wash basin. Ouch! How does this kid possess such strength? My waist? Zhu clutched his waist, struggling to rise, clearly shaken by the earlier impact. The events had unfolded too dramatically. Qin Huairu had hoped Zhu would stand up for her, only to be disappointed as he became incapacitated. Zhu, are you all right? Hurry, everyone, call the police. Someone has dared to bully us in our courtyard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Huairu quickly sought to leverage the crowd's power to have Li Ping taken to the police station. Fine, if you intend to call the police, do so swiftly. I am eager to see what tricks you beasts can conjure. Li Ping decided against leaving, picking up the basin and retreating. At that moment, Yin Laoku, drawn by the commotion, approached. Though it was a workday, as a teacher, he had only a few classes in the afternoon, allowing him to arrive later. After stowing away some items, Li Ping grabbed some biscuits and water. Sitting at the door to eat while waiting. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 2 police officers arrived at the courtyard. Who was causing a ruckus here? Step forward and clarify the situation. Upon entering the courtyard, the officers each took out a notebook, ready to start their inquiries. Officer, it was Li Ping in the back courtyard who injured Comrade Zhu early this morning. You must apprehend him. Qin Huairu rushed over, frantically demonstrating her theatrics to the officers. Rest assured, young lady, we will uphold justice and not let any wrongdoers escape. Who is Li Ping here? The officer namely surveyed the crowd. Raising his voice to inquire, Li Ping, no longer feigning silence, stepped into the middle courtyard and began explaining to the 2 officers. Comrades, I am Li Ping, the one they speak of, but the catalyst for this incident was Zhu, who struck first. My defense was merely an act of justifiable self-defense. If you don't believe me, you can ask the neighbors present. Li Ping boldly approached to confront them, knowing the truth was on his side from the outset. Soon, the officers gathered accounts from nearby neighbors, with Su Damao being particularly vocal, making it evident that Zhu had initiated the violence, thus undermining Qin Huairu's scheme from the start. Meanwhile, Zhu, still nursing his wounds inside, limped out, excitement evident on his face, pointing at Li Ping and shouting, "Officers, apprehend this man. He has done this to me." Little did he know, the officers promptly shackled Zhu, leaving him bewildered. Humph! You struck first and still dare to shout. You coming with me to the station. Officer Li had never encountered such audacity before. After cuffing him, he led Zhu away. Naturally, as a key witness, Li Ping was also required to accompany the officers to provide his statement. However, Su Damao was more exhilarated than Li Ping, not needing the police to guide him as he rode ahead on his bicycle. As the main players were taken away, the once boisterous courtyard fell silent. After giving his statement at the station, the officers allowed Li Ping to return home. On the way back, Li Ping pondered how, having only just arrived, he had already been to the police station twice. As for Zhu, he was far less fortunate. Due to Li Ping pursuing civil liability, he received a mere 10 yuan fine as compensation to Li Ping and was detained for 24 hours. After leaving the police station, Li Ping inquired with passers-by about a nearby barbershop and took a few minutes to locate it. This barbershop was not large, situated at the intersection of the alley, estimating its area to be less than 20 square meters, with a large sign at the entrance. Comrade, I would like a short haircut, please. Upon entering, Li Ping noticed a man in his 30s cutting hair for an elderly gentleman. Perhaps due to it being work hours, the shop was not crowded. Certainly, comrade, please take a seat. I will attend to you once I finish with my current customer, Master Song called out, turning back to continue his work. After spending over half an hour, Li Ping finally had his hair tidied up, paid 20 cents, and received a ticket before leaving. He then headed directly to the community center to find Aunt Lu, where he spent 35 yuan on a set of second-hand furniture, also purchasing a new stove and a small load of coal. Master, could you please help me move these items to the back courtyard? This is your hard-earned money. Thank you. Upon returning on a tricycle, Li Ping jumped off at the entrance of number 65 Tonglun Gang, promptly handing a pre-prepared 1 yuan to the driver. Haha, young comrade, you're too kind. I will get the furniture inside right away. Uncle Luo, in his 40s, accepted the money with his rough hands and immediately got to work. As Uncle Luo carried the table inside, Li Ping rolled up his sleeves and followed closely behind with 2 stools. As they made their way from the front to the back courtyard, the commotion had already drawn the attention of the neighbors. However, due to the earlier incident, no one dared to confront him. Understanding that while this young man appeared amicable, he was not to be trifled with when provoked. Passing through the middle courtyard while moving furniture, Li Ping noticed Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family had just returned. Internally cursing old lady Long for her considerable influence in resolving such matters. Some people only knew how to bully the elderly. Beware, the heavens will eventually exact their retribution. Upon seeing Li Ping, Jia Dongshu was filled with rage. He had spent the entire night at the police station and hardly slept. This man, with his delicate gestures, pointed at Li Ping with disdain, appearing rather effeminate. Oh, who's the unfortunate soul whose trousers are not tied properly? Exposing you like this? Li Ping felt utterly disgusted and refused to give this man the satisfaction of feeling superior. If you dare to insult me indirectly, then I shall retaliate directly, you brat. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat it. Jia Dongshu's face darkened immediately. Ha ha ha, Jia Dongshu, did you not hear? They say you are nothing. The neighborhood's resident troublemaker, Sun Daniel, just returned and found the situation amusing. Li Ping, you little rascal, how dare you bully my son? Oldie, how long do you intend to hide? Are you not going to stand up for your apprentice? Just released from detention, Jia Zhongshi could no longer afford to use her usual tactics and resorted to calling for help. In truth, Yi Zhonghai had already heard the commotion but chose to ignore it. However, with someone stirring the pot, he had no choice but to emerge with a scowl. Having been imprisoned because of Li Ping, he felt utterly humiliated as one of the elder figures in the courtyard. Upon returning today, he had also learned that Zhu had ended up in custody. Just when things seemed to calm down, another wave of trouble arose, and Yi Zhonghai felt that Li Ping was indeed his nemesis, causing him considerable distress. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. You all should refrain from speaking too much. Li Ping, you lack any sense of unity. Upon your return, you instigate quarrels. What do you intend to achieve? As Jia Dongshu's mentor, Yi Zhonghai could not allow his apprentice to be bullied in the courtyard today. How curious it is that the old fellow, having just been released, is already scheming once more. Be cautious, for I might just report you to the community committee for forming cliques. Li Ping was utterly unwilling to grant this man an ounce of leniency, lest the already strained relations from the previous encounter worsen further. Humph! Your behavior is simply incomprehensible. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai realized he was unlikely to gain any advantage and quickly retreated indoors. Muttering a parting remark at this moment, although Yi Zhonghai had been released early, the elder was temporarily dismissed from the community committee, and he was currently in a phase of observation. The Jia family had not anticipated Yi Zhonghai's ineffectiveness. Yet they were quite shrewd. Seeing their master had fled, they too donned gloomy expressions and retreated indoors. With these creatures having scurried away, Li Ping turned back to his work, though the commotion they had caused in the courtyard had caught the attention of Uncle Luo, who had come to help with the delivery. After they finished moving the furniture, Uncle Luo sat down at the entrance, lighting a cigarette to rest. Comrade, this courtyard seems rather complicated. It would be wise to keep your distance from them and focus on your own little life. Thank you, Uncle. Here, have a cup of water to warm your stomach, Li Ping replied, preparing 2 cups of tea before bringing them over. Today, Uncle Luo had been particularly efficient, clearly a diligent and straightforward individual. Well then, I shall not be polite. After a brief respite, Uncle Luo finished his drink and took his leave, not lingering any longer. Once the delivery workers departed, Li Ping tidied the furniture and wiped it down with a cloth before boiling some water for a bath. However, it was rather peculiar that old lady Long from the backyard, who had caused such a ruckus while moving furniture, had not sought to create trouble for herself. This behavior was somewhat unusual. After all, silly Zhu was the beloved grandson of old lady Long, so it would be quite normal for him to come over and warn her or knock on her window. Thus, time flowed slowly, and after several days, having become a purchaser, the factory provided Li Ping with a Phoenix bicycle, sparing him the expense of bus tickets. With the bicycle, Li Ping completed 2 rural purchasing tasks, but he had also learned that the trust agency had second-hand bicycles available for consignment without requiring tickets. This revelation sparked numerous ideas in Li Ping's mind. He had some savings, which he had accumulated from his previous job in Baoding. On Saturday afternoon at 5 o'clock, after delivering goods to the finance department, Li Ping received his wages for the past half-month, 16.5 yuan, due to not having worked a full month, including a 5 yuan allowance for the recent procurement of materials. As a level 12 clerk, Li Ping's standard monthly salary was 23 yuan, plus an additional 5 yuan allowance for hard work from the factory. Thus, his total monthly income reached 28 yuan, nearly matching that of a level 1 worker from other departments. Not including the procurement funds to Li Ping, today is payday, and our procurement department is having a gathering. Would you like to join us? Just as Li Ping was lost in thought while returning with his wages, a colleague suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw a grinning face belonging to Li Zongxing from their procurement department, who had been quite considerate towards him lately due to their shared surname. All right then, brother Li, we'll meet at the tavern outside shortly. Let us not return until we're thoroughly inebriated. Li Ping replied with a smile, appreciating the kindness of this colleague who had taken him along on his first rural procurement trip, where they had only managed to purchase a batch of vegetables and eggs. Nevertheless, the gesture was commendable. Great. I'll go gather the others, and we'll meet at the factory gate. As he spoke, Li Zongxing dashed off. Realizing that there was less than half an hour until the end of the workday, and if he delayed any longer, everyone would likely disperse. At 26 years old, Li Zongxing had married 2 years prior and had 2 children. Living with his mother, he was a cheerful individual who could easily strike up a conversation with nearly all his colleagues in the department. Watching him depart, Li Ping counted his wages, stowed them in his pocket, and left the office building, turning left to use the restroom. Soon after, the closing bell of the steel mill rang out in 1961. The steel mill employed around 3,800 people, and at quitting time, the factory gate was bustling with noise. Who would have guessed that the steel mill would later grow into a massive plant with thousands of employees? As Li Ping and his colleagues exited the factory, he happened to spot Su Damao riding a bicycle back, equipped with projection equipment. Li Ping, now that you've finished work, do you want to ride back on my bicycle? Su Damao called out from a distance, his thoughts racing with the recent events involving Li Ping's interactions with the elder and the Jia family in the courtyard. Sorry, Su Gu, but I'm meeting some colleagues for dinner, so I'll pass on the ride today. Let us take a rain check for next time, Li Ping replied cheerfully, maintaining a polite demeanor since he had not yet had any unpleasant encounters with Su Damao. Seeing that Li Ping was accompanied by several procurement workers, Su Damao, recognizing the social boundaries between their departments, quickly found an excuse and pedaled away. Hey, Li Ping, is that Su Damao from your courtyard? He is quite the notorious flirt, rumored to have had affairs with several women from our factory. Li Zongxing remarked, casually placing a hand on Li Ping's arm as they walked, sharing tales of Su Damao's escapades. Their conversation was punctuated by interjections from nearby colleagues, filling Li Ping in on various gossip. Before long, Li Ping and his companions left the steel mill street, laughing as they watched Su Damao disappear on his bicycle, shaking his head in resignation. However, this did serve as a reminder to Li Ping that, in 1961, Lu Xiaoyi was likely no more than 20 years old, possibly even 19. With November approaching, the new year would soon arrive, providing the perfect opportunity. Speaking of Lu Xiaoyi, she was indeed a tragic heroine of the courtyard. Her first husband was a miser, while her second was a scoundrel who had left her pregnant. Not long after, they arrived at the cheap restaurant, a total of 5 of them, ordering 2 plates of stir-fried meat, a dish of peanuts, and 2 servings of pickled sauerkraut, along with 6 jin of loose baijiu. As the food arrived, they dove into their meal. In those days, men's entertainment was limited to a few activities: drinking, reading, playing chess, and discussing women. Seizing the moment, Li Ping deliberately brought up their former chairman. Expressing curiosity about the history of their factory, fueled by alcohol, he gleaned enough to speculate that the Lu family resided near number 93 on the 3rd Ring Road in Beijing, a well-known area for private villas. The gathering continued from 5:30 p.m. until well past 8, and as dusk approached, Li Ping hastily settled the bill. After all, as a newcomer, treating his colleagues to a good meal was a proper way to foster camaraderie. Upon returning to the courtyard, the streetlights illuminated the surroundings, while the chilly November winds howled through the alleyways. The walk home helped clear Li Ping's head from the effects of the alcohol, and upon reaching the courtyard, He collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep immediately. The next day, a weekend, Li Ping indulged in a rare lie-in. Waking up close to 9:30 a.m., he poured himself a cup of hot water from the bedside and cleared his throat. Goodness, is it already this late? Li Ping glanced at his watch, realizing the hour was getting late. So he got up to dress and wash his face, preparing to make lunch. He took a basin outside to wash up, but a few aunties from the courtyard teased him, leaving him feeling quite self-conscious. Indeed, the social atmosphere of the 1960s was quite different. Thankfully, he had no parents to nag him, otherwise, he would surely have been driven mad by their constant chattering. Back inside, Li Ping cooked himself a bowl of noodles, adding 2 fresh eggs. After finishing his meal, he decided to venture out to gather information about Lu Xiaoyi, as some matters are better addressed sooner rather than later. Li Ping meticulously shaved and styled his hair, donning his military overcoat, presenting himself as a dashing young man. As he prepared to leave, he heard laughter and chatter coming from next door. Wait a minute. Su Damao is a bachelor, and there's no way he would have the audacity to bring a woman home in broad daylight. Li Ping's curiosity piqued. He leaned against Su Damao's window to catch a glimpse. What he saw took him by surprise. A woman clad in a dark blue trench coat and small leather shoes. While she may not have been stunningly beautiful, there was a certain appeal to her. Her cherubic face, round and soft, was a rarity among the common folk of that era, often only seen among the affluent in the realm of arranged marriages. The character of Lu Xiaoyi hails from a well-to-do family in the 1960s. Were it not for the current sensitivity surrounding her status, it would be fair to say that suitors lining up to propose would stretch across the streets of the entire 49 cities. After all, her father was known as Lu Bancheng, a name that resonates with local lore. An adage states that while one might be mistakenly called by a name, no one misidentifies a nickname. Being a great successor of the new era, I cannot bear to watch Lu Xiaoyi willingly leap into a pit of fire. At this moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Li Ping's mind, and he resolutely decided to learn from Su Damao. He discreetly left the courtyard and waited at its entrance. Indeed, after braving the cold wind for over half an hour, Li Ping finally spotted the naive Lu Xiaoyi emerging. Lu Xiaoyi, he called out, leaving her even more bewildered. Turning to face him, she realized she did not recognize the person before her. May I ask who you are? Have you forgotten, Lu Xiaoyi? I am Li Ping from your neighboring class. We met at the primary school reunion after graduation. Li Ping displayed an exaggerated expression of disappointment, which left Lu Xiaoyi uncertain if she had indeed encountered this individual before. Upon hearing his words, a hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes, realizing she could not recall a fellow alumnus. How did you end up here? She asked, striving to maintain her composure as she hastily sought a neutral topic. I work at the steel plant and naturally, I reside in this courtyard. But speaking of which, what brings you here? Li Ping had already surmised that this innocent girl was utterly befuddled. I came here for an arranged marriage with Su Damao. Having just arrived not long ago, Lu Xiaoyi was taken aback to encounter a fellow schoolmate during her matchmaking outing, momentarily lowering her guard and revealing her thoughts. Why goodness, Su Damao, the notorious flirt. What grudge does that matchmaker hold against you to introduce you to him? Li Ping feigned a look of deep sorrow, making Lu Xiaoyi ponder whether there might be some truth to his words. It seemed implausible, yet her instincts began to stir uneasily. Come here for a moment. There's something I must confide in you, but do keep it to yourself. If you doubt me, just inquire around Lu family village in the Hongxing commune to see if Su Damao frequently spends the night at the widows' homes. Li Ping took Lu Xiaoyi's hand and led her a few steps into a nearby alley, ensuring that their neighbors would not easily spot them. Upon hearing his statement, Lu Xiaoyi's jaw dropped in shock. Why would that matchmaker do this to me? As the saying goes, one must harbor no malice, yet remain vigilant against the intentions of others. I only share this with you because we are old classmates. I typically disregard such matters with strangers. At this moment, Li Ping's demeanor remained calm and his words precise, lending an air of authenticity to his claims. Regardless, if Lu Xiaoyi dared to return home and investigate Su Damao's background, her family's resources would undoubtedly uncover the truth. At that point, Li Ping would not need to elaborate further. After all, some matters speak for themselves, do they not? Perhaps if he managed to win Lu Xiaoyi's affection, he could spare himself a few years of hardship. Comrades, we all aspire to a better life, and the present Lu Xiaoyi represents our first small goal for which we strive. The revolution has yet to succeed. We must continue our efforts, as they strolled and chatted. They soon arrived at a small lake on the second ring of the fourth Nine city. It was the weekend, and many visitors had come to fish. With a larger crowd, there was naturally a sense of security. This was precisely why Li Ping had brought Lu Xiaoyi here. Otherwise, wandering aimlessly with a stranger would inevitably lead her to realize something was amiss. Li Ping had his reasons for choosing this location. Aside from fishing enthusiasts, various vendors selling snacks and trinkets also frequented the area on weekends. Spotting a vendor selling candied hawthorn, Li Ping swiftly purchased 2 skewers. Here, have some candied hawthorn to fill your stomach, as compensation for missing lunch. He handed the treats to Lu Xiaoyi. Thank you. It was at this moment that Lu Xiaoyi realized she had unknowingly allowed a stranger to lead her to the lakeside. Had it not been for the bustling vendors and fishers nearby, she might have bolted. While they chatted and enjoyed the candied hawthorn, a bit of time passed, and Li Ping noticed a small restaurant nearby. He decided to take Lu Xiaoyi there for lunch. Eventually, he escorted Lu Xiaoyi back to the alley of the courtyard, as her father had sent a driver to bring her for the matchmaking. If Li Ping had not returned her in time, her family would surely have begun searching for her. Luckily, their timing was impeccable. Watching Lu Xiaoyi get into the car, Li Ping let out a sigh of relief. Although she had left, an unexpected delight awaited him. Lu Xiaoyi had invited him to visit Beihai Park next weekend. After bidding her farewell, Li Ping hurried home, perhaps experiencing the thrill of adventure that others often speak of. Meanwhile, Su Damao, waiting anxiously, was growing increasingly restless, along with his family, as they searched the vicinity for Lu Xiaoyi. Even the matchmaker felt uneasy, having previously guaranteed that the Su family would soon celebrate a wedding. Little did they know that the girl had vanished during a bathroom break, leaving Su Damao's father, Su Fugue, feeling utterly humiliated. Regardless of the commotion outside, all of it had become irrelevant to Li Ping. With nothing else to occupy his time, he returned to his cultivation space to tend to his crops. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of flourishing crops across several acres. The countdown to harvest the recently planted crops was nearing completion. With just 10 minutes remaining, even the freshwater fish in the pond were also on a countdown, but since they had been introduced a day late, he would have to wait until tomorrow evening to reap the rewards. As the countdown concluded, the system prompted an automatic harvesting notification. Li Ping promptly clicked to harvest. For each type of crop, leave behind a few pounds for seeds, and harvest the rest. Ding. Harvest complete. A total of 2,000 pounds of barley and 6,000 pounds of various vegetables have been stored in the warehouse. Would you like to plant seeds now? Yes, please plant. Following a series of operations, the warehouse was now brimming with flour and neatly stored agricultural products. It is worth mentioning that in the future, all grain products in this space will be managed automatically once properly set up. As dawn broke, the familiar sound of roosters crowing signaled the bustling morning of the courtyard. Li Ping lingered in bed for about 10 minutes before finally dressing and wandering out the door. The atmosphere within the courtyard had subtly shifted since Li Ping's arrival. Some greeted him warmly, while others remained silent. After leaving the courtyard, Li Ping stopped by a nearby breakfast shop to grab a few buns and a cup of soy milk, savoring his meal there. The food from this era was truly made from genuine ingredients. The meat buns were delicious, and the soy milk was refreshingly authentic. Just as he settled down, he spotted an elderly man accompanied by his apprentice, Jia Dongshu, passing by the breakfast shop. However, they pretended not to notice each other. While Jia Dongshu rolled his eyes at Li Ping, "Dongshu, let us hurry up. Today, I'll teach you 2 levels of technician skills, and then your family's life will improve," Yi Zhonghai boasted in Li Ping's presence. His words clearly aimed at showing off their higher wages rather than genuinely instructing his apprentice. "Thank you, master. You can count on me. I'll study hard, and when I get promoted, those bastards will be furious." Jia Dongshu echoed his master, both of them believing Li Ping couldn't overhear their snide remarks, raising their volume a few decibels. "Bah, a decrepit old fool leading a young fool. What is so impressive about that?" Li Ping mimicked their sarcastic tone, and immediately their faces turned green with indignation. If it weren't for the bustling street, they might have confronted Li Ping. After the duo departed, Li Ping leisurely finished his breakfast and arrived at the factory just before 8. Meanwhile, Jia Dongshu had finally adjusted his tools and, having heard Yi Zhonghai's instructions, was preparing to fetch materials from the workshop. "Dongshu, remember, this batch of materials is in the last row of the garage. Make sure you don't grab the wrong ones." As the machines in the workshop roared to life, Yi Zhonghai shouted to his apprentice. However, just as Jia Dongxiu was about to turn towards the workshop, their supervisor called him over. Comrades, everyone stop for a moment. Today, the steel plant has delivered a batch of raw materials. Please lend a hand to unload the truck, and this afternoon we will process them into finished products. Director Huang clapped his hands, summoning several workers, including Jia Dongxiu, to assist in unloading the goods. Goodness gracious, why am I so unfortunate? If I had heeded my master's advice and left a bit earlier, I wouldn't have been stopped by that scoundrel surnamed Huang. At this moment, Jia Dongxiu had already cursed Director Huang in his heart a staggering 800 times. Unfortunately, all his colleagues in the workshop had gone to assist, and he couldn't very well remain idle, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and lend a hand. Dongxiu, you'll come over in the end. Head to the back. Director Huang, seeing this fellow throw a tantrum, was particularly displeased and promptly assigned him the most challenging task. Jia Dongxiu was well aware that the director was deliberately putting him in a difficult position, but with the director holding authority over him, he could only bear it and move to the back to help. In truth, he understood that the position at the back was somewhat perilous. After all, moving large machinery posed the risk of a slip. And this was no trifling matter. Everyone worked swiftly, and after a while, they would finish moving everything. They still needed to process the components in the afternoon, or else they'd all be stuck working overtime that night. Director Huang urged them repeatedly, knowing full well that there was a considerable amount of work to be done. Whether these workers would finish before their lunch break was a different story. If he were delayed in having his meal, he would certainly make them regret it. Soon, the 6 of them took their positions. The equipment was precisely the lathe from the 3rd workshop that was sent for maintenance, and it was intended for use in the afternoon. As they exerted their strength, the machine gradually descended from the vehicle, while Jia Dongxiu, feeling utterly drained after a quarrel with his wife the previous night, lost his grip and let the equipment drop, startling his colleagues into hastily releasing their hold. Ouch, Dongxiu. What's going on with you? You're not feeling faint, are you? Ha ha ha, he does look a bit like that. It seems the wife has quite the influence. Indeed, it seems quite fitting. Let us not call him Jia Dongxiu anymore. Let us call him Jia Dongxiu the Weak. Amidst the teasing of his co-workers, Jia Dongxiu's face turned a deep shade of fury. Having already been ridiculed by Li Ping that morning, he was dismayed to find himself the target of jests again in the workshop. Get out of my way. Faced with the teasing, Jia Dongxiu could only grit his teeth and continue working. All right, everyone, enough of the games. Let us finish moving the equipment. This vehicle needs to head back to the auto repair shop shortly. At that moment, Director Huang's displeasure became evident. He had always despised slackers during his military days and urged them to work with urgency. After being reprimanded repeatedly by their superior, the workers dared not jest any longer. Having spent considerable time together, they understood Director Huang's temperament. If they made a mistake a 3rd time, being assigned to clean the toilets would be the least of their worries. This time, they worked in remarkable synchrony, with 4 individuals lifting the equipment while the other 2 positioned wooden planks. Just as one of the workers finished placing the first plank, Jia Dongxiu rushed back with a 1-meter-long wooden beam to assist. Suddenly, the steel cable securing the equipment snapped, and the massive machine crashed down onto Jia Dongxiu's legs. A piercing scream echoed through the workshop as, by the time everyone reacted, only Jia Dongxiu's upper body remained visible. Oh no! Someone is injured, Dongxiu, Jia. The sudden turn of events was so loud that even Yi Zhonghai, who was working in the workshop, heard the commotion outside. By the time he hurried over, Jia Dongxiu was already in a dire state, with the area pinned beneath the machinery reduced to a bloody mess. Dongxiu, everyone, quickly save my disciple. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai was paralyzed with fear, for this disciple was one of his few hopes for retirement. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing, and a sharp pain gripped his heart. His vision blurred, and he collapsed, nearly needing assistance from a quick-thinking colleague to avoid being sent to the hospital himself. Hearing the commotion, Factory Director Yang rushed over with several other department heads who had just concluded a morning meeting. Xiao Li, go fetch the ambulance. Xiao Qian, head to the infirmary and bring the doctor for emergency assistance. Everyone else, maintain your positions and don't panic. Yes, Director. Understood. Leader, Director Yang, having experienced great turmoil in the past, directed operations with remarkable composure. After some effort, the factory's emergency vehicle managed to transport the injured party to the hospital. With Director Yang's adept leadership, the chaotic scene gradually regained some semblance of order. Even Director Huang hurried to the office to call the hospital and prepare the emergency room ahead of time. Meanwhile, Li Ping from the purchasing department, hearing the commotion, hurried over to the workshop to see what was happening. Oh dear, what a pool of blood! Who on earth has met with an accident? Though Li Ping had seen many traffic accidents on television, witnessing such a large-scale incident up close was a first for him. The person just taken away seems to be Master S disciple, Jia Dongxiu. A chubby young man in a kitchen outfit muttered under his breath while discreetly pointing at the unconscious Yi Zhonghai. Upon hearing this, Li Ping recalled that Qin Huairu had recently become a widow. Goodness, the inertia of history truly is irreversible. With such a major incident at the steel factory, Yi Zhonghai's disciple had already rushed back to the courtyard to inform the family. In the courtyard at that moment, Jia Zhongshi was taking a leisurely stroll, having entrusted all household duties to her daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu. Oh my, daughter-in-law, this fish you bought today is quite plump. Make sure to send a bowl over to Dongshu once it's stewed. Jia Zhongshi watched her daughter-in-law, who had just returned from the market, busily preparing. Though she was fond of food, her first thought was still of her son. Got it, Mom. As she spoke, Qin Huairu headed to the kitchen to prepare, casually leaving her eldest grandson in the care of his grandmother. Just then, a frantic young man rushed into the courtyard. Spotting Jia Zhongshi, though he felt reluctant, he exclaimed, Aunt Jia, something's wrong. My senior brother has had an accident. You all must hurry to the hospital. What are you saying, you little brat? How dare you curse my son with an accident? Be careful, or I'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart. Jia Zhongshi dropped her grandson and, hands on her hips, unleashed a torrent of scolding on the young man who brought the news. Aunt Jia, who would joke about such a serious matter? This is a matter of life and death. You must hurry to the hospital. At that moment, Qin Huairu rushed out upon hearing the commotion and instantly recognized the young man as Lu Jinsheng, her husband's junior. They had met at their wedding. Is it Jinsheng? You mustn't joke about such things. My husband was fine just this morning. Though Qin Huairu spoke dismissively, her trembling hands and tear-streaked face betrayed her deep-seated fear. Everyone, come quickly. Someone has cursed my son to death. Grab him and demand 10 yuan in compensation, or I swear I'll skin him alive. Jia Zhongshi, with a grim expression and disbelief, demanded retribution against the young man. Humph, I've said my piece. Believe it or not, I am leaving. Lu Jinsheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized he was in peril. If these neighbors caught him, he would likely be lucky to escape with just a beating. Gritting his teeth, he turned and fled, leaving behind a parting remark, Aunt, let us hurry to the hospital. This doesn't seem like a joke. At that moment, an elder woman spoke up, advocating for reason in this courtyard, while many were unaware of the exact ties between them and the Jia family. As the adults hurried to the hospital, Jia Zhongshi's grandson clung to his grandmother, demanding fish, leaving her helpless. Unbeknownst to her, she pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her grandson. Just then, Li Ping returned on his bicycle. Initially, the purchasing department had been tasked with completing paperwork and departing for the countryside. However, with the incident at the Jia household, he had delayed his departure, now returning merely to alleviate his own anxiety. Upon returning, he happened to witness the Jia family bustling about in the courtyard, while Jia Dongshu's devoted son was happily playing with a paper airplane. Mom, look, the paper airplane is flying. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Even amid such tragedy, Jia Dongshu's son could still find Li Ping couldn't help but marvel at what a devoted son he was. Ultimately, the grandchildren were entrusted to an elder for supervision while the Jia family, tearfully, made their way to the hospital. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Sha Zhu returned briefly to grab some money before rushing off. Disregarding his sister Yushui's pleas not to be angry, as night fell, the once clamorous courtyard finally quieted. At the hospital, Yi Zhonghai had not slept a wink all night, sitting on a bench outside the emergency room. Deep in thought. Around 7 in the evening, Director Yang arrived with his secretary, quickly approaching the anxious family members waiting by the emergency department to offer his condolences. Dear sister-in-law, I have come on behalf of the factory to inquire about the condition of the injured. Rest assured, we will take full responsibility for our employees' medical expenses. After contemplating this in his mind, Factory Director Yang mustered his courage and approached the family for a discussion. Upon seeing Director Yang, Jia Zhongshi charged forward, kicking at his collar, and screamed frantically, Leader, please save my son. Who is responsible for this? I demand justice. Calm down, madam. Our factory will not neglect this matter. We have already initiated an investigation, and we will ensure you receive fairness in due course. At this moment, Secretary Li, witnessing the situation, quickly stepped in to support Director Yang. Indeed, sister-in-law, let us not cause a scene in the hospital. Dongshu is still inside receiving treatment. We must not hinder the doctors in their efforts to save lives. Fortunately, old man Yi Zhonghai's words proved effective, and the elderly woman gradually calmed down. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as the emergency room lights suddenly extinguished, and the doctors and nurses wheeled the patient out. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, the attending physician shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, "Alas, the patient has lost too much blood. Our hospital has done all we could. Please do not grieve excessively, and prepare for the arrangements." Upon hearing these words, Qin Huairu, who had clung to a glimmer of hope, fainted. Qin Huairu, "Oh dear, this pregnant woman hasn't slept all night. We must ensure no further tragedies occur." The family members in the adjacent emergency room quickly alerted her, mindful of her condition. "Sister Qin." Fortunately, Sha Zhu reacted swiftly and caught her as she fell, though a flicker of delight passed through his eyes at the moment. This scene did not escape Yi Zhonghai's notice. He remained silent, but a thought crossed his mind. This fool is still thinking about her at such a time. It seems he has feelings for Qin Huairu. When we return, I must ponder this further. With one less retirement partner, I must secure this foolish lad. At this moment, neither Sha Zhu nor Qin Huairu was aware that Yi Zhonghai had already begun plotting his next retirement plan. Leader, given the circumstances surrounding my apprentice, could our factory consider providing a more substantial compensation? In that moment of clarity, Yi Zhonghai was anything but ordinary. With Jia Dongshu gone, his only desire was to secure the last benefits for his apprentice. "Very well, I will convene a meeting first thing tomorrow morning to finalize the compensation. For now, please take care of the family here," he said. Director Yang had not anticipated that Yi would be so astute, providing him with an excuse to depart. Meanwhile, upon seeing her son's lifeless body being wheeled out, Jia Zhangshi clung to it, weeping inconsolably, momentarily forgetting about Director Yang and the others. After uttering a brief remark, Director Yang hastily retreated with his secretary, feeling as though the half-hour spent in the hospital had stretched into an eternity. It would be foolish to linger any longer. Fortunately, the emergency room doctors had not yet departed. After receiving a simple treatment, Qin Huairu regained consciousness. Once the hospital had handed over the body to the family and secured their signatures, they were allowed to leave, as the treatment cost had already been covered by Director Yang during his earlier visit. At 10:00 p.m., Li Ping first prepared himself a bowl of egg noodles. After a brief wash-up, he retired for the night, intending to head to the countryside early the next morning. At that moment, Li Ping was eager to avoid the courtyard, knowing that Yi Zhonghai would undoubtedly return to solicit donations. To prevent being subjected to these loathsome individuals, he decided to remove himself from the situation, procuring supplies in the countryside and delaying his return. After finishing his late-night snack, Li Ping stepped outside to relieve himself. Upon exiting, he encountered Yi Zhonghai and his entourage returning, resulting in an unintentional meeting of the two groups. "Xiaoping, it's good you're here. We will hold a meeting in the courtyard shortly, so please remember to attend," Yi Zhonghai called out, having contemplated how to organize the donation effort while on the road. "Oh, Master Yi, I plan to head to the countryside tomorrow for procurement, so I won't be able to chat." Li Ping quickly fabricated an excuse to slip away, unwilling to be ensnared by the old man. "Xiaoping, don't rush off. Given the recent events in our courtyard, I intend to hold a meeting. It would be better for you to stay and listen before departing." Yi Zhonghai, ever the cunning fox, feigned ignorance regarding Li Ping's intentions, determined to keep him from escaping. Li Ping understood that Yi Zhonghai was deliberately trying to annoy him, likely seeking revenge for the last time he had reported him to the authorities. Soon, the neighbors of the courtyard were disturbed by the commotion, leaving Li Ping feeling embarrassed under their scrutiny. Helplessly, he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. He realized that this old man was clearly intent on making his life difficult. "Fine, if you wish to irritate me, then I shall not hesitate to undermine your plans." Were it not for the constraints of the times, Li Ping would have gladly confronted Yi Zhonghai. Reluctantly, he followed them back inside. Recognizing that with the hour so late, there was nowhere else to go, he would have to adapt to the unfolding situation. Before long, Yi Zhonghai had arranged for his apprentice's family, then sought out Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui. Not long after, several tables and chairs were set up in the central courtyard, with Yi Zhonghai seated at the center, Lu Haizhong to his right, and Yan Bugui to his left. It was clear to all present what the purpose of this meeting was. So I shall refrain from further elaboration. Ahem. Our courtyard has always upheld the fine tradition of unity, friendship, and mutual assistance. Old E, spare us the lengthy speeches. It's late, and let us not waste everyone's time. Lu Haizhong yawned, clearly fatigued and eager to hasten the proceedings. Ahem. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to address the unfortunate incident that has befallen Jia's family, who have lost their pillar of support. I hope everyone can embody the spirit of friendship and mutual assistance and offer them help within their means. Wouldn't you agree? In summary, the elder's lengthy discourse finally clarified the intent of the meeting, a call for donations. At this moment, the neighbors of the courtyard internally cursed, deeming the old man shameless for soliciting contributions during these trying times of 1961. Surely, everyone understands that Jia's family, now left with orphans and widows, is struggling to ask the elder. I shall take the lead and contribute 20 yuan, Yi Zhonghai proclaimed, tossing the money into the donation box as if it were mere pocket change. Nearby, Sha Zhu, moved by the sight of a tearful Qin Huairu, quickly stepped forward, extracting 30 yuan from his savings jar and placing it into the box. The elder is correct. I shall donate 30 yuan. Before long, the other elders followed suit, each begrudgingly contributing 10 yuan to the donation box. Observing the pained expressions on their faces, Li Ping deduced that this sum could likely sustain their families for a week or more. With someone leading the charge, the neighbors began to contribute what they could, be it 50 cents or a yuan, prompted by the belief that such donations could avert calamity and spare them from the persistent nagging of Jia's family, lest they speak ill of them behind their backs. Well done! Everyone should follow Sha Zhu's example. Young people ought to have a higher sense of awareness. Yi Zhonghai beamed with delight at the sight of a young man leading the charge. Sha Zhu, feeling buoyed by Yi Zhonghai's casual praise, strutted about like a victorious rooster, eager to ensure others noticed him. Li Ping. Now that everyone has contributed, you should also donate something, Yi Zhonghai suggested, swiftly shifting the focus. Jia Zhangshi felt that today was a significant win for her. In her eyes, anyone who did not contribute was disrespecting their community, and she began to challenge Li Ping with scornful remarks. Very well, in the spirit of neighborliness, I will donate 0.5 yuan, Li Ping retorted, producing the coins and tossing them into the box. Wait a moment, I heard you just received your paycheck of over 10 yuan. How can you only donate such a paltry amount? Sha Zhu shot a disapproving glare at Li Ping, well aware that both he and Li Ping were among the few bachelors in the courtyard. Some people simply lack a conscience. It's as if their hearts were devoured by dogs. Jia Zhangshi concluded that Li Ping was deliberately refusing to give them face. At last, Li Ping saw through the true nature of these individuals. It became evident that not only did they aim to collect donations, but they also sought to tarnish his reputation. In summary, it is the group led by Yi Zhonghai who are now at odds with themselves this evening. It seems that the lesson I imparted to them last time was insufficient. I must inform you that there is no law in this world that mandates my obligation to donate. Furthermore, given the magnitude of the incident involving the Jia family, it is likely that their factory will compensate a mere 300 to 400 yuan. In any case, I refuse to involve myself in their self-deprecation. This time, Li Ping made no attempt to feign ignorance and straightforwardly laid bare the situation, eager to witness what new tricks the Jia family might devise. After uttering these words, Li Ping turned on his heel and departed. Having no desire to squander his breath on these brutes, instead of engaging in futile discussions with them, he would prefer to return home and rest. Indeed, upon Li Ping's reminder, many began to awaken to the reality that a factory mishap would inevitably lead to compensation. Consequently, those who had previously intended to invest their money abruptly halted their plans. Ahem, in these times, our family of 5 does not have it easy, all relying on my meager 22 yuan earned from sweeping the streets to make ends meet. Since Li Ping has chosen not to donate, I shall follow suit. Aunt Li, who had been poised to contribute a single yuan, quickly reconsidered and instead tossed in a dime before turning to leave. Now that someone had taken the initiative, others began to follow suit. Even those who had intended to donate 1 or 2 yuan settled for 3 or 2 dimes, merely to appease the situation before making their exit. After all, as Li Ping rightly pointed out, there is no stipulated amount for donations. What matters is the goodwill among neighbors. They firmly believed that Yi Zhonghai could not possibly bind them all to this cause. Should the old man dare to attempt such an act, the nature of the situation would change dramatically. Look, Li Ping, this heartless creature. While others have helped our family through difficulties, this scoundrel has utterly lost his conscience. Oh, old Jia, why do you not make your presence known and deal with this scoundrel? Jia Zhangshi could not passively observe as everyone left. She raised her voice in protest, in Li Ping's eyes. This group resembled a pack of beasts, and even if one were to offer them their very hearts, they would gain nothing in return. He would rather conserve his energy for tomorrow's procurement trip than waste it on these trivial exchanges. Moreover, in this courtyard, with over 20 households, totaling around 100 individuals, if each were to contribute even 1 yuan, it would amount to 100 yuan. Not to mention the few elders, who would surely donate larger sums. Hence, the insatiable greed of humanity, driven by the desire to consume beyond their means, would inevitably face the consequences it deserves. Ultimately, the funds were tallied by the third elder, recorded in a ledger, revealing a total of 92. 3 yuan collected, a not insignificant sum in this era. Yi Zhonghai accepted the cash from the third elder with a nod, subsequently handing it over to the Jia family. Humph, that Li Ping is nothing short of a petty scoundrel. Such a person will surely face retribution one day. With a cold huff, Yi Zhonghai rose and returned indoors. This brat is simply asking for trouble. It is only a matter of time before he falls into my grasp. If it were not for the memory of being beaten last time, Shaju would likely have taken action tonight. Li Ping's actions had irked him, and he had already secretly resolved to retaliate. This farce ended on an unsatisfactory note. The third elder, who had previously been quite invested in the donation, found himself displeased after Li Ping's interference, as the Jia family still received around 120 yuan. Causing him a sense of discontent, the third elder thought that collecting donations was far easier than robbing, and had it not been for Li Ping's meddling, the total could have easily exceeded 200 yuan. In the 1960s, an average worker earned merely 20 yuan per month, making this sum equivalent to more than half a year's wages. Once the donation event concluded, the Jia family promptly burned Jiadongshu that very night. Putting the matter to rest, the following morning, the courtyard returned to its usual bustle. Li Ping had intended to sleep in, but ultimately had to rise due to the noise from the crowd. Upon washing his face, he suddenly noticed that the neighbors were considerably warmer towards him. Although they did not voice it, he could sense it nonetheless. It seemed that his actions from the previous night had been deemed commendable. And since they had safeguarded their own purses, they would surely remember Li Ping's kindness. Xiaoping is up, Aunt. I've roasted some sweet potatoes. Would you like to take a couple home to satisfy your cravings? Aunt Li, having stealthily retrieved 2 sweet potatoes from her laundry basin, handed them to him, knowing they had been hidden away all morning. Indeed, today, I've prepared some porridge. Don't be shy. Take a bowl back for breakfast. Aunt Lu quickly brought over a bowl of porridge she had prepared. Thank you all, but please keep these for yourselves. Times are tough for everyone, Li Ping replied. Oh, don't be so polite, Xiaoping. This is all we can spare. Just accept it. The neighbors, fearing he would refuse, insisted on pressing the items into his hands before he could react. Realizing their intentions, Li Ping understood that these neighbors had come to express their gratitude. He had not initially intended to accept these offerings, but ultimately, he could not refuse. Li Ping silently vowed to remember these neighbors and express his gratitude the next time an opportunity arose. People often claimed that the courtyard lacked warmth and kindness, yet today, Li Ping had a chance to witness the ebb and flow of human compassion. Compared to Yi Zhonghai and his ilk, these genuinely kind neighbors appeared far more endearing. Upon returning home, Li Ping set down the items, finished his sweet potatoes alongside the porridge, cleansed the bowl, and returned it before departing the courtyard on his bicycle. Heading out to procure supplies. This time, Li Ping's destination was Shilu City Village, located beyond the 5th Ring Road in the Huangzuan town of Daxing District. This area is not particularly developed, requiring Li Ping to ride for approximately 1 to 2 hours to reach his destination. The predominant surname in this village is Hong, and the village chief, Hong Daxing, is someone Li Ping had met during his previous procurement trip with colleagues. A light snow fell along the way. But after some effort, Li Ping finally arrived at the old village chief's home around 10 a.m. After dismounting, he brought along some snacks and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? I'm here. Shortly after, a man in his 50s opened the door. This was Hong Daxing, the village chief. Li the purchaser, you've come. Please, step inside. Before Li Ping could utter a word, the village chief warmly welcomed him in. Brushing the snow off his shoulders, "Ha ha, old chief, I must trouble you again on this visit. A small token of my appreciation." Although it was only Li Ping's second visit, he was still touched by the village chief's warmth. "Come now, why are you being so formal with an old man like me? Step inside first. Sanwa, hurry and make a bowl of brown sugar water for our esteemed guest from the city." Before even entering, Hong Daxing called out to his daughter-in-law, "Son Sanwa." "All right, father." "Comrade, come warm yourself by the stove." A woman, slightly older than Li Ping, hurried over. She was Hong Daxing's daughter-in-law. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Ping settled down by the stove. The village chief lived in a mud-brick house with a stove, and the conditions were relatively decent in the 1960s. Such living conditions were scarce in rural areas. After expressing gratitude, Li Ping eagerly drank the warm brown sugar water prepared for him. Now, in November, the grain crisis in rural areas had eased somewhat since the recent wheat harvest in October. "Old chief, I've come to procure some poultry or wild boar, if it's convenient for you. Could you arrange a few for me? Rest assured, I will provide you with the necessary grain and meat coupons." Li Ping stated directly, having taken a moment to catch his breath. The collaboration between the commune and the factories in the city had been ongoing for some time, and Li Ping felt confident in his dealings here. "Well, to be honest, we do have some poultry at the commune, and I can set aside a few for you shortly. However, we haven't been able to procure any wild boar meat recently. If you can get your hands on a gun, I recommend you search the fields for wild boar. There's a chance." The village chief did not expect that the other party could obtain cloth coupons, and with the upcoming spring festival and the winter season, the villagers were indeed in need of these scarce supplies. He wasted no time in detailing the village's situation. Besides seeking poultry, Li Ping was also keen on obtaining some wild boar meat, and he was surprised that the chief was providing leads on where wild boar might be found. Unfortunately, he had come in haste and had not brought a gun. However, with his spatial ability, he could simply set a trap and capture the wild boar without issue. His space could harvest any item within 5 meters, making the procurement of wild boar meat entirely feasible. That would be splendid. "Please inform the villagers that I intend to purchase some chickens or ducks, along with a few eggs or duck eggs," Li Ping said, pulling out 50 feet of cloth coupons and 60 yuan. Placing them on the table. Most of these cloth tickets were previously gifted by the system when he signed in. Although there are still a few remaining in Li Ping's space, the quantity is dwindling. He pondered that next time he would likely need to procure supplies from the countryside, and the cloth tickets would be essential for that purpose. With this thought in mind, Li Ping considered utilizing the resources in his space to engage in some dealings in the black market. Currently, the market prices are approximately 0.16 yuan per jean for flour and rice, 0.11 yuan per jean for corn, 0.6 yuan per jean for both pork and lamb, 0.6 yuan per jean for eggs, 0.5 yuan per jean for fish, 0.13 yuan per foot for plain cloth, 0.23 yuan per foot for twill cloth, 0.02 yuan per box for matches, 0.05 yuan per jean for salt, 1.2 yuan per rooster, 1.5 yuan per hen, 2.3 yuan per male duck, 2.9 yuan per female duck, and 0.03 yuan per jean for vegetables. However, since Li Ping is sourcing from the countryside, he can negotiate slightly lower prices, which is the advantage of being a procurement officer for the steel factory. By buying at a low price, he could sell at a higher price, thus earning a profit from the price difference. Even though this era is characterized by collective economy, the common folk can still comprehend such transactions. "Haha, all right then, will you take me over to have a look soon?" The village chief, Hong, did not anticipate the young man's readiness. Observing the cloth tickets, food tickets, and cash that Li Ping produced, the old chief felt that this year's spring festival would be significantly more enjoyable. With the village chief guiding him, Li Ping visited 7 or 8 households engaged in collective farming, where he procured the poultry he needed. He ended up purchasing a total of 16 chickens and 12 ducks, along with about 10 jean of eggs from both chickens and ducks. This batch of supplies cost around 70 yuan, not including some wild boar bacon and fungi from hunting in the countryside. According to the locals, these dried goods were gathered after the busy farming season in October, and they had just been sun-dried for about 10 days. Had Li Ping arrived any later, other buyers would likely have taken them. Some things are indeed about timing. It seems that the few cloth tickets he just handed over made the old chief quite pleased and helped immensely. After a flurry of activity, it took over 2 hours for Li Ping and his companions to complete the procurement at 18 noon. To express his gratitude for the village chief's assistance, Li Ping had them fry a few eggs along with some bacon for a meal. After a brief rest, at 2 p.m., Li Ping found an excuse to leave the village and, upon reaching the village entrance, stored the supplies in his space before heading to the neighboring village to search for wild boar. Although Li Ping did not possess any fruits, he utilized some vegetables from his space and poured in a bit of honey he had recently collected from villagers, setting up a few simple traps in the thickets where wild boars were known to roam. To his delight, he successfully caught 2 groups of wild boar, totaling 2 male boars, 4 female boars, and about 10 piglets. This procurement mission could be said to have nearly fulfilled this month's quota. After leaving the rural path on his bicycle, Li Ping chose a spot under a tree, taking advantage of the absence of passers-by to slip into his space. Upon inspecting the supplies within, Li Ping decided against turning everything in at once. He left 2 or 3 chickens and ducks, along with around 10 eggs of each type in the space. The system immediately began the hatching process. Ding! New species detected. Entering hatching mode. Countdown begins at 503. 59. Well then, this batch of poultry will take about 20 days to hatch. Not bad. Li Ping tidied up the supplies in his space, harvested another batch of grains, and then exited the space. Glancing at the wild boar he had stored, which were now slowly acclimatizing to their new environment, he adjusted the feeding mode before leaving the space. Since the total area of the space is 6 mu, adjustments were made to the planting scale for raising poultry and livestock. 2 mu for wheat remains unchanged, 1 mu for fish in a pond, 1 mu for pigs, 1 mu for poultry, and 1 mu for potatoes and peppers. With a casual flick of his hand, he retrieved the bicycle he had previously stored and rode off, disappearing down the rural path. Li Ping made a point to return to the steel factory just in time. Arriving around 3 in the afternoon, just before the end of the workday, Li, you're back from the countryside. Did you manage to bring back all these supplies? Upon entering, Captain Chun from the security department immediately noticed the poultry in the rear compartment of Li Ping's bicycle. Li Ping quickly observed that Captain Chin's throat seemed to swallow a bit harder while speaking. It appeared that this fellow had not had meat for a while and was likely quite eager for it. Ha, Captain Chin, don't tease me. Come, brothers, let us have a smoke to relieve the fatigue. Li Ping grinned as he pulled out the large production cigarettes he had bought, distributing one to each of his colleagues in the security department to foster camaraderie. Thank you, Comrade Li. Ah, the cigarettes from Li's procurement are truly something else. Ha. Seeing the poultry, Captain Chun's mood improved significantly, appreciating how this new procurement officer was proving to be quite capable. Brothers, quickly help Li with these supplies and move them to the logistics department. The deputy captain, skilled in social niceties, accepted Li Ping's cigarette and immediately sought to arrange for his colleagues to assist in unloading the goods. Ah, no need for that. Brothers, my bicycle can carry 200 jin of supplies without any trouble. Just let these animals stay on the bike for a while longer. Li Ping knew they were being kind, but he rushed forward to stop them in order to avoid burdening his fellow workers. There were 6 security personnel on duty at the main gate, and after distributing a cigarette to each, Li Ping took a moment to rest before heading to the finance department. Before long, he arrived at the 2-story building housing the finance section, quickly obtaining the approved payment for his supplies. Once the finance staff counted the amount and prepared the invoice, Li Ping signed his name on it. You've done quite well, young man. According to regulations, you've completed this month's procurement target ahead of schedule. The factory grants you 3 days off to rest. Sister Sun from the finance department took up the stamp and marked the invoice, then placed her phone back in the drawer. Thank you. Sister Sunday, here are some candies for you to enjoy. While speaking, Li Ping pulled out a handful of candies from his pocket and placed them on the table, then turned and left the finance department without looking back. Once he departed, the women in the finance room began to discuss Li Ping's family background, as gossiping is an unchanging pastime for bored women of any era. Before long, Li Ping hurried back to the quadrangle, changed into a clean outfit, and took some tickets for bathing before heading to a nearby bathhouse to freshen up, emerging looking neat and tidy. About half an hour later, Li Ping rode his bicycle directly to Lu Xiaoyi's home. Arriving just after 4:30 p.m. in this cold winter, he was eager to treat her to hot pot at Dong Lai Shun. Knock. Coming. Oh, it's you again. Come to invite our young lady out for a stroll. Huh? When Wu Ma opened the door and saw the familiar face, she smiled knowingly. After all, who else could it be but the current suitor of her young lady, Lu Xiaoyi? Thank you, Wu Ma. Here's a little something for you. Li Ping awkwardly scratched his head, pulling a handful of candies from his pocket and handing them over. a tactic that never failed. Wu Ma graciously accepted the candies, tossed a parting remark, and turned to go inside, leaving Li Ping anxiously waiting at the door. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a striking figure in a light yellow coat hurriedly emerged, and suddenly, she leaped into Li Ping's embrace. "Hi, Xiao Ping. You came to find me. I thought you were out in the countryside procuring supplies." Lu Xiaoyi could not contain her excitement, having learned earlier that day from inquiries made at the steel factory that he had gone out for procurement that morning. She had expected him to return in a couple of days, not realizing he would be back in the afternoon. "Let us go, hop in. I'll treat you to a nice meal to celebrate. I just completed my procurement task and have 3 days off. How about we go ice skating at Beihai Park tomorrow?" Li Ping playfully pinched her nose. Indeed, at just 20 years old, Lu Xiaoyi was youthful and radiant, her cherubic cheeks adding to her charm, giving her an air of a refined young lady. After inviting Lu Xiaoyi to take a seat on the bicycle, Li Ping pedaled off to treat her to a grand feast. In the 1960s, despite the adjustments made by policies, Dong Laishun still offered remarkably authentic flavors. Before long, the two arrived at the restaurant. "Waiter, please bring us 2 jin of marbled lamb and 2 portions of your signature dishes. And make sure to include all the necessary condiments." Entering the establishment, Li Ping and Lu Xiaoyi went in succession, and upon being warmly greeted by the staff, Li Ping handed over 2 meat tickets and 1 grain ticket. "Certainly. Please follow me to table number 6. The quick-witted waiter took the tickets and motioned for them to follow him to a private room inside. Asked the daughter of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoyi found nothing strange about this arrangement, as such meals were quite common in her household, typically prepared by chefs invited by her father. Since their first meeting, Li Ping and Lu Xiaoyi had been on 3 outings together. And before long, they finished their meal. 2 individuals took the opportunity to meander through the maple forest ahead. One must admit that the maple trees in November, with their vibrant crimson leaves strewn across the ground, impart a unique romance to the winter season. Wishing everyone a joyous New Year's Eve. May all your wishes come true and may everything proceed smoothly. 15. A simple home renovation. Xiao Yi, marry me. In such a delightful atmosphere, Li Ping had no intention of letting the moment slip away. After all, it was winter, and bringing his wife home to warm the bed was of utmost importance. This, Lu Xiaoyi did not anticipate such a sudden proposal, and her face flushed with embarrassment, lowering her head like a quail, making her look incredibly adorable. Without waiting for her to react, Li Ping quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, then gently cupped Lu Xiaoyi's face and kissed her. Although such behavior was somewhat excessive in the 1960s, the woman in love had lost her sense of propriety. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoyi was left in a daze, unsure of how to respond. You rascal. Coincidentally, I have 3 days off. The day after tomorrow, I will come to your home to propose. Let us get our affairs in order. Li Ping, I shall wait for you." Lu Xiaoyi could hardly believe that the day of their marriage was approaching so suddenly. Li Ping's words stemmed from his desire to utilize the holiday to tidy up the house. Fortuitously, a favorable date was only 10 days away, perfectly timed for everything to be ready, and once they received their marriage certificate, it would be settled. The two strolled along the street, pausing occasionally, until dusk fell, at which point Li Ping escorted Lu Xiaoyi back home. Turning around, Li Ping seized the moment when the streetlights flickered to life, pedaling his bicycle to a carpenter near Tongluo Port, rumored to be named Qin Yongsheng, a former restoration worker of ancient architecture at the Forbidden City. Li Ping had overheard this from his Uncle San during a casual chat, and now it would serve him well. Arriving at number 98 Tongluo Port Street, which was not far from his own residence at number 65, Li Ping navigated 2 turns and entered the courtyard. Upon entering the Sihiyuan, he spotted several young girls and an elderly woman preparing dinner by picking vegetables and washing rice. Engaging in lively conversations about mundane matters, the entire courtyard resembled a miniature market, bustling with energy. "Hello, ma'am. May I inquire if Master Chun is home?" Li Ping approached the nearest elderly woman, eager to gather information. "Young fellow, what brings you to seek Master Chen?" A tall, slender woman in her 40s, noticing the young man's politeness, set down her vegetables and stepped forward to engage. "My name is Li Ping, introduced by Teacher Yen. I am preparing for my wedding and intend to do some simple renovations on my house." Li Ping was straightforward, laying out his intentions without pretense. "Well then, congratulations. Come with me. I'll take you to him." Upon hearing about the wedding renovations, the woman's interest was piqued. Thank you, Ma-am. Under her guidance, Li Ping traversed the central courtyard to the rear, ultimately stopping at the northeast corner of the yard. Old Chin, come out, I have business for you. The woman called out to the interior, and shortly after, a disheveled middle-aged man emerged, bits of wood shavings clinging to his clothes, indicating he had been busy with his work. From this point on, Li Ping introduced himself briefly, mentioning he merely wished to freshen up the paint and add a bathing area. Young man, you can head back for now. I'll visit your home tomorrow at 8 in the morning to assess the situation and provide you with a precise quote. However, since you are not making any major alterations, it shouldn't cost you much. Qin Yongsheng, having listened to the young man's plans, noted that their residences were quite similar, merely mirrored, which would simplify the process. Yet, Li Ping needed to report to the neighborhood committee before commencing work. Such was the nature of things in this era. Unless one was merely changing furniture, any alterations without permission were deemed illegal. The following day at 7:15, Li Ping rode his bicycle to the neighborhood committee to submit his application to Aunt Lu, then hurried back home. Upon his return, Master Chun was already waiting outside, accompanied not just by himself, but also by his apprentice. Fortunately, the courtyard where Li Ping resided had previously been requisitioned by the Jia family, and the rooms had long been divided into 3 sections. They merely needed to partition a small area in the kitchen for the bathing space and install a sink at the entrance. No significant modifications to the structure were necessary. Young man, your renovations are minimal. It should take about 2 days. I'll quote you 100, and if you provide meals, it will be 80. I'll write you a note to apply for some building materials at the neighborhood committee. And I'll start by clearing the drainage ditch. Chen Yongsheng, with his apprentice, inspected the house, scribbling notes on paper before signing his name and handing it to Li Ping. Very well, thank you, Master Chen. I'll provide breakfast and lunch. If there is nothing else, I'll go fetch the materials. Li Ping accepted the note and promptly rode off. All right, go get the materials. I'll take care of the drainage. Chen Yongsheng called after him as he returned to the house with his tools. Before long, Li Ping returned with 3 bags of cement, making several trips to gather sand, dirt, and large buckets of tung oil. Everything he needed for the renovations. Thankfully, his home was conveniently located in the backyard, making it quite simple to create a drainage hole in the wall. In the 1960s, these materials were not inexpensive. Li Ping spent a total of over 60 yuan. During this time, he also ordered a 1-meter-high stone sink, which would arrive the next afternoon. Once everything was in place, Qin Yongsheng and his apprentice would begin transforming the bathing area. Li Ping remained busy as well, taking a can of tung oil to refresh the walls of his home, as this was a task he could handle himself. The noise quickly attracted the attention of neighbors in the courtyard, with those interested gathering to watch. Oh, Li Ping, you've started renovations without a word. Why didn't you call me over to help? At this moment, Su Damao, hearing the commotion, came over to check on Li Ping, who was busy with his work and couldn't help but tease him. Thank you, Brother Damao, but I'm all right. I'm just adding a bathing area and don't need any assistance. Li Ping knew that Su Damao was unlikely to offer any real help, being more of a talker than a doer, yet he maintained his politeness, pouring a cup of tea for him before returning to his work. After Su Damao wandered around a bit, he departed, while Jia Zhangshi came over to glance, cursing at the doorway but not daring to enter. Perhaps she knew that Li Ping was not one to be trifled with. This old woman was merely a typical bully of the week. Happy New Year's Eve, dear friends. I wish all the ladies become increasingly beautiful and the gentlemen become increasingly handsome. If you appreciate my sentiments, please consider gifting me something for free. Thank you. 16. Renovations and dowry. Thus, everyone toiled from morning till noon, and Master Chun and his apprentice were about finished with the drainage. In the afternoon, they would need to lay some mortar on the ground and smooth it out with putty to complete the major work. As lunchtime approached, Li Ping, feeling too lazy to cook, rode his bicycle to a nearby eatery to pack a few meals and some loose liquor. He returned with a selection: marinated pig ears, pig skin jelly, spicy stir-fried potatoes, accompanied by a dozen steamed buns and several pounds of loose liquor. This would be their lunch. Master Chin, let us pause work and enjoy a meal. Li Ping set up a table in the hall, laid out the food, and called them to eat. Before long, Qin Yongsheng and his apprentice emerged, covered in mud, their clothes soiled from work. Though they looked somewhat disheveled, Li Ping was unfazed. Young man, you've bought so much meat. While it's quite generous, I must remind you not to be extravagant in the future. A simple meal will suffice. Qin Yongsheng, surprised by Li Ping's bounty, felt compelled to advise against such extravagance. All right, esteemed masters, I toast to you. Cheers. They quickly began to drink and chat, sharing tales of everyday life, which added a touch of enjoyment to their labor. While Li Ping and his companions feasted, the elderly Mrs. Long next door bore the brunt of their merriment. With the noise of construction echoing throughout the day and the lavish lunch they enjoyed, it was enough to whet the appetite of anyone. Especially Mrs. Long, who could only manage a meager meal. A neighboring aunt brought over some food for Mrs. Long, consisting of stir-fried radishes and a small portion of dried fish, along with a large steamed bun. This was her lunch for the day. Old lady, I brought you some dried fish. Please have a taste. The aunt placed the food on the table, calling for Mrs. Long to join her. Ah, that rascal next door eats meat without even offering any to the elderly lady. Such unfilial behavior, truly ungrateful. Upon receiving her bowl and chopsticks, Mrs. Long glanced at the solitary dried fish, losing her appetite entirely, and muttered to herself, a certain matron certainly understood the intentions of old Lady Long. However, she was acutely aware that her own husband had long since strained relations with their neighbor, Li Ping. To approach them now would be nothing short of self-degradation. Alas, old Lady Long continued her incessant murmuring about her perceived filial disobedience, which left the matron feeling thoroughly uneasy. Just as Li Ping and his companions were enjoying their drinks, the matron mustered her courage and approached to cast a glance at Li Ping and the two masters dining beside him. Knock, knock, Li Ping, are you having your meal? What brings you here, matron? Despite the conflicts that had arisen since Li Ping's arrival, he had never quarreled with the matron, so his tone remained somewhat courteous. Well, considering that old Lady Long is getting on in years and seems a bit peckish, I wondered if you might spare something? The matron's awkward demeanor, caught between words, truly made her feel somewhat humiliated. Within this courtyard, who was unaware of the discord between her husband and Li Ping? Only the two masters, here to work today, remained oblivious. I'm afraid, matron, we don't have any extra dishes to offer you. Perhaps you could look elsewhere. Although Li Ping's words were polite, any discerning person could see his reluctance to engage further. The matron, realizing she was being dismissed, could only sigh in resignation and turn away. Even the two masters shot Li Ping a complex look, but they had no inclination to pry into the domestic affairs at play. Yet, Master Chun, being somewhat experienced, could likely surmise the underlying tensions. Since the employer was unwilling to discuss it, he refrained from inquiring further. After lunch, Li Ping seized the opportunity to visit the steel factory, where he sought out the workshop director. He spent 30 yuan on some iron sheets and another 6 yuan to enlist the help of a fourth-grade machinist to fashion several iron pipes. This was the rudimentary heating device that had only emerged in the late 1970s, yet Li Ping had managed to procure it ahead of time. With no urgency, he arranged to collect his items in a week and then rode back to the courtyard to continue his work. Upon returning, he found that the first coat of tung oil he had applied that morning had dried, and with one more coat in the afternoon, he would be nearing completion. Thus, the interior renovations that had persisted for 2 days were finally coming to a close. As the finishing touches were being applied, Li Ping had someone bring a water pipe to his yard and retrieve the custom-made wash basin he had ordered previously, placing it 2 meters from the upper right corner of his front room. No longer would he have to compete with neighbors in the communal courtyard for the use of a wash basin for washing up or doing laundry. Time always seems to fly when one is engrossed in work. And within a blink, the 3-day holiday was nearly over, and the house was ready. Li Ping settled the final payment that very day at 2:30 in the afternoon. He first sought out the factory leadership to obtain a marriage certificate and to apply for a brief leave of absence for his wedding. Upon leaving the factory, he deliberately chose a secluded spot to retrieve 6 packs of Chinese cigarettes, 6 pieces of brown sugar, 6 pounds of cured meat, and 6 pounds of Dahong Pao tea, all beautifully wrapped in red paper and placed in the basket of his bicycle. Today, he was to present the betrothal gifts at Lu Xiaoyi's home and, simultaneously, obtain the marriage certificate. As Li Ping's bicycle approached the grand residence of the Lu family, he spotted a magnificently dressed matron standing at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his arrival. This was none other than Lu Xiaoyi's mother, Mrs. Lu Tan. "Good day, madam, I have come to present the betrothal gifts," Li Ping said with a slight smile. Advancing with his offerings, "Xiao Ping, you've arrived. Let us step inside." Mrs. Lu Tan's face bore a gentle smile, and though her words were few, they carried an air of warmth, even in this brief exchange. Li Ping could sense a measure of acceptance. In truth, he was already aware that his background had been thoroughly investigated by Lu Xiaoye's parents, given that he had somewhat abducted their little darling. Since they had not opposed the union initially, Li Ping could surmise their sentiments. Why apologies for the intrusion? Soon, the two entered the Lu family residence, where Lu Xiaoye's father, Lu Jinhua, was seated prominently in the middle of the living room. Although it was Li Ping's first visit to their home, he maintained an air of composure. The opulence of the decor, while impressive, paled in comparison to what one would encounter in the 21st century. At most, the various vases and antique paintings stirred only a modicum of interest within him. Every gesture of Li Ping was duly noted by Lu Xiaoye's parents, and even Lu Jinhua was taken aback. After all, antiques and artwork had considerably diminished in value during this era, and he found it rather peculiar that his son-in-law harbored such unique tastes. "My dear young friend, it seems you have a fondness for these items?" Lu Jinhua remarked playfully, noticing that Li Ping's gaze had not strayed from the collection of curiosities. "Uncle, or rather, I should address you as father. I wouldn't say I am particularly fond of them. Rather, I possess a personal appreciation for art," Li Ping candidly acknowledged, understanding that some things need not be concealed, as his admission did not imply that he expected the Lu family to gift him anything. Hearing this, Lu Jinhua's lips curled into a subtle smile, surprised by his son-in-law's indirect acknowledgement. "Ah, it appears you possess a certain knowledge of these matters. As far as I am aware, you only completed middle school. Do you indulge in reading miscellaneous literature as well?" Lu Jinhua's eyes were fixed intently on Li Ping, as if seeking a flaw in his demeanor. "It is merely a personal hobby, by the way. Esteemed father-in-law. In light of current policies promoting frugality, I do not intend to host an extravagant celebration for this occasion. I hope you can understand. Perhaps we could settle for a simple home-cooked meal?" Li Ping intentionally elongated his final words, subtly suggesting that it would be prudent to remain modest given the changing times. "Very well. Ha ha ha. Let us simply enjoy a casual meal at home tonight. And you may take my daughter Xiaoyi back with you." There's no need for anything more elaborate. Lu Jinhua wholeheartedly agreed with his son-in-law's discerning perspective. In fact, he had recently sensed an unusual atmosphere in his dealings with business partners and had initially intended to keep things simple. He was pleasantly surprised that his son-in-law, at such a young age, could possess such insight. Subsequently, Lu Jinhua invited Li Ping to his study for a private conversation, excluding Lu Xiaoyi and her mother from joining them. The two spent over an hour inside, discussing matters that remained a mystery to all. Even when Lu Xiaoyi inquired, her father merely offered vague excuses to deflect her curiosity. Before 4:30 in the afternoon, Li Ping and Lu Xiaoyi made their way to the marriage registration office, where they presented the factory's verification and, within minutes, received their marriage certificate. The marriage certificates of the 1960s resembled two awards, requiring only personal details and the names of both parties to be inscribed, followed by the official seal of the registry. Having completed the registration, the couple proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, where they spent a little money on bulk candies to distribute upon their return to the courtyard. Ideally, Li Ping would have preferred not to treat these raucous individuals to anything, but recognizing the significance of marriage as a pivotal life event, he conceded that a small offering of sweets would placate their insatiable appetites, viewing it as a necessary expense to avert misfortune. "Xiaoping, why have you only purchased such inexpensive candies? Perhaps we should get some milk candies as well?" Upon arriving at the shop, Lu Xiaoyi sensed something unusual about Li Ping today and couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. "It seems the time has come to enlighten you about the complexities of our courtyard. Our community is rather intricate, beginning with three prominent figures who hold sway over affairs. These individuals were quite the characters. For instance, the first elder, Yi Zhonghai, who appeared upright yet was, in truth, a consummate hypocrite, adept at moral coercion, often favoring his apprentice's family. Then there was the second elder, Lu Haizhong, whose lack of education did not deter him from aspiring to positions of power. He spent much of his time berating his own son and had little to offer in terms of merit, often showing no scruples in his quest for advancement. Lastly, there was the third elder, Yin Fuguwei, whose larger family made him prone to calculating small gains. While he posed no major issues, a casual acquaintance with him would suffice. Particular mention was made of the Jia family, for the disputes within the courtyard were predominantly instigated by them. Li Ping often pondered how much better life could be in this community were it not for Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family. Why does it feel like your courtyard is filled with beasts? Lu Shaoyi exclaimed, her worldview shattered, unable to believe the tales she had just heard. Indeed, it aligns closely with your assumptions. Come, let us distribute the wedding sweets in the courtyard before heading back to my mother's place. Li Ping replied, casually patting the rear compartment of his bicycle where the candies were stowed, preparing to set off. Entrusting the marriage certificate to Lu Shaoyi for safekeeping, Li Ping pedaled to the market to purchase some vegetables before returning home to the courtyard with his new bride. As they entered, they spotted the third elder, Yin Fugui, diligently polishing his old bicycle with a rag. Dear wife, allow me to introduce you. This is the third elder, currently teaching 4th grade at Hongxing Primary School, a true intellectual. Come now, third elder, please enjoy some wedding sweets. Li Ping casually handed a handful of candies to him. Oh, Xiaoping, you've tied the knot, have you? Congratulations, congratulations. Uncle San here wishes you an early arrival of a precious child. With a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Uncle San noted that this year's candy was indeed a rare delight. He had not anticipated that Xiaoping would be so generous as to offer a handful of sweets right away. Uncle San, I am Lu Shaoyi, the beloved of Xiao Li Ping, and I hope to count on your kindness in the future. Lu Shaoyi, a woman of the world, although meeting Uncle San for the first time, displayed no signs of timidity. Very well, very well. Since it's such a joyous occasion for Li Ping, shall we not set up a couple of tables for a celebration? Upon hearing of the marriage, Yin Fugui's eyes twinkled as he contemplated how he might benefit from Li Ping's good fortune. No need, Uncle San, in this new era, we, the common folk, must heed the call of our nation. Let us not inconvenience our neighbors. Li Ping offered a polite response and promptly left with his wife, leaving no opportunity for Uncle San to continue his chatter. Thus, Li Ping commenced distributing candies, making a circuit of the courtyard before returning to the rear. Of course, excluding certain unsavory characters, with Uncle Da and the Jia family being the primary recipients of his generosity. Congratulations, Xiaoping. Aunt Lu here has prepared a fish as a small token of goodwill. I hope you won't find it lacking. Aunt Lu smiled gently. She had speculated on Li Ping's good fortune when she noticed his house renovations, and had prepared the fish some time ago for just such an occasion. Unbeknownst to her that today would be the perfect moment to use it. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Given the circumstances today, I shall not be modest. Please do come over for a meal when you have the chance. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ping took the fish offered by Aunt Lu. With the distribution of the celebratory sweets complete, his task was fulfilled. That evening, Li Ping personally prepared a sumptuous feast for his wife, featuring chicken with mushrooms, stir-fried vegetables, braised carp from Aunt Lu, tomato scrambled eggs, and a pot of crucian carp soup. In the deep of winter, the nights in the 49th city arrived swiftly. By the time they finished their meal, darkness had already enveloped the outside world, ushering in their intimate evening together. Happy New Year, my friends. Here's wishing everyone a prosperous year ahead. May all your dreams come true. May success follow you in every endeavor. Women becoming ever more beautiful and men ever more handsome. Lastly, I kindly ask all of you to raise your generous hands and send down a small token of appreciation. Thank you. As for the holiday and fishing, yesterday Li Ping tied the knot, leaving Su Damao to drown his sorrows alone at home. The reasons were all too clear. After all, Lu Shaoyi was initially meant for him, only to have been swept away by Li Ping. Ironically, Lu Shaoyi had now returned to this very courtyard, leaving Su Damao in a predicament. In a fit of frustration, he drank himself into a stupor, neglecting to cover himself with a blanket, and given the frigid temperatures in Jingxing, he awoke the next day with a fever. Help! My son Damao is ill. Neighbors, please assist in getting him to the hospital. Early that morning, Su Damao's mother, Lu Huifang, had intended to bring some vegetables to visit her eldest son. But upon encountering this crisis, she urgently called upon the neighbors for support. The sudden commotion outside roused Li Ping from his slumber, as their home was adjacent to Su Damao's, and it was impossible not to hear the commotion. He opened the window to see what was amiss. What is going on outside? Why such a racket so early? Lu Shaoyi, still in a daze, lifted her head in confusion. I heard that Su Damao is sick, and everyone is helping to take him to the hospital. This is the nature of living in a courtyard. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. Since he was already awake, Li Ping decided against returning to sleep, rising to heat up the leftover food from yesterday and prepare some rice porridge for breakfast. After their morning meal, Li Ping, seizing the opportunity, took his wife out for a scenic ride on their bicycle. Treating her to hot pot at Donglai Shun for lunch in the afternoon, they purchased some fishing gear at the mall and ventured to the moat to ice fish. As it was not a weekend, there were fewer people fishing, and observing the bustling anglers, Li Ping chose a prime spot to start chiseling through the ice. Wow, what a wide expanse of ice, Lu Xiaoyi, excited, approached with a bucket, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed their surroundings. Dear, wait here for a moment while I prepare the hole. Recognizing her exhilaration, Li Ping realized it was her first fishing experience. But didn't they say winter fishing was quite popular? Why are there so few people today? Although Lu Xiaoyi had seldom ventured out, she had often heard tales of the lively winter fishing scenes, which starkly contrasted with the quietude she observed today. Don't forget, my love, today is Friday. Adults have work, and children have school. We have the luxury of a honeymoon. Li Ping chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair, akin to petting a cat. Stop it, you're messing up my hair. Lu Xiaoyi playfully swatted his hand away, sticking out her tongue. After their playful banter, the fishing holes were nearly ready, and Li Ping set to work with the fishing gear. Given the season's icy surface and the lack of oxygen beneath, fish would gather around any open hole. Not long after casting their lines, they began to catch fish. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyi's line was tugged vigorously, prompting Li Ping to rush over and, with a firm pull, he landed a sizable fish. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a 7-pound, 2-ounce beauty, a remarkable catch for Lu Xiaoyi's first attempt at fishing. Ha ha ha, Xiaoping, look, it's a big fish, Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurried to place her first catch into the bucket. Ha ha ha, splendid. Our Xiaoyi is truly a natural fishing prodigy. Let's use this fish to make soup when we return. It looks quite plump. Just as they were reveling in their success, a gust of frigid wind swept across the ice, causing them to instinctively draw their necks in. The biting wind whistled through the leaves, and had they not dressed warmly, they would surely have been shivering. Quickly, they crouched down, and Li Ping draped his coat over Lu Xiaoyi to shield her from the cold, before resuming their fishing. Perhaps due to Lu Xiaoyi's good fortune, their hooks soon filled with fish, and within less than an hour, their bucket was brimming with 8 or 9 fish, weighing collectively around 60 to 70 pounds. Young man, you two are having quite the luck today. An elderly gentleman nearby observed their impressive haul with a hint of envy. Upon hearing the voice, Li Ping turned to see a man in his 50s approaching, accompanied by a 20-something young man, who appeared to be his son. You flatter us, we're merely having some fun. May I ask what brings you here? Although they were strangers, Li Ping greeted them courteously. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, young man. I forgot to bring my fishing gear on this hasty outing. Seeing your success, I thought to ask if I could trade for a couple of fish to satisfy a craving. If it's not too much trouble, Li Chongxing, a former soldier, was straightforward, reaching into his pocket to retrieve some cash. The old man felt emboldened to approach for fish due to the winter attire that obscured his identity, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible. Oh, sir, there's no need for trading. If you like, just take a few back with you. We're just fishing for fun, Li Ping replied, selecting 3 of the largest fish from their bucket, tying them together with some twine, and handing them over. Though the elder offered money, Li Ping declined, stating that accepting payment would imply a business transaction. The pair, having received the fish, did not linger and left the shore. Li Ping and his wife continued fishing for another half-hour before calling it a day. Upon returning to the courtyard, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, perfect timing to prepare dinner. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 men who had approached were not father and son. Having collected the fish, they turned and hopped into a jeep. Old leader, who would have thought we could snag a few fish today? That young man was quite amusing, trying to charm you with the virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Meanwhile, the young man sat in the driver's seat, chatting casually as they drove along. Happy New Year, friends, wishing everyone. May the men grow ever more handsome, the women ever more radiant, and may each individual be vigorous and thriving in their endeavors. Thank you all for the gifts. As for the night market, ha ha ha, it's just that young man has a kind heart, sympathizing with this old fool. Who would have thought that after a lifetime of fighting, I'd managed to score a few fish simply due to my age? Isn't that amusing? Li Chongxing chuckled at the memory of their fish exchange. He had merely craved a taste, not expecting the couple to gift him the fish without charge. Upon returning home, Li Ping decided to prepare 2 of the fish they had caught. one to braise and the other to make soup dye in the kitchen. First, prepare the fish, cutting it into pieces for later use. Then turn your attention to gathering the necessary ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic. Hey, dear wife, could you pass me the soy sauce from beside you? I'll start marinating the excess fish, Li Ping said. After Li Ping had cut the fish into pieces, he placed them directly into a small dish for marinating, intending to hang them up to air dry later. Here you go, tomorrow is the return visit, and my mother has instructed us not to be extravagant, just buy some pastries to take back, he added. These words were a reminder from Lu Xiaoyi's mother before her marriage, and she seized this opportunity to convey them directly to Li Ping. All right, my dear wife, I shall heed your advice. While chatting with Lu Xiaoyi, Li Ping continued his tasks without pause. Today's fishing trip sparked an entrepreneurial thought in Li Ping's mind. As a bona fide procurer, he considered selling fish to factories during winter. While conversing with his wife, he took a moment to inspect the resources in their space, and he realized that after this period of development, the fish in the pond had reached a considerable scale. It was conservatively estimated that he could harvest several thousand pounds of fish this time, and the wild boars and poultry nearby were also nearing the time for market. With a countdown showing 1:53, less than 2 hours remained until the harvest, indicating a trip to the night market was in order. He first placed the prepared fish into a tofu stew in a clay pot. While he planned to make sweet and sour carp with the remaining portion, he stoked the fire to a higher flame, heated the wok, and rubbed ginger around the bottom and sides of the pan. Once the pan was hot, he added oil and heated it until sizzling before placing the carp inside, adjusting to low heat and frying until both sides were golden brown. After adding some fatty meat to fry briefly, Li Ping followed up with the prepared spices, scallions, ginger, and chili to stir-fry until fragrant. Afterward, he added white sugar, stirring until it dissolved, then appropriately poured in white vinegar, cooking wine, and soy sauce to combine. Approximately 10 minutes later, he added clear water, bringing it to a boil over high heat before turning it to low heat, simmering for about 15 minutes until the sauce thickened, finishing with some shredded scallions. After an hour of bustling in the kitchen, the dinner was finally ready, consisting of 3 dishes: braised carp, fish head tofu soup, and stir-fried onions with garlic. This meal was a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, with winter fish being particularly succulent. In fact, if he could procure lamb, Li Ping would suggest making a lamb and fresh fish soup. Dear wife, it's time for dinner. Could you take this bowl of fish soup over to Granny Long first? Li Ping said, fully aware of certain circumstances after marrying Lu Xiaoyi. All right, I'll go right away, Lu Xiaoyi replied, carrying a bowl of fish soup next door. According to Lu Xiaoyi, this courtyard had once belonged to the Lu family but was repurposed as a communal dormitory for employees due to certain reasons. Granny Long was actually the wet nurse of Lu Xiaoyi's father, and after the state requisitioned the courtyard, the Lu family, in gratitude for Granny Long's past care, left her a property in the backyard to reside in, complete with a deed, unlike others in the courtyard whose houses were factory allocations. This included He Daqing's family, who also had a deed, as He Daqing had previously worked as a chef for the Lu family. Knock, knock, Granny. We went fishing today, and I brought you a bowl of fish soup, Lu Xiaoyi called out as she entered without hesitation. Xiaoyi, how thoughtful of you. Do you still remember this old lady? Granny Long replied. Not intending to speak ill of Li Ping immediately, understanding that some matters require patience, especially since Lu Xiaoyi had just married and the couple was still in their honeymoon phase. The two chatted casually for about 5 or 6 minutes before Lu Xiaoyi returned. Shortly after finishing dinner, Li Ping prepared a large pot of water and poured it into the big wooden tub in the bathroom, then invited Lu Xiaoyi to enjoy a romantic bath together. Following that was an evening of shared intimacy, and they only rested after a busy night that stretched to nearly 9 o'clock at midnight. A shadow quietly pushed a bicycle away from the courtyard. Li Ping was ready to depart, bundled up tightly as he headed towards the night market at Dongdan Vegetable Market. He chose this market because it was the closest to the courtyard, taking only 30 to 40 minutes to reach by bicycle. Before long, he arrived to find the night market bustling with crowds, dimly lit by kerosene lamps at various stalls. Although it was Li Ping's first visit, he felt no fear as he paid the entrance fee of 30 cents and began to wander. He had a purpose for coming. At each stall selling agricultural products, he stopped to inquire about prices. After making a complete round, he changed into a disguise in a corner and retrieved the 180 pounds of wild boar meat he had prepared, placing it on the back of his bicycle. The current night market prices were approximately 0.19 yuan per pound for flour and rice, 0.15 yuan for corn, 0.9 yuan for pork and lamb, 0.9 yuan for eggs, 0.5 yuan for fish, 0.15 yuan per foot for plain cloth, 0.28 yuan for twill, 0.05 yuan per box for matches, 0.08 yuan per pound for salt, 1.5 yuan for a rooster, 1.9 yuan for a hen, and 0.06 yuan per pound for vegetables. Li Ping wrote on a wooden board that wild boar meat was 0.9 yuan per pound, while others typically sold it for 1.2 yuan, making his price quite favorable. Sir, I'll take 10 pounds. Here's my money and my receipt. Please count it. An uncle named Chen, passing by Li Ping's stall, noticed the fresh meat and the reasonable price, prompting him to quickly pull out all the cash he had brought for the evening to buy meat filling. All right, I'll cut it for you right away, Li Ping said, lowering his voice to sound a bit hoarse, as he picked up the cleaver and sliced off a large piece. The old man quickly stuffed the meat into a cloth bag and dashed off, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Li Ping with twitching eyes at the unexpected speed. With their first customer served, others nearby soon caught wind of the fresh meat. Within just half an hour since the meat was displayed, a crowd of eager shoppers swarmed over like sharks sensing blood, and in a matter of minutes, all of Li Ping's meat was sold out. That night, Li Ping did not expect his wild boar meat to be so popular. As he changed locations 3 times, each time moving 180 to 200 pounds of pork, from 1 to 2 o'clock a.m., he earned over 513 yuan, a staggering amount, especially considering that a skilled worker's salary was only about 90 yuan at that time. If it weren't for the concern of drawing unwanted attention from certain individuals due to excessive sales, he would have preferred to stay longer. Before leaving the night market, Li Ping checked his stock levels. Host. Li Ping warehouse stock, 35 wild boars. A new batch of piglets had been born in the space over the past few months, 85 chickens, 78 ducks, 5 pounds of chicken eggs, 350 pounds of duck eggs, 31 60 pounds of fish, 23 60 pounds of chili peppers, 28 50 pounds of potatoes, 29 50 pounds of onions, 3,600 pounds of spinach, 23 50 pounds of cabbage, 39 43 pounds of flour, and a small amount of pig feed and other rearing materials not mentioned here. As there are both production and consumption in the space, along with personal daily consumption, monetary income, 723 yuan, including previous wages and recent earnings, on the way back, although Li Ping was not in a hurry. The biting cold wind of the night was quite harsh, and by the time he reached the entrance of the courtyard, his face was nearly frozen. Creak. The door to his home swung open, and Li Ping quickly slipped inside, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Lu Xiaoyi. He turned to pour himself a cup of hot water, taking a few sips to warm his stomach before washing his hands and feet in a basin of warm water. After removing his outerwear, he lay back down in bed. The next day, Li Ping felt a slight itch in his nose and opened his eyes to find Lu Xiaoyi teasing him with a feather. Achoo! Get up now. I made some meat porridge for breakfast. Let us eat, Lu Xiaoyi said, a playful smile gracing her lips as she continued to tickle him with the chicken feather. For breakfast? How about I eat you first? Li Ping replied, suddenly intrigued, as he turned and pulled his wife closer. In the days that followed, after exhausting their energy, the couple finally got up to have breakfast. Before leaving, Li Ping hung the fish he had brought back to dry outside. He then pushed his bicycle, taking his wife away from the courtyard. However, as they passed through the central courtyard, they happened upon Yi Zhonghai, who, for some unknown reason, was not at work today despite it being a weekday. Sigh. Now, it seems that this couple doesn't even greet us anymore. An elderly lady carrying a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine emerged from the house, recognizing the furrowed brows of her husband and understanding his thoughts. Old man, I told you from the beginning not to provoke them, but you wouldn't listen, would you? Yi Zhonghai turned to glance at his elderly partner, sighing inwardly. Today, his daughter-in-law's condition had suddenly worsened, prompting him to take leave and accompany an elderly aunt to consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Enough said. I find Li Ping to be akin to a stone in a latrine, foul and unyielding, failing to acknowledge the hardships faced by the Jia family. Yi Zhonghai was well aware that although Li Ping's starting salary as a purchaser was somewhat modest, the potential for profit was considerable, and salaries in this field tended to rise swiftly. With his years of experience, he estimated that once Li Ping accumulated a sufficient amount of supplies, it wouldn't be long before he secured a permanent position, at which point a monthly salary of 37 5 yuan would far surpass what other industries offered. This morning, it wasn't just an elderly uncle who had seen Li Ping and his wife at home. 3 aunts from the front yard had also encountered them while shopping for vegetables. Jiecheng, you should be graduating after the new year, right? I'll have to find you a wife then. By the way, have you inquired at the street office recently? Where will you be assigned for work? One of the aunts remarked, while tidying vegetables in the kitchen, glancing at her eldest son who was idly reading nearby. Mom, don't worry. The teacher mentioned I'll likely be assigned to the furniture factory, so I'll be an apprentice. As the eldest son of the family, Yin Jiecheng was on the brink of stepping into society, ready to start work come spring. Nowadays, the policy dictated that most graduates were assigned jobs through the street office, which he hadn't thought much about. Such was the advantage of being a student in this era, where even a junior high school diploma could secure a decent position, unlike others who dropped out midway and needed connections to find work. Mom, I must insist that the wife you introduced to me must be somewhat attractive. I want to accept a sister-in-law who resembles Zhu Beiji. Yin Jiecheng, residing in the courtyard, merely made comparisons with Qin Huairu. Although he was still young, living in this courtyard made him covet the good things he saw. If you wish to marry, you must earn money first, contributing a bit each month. Otherwise, your father and I want to have the funds to arrange such matters. The aunt was not one to indulge her eldest son. If he set a precedent, wouldn't the younger siblings expect the same financial support from their parents? Mom, I'm your own son. Why should I have to pay you when I start working? Yin Jiecheng looked at his mother in confusion. As the eldest, he was aware that his parents were somewhat frugal, but he never imagined it would extend to him. After casting a sidelong glance at her son, the aunt replied languidly, "That's what your father said. If you have any objections, you can discuss it with him after work today." Hearing this, Yin Jiecheng felt quite displeased but could only pout and feign interest in his book. Pretending he hadn't heard, meanwhile, the Jia family residing near the hospital was not idle. Jia Zhangshi stealthily brought her eldest grandson to the doorstep of Li Ping's home for a little exploration. "Grandson, do you see the fish up there? When Grandma goes back inside, you can use this bamboo pole to get some down, and we'll take them home for a delicious fish soup." "All right." Jia Zhangshi glanced at the fish hanging from the beam, swallowing hard as she quietly instructed her grandson. "But Grandma, Mom said we shouldn't take other people's things." At this moment, Bang Gung still harbored some good intentions, especially since his father had passed away not long ago. Normally, Jia Dongshu had a terrible temper at home but had never taught his son to steal. "Silly child, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. This isn't stealing, they are helping us. Once we get the fish, Grandma will make something tasty for you." Jia Zhangshi's eyes were fixed on the fish, as she kindly urged her grandson. Just then, Old Lady Long from the back courtyard emerged, leaning on her cane, and their eyes met. "What are you two doing in my backyard?" Old Lady Long, having lived a long life, sensed something suspicious and immediately suspected they were up to no good. "Humph! Let us go, grandson." Jia Zhangshi hadn't anticipated running into Old Lady Long and, feeling guilty, quickly dragged her grandson back into the courtyard. Although the pair had left, after everyone returned from lunch, Bang Gung poked his head out from the house. "Grandma, there's no one in the yard now. Can I go?" He looked around, noticing the courtyard was empty of neighbors, which bolstered his courage. "Good grandson, just be quick and come back after you get it. Grandma will prepare something delicious for you." Jia Zhangshi felt the opportunity had come and hurried her grandson to act swiftly. Hearing about the prospect of meat made Bang Gung's mouth water. He gritted his teeth and dashed towards the rear. Unfortunately, not long after, a loud crash echoed, followed by a piercing scream. What followed was predictable. The little rascal had broken an arm, but thankfully, neighbors quickly helped get him to the hospital. Meanwhile, on Li Ping's side, he and his wife had returned from visiting her parents, where they had enjoyed a lavish meal, only to return home in the afternoon. On their way back, they had picked up some vegetables from the market, and upon entering the courtyard, they sensed the neighbors were casting odd glances their way. "Sixth aunt, what's going on?" Li Ping asked, pushing the cart, unable to suppress his curiosity, for unusual circumstances often hinted at underlying issues. "Xiao Ping, be careful. Today, Bang Gung tried to steal from your house and broke his arm. He is still lying in the hospital." Sixth aunt glanced around before tossing her clothes into the basin and quickly stepped closer to whisper to Li Ping. "Thank you, sixth aunt, if you don't mind. Take this piece of cured meat back for your children to try." Li Ping casually pulled a piece of cured sausage from the basket he had brought from his in-laws and handed it over. Sixth aunt hesitated for a moment before accepting it and turned to head home, clutching the basin. After all, meat was a rare and precious commodity these days. Once home, Lu Xiaoyi sorted through the items she had brought from her parents and headed to the kitchen to cook the sausage. Suddenly, their door swung open, and Li Ping looked up to find Qin Huairu arriving just in time. She must have caught wind of the meat aroma, he thought, clearly adept at timing her visits. Li Ping, you've finally returned. My child went to your house to play and got into a bit of trouble. I've been looking for you all day. Saying this, Qin Huairu feigned tears as she approached Li Ping, attempting to draw closer, employing the age-old tactic of seduction, though she seemed to have forgotten her current condition. What is going on? I was puzzled when I found the lock suddenly broken. Was it your child who pried it open? Li Ping refused to let this widow set the pace, countering her strategy. Initially, Qin Huairu had planned to employ her usual tricks, hoping to garner sympathy, but she was taken aback when he did not yield. This woman had not anticipated that Li Ping had been waiting for them to come. While he maintained an appreciative attitude towards beautiful women, he found it hard to admire a heavily pregnant one, especially knowing she was soon to give birth to her third child. The thought of Qin Huairu entering the steel mill and engaging in such shameless exchanges for mere buns was quite unappetizing. Indeed, Li Ping's words left her momentarily speechless, her face shifting through various shades, akin to a chameleon, while Li Ping found the spectacle amusing. Qin widow, think carefully before you speak. Your child breaking in and stealing means you, as the parents, must take responsibility. Why refraining from calling the police right now is an act of leniency. Do you really expect to take further advantage? Let me offer you a piece of advice. Consider your current situation. Were it not for your condition, I would have promptly shown you the door with a broom. Besides, your petty tricks won't work on me. Save them for the neighbor, Shaju. They might serve you better there instead of nauseating me. At this, Qin Huairu stood frozen, her previously rosy cheeks now resembling a monkey's backside. Had there been a crack in the ground, she would have likely wished to disappear into it. However, when she remembered her son lying in the hospital and needing money, she felt torn, unable to articulate her thoughts. During this moment of existential doubt, Li Ping also took note of her predicament, but chose not to waste further words on her, displaying his impatience as he urged. Enough dawdling, hurry up and leave. If you dare bother me with this again, I won't hesitate to call the police. No. Let us discuss this calmly. I'll be on my way. Qin Huairu, hearing Li Ping mention the police, hastily waved her hands and dashed out of the house towards the courtyard. She certainly hadn't anticipated that her meticulously planned drama would fall flat with Li Ping. Leaving Li Ping's backyard, Qin Huairu felt increasingly humiliated. Initially, she had intended to ask Li Ping for some medical expenses to settle matters privately, but to her surprise, Li Ping had dismissed her outright. Upon returning to the courtyard, she stood dazed at her own doorstep, unable to enter. The thought of her eldest son lying in the hospital, awaiting funds for treatment, furrowed her brow deeply. With a determined bite of her lip, she dashed into Shaju's home. Oh, Shaju, my life is so bitter. Qin Huairu immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, resting her head against Shaju's chest as she wept softly. Shaju was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Feeling a rush of elation, though he was still unsure of the circumstances, involuntarily, he began to pat her back. Oh dear, Sister Qin. What troubles you? He inquired, his face betraying his eagerness. However, his every action had already fallen into Qin Huairu's scheme. Pretending to be distraught, she lamented. It's just that my boy, Bang Gang, foolishly went to Li Ping's house and accidentally broke his arm. I went to reason with them, but Li Ping refused to mediate and even kicked me out. How outrageous! Is Li Ping seeking death? Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu's anger flared, and he stormed out of the house, racing towards the backyard. Witnessing this, Qin Huairu's heart swelled with joy. She had not anticipated that a mere trick would incite a simpleton to lead the charge on her behalf. She felt her earlier tears had indeed served their purpose. Li Ping, get out here! Sha Zhu shouted furiously as he barreled into the backyard, immediately spotting Li Ping leisurely standing at the entrance with a cup of water. Clenching his fists, Sha Zhu swung at Li Ping's face, but to his dismay, his punch had barely approached when he was kicked away. Ouch! He lost his balance, tumbling 3 meters back and landing on the ground. Utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, he had always been the one to dominate in the courtyard, yet here he was, falling victim for the second time today. "You scoundrel Li Ping! How dare you bully Sister Qin? Today, I shall show you my might." Sha Zhu, having landed right in front of Qin Huairu, scrambled to his feet, determined not to lose face before his goddess, despite the pain. He had previously learned wrestling, and after years of hefting pots in the kitchen, he was quite strong. Had Li Ping not reacted swiftly, he would have easily overpowered someone else, as Sha Zhu resumed his assault with another punch. Li Ping evaded with a sidestep, then moved in close, blocking with his right hand and employing a Tai Chi technique to deflect Sha Zhu's force. With a resounding smack, he neutralized the strength behind Sha Zhu's blow, swiftly following up with a combination of punches that left the simpleton battered and bruised. "Sha Zhu, are you all right?" Observing the escalating situation, Qin Huairu rushed to assist the dazed simpleton, inwardly cursing his ineptitude. "Li Ping, what on earth are you doing? Don't you know that hitting someone is against the law?" At that moment, Yi Zhonghai, who had been spectating from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself and rushed onto the scene. "Oh dear, my poor Sha Zhu, who did this to you?" Hearing the commotion, old lady Long approached with her cane, her heart aching at the sight of the fallen Sha Zhu. Trembling, she examined his injuries before turning her furious gaze upon Li Ping. "You rascal! Ever since you arrived in our courtyard, there has been nothing but unrest. You are a menace." As she brandished her cane, she attempted to approach Li Ping to administer a lesson. However, Li Ping, quick on his feet, dodged her, nearly causing her to stumble. "You little brat, how dare you evade me? You show no respect for your elders." Old Lady Long was taken aback. In all her years in the courtyard, no one had dared to avoid her cane. "Li Ping, I saw you attacking Sha Zhu as soon as I arrived. This is clearly intentional harm. For the sake of our neighborly relations, you should compensate him with 80 yuan. Or I will call the police, and you will regret it." Yi Zhonghai seized the opportunity to cast blame on Li Ping, aiming to put him in a difficult position. "What? Are you all putting on a show again? I declare here today that it was Sha Zhu who struck first. My actions were purely self-defense. Even if this goes to the police, I fear nothing." Li Ping scanned the newly arrived Yi Zhonghai, realizing his intent to silence him, and did not wish to waste further time. "Indeed, uncle, I clearly saw Sha Zhu attack without cause. This is not Li Ping's fault." Uncle Li, who had been smoking at his doorstep, had witnessed the entire episode and was unwilling to let a good person be wronged. At that moment, Lu Haizhong, the courtyard's overseer, hurried over, his belly jiggling. "Oh dear, old E, what on earth is happening tonight?" Although he had been home earlier, he had been preoccupied with a spat over fried eggs with his children, leading to his delayed arrival. "Just in time, uncle. Some old folks are taking advantage of their age to shield a wrongdoer. I suggest we call the police." Upon seeing Lu Haizhong approach, a thought struck Li Ping. Sensing that the elderly men might not be reliable allies, he decided to use Lu Haizhong's ignorance to his advantage. He quickly recounted the events, and soon all the neighbors in the courtyard were aware of what had transpired. It became evident to any discerning observer that Sha Zhu was at fault from the outset. Yet no one anticipated that Oldie would so blatantly shield a transgressor. "This, I think," Lu Haizhong began to inquire casually when Yi Zhonghai interjected. "No, this matter should not involve the police. It is merely a trivial dispute. If we involve the police, what will become of our civilized courtyard?" Yi Zhonghai, a cunning old fox, immediately opposed the idea of calling the police, moralizing to the neighbors. As expected, when the spectators heard that involving the police might jeopardize their civilized courtyard status, several rallied behind Yi Zhonghai. "Indeed, we must not involve the police. It's better to resolve this amicably, right? Let's follow Uncle's advice. After all, this isn't a major issue. I suggest Li Ping should just pay a little to settle this and let us get back to our meals." Hearing the neighbors' murmurs, Yi Zhonghai felt a glimmer of triumph. Believing he had outmaneuvered everyone, Li Ping's expression darkened. He never expected to be morally coerced. However, as a youth of the 21st century, he knew he could not yield, lest he lose his standing in the courtyard. "Old man, your tactics are quite clever, but I am not falling for it. If you won't call the police, I shall." With that, Li Ping strode towards the exit, clearly unwilling to settle for less in accordance with the usual practices of the courtyard. Everyone would typically choose to avoid conflict, yet today, they were unprepared for Li Ping's unconventional approach. Determined to call the police, he had inadvertently put Yi Zhonghai and his elderly cohort in a precarious position. "Let us discuss this civilly. There's no need to escalate matters." Yi Zhonghai hastily stepped forward, blocking Li Ping's path. Today, he could not allow Li Ping to leave. That would mean he was no longer in control of the situation. What? Weren't you just demanding I compensate you? If you wish to reconcile, fine, but you asked for 80, so hand it over. I won't be calling the police today. Otherwise, none of you will have an easy time. Li Ping recognized Yi Zhonghai's despicable nature and decided to turn his words against him. Hearing Li Ping demand money, Yi Zhonghai's anger surged, but he reasoned that if Li Ping took the 80 yuan, he could later bring Old Lady Long and others to report him for extortion. This thought crossed Yi Zhonghai's mind, and he begrudgingly pulled out the 80 yuan and handed it over. All right, everyone, let's disperse. Indeed. Once Yi Zhonghai produced the money and handed it to Li Ping, the onlooking neighbors immediately perceived the old man as particularly generous, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. However, since compensation was being offered, why not draft a written acknowledgement stating that this sum was for the damages I incurred from my earlier injury? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare accept this money. Li Ping was quite knowledgeable about the law. Unlike those who were oblivious in the 1960s, was it really necessary for Li Ping? Lu Haizhong, on the other hand, failed to grasp the underlying scheme and believed that as long as both parties reached a settlement, accepting the money would suffice. In any case, if no written acknowledgement was produced today, I wouldn't accept this money. Li Ping promptly returned the 80 yuan to Yi Zhonghai, leaving the old man visibly enraged. Nonetheless, with dozens of neighborhood eyes upon them, Yi Zhonghai and the others had no choice but to begrudgingly comply. Shortly thereafter, a letter of understanding, signed by several elders, clearly stated the compensation. Only then did Li Ping cheerfully pocket the 80 yuan. A substantial sum in these times, equivalent to 4 times his current salary. Thank you all for the money. If Xiaozhu has any grievances in the future, he may come to me, but remember to bring the money. As Li Ping turned to leave, he cast a deliberate glance at Xiaozhu before heading back inside, casually shutting the door behind him, and then went to have dinner with his wife. Xiaozhu's face turned dark with anger, feeling that he had lost both his wife and his soldiers today. Had he not realized he couldn't overpower Li Ping, he might have rushed over to teach him a lesson. Xiaoping? You're truly impressive. During dinner that evening, Lu Xiaoye's smile never faded. All right, let's not concern ourselves with the matters of the Sihiyuan, but if they dare to bully us, we need not show them any kindness. Come, quickly try this sweet and sour pork. Is it not delicious? Li Ping casually placed a piece of meat into Lu Xiaoye's bowl. The commotion from earlier had left everyone in a sour mood. And originally, Qin Huairu had hoped to use this opportunity to escalate matters and organize a fundraising event, but now her plans were thoroughly disrupted. Upon returning home, she immediately heard the scolding voice of Jia Zhangshi. You useless thing. Weren't you supposed to go demand money from them tonight? Why did you come back empty-handed? Mother, you know what happened tonight. Why pretend to be ignorant if you hadn't sent my son to steal? None of this would have occurred. After such a ruckus, Qin Huairu was already feeling discontent, and now she was met with her mother-in-law's complaints. However, looking at her son lying in bed, her heart sank further. They had spent over 20 yuan for his treatment at the hospital. That was no small sum, and she had hoped to recover it after returning to the Sihiyuan, but it turned out that Li Ping was not playing along at all. In the end, Xiaozhu ended up in trouble, and to make matters worse, an elder had been forced to pay 80 yuan. Ultimately, their family gained nothing and found themselves in a heap of trouble. I see you as a complete failure. Not only did you bring back no money, but you also drained a good portion of my pension. The thought of not having earned a single penny and seeing her son's compensation wasted left Jia Zhangshi feeling particularly disgruntled, and she unleashed a barrage of complaints at Qin Huairu. Just as Qin Huairu was contemplating how to recover some funds, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Without needing to be an experienced mother, she realized that she was about to give birth. Mother, stop talking. I think my water has broken. Hurry and take me to the hospital. The sudden pang of labor caused Qin Huairu to break out in a cold sweat as she quickly called for her mother-in-law to fetch her things. Oh dear, we need to hurry. Lives are at stake. As a woman, Jia Zhangshi understood the gravity of the situation and, thinking of her soon-to-be-born grandchild, rushed to find Yi Zhonghai, her son's mentor. Just moments ago, Yi Zhonghai had been sulking at home, unaware that the Jia family was facing yet another crisis. He quickly called upon the young men from the Sihiyuan to bring over the cart used for coal during winter, covering it with a cloth, and instructed Xiaozhu to take Qin Huairu to the nearby hospital. However, upon hearing that yet another incident had occurred in the Jia family, few neighbors emerged to witness the commotion, and many began to view the Jia family as a source of trouble. Anyone associated with them seemed to have no respite. It hadn't been long since their conflict with Li Ping over property, and now their family was involved in theft. Yet instead of apologizing to Li Ping, they had encouraged Xiao Zhu to resort to violence. Their family was truly lawless, although the general populace in the 1960s lacked legal awareness. They were not entirely foolish. Before long, Qin Huairu was admitted to a nearby traditional Chinese medicine hospital, where the doctor had just taken her to the delivery room when the nurse approached with the medical expenses. "The child's father, please pay the fees immediately. We cannot delay the doctor's care." A nurse rushed from the delivery room with the bill based on the patient's situation. 26 yuan and 50 cents? I am not the child's father. I am merely a neighbor of Qin Jia. Xiao Zhu, having just received the bill, stood there in shock, realizing that he was mistakenly regarded as the husband of the woman he had merely brought to give birth. The nurse, upon hearing this, thought him a fool. If the woman wasn't his wife, why had he been so anxious? Her heart was filled with disdain. "You two, who among you is the family member? Hurry and pay the money. We need to proceed with the surgery." The nurse glanced at the foolish young man and then at the old man beside him, sensing that neither was a good person. "Comrade, please don't be anxious. Xiao Zhu, quickly pay the money. We cannot delay Qin Jia's matters." Yi Zhonghai first comforted the nurse before turning to Xiao Zhu and persuading him. Very well. Although reluctant, Xiao Zhu ultimately paid the amount. Only the four of them were present, as Qin Huairu's mother-in-law did not come. After all, Jia Zhongshi was well aware that childbirth required money and had no intention of contributing, which is why she was absent from the hospital. Days passed, and Li Ping continued his work as usual. The Jia family, now with a newborn daughter, found themselves constantly displeased with their little granddaughter. A few days later, when Qin Huairu returned to work, she learned that she was assigned to the same shift as an elder, under the guidance of Yi Zhonghai. That day, Li Ping happened to return from procuring a batch of supplies from the countryside. As he arrived at the finance department to settle accounts, he overheard the latest gossip. Li Ping was astonished to discover that this woman was truly self-destructive. While others were eager to work diligently to achieve something, she had stirred up quite the scandal upon her arrival at the steel mill. "Comrade Li Ping, the fish you brought today is exceptionally plump. I must hurry to the kitchen and settle your account." Director Son of the finance department had just weighed the batch of fish and was busy preparing the receipt. "Thank you, Sister Sun, for your assistance." Li Ping was in no rush and casually found a spot to sit. Making himself at home as he brewed tea during this time, he overheard numerous remarks about Qin Huairu, and not a single woman in the office spoke well of her within a short while. Li Ping began to lament how self-destructive she was. Having just given birth to her third child, she was already embroiled in scandal. It wouldn't be long before she earned a notorious reputation. And if he guessed correctly, she had likely gone to the hospital to get an IUD. Soon, Sister Sun finished the accounting, revealing that there were 81 jin of fish at 0.6 yuan per jin, totaling 48.6 yuan. Li Ping sold the fish to his own factory at a slightly lower price, accepting only 48 yuan. After receiving the money and receipt, he made his way back to his procurement department. As lunchtime was approaching, and he had no intention of returning home to eat. Indeed, the cafeteria at the steel mill was bustling during lunchtime. Holding his eating utensils, Li Ping casually joined a queue. "Xiao Zhu, give me a generous serving of fish." Qin Huairu, holding a meal ticket, pointed at the fattest piece of fish and flirted with Xiao Zhu. "Of course, Qin Jia, I'll fill your plate." Upon seeing Qin Huairu, Xiao Zhu became unusually enthusiastic, scooping a large portion of fish meat, with the plate overflowing with meat and scant vegetables. This spectacle caught the attention of nearby women, who watched with envy. Some even leaned in to ask, "Hey, Chef He, can you give me a bit of that meat too?" A young girl trailing behind Qin Huairu, Chen Xiaomei, also tried to catch Xiao Zhu's eye, hoping for a free meal. However, Xiao Zhu was not inclined to indulge her, only serving a bit of pickled cabbage and a small amount of fish head meat, sending her on her way. This scene was keenly observed by Lu Lan, who sensed, with her woman's intuition, that Xiao Zhu likely had a romantic involvement with Qin Huairu, but she refrained from commenting, intending to inquire further in the kitchen later. Soon, it was Li Ping's turn to get his meal, though he was not in the same line as Xiao Zhu but rather in the third queue next door. Regrettably, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by the fool, Xiao Zhu, who, in his cunning, concocted an excuse to exchange the goods, leaving him with a bag full of pickled vegetables devoid of any meat. "Fine, Sha Zhu. You may act like a novice, but I shall rise to the occasion," Li Ping remarked, casting a cold glance at the meager contents of his bag before departing without a backward glance. After procuring his food, Li Ping returned to the procurement department, only to find it deserted, as his colleagues had all gone to lunch. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly retrieved 2 boiled duck eggs from his storage space, a temporary measure to satisfy his hunger for the day. These eggs had been prepared by him during a recent trip to the countryside, as he had anticipated the possibility of hunger striking at midday, and he usually kept a few in reserve. However, with Sha Zhu's blatant disregard for his dignity, Li Ping was determined not to suffer this indignity in silence. Upon finishing his lunch, Li Ping returned to his desk and pulled out a piece of paper from his drawer, swiftly jotting down some notes regarding Sha Zhu's misuse of his position to pilfer public resources. Although Li Ping had not witnessed these transgressions firsthand, he had often heard his wife, Lu Xiaoyi, mention them, given that even the smallest matters in their courtyard could incite a scandal, let alone such salacious gossip. After his meal, he tucked the letter into his jacket and rode his bicycle to the security department, where he knew a complaint box was situated in a corner of the wall. With most people occupied with lunch, Li Ping seized the moment to drop the letter into the box before cycling away from the steel plant. Under the guise of a countryside procurement trip, Li Ping had successfully brought back several dozen pounds of fish, thus fulfilling his monthly quota. Starting tomorrow, he would enjoy a 3-day holiday, and with November 28th upon him, the month was drawing to a close. During this break, Li Ping planned to visit the night market to trade some of the supplies he had stored away, hoping to earn a tidy sum. While he possessed a considerable stock of goods, he had no intention of selling exclusively to the steel plant, as selling too much could arouse suspicion among the residents of the courtyard. It would be far more prudent to sell these items at the night market, where anonymity reigned and the risks were mitigated. If he were to encounter an inspection, he could simply retreat into his storage space for a while. This was one of Li Ping's advantages. On his way back, Li Ping made a point to stop by the market to purchase some seasonings. Although he did not need to buy meat or vegetables, he still required certain everyday items. Just as he exited the market, he fortuitously spotted an elderly man on a tricycle collecting scrap materials. This encounter reminded him of an essential place, the recycling station, which he had long heard about, as many discarded bottles and cans had found their way there. Conveniently, there was a recycling station located in a nearby alley, somewhat removed from residential areas. Li Ping quickened his pace, and upon entering, he noticed a table set up at the entrance, where an old man Saturday greetings, "Comrade. I am a worker from the nearby steel plant and wish to explore some items here. May I inquire if you are available?" Li Ping called out as he dismounted his bicycle. Eyeing a display of camaraderie, he produced a pack of Navy brand cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to the old man. "Thank you, young man. It's rare to hear of someone coming here to purchase goods. Usually, people come to sell," replied the old man, Sun Yud, in his 50s and nearing retirement, having worked at the recycling station for many years. "Haha, please don't misunderstand. My home is currently undergoing renovations, and I wish to acquire some items to decorate my kitchen. Could you point me to any unused bottles or jars you might have?" Li Ping fabricated an excuse about his home renovations, knowing that in the 1960s, very few people tiled their kitchens, yet many still appreciated colorful bottles for decoration. "Oh, young fellow, you've come to the right place. Just turn left at the back and head to the last storage room. Once you're done, come back to settle the bill quickly, as I will be closing soon," Sun Yud said, his guard lowered upon realizing Li Ping's intentions. Li Ping offered a few polite exchanges before proceeding to the designated storage room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight filled with bottles and jars. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have reached a special sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? Sign in immediately. Ding, sign-in successful. You have received one appraisal skill. Goodbye." To his astonishment, the long-awaited sign-in system had activated while he was visiting the recycling station, a most unexpected turn of events. Without hesitation, Li Ping stepped inside, seizing a bottle that resembled ancient porcelain. Ding! Qing Dynasty late blue and white porcelain, lion rolling brocade ball vase, valued at 5 yuan. Yet, the most astounding revelation awaited him as he flipped the vase over to inspect the bottom, where he found it marked with the inscription from the 6th year of Xinfeng's reign, indicating its value had skyrocketed to 68 million by 2020, leaving him utterly astounded. Surveying the room filled with bottles and jars, Li Ping nearly lost consciousness from excitement, realizing he had truly struck gold. The room was crammed with hundreds of items, though not all were intact at that moment. Li Ping felt akin to a mouse in a grain store. As he navigated through the treasures, carefully collecting every verified item into his storage space, in a single sweep, he gathered no less than 200 complete bottles and jars, with a significant portion being valuable antiques. With a mere fraction of these items, in 2 or 3 decades, his descendants would be guaranteed a life free from financial worries. To avoid drawing attention from the old man outside, Li Ping selected about 100 of the more valuable pieces to keep in his storage and left the remainder in 2 bamboo baskets at the entrance, tying them to the back of his bicycle before setting off. Upon reaching the entrance, Sun Yud cast a cursory glance at the baskets but thought little of it, weighing them before selling the contents to Li Ping at a rate of 30 cents per pound, and even threw in 2 large bamboo baskets for good measure. The total weight amounted to around 90 pounds. While it appeared substantial, it was surprisingly light. Li Ping handed over 27.6 yuan, leaving the recycling station with his newfound treasures. Feeling rather pleased with his acquisition. Once outside, Li Ping took a turn into a narrow alley, and by the time he emerged, the jars and bottles had mysteriously vanished from view. Goodness gracious! I have certainly struck a remarkable bargain today. I recall the old man mentioning that there are large recycling stations scattered throughout the southeastern, southwestern, and northeastern areas of the city. I must hasten to investigate. With that thought in mind, Li Ping pedaled faster on his bicycle. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted it was precisely 12:20, and time was still on his side. Thus, he spent the afternoon exploring the various recycling stations scattered across the city, ultimately collecting over 600 assorted bottles and jars, including 3 notably intact incense burners from the Ming Dynasty. Of course, during the 1960s, such items held little monetary value, but Li Ping found joy in the experience, intending to pass them down to his descendants as mementos. After finishing at the recycling stations, the clock had yet to strike 3:30, so Li Ping decided to make the most of his day by heading to the department store to purchase paintings by Qi Baisher and Zhou Desheng. To his astonishment, Qi Baisher's painting of shrimp was selling for only 36 yuan, utterly shocking him, while the esteemed Su Beihong's horse was merely 38 yuan, and Zhou Desheng's landscape paintings were available for a mere 28 yuan each. Li Ping promptly selected 3 pieces from each master, not out of a lack of desire for more, but rather to avoid arousing suspicion. He planned to return in 2 days to procure additional works. As he neared the courtyard, his bicycle basket now held a chicken and mushrooms, alongside the seasonings he had purchased earlier. Upon entering the courtyard, he spotted his neighbor, Uncle San, polishing a second-hand bicycle. It seemed this old man had acquired his bicycle a year or 2 earlier than in the original timeline. Could Li Ping's arrival have triggered a butterfly effect? Ah, Uncle San has purchased a bicycle. Why not set up a couple of tables to celebrate with the neighbors? Li Ping suggested, immediately recognizing the old man's recent acquisition. Get lost? You little rascal. You didn't throw a feast when you bought your bicycle. And now you want me to throw one? Uncle San retorted, turning to shield his bicycle from Li Ping's teasing remarks. Seeing the old man so easily ruffled, Li Ping decided against further banter and pushed his bicycle towards the backyard. Wife, I've bought a chicken today. Shall we prepare a couple of dishes for dinner later? As Li Ping stepped through the door, his voice resonated within the house. He placed the car in the corner of the hall and, carrying the groceries he had purchased that day, made his way towards the kitchen. All right, leave it to me. Lu Xiaoyi emerged from the bedroom, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she fumbled with her buttons. Wife, you seem a bit out of sorts. Why don't you take a break? I'll handle dinner tonight, Li Ping suggested, noticing her pallor. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi's somewhat wan complexion, he decided to take matters into his own hands and headed to the kitchen with the ingredients. I'm not that lazy. I'll help you, Lu Xiaoyi replied, seizing a pot and heading to the rice jar to rinse some rice for cooking before long. Li Ping had cleaned the chicken, chopping it into pieces and placing it in the clay pot. He then added the mushrooms, radishes, red dates, and goji berries he had bought earlier. After lighting the fire, he set the pot atop the stove to let it simmer slowly. Originally, Li Ping had intended to buy some lamb for a stew, but arriving too late at the market meant that the lamb was all sold out. Nonetheless, a warming chicken soup in the dead of winter was a fine alternative. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyi had finished washing the rice and placed it on the stove to cook as well. Although they resided in the north, Lu Xiaoyi occasionally enjoyed a bowl of millet porridge or rice. Today, hearing about drinking, she opted for something simple. After all, Making steamed buns required kneading and fermentation, which was relatively time-consuming. As the saying goes, teamwork makes the task lighter. During this time, Li Ping busily retrieved some cured meat from the beams and sliced it, preparing to stir-fry it with the vegetables he had just purchased. Just as they were finishing their meal preparations, Lu Haizhong's family began their dinner in the adjacent courtyard. "Old man, can you smell that? It seems the neighbors are boiling chicken soup. The aroma suggests they've put in quite a bit of effort," remarked Erdema, who had just served a plate of fried eggs and a large dish of stir-fried cabbage with chili. Lu Haizhong picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the fried egg, and sipped a little wine before implying, "I think that lad doesn't know how to behave. Here I am, a decent heir to Yi, sharing the backyard with him, and he doesn't even show a hint of filial piety." "Dad, how about we buy a chicken to stew tomorrow?" Lu Guangtian suggested with a snort, feeling envious. "That little brat truly lacks upbringing. I wonder how I raised you. You clearly need a good talking to." As he spoke, Lu Haizhong swung his hand at his son. "Ouch, Dad, it's just a chicken. What's the big deal?" Lu Guangtian squeaked, his face flushed, as he scampered away, grumbling under his breath. Lu Haizhong's temper flared, and he turned to grab a stick from the back door. Ready to discipline his foolish son, Li Ping, having lived in the backyard, had already heard the commotion between the Lu father and son, yet he chose not to intervene, understanding that Lu Haizhong had never been quite right in the head. "Xiaoping, did you hear that? Heir Yi is beating his child again. It seems like this has happened at least 3 times since I moved into this courtyard." Lu Xiaoyi, possessing a decent upbringing, recalled that her parents would only lightly chastise her with a thin rattan switch, which stung but was not overly painful. However, judging by the sounds emanating from Lu Haizhong's home, it was clear he was not merely punishing his son. It sounded as though he were beating a beast, and with considerable force at that. "Wife, you'll gradually grow accustomed to life in this courtyard. Come, let us raise a toast." Li Ping poured himself a glass of ergue from behind the cupboard and added a bit to Lu Xiao's cup. "Cheers!" Not long after, with their stomachs full and the table tidied up, the couple reclined in bed to chat, followed by a round of playful intimacy, as newlyweds are wont to do. After 11 p.m., the entire courtyard fell silent. Although it was the end of November, the north had started to experience light snowfall. The north wind blew at a force of 3, with temperatures hovering around 7 degrees. After quietly rising to drink a cup of warm water, Li Ping hastily donned his military coat and tiptoed out of the backyard. Upon exiting, the courtyard was engulfed in darkness, and a sudden gust of wind nearly blinded him. As he stepped out of the courtyard gate, he turned a corner and summoned his bicycle from the spatial dimension. Pulling his hood tightly around his head, he pedaled off, swiftly disappearing into the alley. Midway, the sky began to sprinkle down soft, feathery snowflakes. Despite the chill in the air, Li Ping felt little discomfort, attributing his resilience to the spring water from his spatial realm, which had significantly enhanced his constitution. Before long, Li Ping arrived at the Dongdan Vegetable Market's night market. Though the wind howled fiercely, the narrow alley behind the market was densely populated with people. He had come well prepared, with a large wooden barrel strapped to the left side of his bicycle, containing 70 to 80 pounds of frozen fish, and on the right, a large bamboo basket filled with pig heads and offal, weighing approximately 80 pounds, alongside 200 pounds of flour. These items were relatively difficult to sell, so Li Ping usually stored them for a while before bringing them to market. After paying a 30-cent entrance fee, Li Ping selected a prime spot, lit his oil lamp, and awaited customers. He casually set out his price list, indicating that freshwater fish were priced at 0.9 yuan per pound, 0.7 yuan with a receipt, pig offal at 0.5 yuan per pound, and flour at 0.7 yuan per pound. "Little brother, your fish looks truly plump. Oh, and this pig offal for only 0.5 yuan per pound? What a bargain!" exclaimed an older brother selling eggs nearby, noticing the freshly displayed meat. "Brother, feel free to take it. I'll give you a discount later." Li Ping replied, surprised by how quickly he had begun selling. "Thank you. I'll take this pig intestine and head." The older brother gestured enthusiastically, weighing the meat with his own scale without needing Li Ping's assistance. It seemed that, in these times, everyone was strapped for cash, as Li Ping's offerings were quickly snatched up, with some latecomers even resorting to outright theft. While the older brother busily weighed the meat, Li Ping noticed a finely crafted pipe tucked into the man's waist. The intricate carvings on the pipe suggested it was no ordinary item, prompting him to use his appraisal skill. Ding! late Ming Dynasty rhinoceros horn pipe. Highly collectible indeed, this antique did not disappoint Li Ping. It was a genuine treasure. With the extinction of rhinos in China, encountering a rhinoceros horn item was exceedingly rare. To avoid drawing undue attention, he busied himself for several more minutes selling his goods. Once he had sold his wares, he casually approached the older brother, inquiring, "I see that your pipe is quite unique. Would you be willing to part with it?" Though he admired it, Li Ping refrained from showing too much enthusiasm. Uncertain of the man's intentions, "Oh, why sell it? Since you like it, I'll just give it to you. It's not a valuable item." The older brother readily pulled the pipe from his waist and handed it over. Oblivious to its true worth, as such items held little value in the 1960s. "Let us keep our exchange gentlemanly. I'll offer you 20 yuan, and we can consider ourselves friends," Li Ping replied, taking the pipe and handing over 2 10-yuan notes from his recent sales. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he promptly pushed his bicycle away without delay. Watching Li Ping's nonchalant departure, the egg vendor felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't anticipated that the money he earned from selling meat would be returned to him so swiftly. The vendor mused that perhaps there were still good people in these times. However, Li Ping did not leave the market immediately. Having just acquired a treasure, he intended to continue browsing. After wandering around, he noticed that many vendors were selling jars and bottles, yet none appeared to be of high quality, as the best items were likely kept hidden away. Deciding to signal to someone, he and the individual left their stalls, revealing a taller man around 1.7 meters with a slightly lean frame. Known as Zhao Depeo, whom Li Ping had recently met at the night market. Zhao Depeo led Li Ping to a small courtyard, and upon entering, they found the modest space filled with an array of beautifully crafted jars and bottles. "Brother, these are treasures passed down from my ancestors. Feel free to choose whatever you like," Zhao Depeo said in a deliberately hushed tone, his voice slightly hoarse. "Ding year of Jiaqing, 100 flowers blue porcelain, valued at 30 yuan. 19.8 million in 2008. Ding, year of Yongzheng, Feihuang vase, valued at 28 yuan. 23.58 million in 2010. Li Ping casually scanned the items with his appraisal skill, surmising that this individual was likely descended from a wealthy family of a bygone dynasty. As it was uncommon for ordinary people to possess such items, particularly in such abundance, "I'll take this box of porcelain vases for 200 yuan. If you agree, I'll pay immediately." Li Ping did not show any courtesy to the other party. Instead, he selected over 20 items that he fancied and gathered them together, averaging less than 10 yuan each. The reason Li Ping offered such a low price was that he discerned the fellow was a lone wolf, particularly as the man before him appeared to be nothing more than skin and bones, clearly indicating a life of hardship. "Comrade, could this price be a bit too low?" Zhao Pingxing, upon hearing the price, felt quite dissatisfied but dared not express it overtly. He rubbed his palms together, appearing somewhat constrained. "I can add a ticket for 50 jin of flour and 5 jin of meat, if that works." "Splendid. If not, then so be it." Li Ping had an abundance of grain stored in his space and no longer had any use for the tickets issued by the factory, so he decided to give them all to this man. "All right." Zhao Pingxing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. After all, meat tickets were quite a rarity in these times. Soon, the two of them completed the transaction on the spot. Li Ping pretended to place these treasures into the bamboo basket on the back of his bicycle before riding away with an air of nonchalance. Once in a secluded area, he casually retrieved the items back into his space and returned to the courtyard as if nothing had happened. The following day, Sunday, with the factory closed, Li Ping slept in until nearly 10 o'clock. When he was roused by Lu Xiaoyi, "You were out as a night owl yesterday, waking up so late." Lu Xiaoyi chatted with Li Ping while she prepared the vegetables. "Well, my dear, the weather has turned cooler, hasn't it? I visited the night market yesterday to exchange some fabric tickets and cotton tickets. I plan to make you a few winter outfits." After brushing his teeth, Li Ping grabbed a bowl of porridge and began eating while conversing with his wife. In the midst of their chat, he pulled a few tickets from his pocket and placed them on the table, claiming he had taken them from his clothing, when in reality, he had merely reached into his space. Putting on a show. "Oh, husband, you are so wonderful. Will you buy the items today at noon?" Lu Xiaoyi, in a moment of joy, rushed over to give him a kiss. Although she didn't think much of the items, the fact that her husband specifically went to the night market for her meant everything. "All right, after lunch, I'll take you to buy them on my bicycle." Li Ping grinned and continued sipping his porridge. Realizing that women often needed a bit of flattery, before long, the couple closed the door and set off on their bicycle towards the department store. Though the bicycle was not fast, it offered a stable ride, perfectly suited for the leisurely pace of life in the 1960s November's winter chill. Even at noon, it remained somewhat cold, prompting Lu Xiaoyi to press her head against Li Ping's back to shield herself from the wind. Before long, they arrived at the department store, which was bustling with weekend crowds. The fabric shops in the old capital were divided into silk stores, cotton stores, cold cloth stores, white cloth stores, and bleached cloth stores. Primarily located on Huasher Street outside Chongwonmen. In the 1960s, fabrics predominantly came in shades of gray, black, earthy tones, and military colors. Li Ping, accompanied by his wife, squeezed into the clothing section with great effort, selecting 3 different colors of fabric, a floral pattern specifically for Lu Xiaoyi, along with gray and black, which were versatile for both men's and women's clothing. "Comrade, please give me 1 bolt each of these 3 colors. I would like to take them with me." Lu Xiaoyi, caressing the fabric, grew increasingly fond of it and decided to purchase all the colors. "Very well, comrade, please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you." The saleswoman, recognizing a big customer, promptly attended to their needs and went to retrieve the fabric. "Honey, are we really going to use all of this?" Li Ping remarked, somewhat astonished, realizing that his wife was indeed quite the affluent spender. While others purchased only a few feet or a dozen feet, she was buying it all, and no worries. "I know a very good tailor shop in Zhengyangmen. We can take it there for processing." Lu Xiaoyi seemed completely unfazed, pulling some fabric tickets from her small purse and handing them over to the saleswoman. Li Ping recognized that the Lu family had likely frequented that tailor shop. He knew that Zhengyangmen had several reputable clothing stores, not only well decorated but also charging a hefty processing fee. Upon their return to the courtyard, they found 2 members of the neighborhood committee waiting at their doorstep. "Comrade Li Ping, we have received reports from the public stating that your income does not correspond with your spending. Please cooperate with our investigation." The committee members immediately launched into their prepared statements. Sensing the situation, Li Ping understood he had been reported. "Comrades, you must be mistaken. Having lived in this era for quite some time, Li Ping was well aware of the circumstances and had long anticipated being reported by the residents of the courtyard. Enough talk. Please cooperate with our work. If the investigation finds no issues, we will naturally offer our apologies." Chen Jianxi, a retired soldier from the committee, stepped forward to voice his doubts, approaching Li Ping directly. "In that case, why don't you 2 accompany me to the back courtyard?" Li Ping sighed inwardly. Although he was innocent, he knew it was best to avoid confrontation with such enforcement figures. He turned to give his wife, Lu Xiaoyi, a reassuring look, signaling her to remain calm as he led the committee members to the back courtyard. As they made their way, neighbors who had not ventured out that weekend began to gather. "What is going on? The neighborhood committee has come to visit. Goodness, I hope Li Ping hasn't gotten himself into trouble." If Li Ping had done nothing wrong, the committee wouldn't be here. Amidst the murmurings, Jia Zhangshi, who lived in the middle courtyard, poked her head out, cursing, "That little rascal, feasting on lavish meals without sharing a bit with our Jia family. Today's misfortune is well deserved." After a glance through the window, Jia Zhangshi returned to her bed, grumbling. This unusual behavior did not go unnoticed by Qin Huairu, a woman known for her sharp insight. "Mother, you aren't behind this, are you?" Qin Huairu cautiously pulled her mother-in-law aside and whispered. "What do you mean by that? You dare to side with outsiders and not speak up for me. It seems you've lost your senses." Jia Zhangshi immediately reacted with anger, pinching her daughter-in-law's arm and launching into a tirade. Qin Huairu, having been married into the Jia family long enough, knew her mother-in-law's character well. She merely worried that if Li Ping found out, he might retaliate against their family. Just as Li Ping opened the door to lead the committee members into the back courtyard, a child suddenly darted out. It was none other than Bang Gung, clutching a piece of cured meat weighing 2 jin. Coincidentally, he collided directly with Li Ping, who, being an adult, easily overpowered the 8-year-old, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Ouch, you little rascal. How dare you come into my home to steal?" Li Ping recognized the boy instantly, his anger flaring as he seized the child by the collar. "Whose child is this?" At that moment, Chen Jianxi from the committee furrowed his brow, not expecting to encounter such a situation while addressing a report. He stepped forward to assist Li Ping in restraining the child. "Li Ping, you scoundrel. Let me go. My grandma won't spare you." Despite being lifted by the collar, Bang Gung clutched the fish tightly, refusing to relinquish it, and continued to shout defiantly. Hearing the commotion, an elder rushed over. "Stop, Li Ping, what on earth are you doing? This child, doesn't he know any better? He came to play at your house, as an adult. You shouldn't be so petty. Just let him go." Yi Zhonghai, having observed the situation clearly, rushed forward, attempting to take the child from Li Ping and hoping to resolve the matter amicably. "Are you blind? Can't you see this little thief is holding onto that fish?" Upon seeing the elder intervene, Li Ping seized the opportunity to accuse him of being the mastermind behind the incident. "Li Ping, stop talking nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with me. Comrades, don't believe this man. This child belongs to a poor family in our courtyard. As adults, let us not be so harsh on a child. Just let him go." Yi Zhonghai, being a cunning old fox, quickly sought to absolve himself, recognizing Li Ping's attempt to frame him. "Everyone, be quiet. I am here to handle a complaint case. Since we've encountered a thief, the committee will take over the investigation. In any case, we will neither wrong an innocent person nor let a villain escape." At that moment, Granny's son from the committee, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. Yi Zhonghai fell silent, not daring to say another word after being reprimanded by Granny Sunday. With her direct intervention, the situation became straightforward. They would temporarily set aside the matter of Bang Gung stealing and focus on investigating Li Ping's actual income and expenditures. Soon, the comrades of the neighborhood committee learned that when Li Ping married Lu Xiaoyi, the Lu family had provided a dowry of 600 yuan along with various receipts. Due to today's incident, Lu Xiaoyi no longer concealed the truth. As the daughter of the capital's wealthiest man, Lu Bancheng, she indeed possessed some financial means. "Comrades, the fish was caught by me during my occasional fishing trips after work, and Sandy Yi is the best witness. If you do not believe me, you can seek him out for confirmation." When Li Ping was questioned about his usual sources of meat, he promptly named the crucial witness, Sandy Yi. "Oh, Comrade Yin Fuguwei, is this true?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dama turned to Sandy Yi. "Yin Fuguwei, Lu Dama, I can indeed confirm that I occasionally encountered Li Ping fishing by the river after work." Sandy Yi, who had remained silent until now, was unwilling to lie, adhering to his principles as a people's teacher. Although Li Ping had purchased a chicken yesterday to enhance their meal, an old hen costs at most 2 yuan. It is not only families like Li Ping's that can afford it. Even the average working class can manage. With the sources of fish and chicken confirmed as legitimate, Li Ping's suspicions were largely alleviated. Consequently, the petty thief who had stolen earlier became the pivotal figure in this matter. I hereby announce that, following thorough investigation, all of Comrade Li Ping's sources of living materials are deemed to be from normal and legal income. This matter will come to a halt for now. As for Jia Zhongshi, who intentionally defamed him, she will be penalized by sweeping the streets for a month starting tomorrow. Furthermore, the 2 yuan worth of cured meat stolen constitutes a theft, but due to Jia Gung's young age, he will temporarily be taken back to the detention center for education. After clarifying the investigation, Lu Dama went to the courtyard to announce the results of today's proceedings. Although the Jia family pleaded for leniency, Li Ping firmly refused to accept any reconciliation, prompting the neighborhood committee to directly take the brat to the police station to report the incident. "Li Ping, one should leave a line for others, so that we may meet again in the future," remarked the elder after Yi Zhonghai and the others from the neighborhood committee departed. "Elder, only you know whether your conscience is clear or not. Some individuals should refrain from employing underhanded tactics," Li Ping retorted, taking his wife home. As the couple returned indoors, they caught a glimpse of Qin Huairu, who cast a resentful glance at them at that moment. Qin Huairu did not wish to ask Li Ping for leniency regarding her child. She understood that such a plea would be futile, given the strained relations between their families. "Oh dear, elder, please think of a way to save my son. He is only 8 years old. What if something were to happen to him in the detention center?" Qin Huairu, wiping her tears, implored with a heart-wrenching demeanor that would move anyone witnessing it. In truth, Qin Huairu was concerned that her child would acquire a criminal record after entering the detention center, which would adversely affect his future. However, she dared not voice this concern, opting instead to use her tears to elicit sympathy. This was a tactic she had devised after getting to know Yi Zhonghai's disposition during her recent employment at the steel mill. All right, stop crying for now. I will think of a way, and come with you to the detention center tomorrow," Yi Zhonghai said, feeling a pang of desire as he beheld Qin Huairu's tear-streaked face, though he was quickly silenced by a fierce glare from Jia Zhongshi. "Qin Huairu, come back here. Jia Zhongshi glared at the pair with venomous eyes. Furious that Yi Zhonghai dared to take advantage of her daughter-in-law. Had she not considered that her grandson might still need assistance from the other party, she would have torn them apart on the spot. It was the weekend, so Shaju had risen late and found himself in a daze, observing the neighborhood women holding a meeting for reprimands. When he saw the elder comforting Sister Qin first, his impulsive hands instinctively retracted. After the crowd dispersed, Shaju recalled that he was supposed to attend a banquet today, and, gritting his teeth, he suppressed his anger before leaving the courtyard. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaoyi was infuriated by the earlier events. Had it not been for the meeting, she would have erupted in anger right there. The elder had clearly shown favoritism. It was evident that the Jia family was in the wrong, yet they received undue sympathy. Once home, Lu Xiaoyi tossed her belongings onto the table and plopped down onto a stool, venting her frustrations. "All right, my dear, do not be upset. Come here, I have a delightful surprise for you," Li Ping said, noticing his wife's puffed cheeks, finding her particularly adorable today. Unable to resist, he leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. "What are you doing? We haven't even had lunch yet." "Ha ha ha. Who cares about lunch at this moment? I shall feast upon you first," he exclaimed, disregarding her protests as he swept her into the bedroom, leading to yet another passionate interlude. After a spell of exertion, Li Ping lit a cigarette and reclined on the bed, entering a state of tranquility, while Lu Xiaoyi promptly rose to prepare 2 bowls of noodles and fry 2 eggs. After finishing their lunch, Lu Xiaoyi picked up the clothes she had changed out of yesterday and went to wash them at the sink in front of their room. "Sixth aunt, are you washing clothes?" As Lu Xiaoyi emerged with her basin and clothes, she spotted Sixth aunt at the sink and quickly greeted her. "Xiaoyi, you must practice moderation," Sixth aunt replied, casting a knowing smile at Lu Xiaoyi. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she was well aware of the sounds that had emanated from their room. Being newlyweds, Lu Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed crimson under Sixth aunt's scrutinizing gaze. Meanwhile, Li Ping remained oblivious to the commotion outside, engrossed in a storybook he had borrowed from the factory library. Although many books from the 1960s were technical manuals, there were also numerous classic works of foreign literature. The book he was currently reading was Romance of the Three Kingdoms, one of the 4 great classical novels. The next day, Monday, marked the beginning of a new chapter, coinciding with the payday at the steel mill. As a purchasing agent, upon arriving at the factory, Li Ping went straight to the finance department to collect his salary for the previous month and also obtained a procurement certificate. Intending to head to the countryside for supplies shortly. By the way, Li Ping, don't rush off to the countryside just yet. Deputy Factory Director Li is looking for you. You should go see him. Lu Kairan quickly advised before Li Ping could leave the office. "All right, thank you for the reminder, Lu Jia," Li Ping replied, furrowing his brow as he paused briefly at the door before heading to the 3rd floor. "Knock, knock. Please come in." Upon entering, Li Ping found Deputy Factory Director Li leisurely sipping tea from a large cup. "Ha ha ha. Comrade Li Ping, I heard you only graduated from middle school. Here is a document for you to sign. From now on, you will be a level 7 clerk, earning a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan. The deputy factory director had observed Li Ping's capabilities during this time and decided to promote him early due to their shared surname. "Thank you, Director Li. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to procure the necessary materials," Li Ping affirmed, fully aware that his swift promotion was likely due to Lu Xiaoyi's influence. While he recognized the deputy factory director's flattery regarding his competence as mere attempts to win favor, Li Ping made no objection to reciprocating the courtesy. "Ha ha ha. Conversing with an intelligent person is truly refreshing. I've heard you have a knack for procurement. Next time you come across something good, please inform me first, and I'll settle it privately with you," the deputy factory director remarked, pulling a radio ticket from his drawer and pushing it across the table toward Li Ping. "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your generosity. Recently, I've been exploring the countryside and have made acquaintances with hunters who frequently go into the mountains. They've mentioned hunting game lately, and I will certainly bring you some local delicacies when I have the chance," Li Ping replied, humbly accepting the ticket and slipping it into his pocket. "That would be splendid. If you manage to catch any wild chickens, remember to bring them to me first," the deputy factory director, not expecting such fruitful results from his casual inquiry, envisioned the prospect of wild chickens steeped in medicinal liquor, an exquisite delicacy for men, his eyes gleaming with excitement, observing the deputy factory director's demeanor. Li Ping realized he was quite the lecherous individual, which sparked a new idea in his mind. It seemed the time had come to plant some medicinal herbs in his space. Whether to sell them to the herbal shop or to the deputy factory director would be equally profitable. After engaging in some pleasantries with the deputy factory director, Li Ping left the office. Although he had not lacked for various receipts since marrying Lu Xiaoyi, he did not intend to forego the opportunity presented by the deputy factory director. After all, having more connections could open up more avenues for him in the future. Upon leaving the director's office, Li Ping headed straight to the logistics department, presenting the procurement certificate he had just obtained from the finance department. Before long, he was driving away in one of the factory's few trucks, intending to complete this month's procurement quota in one go. As Li Ping departed from the procurement department, he glanced at this month's quotas. The head of the department was allocated 1,000 to 1,300 jin of grain, the deputy head 800 to 1,100 jin, the team leader 650 to 900 jin, and ordinary procurement staff 420 to 550 jin. Furthermore, there was a subsidy for every procurement completed within the month. Typically, a regular employee like Li Ping would receive a subsidy of 6 yuan monthly. The procurement department itself was divided into 10 small teams, each responsible for different procurement volumes. However, as long as one fulfilled the monthly procurement quota, the remaining time was at the employee's discretion. Thus, Li Ping, as a level 7 clerk, earned 37.5 yuan, and with the additional 6 yuan fieldwork subsidy, his monthly income reached 43.5 yuan, surpassing that of the clumsy Zhu. Ah, Li Clerk, it seems you are embarking on a significant venture by driving the truck into the countryside, exclaimed Captain Chen from the security department as he spotted Li Ping approaching in a small truck. Prompting his colleagues to check the release document. Haha, no need for formality, brothers. Care for a smoke to ease your fatigue, Li Ping replied, stepping down from the vehicle and retrieving a pack of Haijing brand cigarettes from his pocket. Just as he engaged in pleasantries, a colleague from the security department brought over the complaint box, signaling that it was once again time for the weekly statistical data compilation. Realizing that Zhu would not escape today, Li Ping, who had intended to stay at the courtyard and enjoy the spectacle of Zhu's folly, decided against it, given his own tasks in the countryside. Why apologies? But it is again time for our weekly statistical complaints. Shall we continue our conversation later? Captain Chun casually took the envelope box from his colleague and made his way back to the office. All right, you all carry on, Li Ping said, promptly climbing back into the truck and speeding away from the steel factory. Upon reaching the main road, he turned towards Gaomiao village, which is conveniently located between the East 4th and East 5th ring roads. Due to the greenbelt, one would hardly notice its existence unless deliberately searching for it. Even in this snowy season, only a vague outline of rooftops could be discerned. In winter, the absence of leaves rendered the roads more desolate, for the present-day city was far from the economic prosperity of the future. As Li Ping's vehicle entered the village, he observed the walls at the entrance riddled with bullet holes, remnants that the locals had yet to repair. With noon approaching, he decided against immediately entering the village for supplies, opting to stop in a nearby grove to secure some food for lunch. After parking, he glanced around and, seeing no one, entered his space with both himself and the vehicle. Host: Li Ping warehouse inventory. Wild boar 55 heads. Chickens 185, ducks 178, chicken eggs 2,110 jin, duck eggs 2,350 jin, fish 6,860 jin, chili peppers 4,360 jin, potatoes 5,850 jin, onions 3,950 jin, spinach 5,600 jin, cabbage 6,350 jin, flour 6,943 jin, rice 3,150 jin, along with some pig feed and breeding materials not mentioned here. As consumption accompanies production in this space, alongside personal daily needs, monetary income, 6,953 yuan. Li Ping prepared a delectable dish of mushroom stewed chicken accompanied by fragrant rice, a true culinary delight. After finishing his lunch, he took a brief respite in his space, emerging at 2 p.m. to resume his journey. Now in mid-December, the heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, causing his feet to sink almost halfway to his calves with each step. Without the convenience of a vehicle, he would likely have struggled to enter the village even by dusk on his two-wheeled bicycle. Although Li Ping had never visited this village before, he had gleaned some information from his colleagues. Before long, he parked beside an old tree at the village entrance, where a reasonably well-kept thatched cottage stood, rumored to belong to village chief Zhang. After disembarking, He packed several pieces of brown sugar and brought along various grain and cloth coupons for trading. Knock, knock, is village chief Zhang in? After over an hour on the bumpy roads of winter, Li Ping's patience was wearing thin. Shortly, an elderly man in his 50s emerged from within, a pipe dangling from his lips. Puffing intermittently, "Young comrade, I am Zhang Pingyan, the village chief. What brings you here?" The old man tightened his sleeves, exhaling the smoke before inquiring. "Hello, Chief Zhang. I am a procurement officer from the steel factory. Here is my identification for your review. I came today to procure some supplies from your village. I hope it is convenient for you." Li Ping knew that the citizens of the 1960s tended to be cautious, so he promptly produced his work ID and the factory's procurement approval. Indeed, the truck parked behind him served as further proof of his legitimacy. Upon glancing at the documents, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically to, "Oh, so you are a factory procurement officer. Please, come in out of the cold." Chief Zhang quickly stepped aside and gestured for Li Ping to enter. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang," Li Ping replied, following the village chief inside. As Zhang warmly welcomed him to sit, he turned and poured a cup of hot tea. Offering it to Li Ping. In this year of natural disasters, Li Ping believed that rural supplies were still adequate, though the situation might worsen come spring. After all, the last grain harvest had been gathered a few months prior. Frankly, had it not been for special circumstances, Li Ping would have preferred not to engage in competition with the villagers over such meager resources. During this snowy month, the villagers' limited meat supply was primarily sourced from hunting in the mountains. Unless one was an adept hunter, finding anything substantial was quite a challenge. Just as Li Ping entered, he thought he heard the bleating of goats from the chief's backyard, indicating that the old man likely raised livestock. Sure enough, as Li Ping brought the cup to his lips, the rich scent of goat milk wafted through the air. After Li Ping settled in, Chief Zhang briefly described the village's general conditions. Although the commune raised a number of livestock, the heavy snowfall had made it difficult to transport goods for sale. Li Ping was acutely aware that the year 1962 would be a year of famine. So he refrained from purchasing too much grain, knowing that his space was not lacking in supplies. "To be honest, I have a few goats in the backyard, which the commune entrusted me with. My home is close to the mountains, and my son often takes them out to graze during the day. They have been well fed this winter. If you'd like, I can spare a few for you to take back." As he spoke, Zhang puffed on his pipe, turning to lead Li Ping to the backyard to view his goats. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I will ensure you are compensated with cloth and grain coupons later. Young comrade, there's no need for formality. The livestock we raise are meant to supply the nearby factories." Following Zhang, Li Ping arrived at a small earthen enclosure surrounded by large stones, inside which were 13 goats. Some appeared quite robust, indicating that the old man had taken good care of them, with a few noticeably pregnant, suggesting a new batch of kids come spring. "Uncle, I intend to purchase 2 pairs of goats. But please do not select the largest ones. Just a few suitable ones will suffice." Li Ping had no intention of buying pregnant goats. Given the unique characteristics of his space, he believed that after a period of raising these livestock, an ecological system would eventually develop within. "Very well. I shall select a few plump ones to load onto your truck." Chief Zhang was pleasantly surprised by Li Ping's discernment. He had not planned to sell any pregnant goats. However, a few of the young goats could certainly be spared. Their conversation concluded smoothly, and soon Chief Zhang called for his son and daughter-in-law to assist in weighing the goats. 3 goats, averaging around 70 jin each, totaled approximately 200 jin. Presently, the prices were as follows: flour and rice at about 0.16 yuan jin, corn at 0.12 yuan jin, pork and mutton at 0.6 yuan jin, eggs at 0.6 yuan jin, freshwater fish at 0.5 yuan jin, plain cloth at 0.13 yuan zhang, twill cloth at 0.25 yuan zhang, matches at 0.03 yuan box, salt at 0.05 yuan jin, roosters at 1.3 yuan each, hens at 1.7 yuan each, and vegetables at 0.03 yuan jin. Ultimately, Chief Zhang charged only 180 yuan, with the remainder exchanged for various cloth and grain coupons, as during the 1960s, currency without coupons was of little use for purchasing goods, and Zhang required slightly more cloth coupons. Given the biting cold of the weather, it is entirely reasonable for one to wish to purchase some fabric to make clothing in an effort to secure this client. Li Ping generously decided to gift an additional 20 feet of fabric tickets, allowing the village chief to discreetly provide his family with a few more garments to wear. After successfully completing this substantial order, Li Ping, under the guidance of the elderly village chief, proceeded to acquire a modest quantity of eggs and poultry from several villagers. Though the numbers were not large, the variety was commendable. Having accomplished his procurement tasks in this village, Li Ping had no intention of scouring for supplies in other villages, planning instead to supplement his inventory from his own storage space, thus fulfilling his purchasing quota for the month. After leaving this village, Li Ping did not intend to return to the city immediately, but rather ventured deeper into the mountains, hoping to forage for some medicinal herbs or perhaps a wild boar or two. Along with some game birds, as Li Ping rummaged through the mountainside, the daylight began to wane, and the steel mill workers started to clock out for the day, with the ringing of the closing bell. Sha Zhu, carrying his neatly packed lunchbox, strolled leisurely toward the factory gate, blissfully unaware that security personnel awaited his arrival. Dressed in a gray-green cotton jacket and sporting a winter cap of the Liberation style, Sha Zhu was preoccupied with thoughts of impressing Qingjie later that evening with the half a fish he had tucked away in his lunch. Halt! Sha Zhu, what do you have in your hands? Open it for us to inspect. Upon spotting him, Captain Chen of the security team squinted his eyes and shouted sternly, as his commanding voice echoed. The remaining workers, still clocking out, gathered around to witness the unfolding drama. Oh, Captain Chen, it's just some leftovers. No need to fuss over it. Sha Zhu realized he was in trouble but feigned calmness, attempting to slip away discreetly. You'd better comply and hand over that lunchbox. Today, we received complaints alleging that you frequently pilfer public grain. This is akin to undermining our community and tarnishing the factory's reputation. If you resist further, you won't be leaving here today, Captain Chen. A seasoned veteran showed no leniency as he stepped forward, snatched the lunchbox from Sha Zhu, and opened it. Inside, one box contained half a braised carp, while the other held 2 generous pieces of braised pork, both of which Sha Zhu had surreptitiously taken during a gathering earlier that day. My goodness, braised pork and carp. What audacity this fellow has. The onlookers couldn't help but express their envy as they eyed the contents of the lunchbox. Indeed, Sha Zhu's culinary skills were commendable, with a rich amount of oil in the dishes. Given that rations were strictly regulated, it was surprising that Sha Zhu, as the kitchen supervisor, could procure such a hefty portion without paying. Now, don't be envious. This was all sanctioned by Director Yang. I am merely bringing it out with his blessing. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Sha Zhu, determined to maintain his facade, stubbornly denied any wrongdoing, aware that if he were found guilty today, he would not be leaving this place. So, you choose to be obstinate even in your dire circumstances, stealing state property and claiming it's sanctioned by Director Yang? Very well. I shall contact him immediately. If he denies it, you'll find yourself in hot water for falsely accusing a superior. As Captain Chen spoke, he turned and entered the security office to make a call. Moments later, he emerged with a grim expression, issuing orders for Sha Zhu's immediate apprehension. In broad daylight, with many witnesses present, Sha Zhu was captured, and even Director Yang, despite his good intentions, could not come to his aid without risking his own reputation. This afternoon's events at the factory swiftly reached the courtyard, prompting both Old Lady Long and Yi Zhonghai to rush to the steel mill upon receiving the news. It was clear they intended to intervene on behalf of Sha Zhu. Bah! Those 2 old geezers. When I fought with Sha Zhu, they always sided with him, yet now, at the slightest hint of trouble, they rushed to his aid faster than anyone. Su Damao muttered to himself as he glanced out the door before retreating inside, planning to celebrate the misfortune of his rival with a drink. After all, given that his nemesis had encountered a setback, Su Damao felt it only fitting to indulge in a few drinks to mark the occasion. However, a young woman in the courtyard was even more anxious. Qin Huairu had already peered out several times, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation facing her family. With Sha Zhu detained, it effectively severed their access to food. Yet, Qin Huairu, being quite astute, knew that if the matter was not resolved properly, there would be little she could do. Humph! That little rascal Sha Zhu, orphaned and alone, deserves this. He could have at least been clever enough to bring home some food. Jia Zhongshi, upon seeing the stir-fried potatoes and cabbage for dinner, immediately lost her appetite and began to grumble. Mother, could you keep your voice down? If this reaches Sha Zhu, it will reflect poorly on us. Just wait and see how he'll stop bringing us food. Qin Huairu shot her mother-in-law a disapproving look, feeling embarrassed by the old woman's insensitivity. Does she not realize that if Sha Zhu gets into trouble, our meager supply of meat will be cut off again? That little rascal dares. Why should he not provide for our family? And you? Make sure to increase your wages. Do you even see what we're eating? Jia Zhangshi popped a piece of potato into her mouth. Glancing up at the cured meat hanging from the kitchen beam, longing for it but too lethargic to retrieve it, deciding to wait until tomorrow, at precisely 6:26 p.m., Li Ping finally returned from the countryside. Taking a route that passed through Xingyang Gate. Feeling quite hungry, he noticed the illuminated shops ahead and decided to drive over. He spotted a small eatery, Huijin, still open, parked his car, and without a second thought, strode inside. "Madam, please bring me some food and a couple of drinks, thank you." Li Ping's voice echoed even before he fully entered the establishment. "Ding! You have arrived at a special plot sign-in location. Would you like to sign in? System, sign in. Congratulations! You have been awarded a level 5 culinary skill. Transmission complete. Farewell." The eatery had few patrons left, aside from an elderly man in the corner nursing peanuts and a drink. His face flushed, likely nearing the end of his bottle. "Please, take a seat. I'll have the kitchen prepare your meal right away," Su Huijin said, having heard the sound of the approaching car. Glancing up at the vehicle, she noticed the bold lettering indicating it belonged to the steel mill's procurement department, sparking her curiosity. With a quick glance at the drunken old man in the corner, she boldly took a seat across from Li Ping. "Comrade, you're from the factory's procurement team, aren't you? I noticed you drove here," Su Huijin inquired with a thoughtful smile. "Yes, I just returned from purchasing supplies from the countryside. That's why I'm a bit late. I am here for a meal." Li Ping took a sip from his glass, not intending to hide anything. Today, aside from dining, he also wished to explore whether he could establish a business connection through the small taverns around Xingyang Gate. "Comrade, I can see you possess real skills. If you have any surplus supplies in the future, would you consider sharing a bit with me? Rest assured, we can negotiate a fair price." Seeing that the eatery was mostly empty, Su Huijin felt emboldened. After all, she was quite adept at business and was confident that money could procure goods. "Given your sincerity, I have a network of contacts who can supply fish, about 700 to 800 jin monthly. If you're interested, I can provide some for you, but I'm curious if you can handle such a quantity." Li Ping had no intention of beating around the bush. He glanced at the inebriated old man and murmured, "That sounds splendid, but with such a large order, I'd appreciate a discount." Su Huijin was pleasantly surprised by the turn of events and quickly seized the opportunity. "Madam, your enthusiasm is commendable. Typically, fish go for 0.6 yuan per jin in the market, but I can offer you 0.5 yuan per jin, although I'll only take 70 of the ticket value. What do you think?" Li Ping understood that while procurement required tickets, he had more than enough on hand. He decided to allow Su Huijin a bit of leeway to profit, as he wouldn't be able to utilize all of them anyway in reality. While supplying 1,400 jin of fish monthly seemed substantial, the small eatery could only serve 5 to 6 large fish weighing 8 jin each daily. However, if they were smaller, 4 to 5 jin each would suffice. "All right, I'll give you 100 yuan as a deposit. Just deliver the goods when available, but I'd like to see your work permit first." Su Huijin, bold and resourceful, immediately pulled out 100 yuan from the counter and handed it to Li Ping. Li Ping, without engaging in unnecessary chatter, extracted his work identification from his pocket and placed it upon the table for Su Huijin to scrutinize. As the two deliberated matters, the meal was served. At this moment, Li Ping felt genuine hunger. Disregarding Su Huijin, he rolled up his sleeves and began to eat heartily. When he finished and attempted to settle the bill, Su Huijin graciously waived the charge, proclaiming it as a gesture of goodwill for their first meeting. This woman certainly knew how to navigate social interactions. Li Ping, not one to be overly polite, wiped his mouth, rose, and exited the small restaurant. Driving his little cargo truck back to the steel factory, on his return, Li Ping found himself reflecting on Su Huijin's appearance, a woman in her early 30s, standing over 1.7 meters tall, which was considered quite tall for the 1960s. Although she could not be described as exceptionally beautiful, her presence indicated that Chen Shueru was likely nearby. Initially, Li Ping had thought his journey to this era was merely a foray into a 1960s courtyard drama. Yet he was surprised to discover the inclusion of a spirited woman from Xingyangmen. He pondered whether he should visit the auto repair shop, particularly if the chef Nan Yi were also present. If so, it would confirm that he had indeed traversed into a multifaceted narrative of the 1960s, and as for the myriad characters intermixed within, he would explore that further when time permitted. As Li Ping completed his material handover at the steel factory, he returned under a starlit sky. This time, he had transported a single ram, a dozen chickens, and some dry goods in the back of his truck. Although the factory's procurement officer had already clocked out, the security personnel assisted him with the weighing and registration of the goods. The remaining payment for the materials would be settled the following day when the finance department resumed work, at which point Li Ping would present his documentation. Upon arriving back at the courtyard, the clock had already struck 8 in the evening, and many neighbors had retreated indoors, either to sleep or to engage in quiet conversation. The entire courtyard was devoid of life, and when Li Ping knocked on the large door, Uncle San emerged wearing a trench coat to open it. "Li Ping, you're quite late returning today," Uncle San remarked. Eyeing the dry goods and several kilograms of eggs in the basket at the truck's front, his gaze tinged with envy. Indeed, the perks of a procurement officer were exceptional, allowing one to procure considerable amounts of meat and save on ration tickets. "Ha ha, Uncle San. Would you be so kind as to take this string of onions back with you?" Li Ping generously offered, handing over a hefty bunch of onions weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. Although not particularly valuable, Uncle San was delighted to receive something in exchange for opening the door, his face wrinkling with joy. "Thank you. I won't refuse, and you must come by for a drink sometime," he said, taking the onions while exchanging pleasantries. "We'll discuss it later. I need to go take a bath now. I've had a long day." Having delivered his goods, Li Ping didn't linger in conversation with the old man, but instead pushed his bicycle back to the rear courtyard. Upon entering his home, he glanced into the bedroom and noticed that Lu Xiaoa had already gone to bed, so he refrained from disturbing her. He turned to the kitchen, boiled a large pot of hot water, and mixed it with some cold water from the outdoor tap to take a hot bath, scrubbing off the considerable dirt accumulated throughout the day. The dirt roads of the 1960s were notoriously difficult to traverse, and Li Ping was grateful he had not ridden a bicycle to the countryside. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. After his bath, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Li Ping quietly slipped back into bed, extending his hand to find 2 ample melons. "Don't cause trouble, Ah Ping," Lu Xiaoa murmured sleepily, intending to drift off again. Li Ping playfully pinched her nose, finding her to be an adorable sleepyhead, which piqued his interest. With a mischievous touch, he slid his hand beneath her clothing, rousing Lu Xiaoa from her slumber. Thus, Li Ping, with unabashed eagerness, embarked on a night of diligent labor akin to a farmer's toil. Once calm returned, the two embraced and fell into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Lu Xiaoa prepared a pot of noodles and called Li Ping to come eat. "By the way, dear wife, during my trip to the countryside, I procured 2 rams. One has already been delivered to the steel factory, and I plan to take the other to Dad tonight." Although Li Ping had acquired 4 rams, he intended to keep the pair for breeding. Given the ratio of time in his space, it would only take a month for the 2 rams to grow, since 15 days in his space equated to 6 months outside. This was his advantage. "Really? But you must be careful. Don't let anyone report you," Lu Xiao exclaimed, unexpectedly pleased that her husband had thought of their family first in securing such a valuable asset. While Lu Xiao's father could occasionally procure wild boars or pheasants from the countryside, obtaining a whole ram was no easy task for him, as these animals were typically raised by common folk. Without proper documentation, sellers would be reluctant to part with them. Despite Lu Jinhua's wealth and connections, not every resource was readily available to him. "Rest assured, I'll deliver it to Dad tonight. However, after all this effort, how do you plan to reward me?" Li Ping teased, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin directed at Lu Xiaoa. "I knew you'd come up with something trivial," she replied, her cheeks flushing as she focused on her noodles, muttering softly. After finishing breakfast, Li Ping mounted his bicycle and departed from the courtyard, heading to the steel factory to finalize the payment for the materials he had delivered the previous day. Upon leaving the factory, he found himself with an additional 130 yuan and a radio ticket. When combined with several previous procurements, he had exceeded his monthly quota. Although he had promised Deputy Factory Director Li to bring back some pheasants, acquiring the goats was also a commendable supplement, thereby fulfilling his obligation to the man. Otherwise, he would not have received the radio ticket so readily. Indeed, collaborating with Deputy Director Li had its benefits. If this batch of materials were to reach Director Yang, he would likely receive nothing more than a verbal commendation and prompt payment before being sent on his way. Turning his attention, Li Ping proceeded to the market, purchasing 2 large baskets and securing them to the back of his bicycle, covering them with waterproof cloth before relocating to a secluded area to fill both baskets with fish. disguised with a false beard and wearing a hood that left only his eyes visible. He cycled to the rear of Su Huijin's small restaurant. Knock, 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 knock. As he tapped the designated signal, the door creaked open, allowing Li Ping to wheel his bicycle inside. I have approximately 100 kilograms of fish here. Please weigh them, and I will deliver the next batch in a couple of days. Li Ping was quite principled in his dealings, ensuring that he delivered 100 kilograms of fish during the workers' shift hours to serve the customers at Su Huijin's restaurant. Indeed, these fish appear to be quite sizable. Thank you for supporting my business. Next time you visit, I'll offer you a 30% discount on drinks, Su Huijin responded, lifting one of the fish and estimating its weight to be at least 8 pounds. Her face lighting up with a smile. Seeing that Li Ping had not misled her, Su Huijin felt a wave of relief. After all, integrity is paramount in commerce. Haha, thank you. I look forward to our collaboration. By the way, would you like me to prepare a fish for you to taste? I am considering a more permanent position here, she proposed. Li Ping promptly extended his right hand, shaking on the deal, solidifying their business arrangement. With the fish delivered, Li Ping recalled signing in at the restaurant and the culinary skills he had acquired, realizing that instead of merely procuring goods, he could also showcase his culinary talents. Perhaps he could even establish a side business at the factory, selling items from his space during opportune moments. Su Huijin was taken aback to discover that Li Ping was not only a procurement officer but also a skilled chef. And she readily agreed. Come with me, let us prepare a fish and test its flavor. It1T delay the customers. She led Li Ping into the kitchen. Upon entering, Li Ping wasted no time. He donned an apron and seized a fish, proceeding to the cutting board to begin his work. He dried the fish with a towel before expertly filleting it, showcasing a level of skill that captivated the attention of the kitchen staff. Boss, where did you find this chef? His knife skills are at least at a level 4 or 5. Truly impressive. Master Liao, observing Li Ping's technique, shared his admiration. Don't deceive me now. We'll see if the taste holds up. If it does, we VE struck gold. Su Huijin remarked, her excitement palpable as she watched Li Ping diligently prepare the fish. She was already contemplating a generous salary to retain his services within minutes. Li Ping had sliced the fish into thin fillets, followed by preparing a marinade with basa fish, egg whites, cornstarch, salt, cooking wine, fresh peppercorns, green chili peppers, onions, dried chili peppers, monosodium glutamate, ginger, and garlic. He mixed the egg whites, cornstarch, salt, and cooking wine into the fish fillets, gently kneading them for even distribution. Following closely, a hot pan with sizzling oil welcomed the addition of dried chili peppers and prickly ash, releasing an enticing aroma. Next, the sharp green peppers, onions, ginger, and garlic joined the mix, accompanied by a splash of soy sauce, all stir-fried briefly before boiling water was poured in. Salt and fish slices were added, and the dish simmered over high heat for several minutes before the flame was extinguished. The entire cooking process executed by Li Ping flowed effortlessly, leaving the nearby Su Huijin in awe. Finally, the fish was plated, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions and garlic, as Li Ping gestured for Su Huijin to take a taste. Try a bite of this boiled fish. Perhaps it could serve as your restaurant's signature dish. As he spoke, Li Ping untied the scarf from around his neck and casually hung it back in place. Su Huijin and Master Liao, who was standing beside her, each took a small portion to dip in the sauce before tasting it. The fish was succulent and spicy, with the delightful flavors bursting forth from their throats, leaving them craving more after just one bite. Soon, they scooped a bit of the broth to sample, and as Su Huijin sipped the soup, she realized this boiled fish was indeed perfect for pairing with rice. Impressive, masterly. With just this dish, you could make it our restaurant's signature offering. It's absolutely delicious. Seizing the moment, Su Huijin whispered a few words to Li Ping. Ultimately, they settled on salary and working hours. As long as Li Ping was free in the afternoon, he could come to help at their restaurant. For each visit, he would earn 2 yuan, and if the customer traffic was high, there would be additional overtime pay, as much as 10 yuan a month. And that was merely the starting rate. If the business flourished in the future, Su Huijin promised to continue raising his wages. This time, in an effort to recruit Li Ping, she was truly taking a risk. After all, the chefs at Quanjude Roast Duck Restaurant, with comparable qualifications, earned barely around 90 yuan a month, making Su Huijin's offer quite generous. Thank you for your consideration, Su Boss. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. I'll come by to work whenever I have time, Li Ping replied decisively, recognizing he had little to lose. Master Li, from now on, we shall be colleagues. I look forward to your guidance, he added. Master Liao quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Although he too was a chef, he lacked the knife skills demonstrated in the boiled fish dish, having only just passed his level 3 chef examination last month in terms of chef rankings. He was at least 1 or 2 levels below Li Ping, as nowadays, one's rank depended on skill rather than age. Haha, Master Liao, you flatter me. We shall learn from each other. After discussing this matter, Li Ping inquired a bit about local culinary certification opportunities, believing it wise to seize the moment. He thought to himself that instead of idling away after purchasing ingredients, he might as well obtain a chef's qualification certificate. After leaving the restaurant, he rode his bicycle to Zuaxian Lu near Zhengyangmen, a place dedicated to culinary certification. After securing his bicycle, he approached, explained his purpose, and promptly paid the 5 yuan registration fee. Soon, he was escorted to the kitchen by the staff. The assessment began with knife skills. Li Ping grabbed 2 potatoes from the side, washed them under the tap, and swiftly peeled them with a chef's knife before slicing them into rounds. Next, he cleaned some dried red chili peppers, chopped them, and set them aside. He then heated oil in a pan and, in no time, prepared a fragrant stir-fried potato dish. Drawing from available ingredients, he whipped up a dish of garlic chives and pork belly, presenting the 2 dishes with a harmonious balance of flavors and an eye-catching arrangement. Very good. It's authentic Cantonese cuisine. For now, I'll rate you at level 5, declared a sturdy man in his mid-40s. Wearing a chef's hat and a white coat after tasting the dishes, this man, named Lin Jinxing, was the head chef. Thank you, Chef Lin, Li Ping said. Just as he was about to leave, Lin stopped him. Young man, wait a moment. Would you be interested in working at our restaurant? We can certainly offer you a satisfactory salary. Lin, having encountered such a promising talent, was eager to recruit Li Ping. Thank you for your kind offer, Chef Lin, but unfortunately, I've already committed to working at a friend's restaurant this morning, so I must decline. Li Ping hadn't anticipated that a mere test would lead to such an opportunity. But having already promised Su Huijin, he felt obliged to turn down the offer. Lin, realizing he was slightly late in seizing this potential talent, sensed Li Ping's dilemma and chose not to press further. As Li Ping rode away, Lin watched his figure vanish down the alley, pondering. Such a skilled chef at the steel mill. How come I've never heard of him before? Could he be a recent recruit? Though Lin hadn't visited Hongqing Steel Mill in years, he was aware of He Daqing, who had been succeeded by his son after he fled. While Shaju had shown some improvements in recent years, he still fell significantly short of He Daqing's prowess, and it was surprising to encounter such a young talent today. After completing his certification, with nothing pressing on his schedule, Li Ping decided to ride back to the Sihiyuan. However, on the way, he fortuitously passed by a department store. Today was his lucky day, as he stumbled upon a water ink painting from the Ming Dynasty by the esteemed master Lin Liang, titled Ancient Woods and Cold Crows. This figure was no ordinary person. Lin Liang was a court painter of the Ming Dynasty, whose career spanned 5 emperors, Zheng Tong, Jing Tai, Tian Shun, Cheng Hua, and Hong Zhi. Renowned for his expressive ink flower and bird paintings, Lin Liang's works were characterized by a blend of meticulousness and dynamism, showcasing a steady yet grand style. Among contemporaneous court painters, his distinctive artistic style stood out. It was hard to fathom that such a masterpiece was priced at merely 50 yuan. One would hardly believe it if told. After purchasing the painting, Li Ping was nearly ecstatic, though he maintained a facade of calm as he placed it in his bicycle basket. Once he exited the department store, he dashed into a nearby alley, and by the time he emerged, the painting had been safely tucked away in his space. When he reappeared, the front of his bicycle was now secured with a lamb that had been cut in half, wrapped tightly in newspaper to conceal its contents from prying eyes. Shortly thereafter, Li Ping returned to the Sihiyuan to fetch Lu Xiaoa, and taking advantage of their recent holiday, the couple decided to visit her family. Upon arriving at the small villa, Li Ping tidied his attire before pushing his bicycle to knock on his father-in-law's door. Knock, knock. It's Li Ping. A moment later, he heard hurried footsteps, and soon the door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who was a servant of the Lu family. Oh, son-in-law, young lady, you're back. Please come in. The servant's face brightened with a smile upon seeing the couple. Wu Ma, we're just here to have a simple meal with the family today. Li Ping casually replied, not wishing to divulge too much about personal matters to the servant. Although Wu Ma's expression remained neutral, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, which Li Ping perceptibly noticed. Come in. I'll go inform the master and the others, she said, ushering them inside and closing the door behind them. Just as they entered the ground floor hall, they spotted a woman in a fur coat, about 1.7 meters tall, smiling warmly at them. This was Li Ping's mother-in-law, Lu Tan. "Mom, I've missed you so much," Lu Xiao exclaimed as she rushed to embrace her mother. "Oh dear, you silly girl, you're married now. Must you still behave this way? Let go." Though Lu Tan feigned annoyance, her words were laced with affection. "Mom, it's rare for me to have a day off. I took the opportunity to come back with Xiao to visit you. By the way, I also just took the chef qualification exam today and wanted to share the news with you," Li Ping added, waving the lamb chops in his hand. Upon entering, Wu Ma had offered to help carry them, but he had politely declined. "Xiaoping, you passed the chef qualification exam. Why wasn't I informed? What else are you hiding from me?" Lu Xiao's curiosity was piqued as she turned to Li Ping. Her eyes wide with surprise. "I just took it. I thought it would be a nice surprise for you," Li Ping said, awkwardly rubbing his nose, realizing he had only just received this level 5 chef certification that very day. It seemed that women were indeed prone to sudden changes in mood. Eventually, it was Lu Xiao's mother who smoothed things over, resolving any tension that had arisen between the couple. Just then, Li Ping's father-in-law, Lu Jinhua, came downstairs, and upon seeing the couple, he felt a surge of joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor. "Ahem, Xiao, enough of that. Wu Ma, please take the lamb leg to be prepared. We'll need it for dinner soon." Lu Jinhua casually found an excuse to send the servant away, knowing there were certain discussions better kept from her ears. With the servant gone, the family soon gathered in the living room. Shortly after sitting down, Lu Xiao took her mother aside for a private conversation. "Xiaoping, shall we have a game of chess?" Lu Jinhua suggested, gesturing for his son-in-law to join him at the chessboard. "Of course, Dad," Li Ping, with a touch of formality, settled into the chair opposite, gesturing for his father-in-law to make the first move. "Recently, I have caught wind of troubling news suggesting that the drought in the Sichuan region seems to be worsening, and I suspect that next year's harvest will suffer a decline." Lu Jinhua, casually advancing a pawn, voiced his concerns with a sense of gravity. "Indeed, a colleague from my factory who recently visited Sichuan also mentioned this issue, stating that by the end of this year, water levels there had significantly dropped, and local village heads have begun organizing manpower to dig deeper wells." At this moment, Li Ping also revealed the carefully woven fabric of his deceit, as he had received no such warnings from any co-workers. After all, he had come from a future where the widespread drought of the 1960s was noted in history textbooks. Yes, it seems this matter is nearly certain. However, do be cautious and refrain from discussing it outside, lest misfortune befall you. Lu Jinhua was taken aback to discover that his son-in-law had also received this news, and as a cannonball flew over, consuming his opponent's peace, his apprehension deepened in conjunction with his son-in-law's revelations. As a businessman of considerable lineage, Lu Jinhua's channels of information were undoubtedly more reliable than those of the average citizen. In the past, during the Qing dynasty, an ancestor of the Lu family served as a governor, and following the fall of the previous dynasty, during the Republican era, the family rapidly acquired merchant ships with the wealth accumulated by their forebears. Engaging in maritime trade in those tumultuous times, the survival of the Lu family was a testament to the lucrative nature of their trade. Rest assured, consume. Li Ping seized the moment, stealthily advancing a piece to capture the cannon. "Ha ha ha, you clever lad, that was a strategic feint." Lu Jinhua was caught off guard by the sudden loss of his cannon amidst their banter, hastily advancing his horse to mount a defense. This is merely a long line to catch a big fish. You consumed a piece of mine, and I shall take one of yours. Thus we are evenly matched." Although Li Ping had lost a piece, capturing an opponent's cannon meant he had not suffered a loss. As the game neared its conclusion, with the clock striking 4 in the afternoon, Li Ping decided to rise and prepare dinner. Upon entering the kitchen, he found the equipment and spices remarkably well stocked and, recalling the light snowfall outside, chose to slice lamb for a hot pot. He first simmered a porridge with lamb offal, then utilized the available ingredients to concoct a dual-flavored broth, thus preparing for tonight's feast. The family gathering that evening was nothing short of harmonious, and it wasn't until 7 o'clock that Li Ping and Lu Xiaoyi departed from the Lu residence. However, upon entering the courtyard, they encountered Su Dumao, who was indulging in drunken revelry. "Burp! Li Ping, you have returned. I'm in high spirits today. Come, let us drink a few cups together." Su Dumao limped out from within, a bottle of Maotai in hand, his face flushed from drink, and his steps unsteady. "Brother Da, what is the matter? Speak up and let us share in your joy." Although Li Ping could surmise the situation, he still wished to hear what Su Demao had to say. Today, that fool Zhu was caught pilfering from the factory and was detained by the security department. I've heard he will be punished by cleaning the toilets tomorrow. Just then, Yi Zhonghai, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected. Originally, he had no intention of getting involved while Da Mao was inebriated, but he was taken aback when Da Mao attempted to broadcast the matter in the courtyard. Yi Zhonghai could no longer restrain his ire and scolded them both. "Uncle, are you hiding something that cannot be revealed? Could it be that you are involved in this matter as well?" Li Ping intentionally sought to provoke Yi Zhonghai, and indeed, his words drew the attention of the neighbors toward Yi Zhonghai. In truth, Li Ping's loud remarks were meant to flush out those lurking in the shadows, but alas, no one emerged at that moment. Li Ping concluded that Zhu must still be in the security department, which was quite surprising, considering Zhu was the adopted grandson of old lady Long Nonsense. "Li Ping, you are nothing but a troublemaker. Ever since you arrived in our courtyard, there has been no peace." Yi Zhonghai was red-faced with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Ping, unleashing a torrent of insults. "Even if I am a troublemaker, I am still preferable to those who are truly vile." Li Ping felt no obligation to show Yi Zhonghai any respect, given the long-standing animosity between their families. Today has truly opened our eyes. Uncle, do ensure that Li Ping does not gain the upper hand." At that moment, the street rogue, Sha Chong, also emerged, reveling in the chaos and particularly enjoying the sight of Yi Zhonghai flustered. With a third party now involved, Yi Zhonghai realized that further argument would only worsen his predicament, and in a fit of anger, he retreated in disgrace. Observing the departure of the main character, Li Ping lost interest, having discerned that Sha Chong was not particularly fond of Yi Zhonghai, or else he would not have chosen to interject. It made sense, as the moral paragon Yi Zhonghai had likely criticized the street rogue Sha Chong on numerous occasions. "Come, my dear wife, the show is over. Let us return to our modest life." Li Ping promptly retrieved his house keys and led his wife back to their courtyard. Just then, he spotted the petty thief scurrying from the backyard, a wooden stick awkwardly strapped to one hand. Having stolen nothing of worth, he decided to ignore the lad. "What is wrong? Why are you staring at that child?" Li Ping shook his head and replied, "It is nothing. That boy just dashed past, likely hoping to steal something from the backyard." Lu Shaoyi furrowed her brow, sighing, "This courtyard is in disarray. The adults are irresponsible, constantly seeking to take advantage of others, while the children are engaging in petty thefts, day in and day out, without end. How long have you been in this courtyard? As time passes, you will grow accustomed to it. In any case, living in this courtyard necessitates learning to protect oneself. Otherwise, it is only natural that one day we might find ourselves utterly drained by them." Li Ping affectionately patted his wife's head, pushing open the door and stepping inside. "Hurry and heat some water for a bath. After eating lamb, we carry the smell of it, and if we do not wash it off, it will inevitably find its way to bed with us." Lu Shaoyi raised her hand to sniff the lamb fat that clung to her clothes, then urged Li Ping to wash up quickly, especially since they had consumed the most alcohol today, and the mingled scent of lamb and wine was truly pungent. Li Ping could only shrug helplessly. Retrieving some firewood from the shed to heat water in the kitchen. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, the tasks become less burdensome. Soon enough, the couple had finished their hot baths and slipped into bed. Perhaps due to the alcohol consumed, Li Ping fell into a particularly deep sleep, not waking until dawn as the roosters crowed. The courtyard came alive once more, with neighbors embarking on a new day of toil. However, Li Ping, having risen later than usual, skipped breakfast at home and instead rode his bicycle to a nearby breakfast shop, purchasing 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk before heading off to the factory. At 9 in the morning, shortly after the workers had clocked in, the loudspeaker at the steel mill crackled to life. "Esteemed leaders and comrades, good morning. We interrupt this broadcast to deliver an announcement. Last night, the kitchen foreman He Yuzhu was found guilty of embezzling state kitchen supplies over a prolonged period, with an investigation revealing a duration of 5 years and a total amount involved reaching 180 yuan. This is akin to undermining our society. Following discussions among the factory leadership, it has been decided that He Yuzhu will face a penalty of triple compensation, totaling 540 yuan, along with a month of toilet cleaning duty. We hope that all comrades take heed of this cautionary tale. After the announcement by Wu Xiufa from the publicity department concluded, Li Ping felt little surprise, as he had already been informed by Lu Jinhua during dinner at his father-in-law's house about Zhu's thievery. Lu Jinhua had consulted with his trusted contacts in the security department regarding how to handle the situation, and upon learning of the friction between Zhu and his son-in-law in the courtyard, he opted for a regulatory response. Had it not been for Factory Director Yang's intercession on Zhu's behalf, he would have long since been dismissed. Let us not forget that it was still 1961, and Lu Jinhua had not yet relinquished all his shares in the steel mill, still possessing a degree of influence. Approaching noon, Li Ping made a point to visit the area where Zhu was tasked with cleaning toilets, coincidentally witnessing a rather entertaining scene. "Look at our chef, he, reduced to cleaning toilets. Everyone, come and see." Su Damao was leaping about, hurling mockery with a smug expression that made even Li Ping want to strike him. "You little brat, I see you're just asking for trouble." As expected, before Su Damao could utter more than a couple of taunts, Zhu chased him around the factory with a broom covered in excrement. With their antics escalating, Li Ping found little interest in joining the fray, knowing that Zhu's makeshift weapon was far too lethal. After resolving the major event of life, Li Ping turned back toward the procurement department. No sooner had he seated himself than several letters were dropped into the department's mailbox. Having recently taken an exam, he eagerly rushed to the mailbox to rummage through its contents. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent, as he discovered a letter addressed to him. Upon grasping it, he immediately tore it open. "What's this? You seem particularly jubilant. Is there some good news from your home?" The team leader of the procurement department, Luo Dayo, noticed Li Ping curiously unsealing a letter and leaned in with a grin. "Everyone, hold on a moment. Let me see what it says before I share it with you." Indeed, as Li Ping opened the envelope, he extracted a notebook accompanied by a letter, which conveyed words of encouragement and congratulations on his successful exam. The notebook was quite remarkable, adorned in red with the clear inscription of Level 5 Chef Certificate, prominently stamped with a large official seal, yet conspicuously lacking a photograph. Li Ping turned back to his desk and carefully retrieved a personal photo from his drawer, moistening it slightly before affixing it onto the certificate. Now, the other procurement staff members could clearly see it. "My goodness, Li Ping, you've obtained a chef's certificate, and at level 5, no less. How astounding!" Luo Dayo could hardly believe his eyes. He had not anticipated that this quiet young man was actually a chef. "Li Ping, you're quite the enigma." At this juncture, Lu, another procurement officer, approached, drawn by the commotion in their small office. "A level 5 chef's certificate. Li Ping, you are on the verge of striking it rich, my goodness." "Comrade Li Ping, we must celebrate with a couple of drinks after work today." "Indeed, congratulations, Comrade Li Ping, you have truly made a name for yourself." Just then, they all recalled that Li Ping was not only a procurement officer but now also a level 5 chef. The salary for a chef alone was 54.9 yuan, and when combined with his procurement officer salary, it nearly approached 90 yuan a month. "Thank you all. I'm thrilled today. Let's meet at the cheap restaurant after work. Shall we?" Li Ping, glancing at his level 5 chef certificate, recognized that a celebratory feast was inevitable, so he resolved to be generous and treat everyone. "All right. But first, Li Ping, you should promptly report to Deputy Factory Director Li to register your qualification, so you can receive an additional salary next month." Luo Dayo suddenly stood up, reminding Li Ping not to get carried away by his excitement. Indeed, Luo Dayo, the group leader, was exceptional, while others were focused on celebrating. He immediately thought of the necessity for Li Ping to complete the registration. Initially, Li Ping wished to admire his certificate, but seeing the enthusiasm of his colleagues, he reluctantly went to find Deputy Factory Director Li for registration. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor of the administration building, Li Ping straightened his attire before knocking on the door. Knock, knock. "Hello, Director Li. I am Li Ping from the procurement department, here to register my work level." As soon as he entered, Li Ping noticed that apart from Deputy Factory Director Li and his secretary, no one else was present. "Oh, Comrade Li, what certificate did you recently obtain? Let me have a look." Deputy Factory Director Li set aside his documents, his interest piqued. Upon receiving the certificate, he was taken aback by the sight of the level 5 chef certificate in red, astonished that their factory had such talent. He immediately felt compelled to recruit Li Ping and quickly gestured for him to sit. "Ha ha ha, our steel factory is truly a hidden gem. I had no idea we had such skilled individuals in the procurement department. Very impressive. When Deputy Factory Director Li first beheld the certificate, he could hardly believe his eyes. Ha ha ha. You flatter me, Director. Regardless of my position, I remain one of your subordinates. Li Ping was well aware of the dynamics of workplace life. Everyone is uplifted together, and upon receiving praise, he swiftly reciprocated with polite remarks. Deputy Factory Director Li, surprised by Li Ping's eloquence, began contemplating allowing him to continue as a procurement officer while making chef duties his primary role. Assigning him to the second kitchen. For the time being, his salary was set at the level 5 rate, and due to Li Ping's unique circumstances, he would earn 85.6 yuan monthly, with plans to assign him to manage a small kitchen the following day. In the future, Deputy Factory Director Li considered promoting Li Ping to the position of Deputy Director of the second kitchen, as the current Deputy Director was set to retire in 6 months, making it imperative for someone to step into the role. To further demonstrate his culinary prowess, Li Ping proposed to cook a few dishes for the lunch hour, inviting everyone to taste his creations. The reason Deputy Factory Director Li readily agreed was due to the recent troubles involving Sha Zhu, who had been punished with menial tasks. At that moment, the kitchen was in dire need of someone capable. Deputy Factory Director Li had not anticipated stumbling upon such fortune. Congratulations, Director. You've been struggling to find a new chef to replace that troublesome Sha Zhu, and now a new chef has come knocking at your door. Ha ha ha, Secretary Song, witnessing the director's delight, quickly approached to flatter him. Excellent. I'll bring Director Yang and several department heads to your private dining room to sample your dishes, and then we can discuss your job classification. Although Deputy Factory Director Li trusted government-issued chef certificates, he wanted to personally savor Li Ping's culinary skills before making any decisions. All right, unless there's anything else, I'll head down to prepare. After saying this, Li Ping gracefully exited the office and made his way to the factory's second kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the second kitchen, glancing at his watch to find that it was still before 10 in the morning, granting him ample time. After presenting the note from Deputy Factory Director Li, Chef Zhang in the back kitchen did not make things difficult for him and promptly cleared a small cooking station for him. Master Li, you can use Station 3 for now, but today we only have lamb meat aside from fish. The rest is all radishes, cabbages, and peppers. Let me know if you need anything else. Understanding Li Ping's intent, Chef Zhang took him to the storeroom for a quick look and explained the situation in the kitchen. Thank you, Chef Zhang. This will suffice. I can manage the rest. To Li Ping's surprise, there was still some of the lamb he had procured previously available in storage. It was a pleasant surprise. Given the current times, if he were limited to only radishes and cabbages, even his culinary skills would struggle to shine. However, to prepare these special dishes, he would need to procure some chickens. So he made an excuse to leave the factory and soon returned with 2 chickens. With all the ingredients gathered, Li Ping first prepared the chickens and fish, setting them aside for later use. He then retrieved a few pounds of lamb from the storeroom, slicing it into pieces for a hot pot. For the chicken, to highlight its winter freshness, he opted for the simplest dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. He halved another chicken for spicy stir-fried chicken cubes, while the remaining fish, 2 5-pound carps, would be used for a straightforward preparation of sweet and sour carp. Although the ingredients were similar, the methods varied greatly. With the meat secured, he turned to the vegetables, quickly preparing some water-soaked cabbage and marinated cucumber. Before long, he had crafted a splendid spread of 6 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, showcasing both southern and northern culinary characteristics. The dinner gathering included not only the factory director and deputy director, but also various department heads, totaling 13 attendees. To ensure quality and quantity, Li Ping even spent his own money on alcohol, purchasing several bottles of Fungio at 5.3 yuan each and a bottle of Maodai at 16 yuan, while most of the other ingredients came from his own storage. Esteemed leaders, I appreciate your presence at my culinary tasting today. Please indulge and enjoy your meal, and I welcome any valuable feedback. Once all the leaders were seated, Li Ping eagerly poured Maodai for everyone, engaging in the customary small talk. Although he seldom attended such banquets, today, for the sake of his career, he had to muster his courage. Haha, wonderful, Comrade Li Ping. Today's efforts deserve a toast. Let us truly savor this young brother's culinary talents. Deputy Factory Director Li Huida was the first to raise his arm and stand, eager to support the newly recruited talent. Well, I toast to everyone. With Deputy Factory Director Li presiding over the banquet, it became clear that Li Ping was the new recruit he had lured in. Everyone was quite accommodating, even Director Yang at the head of the table, who raised his glass in acknowledgement of Li Ping. Soon, the atmosphere relaxed as people began to enjoy the meal. As a leader, Director Yang was the first to pick up his chopsticks, sampling a piece of fish. To his surprise, although it was a southern dish, it suited his palate perfectly. Compared to Sha Zhu's previous cooking, Li Ping's dishes were at least 2 levels superior in flavor and presentation. Even Director Yang, a seasoned veteran at dining tables, could not help but be impressed. This banquet allowed some to gain face and others to gain substance. In any case, everyone left satisfied. As the evening drew to a close, Deputy Factory Director Li, while departing, patted Li Ping on the shoulder, instructing him to report to the kitchen the next day, temporarily appointing him as the team leader of the second kitchen. With a monthly salary of 54.9 yuan as a level 5 cook, plus a 6 yuan team leader stipend, he would earn a total of 60.9 yuan. If he could also fulfill his procurement duties each month, Li Ping could maintain his position in the procurement department, providing him with ample room for growth. One step at a time. Let us speak of matters once the year of famine has passed. It is likely that many restaurants outside will need to endure a bit longer. Li Ping's decision to work in the kitchen stems from his desire to cultivate a certain persona for himself. After all, in the 1960s, one's reputation held great significance. Coupled with his inherent advantages and a life devoid of worries regarding food and drink, it must be said that aside from occasionally dealing in antiques and paintings, Li Ping currently has little else to occupy his time. After the banquet concluded, Li Ping returned to his office to sip tea and pass the time. Only when the closing bell rang did he leisurely ride his bicycle back to the courtyard. Upon entering, he immediately noticed that third uncle, the guardian of the door, was as sharp as ever, beaming at Li Ping and exclaiming, "Li Ping, you're back. I've heard from the neighbors that you've received a promotion and a raise. What splendid news! Why not set up a few tables in the courtyard to celebrate? Third uncle, are you merely standing guard at the door with the intention of feasting? It seems you're just missing a white cloth to cover the table. Shall I suggest that you play the role of host?" Li Ping interjected before his counterpart could respond, turning the tables on him. "Is it merely a banquet we're discussing? Must I lie down for it?" Yin Fugue, upon receiving Li Ping's jest, turned crimson with embarrassment. After uttering his remark, the old man huffed and turned away, perhaps feeling that he had lost face before his mentor. Lu Haizhong, who had just returned, witnessed the scene, astonished. He had never imagined that after living in this courtyard for over half his life, someone could make the old miser blush. "Li Ping, look at what you've done. Old Yin has some pride." "And your words were rather hurtful to his dignity," Lu Haizhong noted, although he felt a sense of satisfaction at seeing third uncle receive his comeuppance. Yet, recalling that they were comrades in the same struggle, he could not help but speak up. "What's the matter? Everyone's finances aren't exactly overflowing. If it comes to it, perhaps we could have third aunt take on some odd jobs at the neighborhood committee?" Li Ping, aware that third uncle's life was not particularly prosperous, had merely intended a light-hearted tease. He had not anticipated the old man's sensitivity. Moreover, with the new year approaching, their eldest son would soon be entering the workforce. Providing additional support to the family, Li Ping was confident that Yin Jieqing, a high school graduate, would find work. After all, jobs were distributed uniformly by the state in these times. After having his fun, Li Ping picked up his lunchbox and headed back to the backyard. On his way through the courtyard, he spotted Qin Huairu washing clothes. In truth, this woman had an endless supply of laundry, regardless of the season. However, recently, Sha Zhu had been assigned to clean the toilets, and Li Ping wondered who she was waiting for while still engaged in her chores. Just then, an elderly voice interrupted his thoughts. "Qin Huairu, hold off on the washing. Sha Zhu has encountered a bit of trouble, so take these things back." Yi Zhonghai, that seemingly virtuous fellow, approached the sink with a lunchbox in hand, offering it to her. "Thank you ever so much, Uncle Yi. We've been struggling with food lately, and my son has grown quite thin," Qin Huairu said, accepting the lunchbox while forcing out tears. It was evident to any discerning observer that her son was as robust as an ox. And her words were exaggerated. As she prepared to leave with the lunchbox, Yi Zhonghai seized the moment to whisper a few words. This scene left Li Ping utterly astonished. Truly, Yi Zhonghai was the quintessential green tea, and his parasitic tactics had already reached an impressive level of sophistication. Yet, Yi Zhonghai was no fool. Although Li Ping could not discern the exact words he had muttered, he could surmise that he was likely inviting Qin Huairu to rendezvous in the cellar. As for Sha Zhu, the sight of these two was quite disheartening. and Li Ping chose to ignore them, taking a turn to return to the backyard. "Wife, could you please reheat these dishes? The kitchen's fare today is particularly aromatic. Do sample my culinary skills." Upon entering the house, Li Ping placed the dishes on the table and called out to the bedroom. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyi came bustling out, clutching a collection of essays by the master Su Jima. "Great! I've already prepared dinner, so since you bought the ingredients, consider it an addition to the feast." Although Lu Xiaoyi's cooking skills were modest, she was quite adept at reheating dishes. However, as she entered the kitchen, a piercing scream erupted. "There's a mouse, Li Ping, help!" Lu Xiaoyi darted out of the kitchen, her terror propelling her directly into Li Ping's embrace. All right, where's the mouse? Let me see." After comforting Lu Xiaoyi momentarily, Li Ping grabbed a wooden stick from behind the door and headed toward the kitchen. Before long, the sounds of clattering echoed from the kitchen, culminating in the capture of a sizable rat. Weighing nearly 2 pounds, after dispatching the creature, Li Ping disposed of it outside, reflecting that this minor incident served as a reminder to buy some rat poison for safety's sake. Shortly thereafter, dinner was ready. To calm his wife's nerves, Li Ping produced a bottle of fungio and poured them each a glass. He also took the opportunity to share the news of his promotion and raise, as well as his part-time work at Su Huijin's restaurant, ensuring she wouldn't indulge in any unfounded worries while he was at work. After a hearty meal, it was time for some exercise. As for pest control, that could wait. Days passed, and the routine continued. Today, Li Ping unexpectedly ran into Xia Zhu, who, having spent only a few days cleaning toilets, now radiated an unpleasant odor. If it weren't winter, the stench would surely be unbearable. Li Ping mused how cruel Qin Huairu could be. After just a few days without receiving his lunchbox, Xia Zhu's clothes hadn't been washed in weeks. Xia Zhu, one must feel the warmth and chill of human sentiment. The mind is a valuable tool, though some fail to utilize it, Li Ping remarked as he passed by, knowing that Xia Zhu was not inherently malicious. Having witnessed Xia Zhu receive his due punishment, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "Li Ping, do refrain from your sardonic remarks. Mark my words, I will return to the kitchen one day." Xia Zhu retorted darkly, his frustration evident. Had it not been for Li Ping's swift cycling, he might have sought to confront him. Truly, one cannot reason with a fool. Xia Zhu was a prime example. Regardless, he had issued his warning. Whether or not Xia Zhu heeded it was his own affair. Xia Zhu attempted to pursue Li Ping but soon lost his energy. However, on the way, he stumbled upon a package that Li Ping had dropped. Curiously, he picked it up and discovered it was rat poison, an unexpected windfall to take home for the evening. As he grinned, tucking the rat poison into his pocket, he intended to bring it home that night. Shortly after arriving at the steel factory, Xia Zhu's apprentice, Ma Hua, rushed over to inform him that the director required his presence in the office immediately. "Xia Zhu, starting tomorrow, you'll return to the kitchen. After lunch today, you may leave, but remember to take a proper bath and tidy yourself up. Kitchen hygiene is paramount." Had it not been for the director's insistence, Sun, the kitchen supervisor, would not have bothered to engage with Xia Zhu at all. "Thank you, director. I shall return to work at once." Xia Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of joy at this unexpected turn of events, nearly leaping from his seat as he hurried out of the office to announce his return to the kitchen. In truth, it was Li Ping who orchestrated this behind the scenes. After all, Xia Zhu's culinary skills were commendable, and it would be a waste not to utilize them. Moreover, having garnered some recognition for his own cooking in the kitchen, Li Ping had taken it upon himself to speak with the leadership, advocating for Xia Zhu's reinstatement to alleviate the burden of consistently preparing large meals. Alas, this foolish lad lacks discernment. He blunders through life without a care, and one wonders how He Daqing could have raised such a son. Sun mused, recalling his previous acquaintance with He Daqing. Under normal circumstances, elevating Xia Zhu's position would have been a simple matter. Had he not been so inept at ingratiating himself with others. As Xia Zhu departed, Sun took a moment to brew tea, pondering how to organize the day's tasks. Reflecting, he lamented that Xia Zhu was far inferior to his father. Though he neither sought favors nor offered gifts, he often spoke without thinking, inadvertently offending many. In truth, Sun had quietly supported Xia Zhu's rise to kitchen foreman, though he had never disclosed this to him. Soon after, a new notice was posted, succinctly stating that the kitchen was in dire need of cooks, and in a reluctant move, Xia Zhu was reinstated, merely to provide a satisfactory explanation to the leadership and the factory workers. By 9 in the morning, Li Ping began preparing large meals, relishing the role of head chef, free from the burdens of washing vegetables or preparing ingredients. He simply needed to take up the large wok and start cooking. With others assisting him, it was bewildering how Sha Zhu had managed in the past, as their first kitchen lacked any capable chefs for large-scale cooking. The staff swiftly got to work. Xiao Feng prepared the ingredients. And today, Li Ping intended to cook a spicy fish stew, inviting others to observe and learn as they wished. "Thank you, Chef Li." Xiao Feng, a newcomer who had joined the factory a year prior, was pleasantly surprised that the new head chef valued his assistance. Though unspoken, it is widely understood that this marks the prelude to the master taking on an apprentice. Consequently, the colleagues in the second kitchen cast envious glances at Xiao Feng. Recently, after Li Ping joined the back kitchen, he established new regulations. Henceforth, serving rice must be steady, and the amount given must correspond precisely to the ticket received from the workers. This alone has made the second kitchen a favored dining spot among the staff. Furthermore, just a few days into his tenure, Li Ping organized a comprehensive cleaning of the second kitchen and has now made the recipes for simple dishes public, encouraging everyone to learn. With these few initiatives, he has won over the colleagues in the second kitchen, garnering admiration even from the higher-ups. When hearts unite, efficiency soars, and many tasks are completed without Li Ping needing to point them out. Soon, as the enticing aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen, it was lunchtime at the steel plant. Sha Zhu, fortunate enough to have the afternoon off, made a special trip to the second kitchen to sample Li Ping's culinary skills. After all, one should embrace their profession wholeheartedly. If one is to fail, let it be with clarity. Despite Sha Zhu donning a hat in an attempt to disguise himself in the queue, Li Ping recognized him instantly. "Xiao Feng, make sure to serve Sha Zhu a generous portion. Let him truly savor the prowess of our second kitchen," Li Ping remarked to Xiao Feng before leaving the serving station to return to the back kitchen. Understood. While Xiao Feng held a disdainful view of such underhanded behavior, he dared not be negligent in carrying out the chef's orders. When it was Sha Zhu's turn, he pulled his hat low and called out, "I'll have a portion of spicy fish head and a serving of stir-fried tofu, and 3 large steamed buns, please." Xiao Feng, aware of Sha Zhu's embarrassment, refrained from exposing him and, following Li Ping's instructions, ladled a heaping scoop of fish meat onto his plate. After Sha Zhu left, Xiao Feng sighed, contemplating the vast disparities between individuals. Recently, the happenings in the first kitchen had become common knowledge among the factory workers, yet few anticipated the staggering sum that Sha Zhu had embezzled. The factory's punishment of merely assigning him to clean the toilets seemed excessively lenient. Had it been anyone else, they would have been summarily dismissed. After collecting his meal, Sha Zhu retreated to a corner. Head bowed as he consumed his food. To his surprise, Li Ping's large pot dishes were indeed superior to his own cooking. Finishing his meal, Sha Zhu even took an extra portion to pack for dinner. As the employee meals were significantly cheaper than purchasing outside, not to mention the savings on fuel costs from not having to cook at home at 12:30, Sha Zhu ambled back to the courtyard with his lunchbox. Fortunately, his timing was serendipitous. Most of the neighbors were resting, preventing any inquiries about his whereabouts. "Bah! That wretched Sha Zhu doesn't even have the decency to greet me. Such an uncouth lad without parents," Jia Zhangshi berated. Upon noticing Sha Zhu's return without a word, upon entering the house, Sha Zhu tossed the lunchbox onto the table and hurried off to the kitchen for water and a bath. What an insufferable tongue Jia Zhangshi has. If it weren't for Sister Qin, I would have given her a piece of my mind. In that moment, Sha Zhu felt a twinge of regret. After all the times he had brought food to their home, their lack of gratitude had been disheartening, especially given the harsh rebukes he received. As he crouched down to add firewood to the stove, a packet of rat poison slipped from his clothing and fell to the ground. Sha Zhu noticed it immediately, stood up, broke off a small piece of steamed bun, sprinkled rat poison on it, and placed it on the corner of the table before returning to boil water. Most would hesitate to waste a bun like that. But Sha Zhu, being a kitchen worker, had no shortage of food at that moment. Bongging, who had been sleeping inside, was stirred awake. Though it was Tuesday, he had the freedom to attend school or not as he pleased. "Grandma, can you please be quiet? I'm so hungry." Bongging, just getting up, rubbed his face with his right hand while heading towards his grandmother. "Oh dear grandson, why don't you sleep a bit longer?" Upon seeing her eldest grandson awake and complaining of hunger, Jia Zhangshi hurried to find him something to eat. After searching the kitchen, She only found half a steamed bun. Despite her own cravings, she handed it to Bongging. He devoured the bun in just a couple of bites, leaving him feeling a bit unsatisfied. "Grandma, I'm going out to play. When Mom comes back, remind her to make braised pork. We haven't had it in 2 days." As Bongging dashed outside, he called back to his grandmother. "Good boy. I saw Shaju return with a lunchbox. When your mother finishes work, ask her to bring it for you. But don't wander too far." Jia Zhangshi, watching her grandson run off, returned to her nap. Bongging sped out of the courtyard, but after wandering around, he found no peers to play with, as most children his age were at school, leaving only toddlers in open-crotch pants, hardly suitable playmates. While meandering outside, he accidentally noticed smoke rising from his own courtyard. "Isn't that our chimney?" Filled with curiosity, Bongging hurried back, imagining his grandmother preparing a delicious meal, causing saliva to involuntarily gather in his mouth. However, upon returning and searching around, he found no sign of food being prepared. Instead, he saw smoke billowing from Shaju's house. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he dashed into Shaju's home. Upon entering, he immediately heard the sound of someone showering. As he took a few steps toward the kitchen, he spotted the bun resting at the foot of the table. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. After finishing, he still felt a bit unsatisfied, so his gaze turned to the lunchbox on the table. Lifting the lid revealed it brimming with fish meat, which delighted Bongging immensely. He quickly tucked the lunchbox under his arm and raced home. Grandma, look, I brought back Shaju's lunchbox, and it's filled with meat dishes." Upon his return, Bongging proudly presented the lunchbox to his grandmother. "That wretched Shaju, with all his good food, doesn't he even consider sharing with us? What a selfish person." Jia Zhangshi took the lunchbox and, upon seeing the abundant fish meat, felt her appetite surge. Nevertheless, she refrained from letting her grandson devour it immediately. Instead, she gathered some cornmeal and white flour, mixing them to make steamed buns. Thus, after some culinary endeavors in the kitchen, the grandmother and grandson soon found themselves preparing to eat yet another meal. However, just as they were halfway through their meal, Bongging suddenly felt his stomach grumble ominously, followed by sharp pains that turned his complexion pale. "Oh no, Grandma, my stomach hurts so much." In an instant, Bongging began to froth at the mouth, rolling on the ground in agony. "Dear grandson, what is wrong with you? Help! Someone, please!" This alarming scene sent Jia Zhangshi into a flurry of panic, her heart racing as she scrambled to assist. As the cries for help echoed, the once quiet courtyard erupted in chaos. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shaju had just finished his shower and was outside getting a haircut, completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding next door. "Oh no, Shaju is back? When did that happen? Where could he have gone?" Upon hearing the commotion, Auntie was the first to rush out to help, but when she inquired among the neighbors, she learned that Shaju had just stepped out. Auntie searched Shaju's home but found no sign of him. With no choice, she organized the other women to take the child to the hospital. After all, Jia Dongxi was her husband's apprentice, and with the Jia family in crisis, she felt compelled to assist. "Shaju, that rascal, poisoned us. When I get back, I swear I'll make him pay," Jia Zhangshi raged, following closely behind, her voice shrill with anger. "When did Shaju poison you? Do you have any witnesses?" Aunt E, hearing Jia Zhangshi's accusations, felt a wave of irritation in her eyes. The Jia family was no longer reliable, and Shaju was their last hope for support. After a lengthy and incoherent outburst, Jia Zhangshi ultimately failed to provide any evidence. Aunt E quickly deduced that the food they had consumed was likely stolen. The neighbors, keen to distance themselves from the Jia family's troubles, promptly helped transport Bongging to the hospital before hastily departing. Time flew by, and as the sun began to set, the workers returned home from their shifts. Upon arriving, Yi Zhonghai was promptly informed of the day's events by Aunt E. The Jia family is demanding a courtyard meeting. Jia Zhangshi's intent was clear. She sought compensation. After learning the details, Yi Zhonghai felt that convening a meeting over such matters was somewhat unjust, as stealing was inherently wrong. Yet, as one of the elder leaders of the courtyard, he felt obligated to address the issue, given that they had been elected to resolve civil disputes within the community. In the present day, Shaju finds himself as the sole object of his own retirement. And honestly, Yi Zhonghai is reluctant to engage in this matter. He fears that mishandling the situation might dishearten Shaju. Thus, this issue must be approached with utmost delicacy and a semblance of fairness. As the evening meal concluded, notifications for a meeting began to circulate among the residents. Naturally, Li Ping was among them. Although the meeting did not directly concern him, he was eager to witness the unfolding drama of the night. Meetings were always convened in the courtyard, and after dinner, Li Ping strolled over with Lu Xiaoyi in tow. Was it not evident that a meeting was in order? Lu Xiaoyi had heard whispers of the day's events. Having remained in the courtyard where news had spread among the neighbors long before the meeting commenced. Let us go. Tonight's spectacle promises to be quite thrilling. I wager it will culminate in a tale of ingratitude. Li Ping jested as he joined his wife, stepping briskly through the corridor. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they found an 8 immortals table set in the center, with 3 overseers seated in a staggered formation. Though it was a gathering for the entire courtyard, each household had only sent a representative, for too many attendees would have made seating impossible. As Li Ping settled into his chosen spot, he noticed Qin Huairu had already commenced her performance, delicately dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, intermittently stifling quiet sobs. Seeing her in such a state, Li Ping felt inclined to bestow upon her an Academy Award for Best Actress. Meanwhile, Xia Zhu, with a foolish grin plastered on his face, gazed at the woman, clearly smitten to the point of no return. Beside him, Bang Gung, though rescued from danger, appeared pallid and lifeless, likely unable to stomach a meal that evening. Well, since everyone is gathered, let us commence the meeting now. I invite the esteemed elder to share a few words with us. Lu Haizhong, his belly protruding, rose after taking a sip from his cup, raising a hand to signal silence. Yi Zhonghai, upon being called upon, cleared his throat and began, I trust everyone is familiar with the events that transpired, so I shall refrain from elaborating. However, it is undeniable that children can be mischievous. Bang Gung, being young and unaware, inadvertently ingested rat poison while playing at Xia Zhu's home. Although he has been saved, substantial medical expenses have been incurred. How do you wish to address this matter? Qin Huairu glanced at Xia Zhu. Although she felt a twinge of guilt, her son's welfare took precedence, forcing Xia Zhu into a subordinate position. The doctor has informed us that while my child has been saved, the ingestion of rat poison at Bang Gung's tender age may lead to complications. Therefore, we must seek some form of compensation. 200 yuan would suffice. Furthermore, my child will require a specific diet of fine grains to recover. She paused, looking around, and I hope the esteemed gentleman will bear witness to this matter. Upon hearing her demands, the neighbors were taken aback by her audacity. Xia Zhu had often provided for her family, yet she now seemed to repay his kindness with malice. Every onlooker inhaled sharply, and Xia Zhu felt a chill creep into his heart. What? Only 200 yuan? Qin Huairu, you are being unreasonable. My grandson is your eldest son. 200 yuan is far too little, at least 600 yuan. Or I shall not acquiesce, Jia Zhangshi interjected, jumping to demand full reparation, insisting that Xia Zhu should face financial ruin. I cannot believe it. 200 yuan is insufficient. And now it has escalated to 600 yuan. Are they trying to extort him? Xia Zhu was taken aback by the blatant avarice displayed by the Jia family. Just recently, he had even brought them meals. Yet they were now plunging a knife into his back. At that moment, a young girl of 17 or 18 returned on her bicycle. It was He Yushui. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily caught off guard. He knew that if He Yuzhu were to pay today, he would indeed become the scapegoat. Yushui, do not create chaos. Zhu, you decide. Yi Zhonghai ultimately relinquished control to Xia Zhu, fearing that should the latter reconsider, he might lay blame at Yi's feet. As the courtyard's residents fixated their gazes upon Xia Zhu, Qin Huairu, noticing his dazed expression, quickly squeezed out a few tears, presenting herself as the epitome of victimhood. After an evening of fruitless debate, Li Ping discreetly sent Lu Xiaoyi to the police station to summon help. Despite his ongoing conflict with Xia Zhu, Li Ping could not permit Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family to set a dangerous precedent. Otherwise, peace in the courtyard would be forever jeopardized. Hurry, Xia Zhu, pay up. Have you not seen your sister Qin waiting for your life-saving funds? Even Su Damao, observing the unfolding drama, could not contain his glee at witnessing his rival's misfortune. Su Damao, cease your nonsense. I did not give that child rat poison. If you have the guts, go ahead and accuse me. Initially, Xia Zhu thought he could settle the matter for a mere 100 or 200 yuan. But the Jia family's demands felt like a bloodletting of his family's resources. He would never agree to such terms. Indeed, those who know you best are often your foes. Though Sha Zhu had initially considered resolving the matter with a payment, Su Damao's remarks ignited a fierce reluctance within him. Observing this, Yi Zhonghai quickly sought a way to defuse the situation, knowing that he must protect his own interests. If you are unwilling to compensate, how do you propose to reach a resolution between your families? Elder, an incident occurred at my home involving Bengung. I will certainly compensate, but 200 yuan is simply excessive. Sha Zhu hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to offer a modest 80 yuan to appease the situation. At that moment, Lu Haizhong abruptly interjected, eager to assert his presence. I disagree. We cannot let Zhu pay this money. Otherwise, he will become the scapegoat. Who among you would dare bully my Sha Zhu? As the prospect of payment loomed, old Lady Long, leaning on her cane, could no longer remain silent. She had witnessed enough, realizing that Yi Zhonghai had failed to speak a word in defense of Sha Zhu, while the Jia family revealed themselves to be a pack of beasts. As the debate raged on, Lu Shaoyi arrived with police officers in tow. Ladies and gentlemen, please step aside. We are police officers from the nearby station, and we received a report of extortion. Is there any truth to this? At that moment, two officers burst onto the scene, the leading officer wearing an amused expression as he scrutinized the crowd. Upon witnessing the sudden police presence, Yi Zhonghai grew uneasy. He had never anticipated that someone would resort to calling the authorities. The previously silent third elder understood that with the police involved, no benefits would be gained tonight, and he might even find himself in hot water in the lead-up to the meeting when Yi Zhonghai had sought his counsel. The third elder had felt uneasy about the gathering as it contradicted his principles. Even if Sha Zhu was not the most admirable individual, there was no need for him to compromise his moral compass over this affair. Qin Huairu was equally taken aback by the turn of events, her gaze fixed ominously on Sha Zhu. After all, the entire situation hinged on this simpleton. If he could be persuaded to change his stance, perhaps they could salvage something from the disaster. Soon, the officers had gathered sufficient information about the incident. To avoid prolonging the disturbance to everyone's evening, they decided to escort both Sha Zhu and the Jia family to the station for further questioning. It was not until after 9 o'clock that they were released. The ultimate resolution was that, considering Qin Huairu's influence, Sha Zhu voluntarily compensated the Jia family with 20 yuan, while Jia Zhongshi was penalized for inciting her child to steal. Sentenced to a month of labor at the farm. Though the outcome was somewhat unexpected, Li Ping found it comprehensible, given that Sha Zhu was a loyal sycophant of Qin Huairu. Originally, she too was to face labor. But the station took into account that her family had several children to care for, allowing her mother-in-law to shoulder the burden instead. While the meeting had begun in a rather unscrupulous manner, it ultimately concluded on a satisfactory note. Having lost so much time during the meeting, Li Ping decided to prepare a couple of bowls of noodles, inviting Lu Shaoyi to join him for a late-night snack. Although the preparation was simple, just 2 fried eggs atop the noodles, it was considered quite a treat in the 1960s, particularly coming from Li Ping, a chef of considerable skill. I suspect that Sha Zhu is beyond redemption. How could he not harbor any intentions towards a household full of widows? Lu Shaoyi had a clear understanding of the day's events. Though Sha Zhu appeared simple and honest, her intuition told her he was not as naive as he seemed. This fellow was no fool. He could only be described as a sycophant, likely to end up with nothing in the end. Li Ping held a bowl in one hand, savoring his noodles while engaging in casual banter with his wife. Eventually, the couple fell into silence, focusing solely on their meal. They resided next to old Lady Long, and while they enjoyed their noodles, they inadvertently overheard her reprimanding Sha Zhu for his misguided kindness. The enticing aroma of a late-night snack wafted from next door, indicating that they were not the only ones indulging that evening. It seemed the neighbors had also ignited their stove. Tonight, Li Ping gained clarity. Within this courtyard, apart from old Lady Long's genuine concern for Sha Zhu, no one else truly cared for the foolish lad. Even Lu Shaoyi could not usurp Sha Zhu's place in the old lady's affections. And despite having reported to the authorities on their behalf, she received not a word of gratitude from him. This lack of acknowledgement revealed much. Li Ping understood that to survive in this courtyard, he needed to seek new allies. Otherwise, they might need to remove old Master Yi from his position, for the old man would stop at nothing to secure his retirement. Alternatively, they could sever ties with the Jia family, eliminating any aspirations and, consequently, any conflicts of interest. After finishing their late-night meal and chatting briefly, Li Ping and his wife tidied up and prepared for rest. However, Before retiring for the night, Li Ping felt compelled to step outside to address a significant matter in his life. Upon returning from the restroom, he unexpectedly spotted Qin Huairu stealthily entering He Yuju's cellar, her hands clutching an oil lamp. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure slipped in behind her, also making its way into the cellar. Goodness! What mischief were these two plotting at such an hour? It seemed oldie Zhonghai was still sharp, and tonight promised to be entertaining. Li Ping had not anticipated that old Yi would engage with Qin Huairu so soon. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, curiosity piquing his interest as he crept closer. As he neared the cellar entrance, he overheard Qin Huairu's voice. Little Qin, Sha Zhu just returned to the kitchen, and others are watching closely, making it inconvenient to bring vegetables home. Please take these 20 jin of cornmeal to fill your stomach first. Oldie replied, Sha Zhu is unable to assist us now. The children at home will likely grow restless from hunger. Can you devise a way to get my mother out? Qin Huairu's tears flowed freely, as if they were without cost. Well, you know that I've spent most of my life without children. If you can help me have a son. Then, old Yi had just handed over the cornmeal, and his words began to imply something more. Old Yi, remember what you promised me. If you dare deceive me, I will haunt you even in death. Qin Huairu thought to herself that she was already on birth control, and this old man would never get his wish for her to bear him a child. For now, she just needed to placate him until she could rescue her mother-in-law. Before long, Qin Huairu had stripped down to her underwear, while old Yi eagerly removed all his clothing. Hurry up, let us get this over with, and I'll fulfill my promise first thing tomorrow morning. At that moment, old Yi was elated, having not anticipated that Qin Huairu would so readily agree to his terms. Li Ping, observing the scene unfold, could hardly believe his eyes. The drama of the night was astounding. The relationship between old Yi and Qin Huairu, a mentor-student bond, bordered on scandalous. How audacious, and yet, it must be said that the 28-year-old Qin Huairu possessed an enviable figure. Ugh, what am I thinking at a time like this? Li Ping chided himself for his thoughts. Suddenly, as he watched their illicit encounter, he felt compelled to intervene. With a determined resolve, he flung open the cellar door and leaped down, startling the individuals inside. Who's there? They both gasped in unison, glancing up at the cellar entrance. You two put on quite the show just now. Impressive indeed, Li Ping remarked, inching closer, despite the discomforting scene before him. Li Ping, please, I beg you, do not speak of tonight's events. I would be utterly humiliated. Qin Huairu cried, her face pale with fear as she clung to Li Ping's leg in desperation. Old Yi, paralyzed with dread, resembled a frightened bird. Li Ping, I implore you, spare us. Though his words suggested a plea, old Yi was stealthily attempting to retrieve his clothing. Li Ping, however, was not about to grant him that opportunity. He stepped forward, quick as lightning. Seizing the garments nearby, stop right there. Do not even think about reclaiming your clothes. Point one more step, and I will raise my voice to summon the entire neighborhood. Li Ping held their clothes aloft, ensuring they could not snatch them back, ready to toss them out of the cellar at a moment's notice. What do you want from us? Oldie stammered, his complexion shifting from red to green. Resembling a chameleon, I'll give you a choice. 1,000 yuan, and your clothes will be returned. Otherwise, I shall ensure your disgrace becomes public knowledge tonight. Though Li Ping had no particular need for the money, who would ever refuse a windfall? 1,000 yuan. Isn't that excessive? Oldie protested. There's no room for negotiation. Either pay up or prepare for a lengthy stint in prison. Please, just spare us. As long as you keep tonight's event secret, we will comply with whatever you ask. Indeed. Could you at least return our clothing? What are you thinking? Old man, let us go get the money right now. If you dare deceive me, I will ensure you enter the police station without a stitch on. Li Ping was unperturbed, as he still held their clothing. To avoid unnecessary embarrassment, he returned only their tops, leaving their undergarments and trousers out of the equation. Naturally, if anyone encountered them after exiting the cellar, that would be their misfortune. Given the circumstances, Oldie had no choice but to comply. Thus, they cautiously made their way to Old Yi's residence, one in front and the other in tow, without further incident. Upon arriving home, Oldie retrieved a square iron box from beneath a brick in the kitchen, revealing a thick stack of cash. It was estimated to be at least 10,000 yuan. He promptly counted out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Li Ping. the wealthiest man in the courtyard. Now we're even. However, let me remind you to refrain from morally coercing others for donations in the future. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to hold you accountable. After delivering this warning, Li Ping nonchalantly tossed their clothing to the ground and departed without a backward glance. With the money in hand, Li Ping then visited Sha Zhu's cellar, discarding Qin Huairu's clothing within before returning to his own yard. His heart was elated. Who would have thought a simple trip to the restroom could yield 1,000 yuan? It was far more lucrative than a day's work. Ha! This easy money is delightful. Life is unpredictable, after all. Had it not been for his system space, the money he extorted that night could have allowed him to retire comfortably. As for what the two would think of the evening's events, that was of no concern to him. That moment, Oldie sat in the kitchen, a dark expression on his face, clutching a mooncake box, lost in thought. Having calmed down, Old E considered revenge against Li Ping but ultimately dismissed the notion. He realized that Li Ping was like a stone in a latrine, stinky and unyielding. Furthermore, having exposed his and Qin Huairu's secrets to Li Ping, he found himself unable to hold his head high in front of him. Li Ping is impervious to reason. The loss of money is trivial, but what if he becomes displeased and reveals tonight's events? Old E smacked his thigh in frustration, recalling the methods employed by Lu Xiaoyi's father, and resigned himself to silence. While others might not know Lu Zhenghua's past, Old E, as a longtime employee of the steel factory, was well aware. Before the country's unification, Lu Zhenghua had connections in both the underworld and the elite circles. Therefore, this situation was fraught with consequences. And unless it came to a total rupture, Old E had no desire to escalate matters. The next day, January 1, 1962, New Year's Day, the factory was closed for the holiday. Ding! The host has arrived at the holiday check-in time. Would you like to check in? System? Check in immediately. Ding! Check-in successful. You have received a beginner electrician skill package. Items have been delivered. Goodbye. Li Ping stretched lazily, surprised to find such unexpected rewards upon waking. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, he recognized his wife, Lu Xiaoyi, preparing breakfast. After a quick wash, he donned his coat and made his way to the kitchen. You're up. Come quickly and eat breakfast. I've made 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles. Lu Xiaoyi called out, retrieving 2 large bowls from the cupboard and filling them with noodles from the pot. Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. All right, my dear wife, our factory seldom grants a holiday. Would you care to accompany me to the seaside for a spot of fishing? Li Ping plopped down, seizing his chopsticks to shovel some noodles into his mouth, muttering to himself. The entertainment options in the 1960s are rather monotonous. During these times, one either plays chess or cards, or perhaps the most common activity is fishing by the seaside. After all, neither chess nor cards yield any income, while fishing might occasionally enhance our family's meals, truly a twofold benefit. A quintessential example of this is our third uncle from the courtyard. Why not consider returning to our father's place this afternoon to add some dishes? By the way, it has been about 10 days since my last visit. Luo Xiaoyi's eyes twinkled as she recalled the lamb from their last hot pot gathering at home, and she unconsciously licked her lips. Haha, I see you are simply craving, aren't you? Li Ping shot a glance at his wife. Her demeanor betrayed her secret. Humph, you know it, yet you still say it. Remember to buy some marbled lamb. It's my favorite. Luo Xiaoyi pouted, no longer pretending, and even let out a suppressed gag. Wife, you aren't pregnant. Are you? Li Ping, having caught her previous action, pondered that it had been 2 months since their marriage, and the possibility seemed plausible. Surely not. I merely felt a bit discomfort in my throat, though a woman. Luo Xiaoyi was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, as she rarely paid attention to them. Li Ping, recognizing his wife's absent-mindedness, suggested they visit the hospital after breakfast. It wouldn't be too late to drop by her parents' place in the afternoon. The thought of his wife being pregnant made Li Ping involuntarily assess the provisions in their storage. After all, supporting a family requires a solid material foundation. Host. Li Ping reserves 125 wild boars, 12 white pigs, 6 black goats, 585 chickens, 478 ducks, 510 gene of chicken eggs, 350 gene of duck eggs, 160 gene of fish, 360 gene of chili peppers, 850 gene of potatoes, 950 gene of onions, 600 gene of spinach, 8,350 gene of Chinese cabbage, 943 gene of flour, 390 gene of rice, along with some pig feed and raising materials, which are not mentioned here. After all, with production comes consumption, along with personal daily expenses. Monetary income, 15,723 yuan, along with various tickets. 39 works by renowned 1960s painters, and 683 antique items, including 86 exquisite pieces. Frankly, with the money currently earned, Li Ping could easily purchase several small quadrangles in the heart of the city. After finishing breakfast, Li Ping set out with his wife, fortuitously encountering Su Damao in the front yard. "Third uncle, take this bag of dried goods home to sample. As for the rest, there's no need to inquire." "All right," Damao, just back and eager to boast to third uncle about his plans for a blind date, quickly changed the subject upon seeing Li Ping approach. "All right, thanks for the dried goods. It's rare to have a weekend. I'll head out fishing now to improve my family's meals." Third uncle, recognizing the commotion, understood what Su Damao was up to, but since he had accepted Damao's gifts, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Li Ping held little regard for Su Damao's meager offerings. As he reached the entrance, he noticed that Damao's gait appeared somewhat unsteady, indicating that he had likely been up to no good in the countryside. It was no wonder he remained childless. Aside from being bullied by the likes of Shaju, his escapades in the countryside were likely a contributing factor. Li Ping thought to himself that he had no grudges against the lad. Merely nodding in acknowledgement as he passed by as the couple departed the courtyard, the neighbors began to stir. With children free from school and adults relieved of work, everyone enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Children were seen playing with cats and dogs, while adults engaged in the usual games of cards and chess. "Shaju, brother, I'm in a good mood today. I have delightful news. I'm going on a blind date in a few days. You'll be envious of this single life of yours." Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Damao encountered his nemesis and immediately boasted loudly. Shaju, taken aback by this unexpected encounter, retorted, "You foolish one, with that horse-like face. Who would be interested in you? I reckon you must be the second niece of Zhu Beiji. Ha! I see you possess the heart of a thief but lack the courage. You think your constant following of Qin Huairu goes unnoticed by her neighbors? No wonder you remain without a wife." Su Damao, unwilling to let his rival have the upper hand, was aware that although Luo Shaoyi had been taken by Li Ping, he, the dashing playboy, was unfazed by such trivialities. Now that Li Ping was married, Damao recognized there was little he could do, and given that he couldn't best Li Ping in a fight, he wisely chose not to provoke him further. The two, having been rivals since childhood, had always viewed each other with disdain. Shaju had merely not found the right moment to retaliate that morning, or else Su Damao would have been in for a rough time. Although the courtyard buzzed with activity, it had no bearing on Li Ping at that moment. He was already cycling with Luo Shaoyi to the nearby clinic, where they had just secured their appointment. "Let us go. We should let the doctor examine the situation." After paying and receiving the receipt, Li Ping turned to beckon his wife to follow. Although hospitals had Western medicine, during the 1960s, Li Ping had greater faith in traditional Chinese medicine, as the practitioners of that era were still quite competent. They ascended to the second floor of the Chinese medicine department, where a seasoned physician in his 50s was consulting patients. Given the rarity of the holiday, many individuals were present, and it took about 10 minutes before it was Luo Shaoyi's turn. "Congratulations. I will prescribe some medication for you to take it home. For the first 2 to 3 months, please avoid strenuous activities to prevent miscarriage. You can collect your medicine from the left turn on the first floor." The elderly physician took only a brief moment to check Luo Shaoyi's pulse before writing the prescription. "Haha, thank you, doctor. I'm going to be a father." Li Ping, elated by the confirmation, hurriedly descended to fetch the medicine. After settling the payment and gathering their supplies, they departed the hospital, eager to share the joyous news with her parents. Li Ping, upon hearing the sound, turned his head to glance at the young girl. Although he had previously had some disagreements with her brother, he had no intention of directing his frustration towards her. Furthermore, the thought of soon needing to travel to Baoding to invite Hidaching back to assist in organizing the birthday banquet for their leader caused Li Ping to abandon any airs he might have held. "Thank you, brotherly. I expect my brother will return shortly, so I won't trouble you any further." He Shui, being young and somewhat shy, felt embarrassed about taking advantage of others' hospitality. As for her brother, he had been dragged by Director Li to add more dishes, and it seemed he might not be back for a while. In truth, aside from the hospitality dishes prepared by Director Yang at noon, the new Director Li had also orchestrated a feast with the help of Silly Pig in the evening. This Director Li was destined to become the future deputy factory director, And while he had sought out Li Ping in the kitchen earlier, Li Ping had deftly deflected his invitation for hospitality. After all, it was still 1961, and the current director Li was not yet the deputy factory director of the future, so Li Ping felt no obligation to extend any courtesy, this moment. He Yushui, already feeling hungry, decided to follow Li Ping to the backyard when she realized she could not rely on her brother returning anytime soon. Please make yourself comfortable, Yushui. Once I finish with this old hen, I'll prepare a dish that showcases 2 ways to enjoy chicken, allowing you to taste the difference between my cooking and your brother's, Li Ping encouraged. With his door wide open, he felt unbothered by any potential gossip from the neighbors. Especially since Mrs. Long lived next door. If anything were amiss, she would have already come over with her cane to tap on his window. Thank you, brotherly. Let me assist you, he Yushui offered generously. Stepping into the kitchen to help Li Ping prepare the water for the chicken, Li Ping recognized her kind-heartedness and did not object, nodding in agreement as it would help alleviate any awkwardness. With her assistance, Li Ping turned to knead the dough for steamed buns, and soon, a feast was laid out before them. The table was adorned with a serving of hand-pulled chicken, fragrant stir-fried chicken pieces with mushrooms, and a dish of chicken offal stir-fried with onions. Completing their meal as she gazed at the sumptuous dinner spread, Yushui could not help but swallow in anticipation. Although she had yet to pick up her chopsticks, the aroma indicated that Li Ping's culinary skills far surpassed those of her brother. Come, Yushui, do not be shy. Try my cooking and see how it compares to your family's, Li Ping urged, aware that this was her first visit and she might feel hesitant. He promptly picked up a chicken leg with his chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. Thank you, brotherly. This time, Yushui felt more at ease as she seized the chicken leg and took a hearty bite. The flavors were exquisite, and she found herself secretly admiring Li Ping's skills. Indeed, he was far superior to her brother in the kitchen. Observing her relish in the meal, Li Ping took a piece and sent it to the next room before returning. Mindful of his wife, Lu Xiaoyu's, feelings, noticing how eagerly Yushui was eating, Li Ping ladled a bowl of chicken soup and presented it to her. He then poured himself a cup of wine, sipping it slowly while enjoying the meat. Observing the pale and thin appearance of this foolish girl, Li Ping silently cursed Yi Zhonghai for his negligence. By the way, I have heard that your father, He Daqing, is quite skilled in cooking as well. Your brother has been here in this courtyard for some time. Why hasn't he come back to see you siblings? Today, Li Ping intentionally mentioned He Daqing in front of Yushui, hoping to coax her into accompanying him to Baoding. 46. Manipulating the He siblings to Baoding. When they meet, Li Ping planned to expose Yi Zhonghai's hypocritical facade. Brotherly, I am not afraid to share this with you. After my father ran off with a widow when I was 10, we lost contact. He Yushui did not wish to dwell on this matter, yet after years of separation, she had come to terms with it. And regarding that, since your father has not returned to see you, have you and your brother not considered visiting him, or is there some unspoken reason? Li Ping tossed a chicken wing into his mouth, savoring the flavor while mumbling a few words. He Yushui, intrigued, lifted her gaze to Li Ping, taking another bite of the steamed bun as a thought crossed her mind. She was no fool. Otherwise, she would not be attending a nearby high school. Well, to be honest, sister, I recently received a task from my superior to travel to Baoding to find your father, He Daqing, to organize a birthday banquet. If you do not mind, how about I take you along when I have a few days off? Li Ping decided to drop the pretense, believing that sincerity would be more readily accepted. All right. In light of this lavish meal, I shall accompany you on your journey, He Yushui consented, fully aware of his intentions. However, she also intended to confront her father, seeking answers regarding the reasons behind He Daqing's abandonment of them. Some matters needed to be addressed to ease the awkwardness, and before long, their dinner time passed unnoticed. After their meal, He Yushui prepared to return home. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of her brother's empty lunchbox on the dining table, causing her anger to flare. She understood that she could no longer rely on him and could only hope for a fruitful encounter with their father in Baoding in the coming days. Brother, why is there no food at home tonight? Despite having dined at Li Ping's, seeing her brother drinking alone with peanuts left her feeling discontent. Yushui, you're back. I was too busy with work today and forgot about your day off. Would you like me to cook some noodles for you? He Yushu, embarrassed by his sister's question, scratched the back of his head, internally lamenting that Qin Jie had not left him any food. Never mind, I'm not hungry. You eat at your own pace. He Yushui shot a disdainful glance at her brother, silently scolding him for being just like their father, unable to break away from the widow's allure. She turned and headed straight to her room to sleep, opting for the adage out of sight, out of mind. Silly girl. This He Yuzhu was not truly oblivious. He could see that his sister was upset. However, he felt powerless to defend himself and could not voice the words stuck in his throat, so he simply lowered his head to continue drinking in silence. As night fell, the once vibrant courtyard gradually fell into a tranquil hush. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, heralding the imminent arrival of colder weather. Around 7 a.m., Li Ping was awakened from his slumber by the commotion outside. After a quick wash and donning his coat, he secured the doors and windows before preparing to leave on his bicycle. While passing through the courtyard, he encountered the bright-eyed He Yushui, who was eagerly greeting him. "Good morning, brotherly, if you do not mind. Would you care to join me for breakfast?" He Yushui had risen early, specifically to wait for him, and it was clear who she was expecting. "Thank you. I shall impose on you this morning." Li Ping waved in response from a distance, pushing his bicycle onward while exchanging pleasantries with the neighboring residents. "Yushui, who are you calling this early?" He Yuzhu, still bleary-eyed, emerged with his washing items in hand. "Never mind, silly brother. Hurry and wash your face, then come have breakfast." He Yushui nudged her brother from behind, urging him to attend to his own matters. Li Ping, unfazed by the situation, set his bicycle down, turned, and confidently entered the house, taking a seat at the dining table. The sight of the noodles boiling in the pot and the vegetable dumplings He Yushui had prepared that morning was simple but appetizing. "Brotherly, please do not hold back. Try my breakfast and see if it suits your taste." He Yushui beamed, retrieving 3 large bowls from the cupboard and dishing out the dumplings. "Thank you," Li Ping responded, feeling at ease in her presence. "You are quite bold, young man, shamelessly mooching breakfast from others so early in the morning without a hint of embarrassment." He Yuzhu had just returned from washing his face and could tell at a glance that Li Ping was an invited guest of his sister. While he jested, he did not directly ask him to leave out of courtesy. "What's the matter? Is Chef He no longer able to treat the neighbors to breakfast? Besides, I am a guest invited by Yushui." Li Ping boldly countered, unbothered by the teasing to tea this moment. Yuzhu felt a pang of guilt for having neglected his sister the previous night and was reluctant to undermine her in front of Li Ping. Moreover, he had heard from neighbors that his sister had gone to Li Ping's for dinner because she could not wait for him to return home. Thus, the 3 of them awkwardly finished their breakfast. It must be said that Yushui's culinary skills did indeed carry a hint of the He family's legacy. During their meal, Qin Huiru from next door attempted to join them, but upon seeing Li Ping and He Yushui together, she sensed the atmosphere was off and left with her bowl in disappointment. "By the way, brother, I plan to take a trip to Baoding next week to visit our father. Will you accompany me?" He Yushui had just taken a few bites of dumplings when she looked up, pouting slightly, and casually mentioned to her elder brother, attempting to gauge his reaction. "Don't bring up that old man in front of me. I'll pretend he is dead." Upon hearing his sister suddenly mention their father, He Yuzhu's expression darkened, and a surge of anger welled up within him. "Humph, that foolish child is always so impulsive. Although I am not privy to the details of the rift between you two, I must remind you, there are no parents in this world who do not love their own children." Li Ping, discerning the depth of misunderstanding between the siblings regarding He Daqing, felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Once He Yuzhu regained his composure, he acknowledged the validity of Li Ping's words and ceased his defiance, lowering his head to continue his breakfast. After finishing, He Yushui requested 5 yuan from her brother as a meal allowance, which was merely a ruse to acquire the bus fare to Baoding City. Meanwhile, Li Ping finished his meal and promptly rode off on his bicycle, showing no intention of giving He Yuzhu a lift to the factory, much to the chagrin of some who cursed him from behind. Upon arriving at the steel factory, Li Ping returned his bicycle to the shed. As he entered the kitchen, he heard Xiao Feng's voice. "Masterly, have you had your meal? We still have some steamed buns and porridge left in the kitchen. If you haven't eaten, I can serve you a portion I've already eaten. You should get back to work and prepare the ingredients for the lunch stew. I will need them shortly," Li Ping replied. Noticing Xiao Feng's eagerness to impress, Li Ping recognized this phenomenon was quite common in the 1960s. Although he did not articulate these dynamics, he understood that Xiao Feng wished to apprentice under him. As long as Xiao Feng honed his skills at the cutting board, Li Ping would consider taking him on as a protege, although Li Ping currently held the position of head cook. It was evident to any discerning eye that his promotion to director was merely a matter of time, especially given his status as a level 5 chef. Had the current deputy director not had a while before retirement, it was likely that Director Yang would have elevated Li Ping to the position already. After making some arrangements in the kitchen and instructing colleagues in the storeroom to prepare the ingredients for lunch, Li Ping finally returned to his office for a cup of tea. After a brief respite in his office, he noted that the materials were nearly ready and proceeded to cook the stew. As lunchtime approached and the workers began to gather, Li Ping instructed Xiao Feng and the others to serve the dishes before removing his apron and returning to the office for tea. At that moment, Ma Hua from the first kitchen, feeling an urgent need, dashed towards the restroom near the wall. As he passed the storeroom, he suddenly heard some faint sounds and, driven by curiosity, pressed his ear against the wall to listen. Indeed, someone was up to no good inside. From Ma Hua's recollection, this storeroom was primarily for storing miscellaneous items, and it was uncommon for anyone to venture there. Quickly glancing around, he spotted a pile of half-worn shelves in the corner and decided to move them aside. Climbing atop, he peered through the skylight and was taken aback to see Director Li in an intimate embrace with a young woman, his hands roaming over her body, eliciting soft gasps from her. "Director, I'm not a loose woman. Please don't get too familiar, you little vixen. Don't play coy with me. If you weren't interested, why would you come to the storeroom with me? Hurry up. Once we're done here, I'll give you 10 jin of flour and 10 yuan." Clearly enticed by the offer, the young woman turned and pinned Director Li down, wrapping her arms around his waist. It then dawned on Ma Hua that this woman was none other than Qin Huairu, the object of He Yuzhu's longing. The two then collapsed onto a pile of discarded paper, and although the storeroom was dilapidated, it was typically used for storing materials for the propaganda department's large posters. As the two indulged in their illicit affair, their clothes quickly began to come off. As the future deputy director Li, he was quite experienced and swiftly took control. Ma Hua, still unmarried, felt his face flush red at such an audacious display in the factory, not fearing the possibility of being caught. Rumors of Qin Huairu's character had circulated among the workers, and witnessing this, Ma Hua felt compelled to inform his master, He Yuzhu. However, he knew he could not be the one to voice it, lest he jeopardize his standing with He Yuzhu. Suddenly, a wild idea struck him, and he dashed to the second kitchen to finally ping. "Does Juzi want to see a spectacle? The new director Li has been caught in the storeroom having an affair. If we can catch them in the act, it would be quite the accomplishment." Upon receiving the news, Li Ping immediately understood the situation. He instructed Ma Hua to head to the security department to fetch help and then turned to concoct a plan to inform the Navi Juzi. "Ha ha ha, since it's that scoundrel Li, who often meddles in the kitchen, I shall make it my mission to deal with him today." The moment He Yuzhu heard Li Ping mention this troublemaker, he became animated and quickly gathered the kitchen staff to catch the culprits. Soon, colleagues from both the first and second kitchens rallied, armed with rolling pins, spoons, and brooms, marching towards the storeroom. Strength in numbers prevailed. Despite the storeroom's iron door being sturdy, it soon succumbed to the collective force of the group. With a resounding smack, He Yuzhu struck the lock with the back of his bone knife, and the door to the abandoned storeroom swung open. A horde of workers surged inside, confronting Qin Huairu and Director Li, who were stunned into silence, their clothes forgotten in the chaos. It's you, you shameless pair." The first to burst in, Lu Lan, was furious, her face turning an alarming shade of green upon realizing that the man she had just begun to flirt with had already found a new lover. Memories of last year, when she had just lost her husband and Director Li had sought her out, flooded her mind. Though she had not succumbed to his advances, he had nonetheless made his intentions clear. Fueled by anger, Lu Lan lunged forward, seizing Qin Huairu by the hair and delivering a flurry of kicks, the sounds of tearing fabric echoing in the air. The other kitchen workers, emboldened, joined in, attacking Director Li with a barrage of slaps, scratches, and bites. Before long, both Director Li and Qin Huairu bore multiple scratches on their faces, desperately tugging at their clothing to cover themselves. As the scene spiraled out of control, their garments threatened to rip apart, particularly exposing Qin Huairu's fair skin, leaving the onlookers aghast. Li Ping and He Yuzhu stood in stunned silence, Li Ping astonished by the ferocity of the women in the kitchen, while He Yuzhu was devastated by the actions of his dream woman. Qin Huairu, he could hardly believe his eyes. Was this truly the same Qin who had flirted with him in the courtyard? After a moment, noticing that He Yuzhu had not intervened, Li Ping turned to find him in a daze, his expression shifting like a chameleon, alternating between shades of green and white, far more dramatic than Qin Huairu's predicament. Such sorrowful irony existed in the world, where grief often eclipsed the heart's capacity to feel. At that moment, He Yuzhu embodied this very sentiment. Eventually, amidst the ongoing chaos, He Yuzhu finally snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth as he bolted from the storeroom, disappearing in an instant. "Everyone, make way! The security department is here," came Ma Hua's voice from behind, followed closely by the security personnel. The crowd parted to allow the officers entrance. Upon seeing the disheveled pair, the security team quickly grasped the situation. "Everyone, remain still. Take them back to the security department first. I will notify Director Yang to handle this matter shortly." Vice Captain Wang, a trusted aide to Director Yang, stepped forward to issue commands, disregarding the presence of Team Leader Sun, as he sought to claim the credit for the operation. Seeing the chaos unfolding, Team Leader Sun obstructed him, recognizing the potential fallout should he fail to secure the situation, particularly with rumors of Director Li's upcoming promotion. The tension in the air was palpable. Li Ping recognized the rare opportunity to strike a blow to a rival and, being aligned with Director Yang, felt no obligation to grant Team Leader Sun any deference. As the involved parties overheard Li Ping's intent to summon the police, their expressions turned grave. Originally, the indiscriminate entanglements between men and women in the factory would typically result in dismissal or public shaming. However, if the matter were to be handed over to the police, it was likely that these two wayward individuals would find themselves sent to a labor camp. "Leadership, I implore you, do not subject me to public shaming." It was all coerced by that man surnamed Li. Qin Huairu, upon hearing the possibility of being sent to a labor camp, was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, clutching Captain Wang of the security department's leg and weeping. Director Li immediately understood that Qin Huairu was attempting to distance herself from the situation, aiming to shift the blame entirely onto him. A shiver of dread coursed through him. This was no trivial matter. The gravity of the situation was markedly different when one person bore the brunt of the consequences versus two. He could very well become labeled a rapist. "You mustn't listen to her nonsense. She accepted my money and tickets before agreeing to enter the storeroom with me. If you don't believe me, search her clothes. This was entirely voluntary." As a seasoned veteran, Director Li recognized that if this situation spiraled out of control, he risked losing not just his position but also facing grave repercussions. Thus, he hastily began to stammer his defense. Ultimately, Captain Wang stepped in, handcuffing the individuals and escorting them back to the security department, then promptly proceeded to inform Factory Director Yang. From that point onward, the matter no longer concerned Li Ping and his colleagues, who returned to the kitchen to resume their duties. As for what transpired next, their involvement was unnecessary, for Li Ping knew that Qin Huairu, in her desperation for survival, would undoubtedly implicate Director Li in her assault. And she was the kind of person who could not turn the tide in her favor. Given the magnitude of today's events, it was likely that by the end of the workday, the news would have spread like wildfire through the neighborhood. Although the 1960s may have seemed insular, Li Ping did not underestimate the gossiping prowess of the local women. By the following morning, the streets of the entire city would echo with the scandal from the steel mill. "Chef Li, have you seen my master?" The secretary from Factory Director Yang just came to the kitchen looking for someone. At that moment, Ma Hua, panting heavily, rushed into the second kitchen, directly seeking out Li Ping. Having searched the back kitchen to no avail. "Oh, did you check the restroom? If not, you should head to the security department and see if they've spotted your master leaving the factory." Upon hearing this, Li Ping realized that the simpleton, Sha Zhu, must have been unable to handle the stress and was likely sulking alone, although it was also possible that he had fled back to the courtyard. "All right, thank you, Chef Li, I'll go find my master first." Ma Hua felt this advice was sound and quickly departed. In the end, Ma Hua scoured the steel mill but found no sign of his master. And with no other option, he enlisted Lu Lan, the first person to enter the storeroom, as a witness and headed to the director's office. This significant incident at the steel mill had led Factory Director Yang to convene a meeting with several directors in the office, where it wouldn't be long before the outcome regarding Director Li and Qin Huairu would be revealed. In the conference room, Factory Director Yang began. "I have called this meeting to announce a serious matter that transpired at our factory today. Director Li has engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a female colleague from the machining group in the storeroom, which constitutes a severe violation of moral and legal standards. Should we proceed with stringent measures? I now invite everyone to express their opinions by raising their hands. The implications in Yang's words suggested a desire for collective agreement, yet the weight of his tone hinted at a firm intention to address the issue decisively. The directors and secretaries present were not naive. They recognized that Yang was not inclined to let Director Li off lightly. As for Qin Huairu, although her family's difficulties were acknowledged, it was likely she would be reassigned to a less significant position as a means of managing the situation. Let us hand this over to the police. At this moment, 59-year-old Director Chun was the first to voice his opinion, unafraid of offending others, especially with his retirement looming less than a year away. I support the leadership's decision. Very well. I also cast my vote. As more voices of support emerged, the attendees quickly aligned themselves with Director Yang, understanding the gravity of the situation. Within minutes, the results of the vote were tallied, and Director Yang announced the outcome before picking up the office phone to call the local police. The situation had escalated to such an extent that they could no longer afford to be lenient. It was either a full commitment to action or a complete dismissal of the matter. As a former soldier who had seen the horrors of war, Director Yang was not one to waver. According to the laws of the 1960s, Li Ping assessed that if Director Li were found guilty of rape, execution would be a matter of time. As for Qin Huairu, if she could maintain her silence, the government might take her family circumstances into consideration when determining her fate. Indeed, before the workday concluded, the two principal figures were handed over to the local police by the security department. The afternoon banquet that Director Yang had planned to host for the neighboring auto repair factory was abruptly canceled due to the incident. At 4:30 p.m., Li Ping, having arranged the evening shift in the kitchen, rode his bicycle home. On his way back, he retrieved a hen, an 8-pound carp, and some vegetables from his space and headed straight to the Liu household. To his surprise, Liu Xiaoyi was already waiting for him at the entrance. Li Ping slowed his bicycle, dismounted, and approached his wife with a grin, saying, "Have you been waiting long, dear? Why are you still buying groceries? Didn't Mom say we no longer need to do that?" Although Liu Xiaoyi verbally protested, she did not hesitate to take the hen from him. The couple then entered the house together. "Mom, I bought some vegetables. We'll have a drink with Dad later." Li Ping did not wish to take too much from his space. Knowing that the Liu household had ample supplies, he simply aimed to bring a few fresh items as a gesture, ensuring he was not merely taking advantage of their hospitality. Li Ping, don't spoil my daughter-in-law too much. Otherwise, I want to be able to control her mouth. Liu Tan's words were stern, yet the slight uplift at the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. Why speak of such things, Mom, if I don't spoil my wife? Who will? Enough of that. I'll go prepare dinner now. As the only level 5 chef present, Li Ping felt it was his duty to take charge of the cooking. In a family, there are no strangers. And he thought nothing wrong of frequently preparing meals for his wife, especially since Liu Xiaoyi was carrying their child. While Li Ping busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner, the atmosphere in the courtyard was tense and foreboding. At this time, Yi Zhonghai had rushed to Sha Zhu's home, attempting to persuade him to let go of his grievances and adopt a more magnanimous outlook. Using his usual moral persuasion tactics, he aimed to rewire Sha Zhu's thinking. Unfortunately, Sha Zhu was consumed by the memories of the afternoon's events in the storeroom and could not absorb any of Yi Zhonghai's words. "Sha Zhu? Don't take it to heart. Your sister Qin's actions were driven by necessity. Try to empathize with them. Their family is struggling." Having learned the details of the incident at the steel mill through various means, Yi Zhonghai had rushed back to the courtyard as soon as he received wind of the matter, determined to counsel Sha Zhu. As the workday concluded, Sha Zhu sat there, pouring himself drink after drink, barely touching the food before him. With the workers returning home, news of the day's events at the steel mill began to circulate through the courtyard. Su Damao, Sha Zhu's bitter rival, seized upon this opportunity to exacerbate the situation. Upon entering the courtyard, he made a beeline for Sha Zhu's door. "Look who it is. Sha Zhu, aren't you going to bring dinner to your sister Qin? Be careful, she might run into someone else's arms." Seeing Su Damao come to stir the pot, Yi Zhonghai's temper flared, and he turned to the interloper with a fierce reprimand. "You little scoundrel, get lost. Why must you always insert yourself into everything? One should not be so self-serving. Don't emulate Su Damao." Just then, Su Damao's wife, Chen Guifeng, approached and, witnessing her husband being berated, felt a surge of indignation. "Old Yi, while you may be in charge, you ought to be fair in your dealings. My husband merely spoke a truth." The neighbors, who had been eavesdropping on the unfolding drama, began to chime in. Indeed, justice is in the hearts of the people. Some individuals were caught by the security department in their clandestine affairs. Yet when others speak the truth, you take issue with them? Noticing the discontent among the neighbors, Lu Haizhong also stepped forward, voicing his support for Su Damao. Old E, don't be too biased in your judgments. As more neighbors returned home after work, the details of Qin Huairu's misdeeds in the storeroom spread widely. Ha ha ha, you won't believe what happened. Qin Huairu was taken to the police station by the security department at noon. At that moment, a young man who had just returned from outside, grinning, divulged all the news he had just received from the security department. Jia Zhangshi, who was waiting at home for Qin Huairu to return and prepare dinner, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. What are you all saying? You claim my daughter-in-law is having an affair at the factory? You little bastard, dare to say that again, and I will tear your mouth apart. Jia Zhangshi, with her eyes already ablaze, yelled at the 17-year-old lad beside her. Although this old woman was somewhat unreasonable, hearing about her daughter-in-law's alleged misdeeds had driven her into a furious frenzy. What's wrong, old lady? Can't your daughter-in-law's infidelity be mentioned? If you're brave enough, try hitting my grandson. Elder Chen, residing in the east ear room of the courtyard, saw his dear grandson being scolded by this old hag and immediately felt a surge of anger. Elder Chen, who had just turned 61, full name Chen Dafeng, was a recently retired welder from an auto repair factory, slightly older than Jia Zhangshi. In the 1960s, age often represented status, so Jia Zhangshi had no advantage over Elder Chen. Indeed, after a scolding from Elder Chen, Jia Zhangshi could only scurry back home in disgrace. Enough, don't say another word. From now on, the Jia family has nothing to do with me. I want all of you to leave. As the gossip from neighbors grew louder and more unpleasant, it finally provoked Sha Zhu. Zhu, you. Get the hell out, Yi Zhonghai. Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear your nonsense. He Yuzhu, finishing his drink, stood up and unceremoniously pushed Yi Zhonghai and the neighbors out the door, quickly slamming it shut. Though He Yuzhu found solace in his home, the neighbors outside continued their discussions unabated. Even when Yi Zhonghai attempted to rebut, no one paid him heed. After all, facts spoke louder than words. Indeed, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. That very evening, the events surrounding Qin Huairu at the factory circulated widely. Enraged by the incident, Sha Zhu took a leave of absence from work for 2 days, hiding at home in despair, only returning to the factory on the 3rd day. Qin Huairu, too, was released after a day in the security department and hurried back to the countryside to escape the turmoil. Time passed unremarkably until the weekend arrived. Knock, knock, who is it? I'm here. Early in the morning, upon hearing the knock at the door, Li Ping reluctantly crawled out of bed and habitually walked over to open the door. There stood He Yushui, already dressed and ready, with Sha Zhu awkwardly smiling beside her. Brotherly, we're all set. Shall we depart? He Yushui, peering in, was the first to break the awkward silence. At 7:36 a.m. Li Ping, appearing still half asleep, glanced at the wall clock. To be honest, he had never risen so early on a weekend before. Noticing the backpacks slung over the shoulders of the siblings, it suddenly dawned on Li Ping that he had promised his superior to travel to Baoding this weekend. Come in and sit for a while. I'll wash my face, and then we can head out. As he spoke, Li Ping turned to fetch a towel and toothbrush, absently tending to his personal hygiene. Before long, after freshening up, Li Ping returned wearing a military coat, and they all headed to a nearby breakfast shop to eat. This weekend, Li Ping was well prepared. He had obtained a letter of introduction from factory director Yang a few days prior to facilitate his business trip. After gathering their belongings, they made their way to the train station, where they purchased green train tickets to Baoding. The journey estimated to take about 3 to 4 hours. At 8:10, the second train departed. Although the train ride was a bit dull, Li Ping kept the siblings informed, telling them that he had come to this place for work due to the help of his father, He Da-Ching, who had facilitated his introduction. Furthermore, he revealed that he was related to the White Widow, which left the two siblings utterly astonished. You've been hiding quite a bit, but you've only just arrived at the courtyard and already had a fight with me. If I hadn't let you off easy, you'd have been in the hospital by now, Sha Zhu exclaimed, shocked but still retorting. Stop boasting. If I hadn't held back, you would have been in the hospital already. Don't act like you're the victim. Li Ping refrained from revealing that he had only used half his strength during their scuffle. Otherwise, Sha Zhu would have indeed landed in the hospital. What? You say I'm not your match? How about we practice again? Sha Zhu, feeling insulted by Li Ping's teasing, was eager to spar on the train. All right, two grown men should stop bickering, if you're not annoyed. Consider whether the other passengers want to hear your chatter, He Yushui interjected, concerned that their banter might disturb those around them. With the intervention of a third party, Sha Zhu finally quieted down. As the train gradually moved, for hours swiftly passed, with 3 stops along the way for passengers to disembark. They finally arrived at Baoding railway station just before noon. Once they reached their destination, Li Ping hurriedly grabbed his belongings and dashed out of the station, taking a deep breath of fresh air. The atmosphere in the green train had been stifling, filled with the mingled odors of smoke, alcohol, and various food scents, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Let us go. I'll take you to a small town near Baijia village for lunch first. It's still early, and your father, He Daqing, hasn't finished work yet. Li Ping led the way as they boarded a bus toward Baijia village. The roads in the countryside during the 1960s were not easy to traverse, and the bus ride was far from comfortable. Fortunately, Baijia village was situated at the intersection of rural and urban areas, and they arrived in just half an hour. Upon reaching the bus station, Li Ping guided them to a nearby small restaurant for lunch and then bought some seasonal fruits from a stall before taking them in a human-powered tricycle into the village. Before long, they arrived at a large tile-roofed house occupying around 50 square meters at the village's end the 1960s. The fact that the White Widow could reside in such a house was largely thanks to He Daqing's considerable assistance. Li Ping remembered that this house had once been a straw hut, likely built recently with He Daqing's financial support, and his aunt, the White Widow, must have contributed significantly. Knock. Is Baigu here? As a relative, Li Ping felt more at ease than Sha Zhu and his sister, stepping forward to knock. Coming. Li Ping, you're back? At that moment, the White Widow, originally by Xiaolian, emerged from the backyard, holding a basket containing some undried mushrooms. Aunt, I've come to see you and also to find Uncle He for something. Is he at home? Li Ping approached without hesitation, holding out the fruits. Noticing the siblings behind him, Bai Lian recognized them as He Daqing's children. Well, you're showing a bit of conscience. Your father is still at work. He should be back around 5 in the afternoon. Come in and sit down. The White Widow quickly stepped aside, inviting them into the house. He Yuzhu and her brother awkwardly thanked her and followed inside, where Bai Lian soon poured tea for the 3 of them. At that moment, Bai Lian's daughter-in-law, Wu Xiufang, came out of the house carrying a 3-year-old child. Oh, my dear nephew has grown so big. Come, let the child try these fruits. Seeing this robust little nephew, Li Ping felt a wave of affection wash over him, and he handed over some fruits. You shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Ping's sister-in-law Wu Xiufang smiled gently as she accepted the fruits, leisurely peeling them and feeding the orange segments to the child. After resting for a bit, Li Ping excused himself to buy some groceries, leaving the siblings behind tea until close to closing time that Li Ping discreetly returned with some vegetables from the market, handing them to Baigu. His aunt didn't hesitate to take the items into the kitchen, busily preparing them until around 5:30 p.m., when the dishes were finally ready. Just as the meal was served, He Daqing, looking uncannily like Su Daqiang, returned from work, surprised to see Sha Zhu and his sister present. However, he quickly regained his composure and urged everyone to start eating, suggesting they discuss matters after the meal. Today's gathering at the table was somewhat awkward for the He family, who hadn't seen each other in a while. Fortunately, with Li Ping present, he said many kind words that eased the atmosphere. Zhu, are you here today to agree to the blind date with that girl from the restaurant? He Daqing gulped down his drink, thinking his simple-minded son had finally wised up. In fact, he had written to the courtyard last year, notifying his son about the arranged meeting. However, he had waited in vain for his son to show up, thinking that Sha Zhu still bore resentment towards him. Just when he was about to give up hope, his son unexpectedly arrived today. The old fellow, what is this matchmaking? I have never even heard of it. The silly Zhu, with his glass of wine awkwardly suspended in midair, stood there in a daze. Li Ping, accompanying him, immediately grasped the situation. Observing his foolish son's reaction, He Daqing felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. It seemed that certain individuals had utterly failed to fulfill the responsibilities he had entrusted to them. No wonder his son and daughter had not written him a single letter over the years. He Daqing's mind began to race, and his expression darkened. He swiftly inquired of his son whether he had received the alimony. Seeing silly Zhu's bewildered expression linger, He Daqing's anger flared. That scoundrel Yi Zhonghai dared to embezzle my money. Once I return to 49 City, I shall have his skin. The thought that his 7 years of alimony might have never reached his foolish son infuriated him. Dad, are you saying that my alimony was taken by Uncle Yi? He Yushui, the only high school student present, quickly caught on. As she was no fool. She understood the implications. He Daqing finally realized why his foolish son, now 25, had never sent him a wedding invitation. It was likely that the matter he had entrusted to Yi Zhonghai, finding a suitable match for his son, had been concealed. Uncle He, it seems you must personally investigate this matter. We cannot allow certain individuals to evade justice. Li Ping calculated the amount of alimony. If he had been sending 10 yuan a month for 7 years, that amounted to 840 yuan, a substantial sum. Enough to purchase 2 houses in 49 City. All right, I will go to the post office tomorrow to print that receipt. He Daqing glanced at his foolish son, and seeing no objection, he raised his glass to toast with him. The widow Bai, upon learning that He Daqing still sent alimony to his daughter, felt a twinge of discomfort, but dared not express it as a shrewd woman. She deemed the 10 yuan alimony insignificant compared to He Daqing's salary of 64.5 yuan per month as a director. As long as the old fellow did not abscond, she cared little about how much He Daqing sent home. After dinner, Li Ping took the siblings to a nearby inn for lodging, using the proof of accommodation provided by Director Yang 2 days prior. Once they settled in, with time to spare, they engaged Silly Zhu in conversation. Li Ping learned some intriguing news. The matchmaker He Daqing had introduced was also a refugee. The girl had fainted from hunger in front of the restaurant where He Daqing worked, and out of compassion, he had taken her in and arranged for her to work as a waitress. Nearly a year had passed since then, and had it not been for Li Ping's business trip with the siblings, Silly Zhu's match might have become someone else's wife, as some matters cannot be postponed. The following morning, Li Ping was awakened by Silly Zhu's clamor. Initially, Silly Zhu wanted to take him to the restaurant where He Daqing worked to support him, but Li Ping found an excuse to decline. He understood that such an occasion was not suitable for him. It was better to wait until Silly Zhu's matchmaking was complete before gauging the situation. Moreover, during dinner the previous day, Li Ping had already informed Director Yang of the birthday banquet he wished for He Daqing, and the old fellow had agreed. With no one to disturb him, Li Ping decided to head to the village's small river to fish. It was nearly noon when he leisurely returned with a bucket of fish. Upon entering the house, Li Ping spotted a girl standing next to Silly Zhu. She appeared to be around 1.7 meters tall. Her looks were ordinary yet pleasing, with a fair complexion not dissimilar to that of his own wife. Judging by their expressions, Li Ping knew their affair had been successful. Oh, is this my sister-in-law? She is truly lovely. Congratulations, Zhu. You seem to have struck quite a bargain. Indeed, my brother is blessed with good fortune. With my sister-in-law Zhang Xiaofeng looking after him, I can rest easier. Zhang Xiaofeng, caught off guard by Li Ping's teasing, blushed deeply and shyly greeted him. All right, I have already retrieved the proof. Zhu, remember to return to 49 City this afternoon to get your marriage certificate with the girl. Just then, He Daqing walked in, holding an envelope containing the proof he had just obtained from the government hotel. Thank you, Dad. Don't forget to come back to 49 City next week to celebrate our wedding. After their father-son conversation the previous day, Silly Zhu's resentment dissipated. With the prospect of establishing a family, he had come to terms with certain matters. You two should go get your certificate first. My situation is rather special, so you young couple remember to live happily, all right? Although He Daqing felt a semblance of joy, the conflicted expression on his face was more pronounced as he handed the envelope to his son and patted his shoulder. With time running short, Li Ping took the fish he had just caught into the kitchen to prepare, leaving the space for the father and son. After some bustling in the kitchen with his aunt, Li Ping soon laid out a sumptuous fish feast: braised carp, boiled fish, steamed crucian carp, sweet and sour carp, and fried fish strips, complemented by 2 vegetarian dishes made by his aunt and large steamed buns. Despite the delightful spread, everyone refrained from drinking too much, knowing they needed to catch a train in the afternoon. However, the old man He Daqing, having taken the day off, seemed to realize his son was about to marry and, in his elation, drank too much. Ultimately, it was Silly Zhu who helped his father back to his room, settling the old man before they too needed to hurry for the train. On the train back, watching Silly Zhu opposite him, who was grinning foolishly, Li Ping could only shake his head, bemused by how this fellow seemed utterly elated over acquiring a wife. As dusk began to settle, Li Ping and his companions finally returned to 49 City. By the time they exited the train station, it was already past 6 p.m. In this northern winter month. The streets were nearly deserted except for a few tricycle drivers. Zhu, I suggest you and your sister-in-law don't return to the courtyard just yet. Since I have a letter from the director, why don't you stay at the guest house tonight? You can return to the courtyard after you get your marriage certificate tomorrow. Li Ping knew silly Zhu lacked common sense. And seeing how the two had been acting on the train, he felt it necessary to remind them. What? I can't go back home. Silly Zhu, still caught in the sweetness of love, found it hard to grasp Li Ping's suggestion. Oh dear, silly brother with your mind, you probably won't comprehend this right away. Just listen to brother Li Ping. His younger sister, He Yushui, immediately understood Li Ping's intention and quickly agreed. Zhang Xiaofeng, though initially perplexed, was no fool. Noticing everyone's expressions, she turned her gaze to Zhu, her eyes conveying a desire for him to agree. All right, with everyone in agreement, Li Ping called over 2 tricycles, casually giving instructions, before parting. He handed silly Zhu the introduction letter from Director Yang for good measure, and soon they separated at the train station. Li Ping and He Yushui shared a tricycle, and as they neared the courtyard, He Yushui expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brotherly. Without your help, my brother would probably remain a bachelor for life. Silly Zhu is indeed fortunate. Who would have thought that this trip would bring him a beautiful wife? Your family must have accumulated virtue over generations. Li Ping smiled, his lips curving upwards as he listened to Yushui. In any case, from now on, my brother won't be a bachelor thanks to you. I will remember this favor. He Yushui, being a high school student, was sharp enough to realize that Li Ping had intentionally encouraged them to approach their father. However, she had not expected that her brother would return with a wife. It was indeed a momentous occasion. As they chatted on the tricycle, they soon arrived back at the courtyard, where neighbors bustled about preparing dinner. Upon entering, Li Ping greeted the neighbors openly before they dispersed. As he opened the door, he noticed some stones scattered beneath the window, instantly recognizing it as the mischief of that little rascal Bang Gung. It seemed the little scoundrel had yet to master the art of lockpicking and, in frustration, had thrown stones into his house. After quickly inspecting his own property and finding no damage, Li Ping headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After about an hour of cooking, a steaming bowl of egg and cured meat noodles was served. After finishing dinner, he boiled some water to clean up before heading to bed. Though be honest, the past few days had been quite exhausting. The next morning, as the crow crowed, neighbors began to get up to wash and prepare for work. After attending to his personal hygiene, Li Ping rode his bicycle to grab breakfast before heading to work. Upon arriving at the factory, he first went to the kitchen to arrange some tasks before seizing the moment to report his business trip to the leadership office at 8 o'clock. As he stepped out, Director Yang presented him with several tickets, one of which was for a radio, in addition to some other industrial tickets. The group quickly sprang into action, as I plan to stir up a large pot of vegetables shortly. Xiao Feng, could you fetch the seasonings beside you? Upon returning to the kitchen, Li Ping casually patrolled the area as it approached 9 o'clock and then commenced his work. All right, Chef Li, you've just returned from your trip. Why not enjoy a cup of tea first? Upon hearing that Chef Li had returned, Xiao Feng hurriedly ran over with a teacup in hand. Well done. You are quite the clever one. Come over to the chopping board later. I'll teach you a few knife skills so you can witness true culinary prowess. Seeing the boy's quick wit, Li Ping began to consider taking him on as an apprentice. Thank you, Chef Li. I will certainly learn diligently. Xiao Feng realized his opportunity had arrived, and his heart brimmed with joy. While Li Ping busied himself in the kitchen, Sha Zhu, accompanied by his fiancée, stealthily approached the factory to request a certificate from the leadership. Knock, knock, leader, today I bring you some wedding candies. Could you kindly issue me a certificate? As Sha Zhu entered, he held a bag of candies freshly purchased from the department store, offering a handful to those present, including Director Yang, the secretary, and Director Sun from the finance department, all of whom received a piece. Haha, very well. I shall issue you the certificate right away. I previously thought your wedding banquet was still years away. Yet here you are seeking a certificate today. Director Yang was aware that Sha Zhu shared a similar fondness for widows as his father, though some matters were best left unsaid. Long before this fellow approached the widow Qin in their courtyard, Director Yang had already received wind of it. However, given his esteemed position, he preferred not to engage in gossip with the factory workers. Oh, leader, please refrain from teasing me. I am aware of my past foolishness, but rest assured, I will heed my future wife at home and guarantee I won't trouble you again. Having spent time with his fiancée Shaju had begun to relish the prospect of married life, shedding the burdens he once carried. All right then, take the certificate and go get your marriage license, but do remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. Otherwise, I shall have to seek trouble with He Da-ching. Director Yang, considering the good rapport between their families, hoped to leverage the wedding banquet to persuade He Da-ching to return to work. After receiving the certificate, Shaju was given several tickets by Director Yang, including those for bicycles and cloth, and was explicitly reminded to take 3 days off for his wedding, allowing him to refrain from work for the time being. Elated, Shaju dashed to the factory entrance, where he soon spotted Zhang Xiaofeng by the wall. Brother Zhu, did we get the certificate? Zhang Xiaofeng, hearing the commotion at the entrance, eagerly stepped forward. Let's go. My dear wife, we should first collect the certificate. Then I will take you to the mall to buy a few outfits and a wedding quilt. Shaju brandished the tickets given to him by the leadership and his father, displaying a smug expression that clearly indicated he had struck a considerable bargain that day. Thus, Shaju and his fiancée navigated their way through the necessary steps, successfully obtaining their marriage certificate and purchasing clothes and bedding. Let us head home and distribute some candies to our neighbors, and then we can close the door and enjoy our life together, he suggested. Zhang Xiaofeng, gazing at the marriage certificate in her hands, smiled gently. All right, you keep the marriage certificate for now. Let's go buy some candies. At that moment, Shaju, pushing his bicycle, admired his fiancée who had just donned a new outfit. Her beauty elevated significantly. He couldn't help but compare her to Qin Huairu. Noticing that in terms of figure, Zhang Xiaofeng held her own, particularly given that she was still in middle school, which lent her a higher educational standing. By the way, Zhu, you should keep your distance from that Qin sister in the courtyard. Otherwise, rumors will fly about us just after our marriage, and that would be troublesome, Zhang Xiaofeng remarked, now that they had secured their marriage certificate and felt no need to conceal anything. Previously, while in Baoding, Li Ping had subtly shared some insights about their courtyard, albeit in vague terms. Zhang Xiaofeng, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped the implications of Li Ping's words. She had refrained from mentioning it earlier because she and Shaju had not yet obtained their license, and she respected He Da-ching for saving her life. Now that they were officially a couple, Zhang Xiaofeng, as the mistress of the household, decided it was time to lay everything bare. Wife, this household will henceforth heed your wishes. Please do not be upset. Once we return, let's reclaim the money Dad sent back from Zhonghai. We cannot let that old fellow benefit at our expense. Shaju, newlywed and preoccupied with thoughts of his wife Zhang Xiaofeng, was blissfully ignorant of other matters, readily acquiescing to her every suggestion. With Shaju now embracing married life, the allure of Qin Huairu had diminished significantly, and his intelligence had returned to him. Let us go. We also need to buy some vegetables, or we shall have nothing to eat for lunch. As the mistress of the house, Zhang Xiaofeng insisted they celebrate their wedding properly and, taking Shaju by the hand, led him to purchase lunch ingredients. Before long, they had acquired candies at the department store, along with a hen and a carp from the market, while setting aside items like cabbage and chili peppers as they had sufficient supplies in their cellar. Recently stocked for winter. Of course, Shaju, being a chef at heart, did not skimp on necessary cooking ingredients like salt and pepper. After a flurry of activity, they spent nearly 300 yuan, including 156 yuan for a Phoenix bicycle, a bicycle ticket, and various industrial tickets. Additionally, they spent 65.8 yuan on a quilt and around 64.8 yuan for new outfits for both the couple and He Yushui, each set costing 21.6 yuan. Naturally, as newlyweds, they also needed to purchase items like thermoses and cups, which added a few more dozen yuan to their expenses. By the time they were done, they had nearly exhausted the wedding money given to them by He Da-ching. At 10:30 in the morning, they strolled back to the courtyard, laden with packages, only to astonish their neighbors upon entering. Oh my! Shaju, what is going on with you two? Mrs. Sun, residing in the front yard, stood at the sink, handling a pig's intestines. Goodness, Shaju, have you struck it rich to buy so much? 3 aunties happened to be present as well, their astonishment palpable as they beheld Shaju entering with his bicycle and bundles, accompanied by a lovely young woman clad in matching attire. Some began to piece together the situation, though their minds struggled to catch up, especially since Shaju had recently been helping Qin Huairu's family. Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Xiaofeng, He Da-ching's wife. We just obtained our marriage certificate, and I'm here to share wedding candies with you. Prepared for the occasion, Zhang Xiaofeng was not shy. She immediately distributed candies from her bag to each neighbor. As the residents received the sweet treats, congratulations flowed forth. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Zhu, your wife's sweetness is truly delightful. Oh my, I didn't realize you had gotten married. Sha Zhu, your old man He Daqing must be over the moon. This candy is sweet. Congratulations to you both, wishing you a swift arrival of children. Some quick-witted neighbors recalled the recent business trip Sha Zhu took with Li Ping, connecting the dots that they had likely been in Baoding. Explaining their two-day absence to A.S. original residents of the 1960s, they were well aware of the work schedule, knowing that typically there was only 1 day off per week and 4 days per month. And most would not sacrifice a day's wages for a single day off unless absolutely necessary. That day happened to be Monday, and aside from a few elderly residents, most had already left for work. As Sha Zhu and his wife made their way through the courtyard, distributing candies, the atmosphere was festive, save for Jia Zhang's persistent frown. Auntie, thank you for taking care of my sister and me in the past. I'm treating you to wedding candies, and on the basis of our previous friendship, please inform Uncle that he should return the money Dad sent back tomorrow. Otherwise, we shall meet at the police station tomorrow afternoon. Sha Zhu, no longer inclined to feign ignorance, recognized Auntie as a decent person, yet she was aware of Yi Zhonghai's embezzlement of their family's funds and had chosen to remain silent, indicating she was not to be trifled with. Zhuzi, congratulations to you all. Once Laoyi finishes work, I will instruct him to retrieve the money from the bank tomorrow. I only hope you won't hold it against us. Upon seeing Sha Zhu visit their home bearing sweets, the initially smiling aunt's expression soured considerably upon hearing the latter part of the sentence. Yet, self-aware of her shortcomings, she could only awkwardly accept the candies. Observing the awkwardness of the aunt, Sha Zhu and his wife had no intention of prolonging the idle chatter, offering a casual response before turning to visit old lady Long in the backyard. After strolling around the courtyard, Sha Zhu and his wife immediately headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Of course, as his wife, Zhang Xiaofeng assisted him diligently. Darling, make a few more steamed buns. My sister He Yushui will be back this afternoon. Let us cook the fish first and save the chicken for when Li Ping and the others come over tonight. As Sha Zhu entered the kitchen, he picked up a kitchen knife and began to scale the fish on the cutting board, discussing plans with his wife. You make the decisions, as you are the head of this household. Zhang Xiaofeng gazed at her husband with tenderness, her thoughts reflecting the conservative upbringing of her generation. Let us invite old lady Long over too. We should have a couple of drinks at noon to celebrate. Sha Zhu smiled at his wife as his hands swiftly worked on the fish. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a rich aroma of fish, enticing the neighborhood children who could hardly resist. Some, unable to bear their hunger, had already begun to wail in the yard, thankful that at this moment, Bang Gung had not yet returned from school. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to beg Sha Zhu for food. As time passed, the sun began to set. Today, Li Ping, having made plans with Sha Zhu, first delivered a batch of goods to Su Huijin before hurrying back. Just as he entered the door, he happened to see He Yushui riding her bicycle behind him. Ping Gu, remember to come over for a drink later. My brother must have finished preparing dinner by now. Upon entering the courtyard, He Yushui detected a delightful aroma. In this courtyard, the only ones capable of cooking so deliciously were either her brother or Li Ping. She quickly greeted him. All right, I'll take these vegetables back for your brother to cook. Let me park my bicycle first. Seeing the enthusiasm of the girl, Li Ping quickly reciprocated, handing over the prepared vegetables. After they returned home, Yi Zhonghai, who resided in the courtyard, stealthily poked his head out. Ah, now Sha Zhu has completely broken free from control. One less candidate for our old age support. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened as he watched the departing figures, shaking his head helplessly. Old man, I warned you not to take Sha Zhu's money. But you wouldn't listen. Now look, we've been exposed. In truth, the aunt had been waiting indoors all day, disappointed that Sha Zhu hadn't invited them to dinner. Furthermore, at noon, the third aunt had deliberately come to chat with her, probing her for information while attempting to encourage her to accompany him to Sha Zhu's for a meal, but fortunately, she had managed to deflect the suggestion. Enough of this, I'll go retrieve the money in the morning to return to Sha Zhu. Lest this matter prolong and complicate. Just like that, the second candidate for retirement support was lost, leaving Yi Zhonghai to shake his head in resignation before returning indoors. Li Ping, after parking the bicycle, washed his face in the kitchen before heading over. Observing Sha Zhu busy in the kitchen, He casually found a seat in the hall to chat with He Yushui. Your brother's cooking skill is at least 6 or 7 times better than mine. If it weren't for his foul mouth, he'd probably have been promoted by now. Although Li Ping hadn't spent much time in the kitchen, he had briefly glanced in and discerned Shaju's culinary prowess. Really? Li Dego? He Yushui was surprised by Li Ping's high praise for her brother. If he truly had such skill, he could easily pass the level 3 chef exam. With the current salary for a chef at 37 yuan and 50 cents, even if he were promoted to a level 3 chef, he would earn 38 yuan and 50 cents a month, and with an additional 6 yuan subsidy for being a head chef. That would amount to 44 yuan and 50 cents a month. Little sister, can your brother deceive you? Li Ping was not exaggerating. After visiting He Daqing last time and tasting Shaju's improved dishes, he had confidence in Shaju's skills, especially since today's meal was entirely prepared by him. Once the dishes were served, as long as there were no other mishaps, it would be time to remind Shaju to take the chef qualification exam. Dinner is served. Everyone, come and taste my fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms, braised carp, and the newly improved spicy cabbage. I hope it suits your palate. Shaju joyfully brought the dishes to the dining table. Resembling a cheerful waiter. Zhuzi, take it easy. You're already married yet still so clumsy, like a child who never grows up. At that moment, old lady Long, supported by Shaju's wife, entered the room with a cheerful smile, revealing her toothless grin. Please, take a seat, dear lady. Today, my wife and I are getting married. You must drink a few more glasses later. As the hostess, Zhang Xiaofeng helped old lady Long settle into her seat and immediately offered assistance. Good, good. My granddaughter-in-law is so considerate. Our Zhuzi is truly fortunate. As soon as old lady Long settled down, she gestured for everyone to take their places, gently patting Zhang Xiaofeng's hand. Tonight, the happiest person was old lady Long. Witnessing her grandson's wedding, everyone took their seats. The banquet commenced. Li Ping casually picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it, finding Shaju's culinary skills surprisingly close to what he expected. Realizing that He Daqing's teachings had truly borne fruit, not long after the banquet began, the third uncle merrily approached with his repeatedly watered-down wine. True to the saying, no one strikes a smiling face. The attendees chose not to expose the third uncle's faux pas. Tonight's main dishes included mushroom chicken stew, braised carp, spicy cabbage, as well as the vegetarian dishes brought by Li Ping, stir-fried beef with green peppers and mapo tofu, along with braised pork with preserved vegetables. The table was filled with 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, accompanied by a bottle of fungio, which in the 1960s constituted a rather lavish spread. The only regret was that Lu Xiaoyi had not returned. Otherwise, they would have been complete. Come, everyone, let us raise a glass to toast Zhuzi and his wife's happiness and wish them to bear offspring soon. Li Ping poured a glass for each person, lifting his cup to enliven the mood. Ha ha ha, thank you all. Dig in, everyone. Enjoy the food. Brother and sister-in-law, I toast to you. Zhuzi, I wish you both everlasting love and early offspring. As he stood, Li Ping inadvertently caught sight of Qin Huairu, who had been lingering outside the door, observing her departing figure. He knew she would not let this matter rest lightly, but now that Shaju was under the care of his wife, Qin Huairu would have to weigh her options carefully to avoid damaging her reputation. After spending a day in the hospital, Lu Xiaoyi was finally taken home by her family to rest during her maternity leave. Li Ping understood that his in-laws meant well and readily agreed, as he, being a man, truly understood little about these matters. Come, let us have a couple of drinks to celebrate. Tonight, we must not return without being drunk. Having just welcomed a grandson, Lu Jianhua was particularly delighted and organized a family banquet at home. Today, Li Ping had taken 2 days off to accompany his wife, making this family gathering his initiative. Here's to you. I've named your grandson Li Jinjun. At the table, Li Ping proudly announced the name he had chosen a few days prior. Jinjun is a good name. Yes, it's nice and easy to say. I like it, ha ha ha. Lu Jianhua downed his drink in one go and grabbed a piece of pork belly to munch on, genuinely pleased with his son-in-law's cooking today. Old man, slow down. I still need to check on Xiaoyi and the grandson. So I can't keep up with you. Lu Tanshi, seeing her husband drinking so hastily, frowned and gently tapped his arm, offering her advice. Oh, Mom, just let Dad drink a little more to celebrate. It won't hurt? I promise I won't get him drunk. As a man, Li Ping naturally understood his father-in-law's current elation and quickly chimed in with kind words. Moreover, knowing Lu Jinhua's drinking capacity. He figured it would take at least 2 kilograms of liquor to get him drunk. Seeing her son-in-law say this, the mother-in-law relaxed her grip and allowed them to enjoy their drinks. Otherwise, her husband would certainly not be satisfied. Theo accompanied the meal. Li Ping prepared spicy stir-fried crabs and beef with green peppers, along with ants climbing trees and deep-fried squid, many of which were specifically made to complement the drinks. Coupled with Lu Jinhua's collection of Jin and Chun and Mao Dai, it was truly a feast for the senses. Even Li Ping himself could not resist having a few more drinks, especially since he had recently acquired a batch of high-quality Wuliangya, currently lying in his system warehouse, totaling around 3,000 jin. The reason for the abundance of alcohol is, of course, not solely for Li Ping's personal consumption. The more significant aspect lies in its profitability when sold to Su Huijin's modest eatery. The yeast used for this liquor was painstakingly acquired by Li Ping from his colleagues, having secured a batch from a distillery during the new year when some of his peers from Lachuan returned to their hometowns. As for why Li Ping insisted on procuring yeast from that region, it is worth noting that Lachuan's Wuliangya is well-regarded. Li Ping paid 5 yuan, and also offered several pounds of cured wild boar meat to persuade the other party to agree. With the passage of time and the space he inhabits, he has been producing liquor twice a month, and now he has reached his 10th batch. Each time a new batch is completed, Li Ping retains around 100 pounds for personal enjoyment or to gift to others. The robust men from the north enjoy indulging in a drink whenever they can. Occasionally, when Li Ping ventures into the countryside to procure game, he seizes the opportunity to present the village chief with a few pounds of grain tickets and liquor, for in this day and age, nothing holds more influence than such gestures. Besides the high-priced Wuliangya, sweet potato liquor also presents a viable avenue, as it is impractical to bring expensive spirits on every rural procurement trip. One must be cautious of potential informants. Thus, Li Ping has managed to find a delicate balance. At present, he has nearly gathered all the essentials within his space, and it is likely that self-sufficiency will soon be realized. The banquet continued from noon until nearly 3 in the afternoon, not because Li Ping could not drink, but rather because his father-in-law had succumbed to inebriation. This incident resulted in his mother-in-law rolling her eyes in exasperation, silently chastising her son-in-law for his unreliability, especially after he had assured her that he would not let her husband get overly intoxicated, only to turn around and do precisely that. Upon escorting his father-in-law, Lu Jinhua, into the house, Li Ping hurried to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy, sending a bowl up with the household servant. After consuming a bowl himself, he discreetly left the Lu residence. That moment, it was wise to depart before his mother-in-law could express her grievances. Once outside, Li Ping aimlessly rode his bicycle along the road, glancing at his watch to find it barely past 4. There was still ample time. After a brief respite to let the breeze clear his head, he decided to head to Su Huijin's establishment to deliver another batch of goods. "Xiaoping, you've been drinking. Come inside and rest. I'll have my assistant help you unload," Su Huijin exclaimed upon seeing him at her shop's entrance. Immediately rushing over, noticing Li Ping's flushed face and the unmistakable scent of alcohol, she could easily surmise that he had indulged quite a bit. She casually brushed aside the cloth covering the bamboo basket on the rear of his bicycle, revealing dozens of pounds of black pork and around 80 pounds of large carp. Her heart swelled with joy. The current market prices are as follows: flour and rice approximately 0.18 yuan per pound, corn 0.15 yuan per pound, pork 0.7 yuan per pound, lamb 0.7 yuan per pound, egg 0.7 yuan per pound, fish 0.6 yuan per pound, plain cloth 0.13 yuan per foot, twill fabric 0.25 yuan per foot, matches 0.03 yuan per box, salt 0.05 yuan per pound, roosters 1.3 yuan each, hens 1.5 yuan each, and vegetables 0.03 yuan per pound. This particular batch of black pork was a new breed Li Ping had developed by crossbreeding wild boars with domestic pigs last year, yielding only about 50 heads, but the quality of this wild pork is exceptional. Since raising the first batch of black pigs, Li Ping had supplied some to Su Huijin, which piqued her interest in the hybrid pork. "Su Jie, let me take this to the back door for you. We're all friends here, no need for formality." In truth, Li Ping had strolled for over half an hour, and his inebriation had mostly dissipated. So it was no bother at all. "All right, take your time. Xiao Jun, go lend a hand," understood. It was still only a little past 4 in the afternoon, and with few customers in the shop, the group collaborated to transport the goods to the kitchen. As they exited, Su Huijin conveniently settled the payment for this batch and placed an order for 1,000 pounds of liquor. Currently, Wuliangye sells for an average of 6.2 yuan per 1 pound bottle in department stores. And Li Ping's homebrewed variety, while not comparable in quality, is wholesaled at 3 yuan per pound to Su Huijin's shop. Typically, Su Huijin would price it at 3.5 yuan per pound, employing a strategy of thin profit margins to sell more.